In the wild west, the vast and long Mount Shumi radiates infinite light, shining in the clouds. Countless majestic pavilions and nirvana pagodas everywhere rise into the clouds. The light is strongest in the middle of the mountains. The Mahavira Hall is emitting endless Buddhist sounds that resound through the world, manifesting all kinds of mysteries. There's a sense of great compassion and mercy, as if there is a great power to save thousands of sins. Outside the Mahavira Hall stood a young man in plain clothes, barefoot and with tied hair, walking quickly into the hall. His eyebrows are handsome, his temperament is outstanding, and there's a peaceful aura around him. The misty Buddha light shrouds his body, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth wanders around. Just standing here gives people a sense of transcendence. Master and uncle are giving a sermon today, so you must not slack off. If you can learn something from it, it will surely be of great use. The young man's eyes were shining with expectation. He found a secluded place and sat down quietly. Today is the day when the two saints Jie Yin and Zhuanti of the Western religion give a sermon. Many Western religion disciples came here together. Looking around, there are a group of people with compassionate faces and Buddha's light all around. Among the Western religion disciples, the young Mu Yun seems ordinary and not surprising. While waiting, Mu Yun's eyes inevitably have a touch of reminiscence. I didn't expect that I have been in this prehistoric world for hundreds of years. Mu Yun sighed and was lost in thought. He is not a native of the prehistoric world, but he is a time traveler. However, his background is not too high. It was just a transformed, auspicious cloud above the Western land. He was able to transform by chance. It happened that the saint of the Western Church established the religion and recruited disciples. By chance, he also joined the Western Church, although the Western Church seemed to be the weakest of the four great saints. But in Mu Yun's opinion, as a time traveler, especially an ordinary time traveler, the Western Church was undoubtedly the best choice. In the future, he would not have to be involved in the conferred God calamity and suffer the harm of the heaven and earth calamity. It was more likely that in the journey to the West calamity when Buddhism spread eastward, he could rely on his past life's memory to plan ahead and seek benefits. He was able to become one of the Buddhas. Just from this point of view, Mu Yun felt that the Western Church was much better than the other three religions. It was a pity. The only thing that made Mu Yun feel a little unhappy was that he had been traveling for hundreds of years. Why haven't I awakened the golden finger yet? Didn't we agree that every time traveler would have one? If this goes on, I won't be able to wait until the journey to the West. Even if I want to cultivate to a state with enough lifespan, it's hard. There's no way. I'm just an acquired follower. It's really too lame. It's hard to compare with the prehistoric creatures who are full of innate followers and great luck. Even if I worked hard and put in a lot of effort in the past few hundred years, I could only barely cultivate to the celestial realm. This is too difficult. Ding. Detecting the host call, the strongest entry system begins to merge. Fusion completed. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the strongest entry system, accompanied by the voice that suddenly sounded in my mind. Mu Yun was immediately surprised. Golden finger. System? It's finally here. The seniors are not lying to me. The golden finger is indeed in the hands of every time traveler. Besides being surprised, Mu Yun also said silently in his heart, System, explain your function. Remind the host that this system can provide you with two major abilities. One is the function of plundering entries. The host can kill creatures and randomly drop their own entries, plunder them, and use them for themselves. The second is the function of picking up entries. There is a certain probability that the prehistoric creatures will randomly drop entries. At the same time, there may be entries in some specific areas. The host can pick up entries and merge himself. The entry levels are divided into 7 levels: white, green, blue, cyan, red, purple, and gold. In addition, there are gray entries that will cause special effects and black entries that will cause negative effects. With the system's explanation, Mu Yun gradually understood it. So that's it. For a moment, Mu Yun couldn't help but feel excited. Killing creatures can get entries. You can even pick up entries for free everywhere. Isn't such a God-level system against the will of heaven? With this system, why worry about not being strong enough? Why worry about not having enough experience? With this thought, Mu Yun couldn't help but look around. Faintly, he could see many of his fellow disciples around him. There were many entries, just like his disciple Maitreya. There were several high-level red entries. There were even purple entries. Mithriya, future Buddha purple, luck added red, 6-foot golden body red, 3 future sutras red. Good guy. He is indeed the future Mithriya Buddha. The level of the entries on his body is really terrifyingly high. And looking at himself, alas, he sighed. Mu Yun couldn't help but compare the attributes of his own entries. Mu Yun acquired auspicious clouds green, a little luck green, Amitabha sutra green. What a green grassland. Does this mean that if you want to live a decent life, you must have some green on you? No, if this goes on, let alone waiting for the future prosperity of the West and becoming a Buddha, even if you want to live to that time, it will be difficult. Now, Mu Yun's cultivation is only a celestial immortal. Although he is an immortal, he actually has a lifespan of only 10,000 years. This lifespan in this vast world, it's just a casual retreat, a blink of an eye, and it's gone in a blink of an eye. Thinking of this, Mu Yun's heart couldn't help but get a little anxious. However, it was at this time, suddenly, a Buddha's light shone on his face. Following it, the anxiety in Mu Yun's heart suddenly disappeared. When he looked again, a middle-aged Taoist priest wearing a brocade robe, barefoot and white hair, with a kind face and a mysterious light on his head appeared beside him. Junior brother, why are you so upset today? Have you encountered any difficulties in your cultivation? Seeing this person, Mu Yun immediately showed joy on his face and looked up. It turned out to be senior brother Yao Shi. The man in front of him was named Yao Shi, one of the direct disciples of the Saint Jean, although he was just an ordinary registered disciple. However, the other party did not look down on his identity because of this. On the contrary, he took good care of him. In addition, the achievements of this senior brother Yao Shi in the future were also extraordinary. Among many Buddhas, he was the second-ranked Namo Yao Shi Liuli Guangwang Buddha, and his status was even higher than that of the Thagata Buddha, second only to the ancient Buddha of Burning Lamp. Because of all these things, Mu Yun also respected this senior brother Yao Shi. I was just distracted for a moment, and there was no mistake in my practice. Thank you for your concern, senior brother. He bowed slowly to the pharmacist. Mu Yun explained. Hearing this, the pharmacist nodded slightly. It's good that nothing happened. The two saints will start preaching in a while. If you're distracted at this time, it will lead to fruitless listening to the preaching. That would be a pity. Little junior brother, you listen to the preaching here. I will leave now. Hearing this, Mu Yun nodded. Senior brother, take care. As a direct disciple, his identity is naturally different from Mu Yun, a registered disciple. Therefore, the seat he sat in was naturally very forward. They are all ranked at the same level as Ksitigarbha and Mithriya and others. Seeing this, Mu Yun couldn't help but sigh. It really deserves to be the second-ranked Buddha in the future. This body is either red or purple. Huh, what is this? Suddenly, Mu Yun's eyes lit up. He saw the place where the pharmacist stood just now. 2 balls of light were left. One of them was just an ordinary white ball of light, and the other one was a gray ball of light. 100 years of cultivation green, occasionally strong luck gray. The 2 balls of light were just lying on the ground. They were still flashing with light, as if they would disappear at any time. Looking at the 2 entries in front of him, Mu Yun was also in hesitation, because the gray entry, it seemed a little weird. I heard from the system that the gray entry is the entry with special effects. But special effects, what does it mean? Thinking of this, Mu Yun also carefully looked at the explanation of special effects. Special effects, some unexpected effects, or very powerful effects, or very strange effects. Maybe very strong, or maybe there will be very strange effects. Seeing such an explanation, Mu Yun couldn't help but reveal a full head of black lines. What should I do if this thing produces some strange side effects after fusion? If it is really a ripoff, wouldn't I be in big trouble? Of course, I can also choose to collect it directly and not fuse it for the time being. Anyway, let's see the effect first and then make a decision. After thinking for a while, Mu Yun slowly touched the 2 light balls. Immediately, the specific effects of the 2 entries appeared in front of Mu Yun. 100 years of cultivation green. You can get 100 years of cultivation. Occasionally have a chance to be strong gray. Occasionally have a chance to trigger the effect of luck against the sky. Occasionally trigger the effect of luck against the sky. Looking at the explanation of the entry in front of him, Mu Yun was stunned. The effect of this entry seems a bit strong. And it seems that there are no side effects. Why not try to fuse it? It was also when Mu Yun was hesitating. The entry in front of me became increasingly dim. It looked as if it was about to disappear. There's still a time limit? Forget it. Give it a try, and the bicycle will become a motorcycle. Why bother so much? The bigger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. Fusion. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Fusion entry. 100 years of cultivation green. Occasionally strong luck gray. As the two entries merged into the body, Muyin also felt an inexplicable feeling surge in his heart. In an instant, his own cultivation suddenly soared a lot, and his immortal power suddenly became much stronger. Buzz with a roar resounding through his body. Muyin was even more surprised to find that his own cultivation breakthrough. Chapter 2. The Saintly Divine Powers. The Divine Form of 6 feet. Mid-stage Celestial Immortal. As Muyin beheld the sudden breakthrough in his cultivation, an uncontrollable joy surged within him. Indeed, this was truly a remarkable gift. With a gentle smile, Muyun's gaze turned to his many fellow disciples surrounding him. Since both the master and the uncle had yet to arrive, he decided to seize the opportunity to wander about and seek his fortune. With this thought, Muyun rose and began to stroll around. As a registered disciple, he could approach various fellow brothers under the pretext of asking questions about his cultivation. Thus, his actions appeared less like aimless wandering. After all, the environment within the Western sect was exceptionally harmonious, and these senior brothers were generally eager to assist Muyun with his inquiries. In just a brief time, Muyun experienced a remarkable harvest. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the entry-level comprehension of Talisman, White. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a century of cultivation, Green. Congratulations, host. You have gained the 6-character mantra, Blue. Congratulations, host. You have received the Vajra protection, Green. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the celestial technique of fixed body, Green. As Muyun wandered, he gathered a wealth of knowledge. He discovered over 10 luminous orbs of terms, particularly some practical entries concerning talismans, formations, and restrictions. These were highly beneficial for Muyun at this stage. Moreover, he astonishingly stumbled upon a blue-level orb, the 6-character mantra. This was one of the more esteemed divine abilities within the Western sect, known also as the 6-character Great Bright Mantra. This incantation not only calmed the mind but also possessed immense Buddhist power. It could be employed to vanquish malevolent beings, repel all evils, and even suppress all forms of wickedness. Its myriad applications were profoundly mysterious. Though the 6-character mantra was not the pinnacle of Western divine powers, it was undoubtedly sufficient. Of course, Muyun merely collected the terms without immediately integrating them, as he intended to gather more. However, just as he was preparing to return to his seat after his bountiful collection, he heard a familiar voice nearby. Well done, little junior brother. Your eagerness to learn and your inquiries everywhere are truly commendable. Should you have any uncertainties, feel free to consult me. Upon hearing this, Muyun turned to see a plump monk clad in a yellow robe, his face broad and serene, radiating compassion. Muyun raised his eyes and clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Brother Maitreya. However, I have already resolved all my doubts and currently have no further questions." Thus, he politely declined Maitreya's kind offer. As one of the true disciples, the terms possessed by Maitreya were exceptionally remarkable. Muyun gazed longingly, internally lamenting, if only I could acquire even one of those red-level terms. Just as Muyun was lost in thought, an inexplicable sensation surged within him. In that fleeting moment, he felt a wave of tranquility wash over him, as if he had attained something ineffable. A sense of exhilaration enveloped him. In that case, little junior brother, please take your seat. Our master and others are about to arrive, Maitreya said gently before turning away, ceasing further conversation. However, as he turned, Muyun noticed a red orb of terms had fallen behind him. A red term. Could it be that fortune truly smiled upon me? Muyun felt a surge of delight as he hastily reached out to touch the red orb. Divine form of 6 feet, read one of the 3 bodies of the Buddha. A saintly divine power created by the Saint of Kwani through 1,000,000 years of arduous cultivation. By practicing this method, one can achieve the divine form of 6 feet, which, when summoned, establishes an invincible position, radiating boundless sounds of the Dharma and countless rays of relics to repel all evils. Its power is limitless, and its creation extraordinary. The divine form of 6 feet. It was indeed a saintly divine power. What an extraordinary fortune this was. Muyun immediately seized the term and silently returned to his seat. He sat down, closed his eyes, and began to integrate one term after another. Ding. Congratulations, host, for integrating the terms. Entry-level comprehension of Talisman, Century of Cultivation, Green, 6-character mantra, Blue. As each term merged into his being, the aura of Buddhism surrounding Muyun grew increasingly profound. Gradually, rays of relic light manifested behind his head, and his overall presence began to strengthen imperceptibly. Ultimately, when Muyun integrated the divine form of 6 feet, intricate principles intertwined within his mind, coalescing into profound and esoteric patterns of the great Tao. Upon opening his eyes, a resonant hum echoed within his being. A thunderous roar ensued. In an instant, Muyun's realm experienced yet another breakthrough. Late-stage Celestial Immortal. Remarkable. He had merely collected a few terms, and yet he had ascended 2 realms effortlessly. At this moment, while Muyun reveled in his success, A majestic aura suddenly surged within the grand hall. Two figures, radiating boundless saintly might, gradually materialized. The hall was illuminated with countless beams of light, with innumerable Buddha apparitions reflecting across the heavens, creating a magnificent atmosphere, enveloped in auspicious clouds. The arrival of endless auspiciousness transformed into myriad divine beasts, paying homage to the saintly might. Moreover, vast Buddhist resonance manifested as golden lotuses, revealing numerous mystical wonders. At this moment, two figures clad in dark yellow robes emerged, revealing two golden lotuses beneath their seats. Their faces exuded great compassion, their demeanor solemn, radiating an infinite number of Buddha apparitions as they chanted the profound truths of the Dharma. Behind them, a wheel of wisdom Buddha hovered, emanating brilliant light, illuminating the realms. In the resonance of the Dharma, those who heard it experienced a tranquil clarity, as if entering a realm of profundity. The visitors were none other than the saints of guidance and Quanti. Greetings, Master, Uncle. Upon their arrival, all the disciples of the Western sect rose in reverence. The saints of guidance and Quanti, bearing compassionate expressions, calmly swept their gazes across the assembly and said, "No need for formalities, please take your seats." "Thank you, Master. Uncle." The disciples of the Western sect took their seats, acknowledging the harsh reality of their impoverished land, sparsely populated with beings. Despite their master Hongjun imparting teachings across the cosmos, the Western sect still faced considerable hardships. "We, two individuals, recognizing the arduous path of your cultivation, have come to impart some teachings to you all. The extent of your gains solely depends on your own fortune. The Western lands are vast yet sparsely populated. Thus, the disciples who can enter the Western teachings are few. However, both Jain and Junti are adept at tailoring their teachings to suit each disciple's unique qualities. Despite having disciples of lesser caliber, they harbor no prejudice, offering guidance to all uniformly. Moreover, due to the barren nature of the West, lacking in heavenly treasures and spiritual riches that could enhance the disciples' prowess, the two saints of the West are committed to expounding the teachings to their followers. Consequently, the treatment of disciples in the Western teachings is relatively favorable. In contrast, within other grand teachings of saints, one might wait several millennia or even tens of thousands of years to hear a saint impart wisdom. This is indeed a commendable aspect of the Western teachings. Muyun has recently assimilated numerous insights and is now reaping considerable rewards. With the anticipation of hearing a saint's discourse, he finds his heart brimming with expectation. Today's teachings will first be delivered by myself, followed by the elucidation from your esteemed Uncle Junti. Upon finishing these words, the saint of Jain settled upon the lotus throne and began to speak. There is neither ignorance nor the cessation of ignorance, extending to neither aging nor the cessation of aging. As the saint of Jain's voice resonated, a myriad of celestial sounds surged forth, articulating the supreme Buddhist principles and intertwining with profound mystical visions. The essence of countless Buddhas enveloped the surroundings, and wherever the rays of their essence illuminated, it seemed to transform into boundless pure lands, revealing a myriad of majestic treasures. Within this realm, the profound principles manifested as innumerable golden lotuses cascading around the disciples. Soon, close disciples like Maitreya, Medicine Buddha, and Ksitigarbha began to experience enlightenment. The golden lotuses transformed into various paths, flowing into their beings and stirring countless Buddhas' resonances, materializing ethereal shadows. At this moment, Muyun found the teachings rather obscure and felt an inability to grasp even a fraction of their meaning. He became enveloped in confusion and anxiety, fearing that this rare opportunity to hear a saint's discourse might slip away from him. Yet, just as the worry filled his heart, an inexplicable sensation surged within him. In that instant, Muyun felt an overwhelming sense of ease, as if his thoughts were suddenly enlightened, and he had acquired something exquisitely profound. A wave of joy washed over him. Then, a sacred sound entered his ears, causing lotus blossoms to sprout beneath him. The profound meanings flowed around his entire being. In that moment, Muyun seemed to step into an extraordinarily mystical state, with boundless inspiration blooming within him. Ethereal lotus shadows, born from the essence of Buddhism, enveloped him entirely. Boom. This is Muyun uttered a soft murmur. Upon a closer glance, he beheld countless ethereal figures of saints appearing in his mind. Each figure recounted the true essence of the Buddhist teachings, and this time, the previously obscure phrases became vividly tangible, enabling Muyun to continuously grasp their meanings. In that fleeting moment, he felt as if his spirit had undergone infinite elevation. His mind clear and bright, as he soared in a state akin to enlightenment, directly entering meditation. Behind him, the ethereal shadow of his own celestial form manifested, inscribed with profound Buddhist scriptures, voraciously absorbing the surrounding golden lotuses as if commanding them to reveal all truths of the Dharma. This is the realm of nirvana, the awakening of ethereal shadows. Muyun? He is merely a registered disciple. How could he possess such fortune to enter this state of nirvana with nearly 1 in a billion chances during a teaching session? At this moment, upon the elevated platform, the saint of Junti, seated upon a golden lotus, couldn't help but notice Muyun's extraordinary state, silently marveling at the unfolding spectacle. Chapter 3, Mid-Stage True Immortal. The Bodhi heart beneath the Bodhi tree, a mere mortal with such ordinary origins, yet blessed with such extraordinary fortune? This disciple has indeed encountered a celestial stroke of serendipity. The sage Junti chuckled softly, his eyes gleaming with newfound appreciation for Muyun. Generally speaking, The state of nirvana is a realm only accessible to those of unparalleled enlightenment and distinguished lineage, a profound comprehension of Buddhist dharma that elevates one into a transcendent state of clarity. Within this realm, the essence of Buddhist truth becomes palpable, illuminating the mind with omniscient wisdom. Yet, if Mu Yun was neither exceptionally gifted nor of noble heritage, then only one possibility remained. A fleeting moment of divine inspiration had graced him, allowing him to step into this sacred domain. In other words, fortune had smiled upon him with unparalleled generosity. To attain such enlightenment while listening to a sermon was a phenomenon with odds as rare as 1 in 100 million. Yet, among the countless disciples of the Western Pure Land, it was Mu Yun alone who had been chosen by fate. At this very moment, Mu Yun remained immersed in that ineffable state, absorbing the profound truths of Buddhism. Around him, ethereal scriptures materialized, radiating boundless compassion and grandeur. Within his body, resplendent light pulsed in an extraordinary rhythm, circulating through his meridians in an unparalleled manner. Simultaneously, the golden lotuses summoned by the sage Jian's teachings were being drawn into Mu Yun's being by an overwhelming force. Even the faintest wisps of the sage's divine essence, ordinarily a treasure beyond measure for any disciple, were being devoured without restraint. As resonant hums echoed within Mu Yun's body, the sage's essence surged into his spiritual core, merging with his primordial spirit. In mere moments, his spirit blazed with golden radiance. Adorned with countless sacred relics and surrounded by phantom Buddhas chanting celestial hymns, a manifestation of the 16-foot golden body. With each passing breath, Mu Yun's cultivation soared. Soon, a terrifying suction erupted from him, pulling in all surrounding spiritual energy with such veracity that the very air trembled in its wake. Even the most elite disciples found their meditation disrupted by the sheer intensity of the phenomenon. High upon the dais, the sage Jian twirled a golden lotus between his fingers, his eyes alight with satisfaction. Though his foremost disciples, Yao Shi, Maitreya, and Ksitigarbha, were of innate celestial heritage and had immersed themselves in enlightenment from the sermon's onset, none had grasped the teachings as swiftly or profoundly as Mu Yun. Though junior brother Mu Yun is of mortal origin, his insight rivals even ours. His future accomplishments may well surpass our own, murmured Yao Shi with a faint smile before resuming his meditation. Meanwhile, Mu Yun's cultivation surged relentlessly. From the late-stage celestial immortal realm, his aura swelled until, with a resonant boom, he ascended to the perfected celestial immortal realm. A fine disciple indeed, remarked the sage Junti. His joy evident. After this enlightenment, his affinity with Buddhism shall be peerless. His future may eclipse even Maitreya's. As decades slipped by, Mu Yun remained ensconced in the nirvanic state, absorbing the wisdom of phantom sages. 50 years later, another breakthrough resounded. He had ascended to the true immortal realm. Centuries later, he shattered another barrier, reaching the mid-stage true immortal realm. Golden radiance now wreathed his form, and the phantom of his true body grew ever more divine. When the sage Zhuani took over the sermon, his teachings, though distinct from Jian's, resonated with the same profound truths. In Mu Yun's mind, the phantom sages transformed into an ancient Bodhi tree, its leaves shimmering with sacred light. Seated beneath it, his primordial spirit expanded, drinking in boundless enlightenment. The grand hall brimmed with golden lotuses, celestial blossoms, and auspicious mists, transforming into a paradise of radiant splendor. After 150 years, the sage Zhuani concluded his sermon, and the visions faded. As the disciples awoke, their faces serene with fulfillment, a final divine hymn echoed through the hall. The remnants of golden lotuses and sacred scriptures converged once more toward Mu Yun. Junior brother, what is this? Yao Shi gasped. Behind Mu Yun, the phantom of the Bodhi tree materialized, its roots entwined with his true form. The sage's essence poured into him, and his aura swelled to a crescendo, poised on the brink of transcendence. In the depths of Mu Yun's heart, a seven-orifice exquisite heart began to emerge. Upon witnessing this scene, the two sages, Jian and Junti, could not help but display expressions of astonishment. The Bodhi heart. Brother, this child has unexpectedly garnered a trace of your saintly Buddhist essence. With this seven-orifice Bodhi heart, although he is a product of the postnatal realm, his comprehension must undoubtedly rival that of any innate being. Jian clapped his hands in delight, gazing contentedly at the unfolding spectacle. Following closely, the grand hall was suddenly enveloped in a tempest of energy. The surging spiritual essence of Mount Sumera transformed into wave after wave of spiritual tides, churning forth colossal surges. Like a whale drawing in water, Mu Yun fervently absorbed the energy. Buzz. Late-stage true immortal. In an instant, Mu Yun broke through another realm. Yet, this was not the end. The boundless spiritual power within him surged once more toward a higher plane. A crack resonated, as if something had been forcefully shattered. His cultivation level ascended directly to the perfected stage of true immortal. 2 realms broken in an instant. Is this for real? The disciples, including Yu Shi, Maitreya, and Dizong, all exhibited slight changes in their expressions. Just moments ago, what level of cultivation did the junior disciple possess? Celestial immortal? Was it the early or mid-stage? In that fleeting moment, everyone seemed to recall something, their expressions growing increasingly peculiar. A few hundred years prior, Mu Yun was merely a celestial immortal, and it appeared he was only in the early stages. How could he, after merely listening to a teaching, break through so many realms, directly reaching the perfected stage of true immortal? Was this disparity rather excessive? At that moment, the numerous direct disciples could not help but gasp in astonishment. who at this moment, Mu-Yun slowly awakened, glancing around. His expression instantly turned odd. Brothers, why are you all looking at me like that? Mu-Yun asked, somewhat shyly. Upon hearing this, the surrounding Mithraea and the others fell into silence. You, the instigator of this commotion, actually dare to ask us what is wrong? Cough, cough, junior brother. Haven't you realized that your cultivation seems to have advanced rather swiftly? Yao Shi said earnestly, though rapid breakthroughs are indeed commendable. If one's cultivation is superficial and their foundation unstable, wouldn't that be counterproductive? Upon hearing this, Mu-Yun immediately released his entire aura. He discovered that his aura was profound and his realm stable. There was not the slightest hint of superficiality or instability in his foundation. Cough, cough. Junior brother is truly astonishing, breaking through multiple realms yet still maintaining such a solid foundation. Forget what I just said. Yao Shi suddenly felt embarrassed, forcing a smile to mask his discomfort, feeling as if he had slapped his own face. How could there be any superficiality? His foundation was as solid as could be. Excellent, excellent. Mu-Yun, you have gained immensely from this discourse, even obtaining a 7-orifice Bodhi heart. It seems you are destined for great responsibilities in the future. Which brings me great comfort. At this moment, Jian's voice, imbued with the majesty of a saint, resonated like a rolling heavenly decree. A 7-orifice Bodhi heart? What is that? Mu-Yun was taken aback for a moment. Upon looking again, he noticed something peculiar at the center of his chest. Chapter 4. Receiving the personal transmission. Guiding the precious pearl, purple item. Mu-Yun felt a warm current surging through his chest, spreading throughout his entire being, as the profound resonance of the saints and Buddhas continuously revolved within him. Simultaneously, the myriad doubts he previously harbored regarding the Buddha's teachings began to unveil themselves, becoming significantly easier to comprehend. In short, Mu-Yun sensed a remarkable enhancement in his perceptive abilities. Indeed, it was not merely a minor improvement, but a qualitative leap. Furthermore, he could perceive the sacred resonance within, which promised to provide him with an array of unexpected benefits. At that moment, Mu-Yun suddenly realized, could it be that this transformation was due to the peculiar state he had just entered? That state resembled the realm of nirvana. Yes, indeed. Upon reflection, Mu-Yun recalled having heard of such a state during a previous sermon. The so-called nirvana realm is a supreme state of enlightenment, one that transcends ordinary understanding, wherein one attains an astonishing comprehension of Buddhist principles. It is said that upon hearing a single word, one can achieve enlightenment and perceive the true nature of existence. This state is exceedingly rare. Throughout the history of Buddhism, many revered Buddhas have attained enlightenment in such a state, achieving nirvana and Buddhahood. Nonetheless, this state is notoriously difficult to attain and can only be accessed under extraordinarily fortunate circumstances. Wait, fortunate? Was it possible that? Mu-Yun suddenly recalled the gray item he had previously discovered. It possessed the ability to occasionally grant fortuitous luck, triggering an extraordinary state of fortune. If that were the case, then when he acquired the red item, the 6-character mantra, it was similar. Mu-Yun pondered further. Whether it was when he discovered the 6-character mantra or entered the nirvana realm, both instances evoked an unparalleled sense of ease within him, uplifting his spirits. Could it be? This was the joy that comes when one encounters good fortune? How absurd. The effects of this fortuitous luck were indeed astonishing. The so-called Bodhi heart is an unparalleled state of enlightenment. Possessing it allows one to avoid all confusion, dispel all suffering, and grasp the essence of Buddhist teachings. It is said that sitting beneath the Bodhi tree on a lotus platform, untainted by dust, reflects the purity of the Bodhi heart. Simultaneously, this is a manifestation of the sacred resonance bestowed upon him by his master, a tremendous blessing in itself. Seemingly perceiving Mu-Yun's bewilderment, the guiding saint began to explain. Upon hearing this, Mu-Yun experienced a profound epiphany. He had indeed received a fragment of the sacred resonance. Moreover, it had become an integral part of his spiritual essence. This was not a physical heart, but rather a metaphysical state of enlightenment. Now he understood. The disciple expressed his heartfelt gratitude to his master, thanking his uncle for the enlightening teachings. Mu-Yun felt a deeper sense of belonging to this Western sect at that moment. The guiding saint smiled serenely and clapped his hands, declaring, "This sermon has concluded splendidly. Each of you has made progress, and I am deeply gratified." Upon hearing this, the crowd bowed in respect, enthusiastically exclaiming their thanks to their masters. After the reverent gestures, the guiding saint's gaze turned toward Mu-Yun, and with a gentle smile, he said, "Mu-Yun, having entered the nirvana realm and gained much insight, you have benefited immensely. Henceforth, you may undertake significant responsibilities within my Western sect. Therefore, today, I wish to accept you as my personal disciple. Are you willing?" Personal disciple. What a surprise. Previously, he had merely been an ordinary named disciple. It was only through his tireless efforts and arduous journey to Shumi Mountain that he managed to be accepted under the saint's tutelage. But now, having experienced the nirvana realm and obtained the Bodhi heart, he was to become a personal disciple of the saint. The gray item granting fortuitous luck had truly aided him immensely. In light of this, what was once merely a stroke of luck now felt akin to divine fortune. Incredible! Truly extraordinary. I am willing. Mu-Yun quickly bowed in reverence, unable to suppress his joy at becoming a personal disciple of the saint, which undoubtedly would bring countless benefits to his future endeavors. Upon hearing Mu-Yun's affirmation, the guiding saint beamed with delight. Excellent. In that case, I shall not neglect you. After speaking, the guiding saint waved his hand and produced a precious pearl. The pearl radiated infinite Buddhist resonance, with auspicious signs manifesting all around, accompanied by a symphony of celestial sounds. Within it dwelled myriad mysterious lights, illuminating all around. All disciples bathed in the light of the pearl felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility and joy. Upon seeing the pearl, the saint of the 7-character mantra's expression subtly shifted, revealing his astonishment. "Master, what is this?" With a resonant hum, the precious pearl descended before Mu Yun. "This is the guiding pearl, one of my accompanying spiritual treasures, a top-tier innate spiritual treasure. As I have accepted you as my personal disciple, I bestow this treasure upon you for your protection." As the guiding saint concluded his words, envious glances were cast all around. An accompanying spiritual treasure. The Western guiding saint, a manifestation of primordial golden energy, possessed 3 great accompanying spiritual treasures: the guiding banner, the guiding dust, and the guiding pearl. All 3 are top-tier innate spiritual treasures. And particularly after the guiding saint attained enlightenment, these treasures became imbued with unparalleled power. Though the guiding pearl is not the mightiest of the 3 accompanying treasures, the fact that Mu Yun, as a newly accepted personal disciple, would receive such a divine artifact speaks volumes about the guiding saint's regard for him. Mu Yun had never anticipated that the guiding saint would bestow such a treasure upon him, especially considering the Western region's scarcity of resources. Even top-tier innate spiritual treasures are fiercely contested among countless cultivators, often leading to conflict. Thus, feeling deeply moved by the guiding saint's kindness, Mu Yun bowed once more, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Master, for bestowing this spiritual treasure." After Mu Yun's respectful bow, the other personal disciples could not help but smile, saying, "Though our junior brother's background may be ordinary, his comprehension is exceptional. Now that he possesses a fragment of the sacred resonance in the Bodhi heart, receiving this treasure is only fitting. Haha, our junior brother is truly fortunate to receive such favor from our master." Maitreya, the medicine Buddha, and others successively extended their congratulations. Regarding Mu Yun's exceptional favoritism, they harbored no jealousy. After all, they were all great Luo Golden Immortals, having received the blessings of the 2 saints. Witnessing such an outstanding talent emerge among their junior disciples filled their hearts with joy rather than envy. Moreover, the prosperity of the Western teaching in later generations relied on their unity and harmonious spirit. Naturally, many direct disciples were delighted to see Mu Yun receive such a spiritual treasure, rather than feeling any discontent. Then, the guiding saint spoke. "Mu Yun, the practices you have previously cultivated are merely the ordinary techniques of our Western teaching, the Amitabha Sutra. Now that you are a direct disciple, I shall bestow upon you the saint-level technique I have created, the Great Suntru Sutra." As he spoke, a magnificent sun appeared behind him, radiating a celestial light that illuminated all beings, exuding great authority, accompanied by the harmonious sounds of countless Buddhas. This wondrous phenomenon transformed into a saint's seal, which descended upon Mu Yun's forehead. As Mu Yun extended his consciousness, he sensed the myriad principles contained within. The Great Suntru Sutra symbolizes the great sun illuminating all worlds, representing the supreme saint-level technique of the Western teaching. Mastering this sutra grants unparalleled wisdom, blissful purity, and the ability to manifest a realm of ultimate joy within oneself, a truly formidable and transcendent practice. Merely glancing at some of the scriptures and teachings left Mu Yun feeling bewildered, an enigma wrapped in mystery. "Thank you, Master." Mu Yun bowed once more, his heart brimming with ecstatic joy. Now, the teaching concludes. You must all strive diligently in your cultivation and attain supreme enlightenment soon. With that, the guiding saint smiled, nodded, and imparted his advice. Upon hearing these words, the disciples bowed in reverence, proclaiming, "We shall faithfully adhere to the teachings of the saint. We shall faithfully adhere to the teachings of the saint." With that, the guiding saint and the saint of primordial purity vanished from sight. As they bid farewell to the 2 saints, the crowd performed their respectful bows and exchanged pleasantries before returning to their abodes to reflect upon their recent gains. However, Mu Yun did not rush to leave. The reason was clear. A dazzling purple light had appeared in the direction the guiding saint had departed. "What is this?" Mu Yun gazed at the departing crowd and hurriedly reached out to touch the purple light. Instantly, a surge of information flooded into his mind. The method of transforming worlds, purple is saint-level divine ability created by the guiding saint. It allows the practitioner to manifest avatars across worlds, accelerating their cultivation and insights through endless meditation. If cultivated to perfection, one can swiftly acquire the saint-level divine ability. This, Mu Yun was taken aback. Without hesitation, he immediately absorbed the purple inscription. To cultivate to perfection and swiftly grasp the saint-level divine ability, the method of transforming worlds was indeed extraordinary. Mu Yun felt a profound shock within him. Was this not a cultivation accelerator? No time to waste. He must return and deeply experience this formidable saintly divine ability. With this thought in mind, Mu Yun hurriedly departed from the Grand Heroic Hall. Chapter 5, The Transformation of All Worlds. 100-fold enhancement in cultivation. Moments later, within a secluded hall, Mu Yun sat upon a mat, resolutely declaring in his heart, fusion of the term, the transformation of all worlds. As soon as Mu Yun's words fell, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have fused the term, the transformation of all worlds, purple. With the integration of this term, an enigmatic sensation enveloped Mu Yun. Countless principles intertwined and coalesced in his spiritual realm, forming a majestic purple pattern of the great Tao. Subsequently, a myriad of such patterns surged forth, accompanied by a thunderous roar, sketching out an ethereal realm within Mu Yun's mind. By fusing this term, he could directly wield such a saintly power, sparing him the arduous efforts of cultivation. Mu Yun's heart soared with joy as he gazed upon the illusory world in his mind, his spirit ignited with fervor. However, at this moment, Mu Yun had merely grasped this saintly power, he could not yet cultivate it to its zenith. Otherwise, he would simultaneously possess the formidable golden body of 10 feet and the transformation of all worlds. Fortunately, during his last epiphany, he had already begun to comprehend the golden body, having condensed it into a 3-inch form. In battle, he could harness the supreme resonance of the golden body to manifest an indestructible form. Let me first test the profundity of the transformation of all worlds. With that thought, Mu Yun entered a meditative state, aligning himself with the myriad principles swirling in his mind. As he sank into meditation, his form became ethereal, radiating Buddhist resonance, evoking awe in anyone who might witness. Is this the illusory realm of all worlds? Diving deeper into this ethereal domain, Mu Yun surveyed the desolate surroundings. A profound sense of solitude washing over him. The transformation of all worlds allowed for the manifestation of countless avatars, each possessing the same comprehension and foundation as the original. If he could generate billions of avatars, his cultivation speed would magnify exponentially. Now, let me see how many avatars I can create. With that, Mu Yun settled within the illusory realm, his form gradually becoming more spectral. Then, his ethereal figure began to multiply. 1, 2, 3, up to 100. Finally, after manifesting over 100 avatars, Mu Yun slowly opened his eyes, sighing, "What a pity. I can only create 108 avatars." Looking around, he saw that each of the 108 avatars mirrored his gaze. Mu Yun felt a profound connection. Each avatar was a fragment of his consciousness, capable of sharing his insights and accelerating his cultivation speed. This is sufficient. Now, let me attempt to cultivate the great sun scripture and observe its effects. With that, Mu Yun sat upright, and the 108 avatars began to chant in unison, resonating with sacred sounds, the secret of the master, dispelling chaotic winds. The character represents my essence, my heart holds the door of A. As Mu Yun's voice reverberated through the illusory realm, Buddhist resonance emanated, and a radiant sun ascended, illuminating the infinite universe and guiding countless beings. In this moment, the elemental forces of fire, wind, and water intertwined, forming the myriad worlds. Simultaneously, within Mu Yun's essence, numerous wondrous manifestations unfolded. Behind him, countless extraordinary phenomena emerged, revealing mountains and rivers, celestial bodies, and all elements of the cosmos continuously materializing. Infinite Buddhist resonance surged forth, evolving into the true form of the Buddha, with divine figures manifesting and exuding immense Buddhist essence. Mu Yun himself shone like a great sun, illuminating the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, who surrounded him in reverence. This scene was unfathomably profound. As Mu Yun cultivated, he devoted an entire century to this practice. One day, he opened his eyes to reveal a visage of great compassion, a radiant sun illuminating the worlds, surrounded by myriad Buddha figures reflecting in the void. Mu Yun felt a tremendous enhancement in his Buddhist path, even his demeanor transformed significantly. The great sun scripture had successfully entered his grasp. Mu Yun's heart swelled with joy, astonished at the prospect that this saintly technique, which would typically require millennia to comprehend, had been mastered in merely a century due to the enhancement from the transformation of all worlds. Although his cultivation level remained at the pinnacle of true immortal, the depth of his Buddhist power far surpassed the mundane, rivaling that of several others at the same level. Thus, while his apparent strength showed no increase, in reality, it had multiplied severfold. This exemplifies the distinction between saintly techniques and ordinary practices. The Amitabha Sutra he had previously cultivated was merely an entry-level scripture, scarcely noteworthy. Even at the peak of true immortal, his might would have been unremarkable against disciples of the higher teachings. Fortuitously, being accepted as a direct disciple allowed him access to such profound scriptures. Mu Yun reflected gratefully on the remarkable differences in cultivation across various levels. Had he continued with ordinary techniques, he would never have attained such profound Buddhist power. Now, using the transformation of all worlds, he would test whether he could break into the initial stage of mystic immortal. With that thought, Mu Yun immediately entered a meditative state once more. Upon re-entering the meditative realm, Mu Yun sensed a striking transformation within the illusory world. As he gazed around, he discovered that this grand ethereal realm had taken on a new form centered around him, with countless mountains, rivers, celestial bodies, and a myriad of stars revolving, encapsulating the entirety of existence. The illusory realm had undergone such an astonishing metamorphosis. Mu Yun could not help but be taken aback. Upon a second glance, the myriad manifestations of oneself astonishingly transformed into one Buddha after another, bodhisattvas, monks, and arhats. In the subtlety of this ethereal realm, it resembled a heart-born paradise. Suddenly, a flicker of enlightenment illuminated Mu Yun's mind, and he comprehended the location of the Pure Land spoken of in the sutras. It dawned upon him that everything exists within his own heart. How profound! How enlightening! My heart and my realm are as clear as a mirror. All thoughts and dwellings are indeed the Pure Land. A revelation burst forth from Mu Yun's lips. Subsequently, an unparalleled sense of tranquility surged within him. This was a rare moment of fortuitous awakening, rekindled once more. In that instant, Mu-Yun was enveloped in a profound realization. The 108 manifestations around him each transformed into a resplendent Buddha. They chanted sacred mantras, invoking an infinite resonance of the Dharma, reverberating through the cosmos and stirring the realms. Meanwhile, within the side hall, Mu-Yun appeared to be bathed in boundless light of the Buddhas, radiating infinite golden brilliance. In that moment, it enveloped the surroundings. The magnitude of this phenomenon manifested countless Buddha forms, reflecting in the void above Mount Sumeru. The dazzling golden light shone like the sun at its zenith, a spectacle that astonished practitioners from all directions. What is this? The junior disciple. Nearly a century has passed, and he has cultivated the true sutra of the great sun to such an extent, he has even grasped a hint of its profound essence. On a nearby peak, the medicine master gazed toward the side hall, astonishment flickering in his eyes, filled with admiration. Remarkable! Remarkable! Our Western teachings have gained yet another unparalleled genius. Truly marvelous. It seems that I must beseech the master to utilize the 8 treasures pool of merit to cleanse and transform the junior disciple. In another Buddhist hall, Maitreya. Witnessing this scene, couldn't he help but applaud and smile, his eyes sparkling with brilliance, as if envisioning the grand flourishing of the Western teachings. This is the essence of the great sun. Though faint, it is remarkably pure, evoking myriad manifestations of the Buddha and resounding mantras that filled the sky. Deep within the great hero hall, both the Holy One of Guidance and the Holy One of Precision sense this aura, their expressions turning to astonishment as their gazes gradually focused on Mu-Yun. In merely a century, he has achieved such advancement? Such comprehension is indeed remarkable. The two, Holy One of Guidance and Holy One of Precision, displayed astonishment. It seems that Brother Guidance's bestowal of the true sutra of the great sun and the guidance pearl was truly prescient. The Holy One of Precision clapped and smiled, unable to contain his praise. However, Brother Guidance's expression bore a hint of peculiarity. He initially believed Mu-Yun could attain a Bodhi heart through his 7 openings, destined to become one of the Buddhas. Thus, he encouraged him and naturally recognized his potential. Yet, he never anticipated such an extraordinary level of comprehension. Of course, one cannot dismiss the possibility of sheer luck playing a role. Perhaps he serendipitously grasped the essence of the great sun. Often, comprehension hinges primarily on diligent effort, complemented by a measure of fortune. Otherwise, a seemingly simple question could perplex someone for a lifetime. Yet, where did Mu-Yun exert effort? It was all mere fortune. There was no toil involved. Chapter 6. The true meaning of the great sun and the pure land of Buddhism. In the secluded chamber, Mu-Yun comprehended the profound truths of Buddhism. This arduous cultivation persisted for nearly a century. Throughout this century, Mu-Yun's understanding of the great sun's essence grew increasingly profound. Subtly, there emerged an inexplicable mystique, allowing one to glimpse a grand Buddhist realm from afar. Finally, on a certain day, Mu-Yun let out a deep sigh, and a resounding crackling sound echoed throughout his body. Following this, his aura surged dramatically. He had broken through to the early stage of the profound immortal realm. As he slowly opened his eyes, he felt a sense of tranquility and enlightenment. At that moment, a brilliant golden light radiated from his gaze. His form was enveloped in an overwhelming Buddhist resonance, possessing an ethereal and illusory quality. The golden light emanating from him illuminated the world, casting a radiant glow across the cosmos, leaving onlookers in profound awe. After 2 centuries of imparting teachings, he had ascended to a new realm. It seemed that the distance to catch up with his fellow disciples was no longer far off. Mu-Yun was acutely aware of his late start. His foundation was not as solid as that of his senior brothers, who had long attained the Golden Immortal and the Supreme Golden Immortal stages, while he remained at the true immortal realm. In the vast expanse of the primordial world, such a standing was rather insignificant. Moreover, as one progresses further in cultivation, the time required for breakthroughs often elongates. It was not uncommon for arduous training to span thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Furthermore, the cultivation of the great sun scripture, a sacred-level technique, was exceptionally challenging, if not for the transformative method he had acquired, allowing him to cultivate at an accelerated rate. He feared he might still struggle to even begin. Marvelous. Marvelous. After his cultivation, Mu-Yun prepared to venture out, hoping to discover some useful insights. Just then, 2 senior brothers approached the door, Maitreya and the medicine master. Upon seeing them, Mu-Yun respectfully clasped his hands in greeting. Maitreya and the medicine master beckoned him to enter the hall, and the 3 took their seats. After exchanging polite remarks, Mu-Yun directly inquired, "Dear brothers, your presence today must signify a matter of importance?" As the saying goes, no one visits the 3 treasures hall without purpose. Typically, the disciples of the Western teachings were either in seclusion or engaged in worldly cultivation. It was unusual for them to have so much free time. Their arrival undoubtedly carried significance. Seeing Mu-Yun's straightforward question, the 2 exchanged glances, revealing a hint of embarrassment. Ahem. Young junior brother, the truth is, a century ago, we sensed your comprehension of a fragment of the great sun's essence, which was quite extraordinary. As you know, our Western land is barren, with few beings. To grasp the Buddhist principles, one must either engage with the world or debate with others. Upon hearing Maitreya's words, Mu-Yun immediately understood. His senior brothers wished to engage him in discourse about the teachings. This realization left him somewhat perplexed. As Maitreya and the medicine master possessed cultivation far superior to his own, it seemed unnecessary for them to seek him for such discussions. Noticing Mu Yun's confusion, the medicine master spoke. Young junior brother, it is said that understanding the Tao has its order, and each discipline has its specialization. Although your cultivation may not match ours, your comprehension of Buddhist principles has reached a level comparable to ours, especially since the Great Sun scripture is a top-secret scripture in our Western teachings. Your grasp of its essence signifies that you possess the qualifications to attain Buddhahood. Listening to the medicine master's explanation, Mu Yun was taken aback. Could it be that his understanding of the Great Sun's essence was indeed so remarkable? Could it truly be compared to the realm of these two great Luo Golden Immortals? In that moment, he couldn't help but marvel at the power of the system. His occasional strokes of luck had indeed brought him great fortune. If that is the case, dear brothers, please speak candidly without such formalities. We are all fellow disciples, and it is only natural that we encourage one another. Since you have come to guide me, I welcome it wholeheartedly. Mu Yun concealed his inner delight and spoke in a manner that was both respectful and considerate of their feelings, thus deepening their brotherly bond. Well, young junior brother, you are too modest. If that is the case, let us begin. Maitreya exclaimed with a beaming smile, eager to commence. The medicine master mirrored his enthusiasm. However, as they were set to engage in discourse, Mu Yun wondered how such a discussion would unfold. Having never participated in such exchanges, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Yet, as the medicine master began to speak, Mu Yun's worries swiftly dissipated. Young junior brother, while our cultivation methods differ, our ultimate pursuit remains the same, to attain true enlightenment, reach bliss, and cultivate the pure land. The essence of the Great Sun that you have grasped is aligned with our own understanding of the Buddhist path. As the medicine master elaborated, Mu Yun gradually comprehended the significance of his earlier words. Maitreya had stated that possessing the Great Sun's essence equated to holding the qualifications for Buddhahood. It became clear that once one attained the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, the realization of a path to Buddhahood and continuous validation of that path were essential steps toward ultimate enlightenment. Mu Yun understood that this initial step required the comprehension of a profound truth of Buddhism. Currently, both Maitreya and the medicine master had attained their own insights into different aspects of this truth. For instance, Maitreya practiced the Sutra of the Three Times, embodying the essence of the three times, while the medicine master practiced the glazed Universal Salvation Sutra, embodying the essence of universal salvation. Although their names and natures differed, they all belonged to the same category of Buddhist truths, each with its unique context. As for Mu Yun, despite his modest cultivation level, he had fortuitously grasped the essence of the Great Sun. His understanding of the Great Sun could complement Maitreya's three times essence and the medicine master's universal salvation essence, creating a harmonious exchange that would benefit them all. Accordingly, the medicine master's proposition was, as it is said, the Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. In our discourse, we are not capable of enlightening ourselves as our esteemed masters do, using the supreme golden lotus of Buddhist teachings to impart understanding. Therefore, I propose that we reveal our own profound insights into the Dharma to one another, validating our truths collectively. Although Western teachings may adhere to Buddhist principles, they are merely different paths to the same ultimate truth. As disciples of the mystical order, we are all acquainted with the Tao Te Ching of the Supreme Sage. The phrase the Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name signifies that while the Tao can be articulated, such articulation does not encapsulate the essence of the Great Way. In essence, the Tao can be comprehended but cannot be adequately expressed in words. Even when sages convey teachings, they do so through the supreme scriptures, invoking the Great Way and channeling the immense power of the sage, transforming it into the golden lotus of the Dharma, allowing all to grasp its profound significance. Thus, the healer put forth such a proposal. Upon hearing this, Mu Yun nodded in agreement, saying, "Let us proceed as the healer suggests." Meanwhile, Maitreya nodded slowly and smiled. "If that is the case, I shall begin, as I am the eldest brother, followed by the healer, and lastly, our junior brother Mu Yun." Neither the healer nor Mu Yun expressed any discontent. They all nodded in acquiescence. Maitreya then seated himself upon the mat and began to chant the sacred incantations, channeling his essence through the three realms of time. As he invoked his Buddhist power, the resounding Sanskrit vibrated, and gradually, a magnificent aura of Buddhism began to manifest around him. This vast aura evolved into a visible phenomenon, dividing into the past, present, and future. Within this realm, desolation prevailed, particularly in the future, which was rife with demons and chaos. Witnessing this scene, Mu Yun could not help but frown. Maitreya's threefold essence spanned the realms of time. Yet it seemed imperfect, revealing significant shortcomings within that world. "Now, it is my turn," the healer proclaimed. With that, he too began to chant, invoking the sacred sounds. From his being emanated the resonant essence of Buddhism, a radiant light of crystal clarity soared upwards. In an instant, a realm of suffering humanity unfolded, perfectly merging with Maitreya's threefold world. The true essence of both their paths complemented each other beautifully. Observing this, Mu Yun spoke calmly, since both brothers have revealed their insights. "It is time for me to present mine. My heart and my realm are indeed a pure land." After uttering these words, Mu Yun commenced the practice of the Great Sun Sutra, following it with continuous chants of sacred sounds. The vast aura of Buddhism began to unfold before him, subsequently evolving into a manifestation of the Great Sun's essence. With a resonating hum, Maitreya and the healer were suddenly jolted. They felt as if their threefold essence and the universal truth were being subtly overshadowed. Then, a flourishing realm emerged before their eyes. Within this world lay boundless skies and lands adorned with vibrant blossoms, extraordinary plants, and auspicious creatures. Streams of violet energy surged upwards, while waves of auspiciousness flowed throughout. Countless dragon veins exuded spiritual energy, and the magnificent essence of Buddhism transformed into auspicious clouds. The world thrived with vitality, all beings were at peace and joy, reveling in great happiness and abundant blessings. It was reminiscent of a pure land. Chapter 7. My heart and my realm are as clear as a bright mirror. All that I think and see is pure land. Upon witnessing this scene, both Maitreya and the Medicine Buddha were momentarily taken aback. The world that emerged from their profound understanding of Buddhism was either a time of decline, plagued by demons, or one of desolation and suffering, where sentient beings could not transcend their mortal confines. Clearly, their comprehension of Buddhist teachings paled in comparison to that of the time traveler, Muyun. In Muyun's perspective, the so-called Pure Land represented eternal bliss. How could there be demons causing havoc? How could there be desolation and suffering? Maitreya furrowed his brow and responded, Little junior brother. Although I do not wish to refute you, the world encompasses both yin and yang, joy and suffering. Your interpretation of the Buddha's teachings has given rise to such a world. Might it be that your understanding is somewhat naive? It was not surprising for Maitreya to express such sentiments, for the suffering of humanity is universal. The only beings who could transcend the mundane world and endure countless tribulations without extinction are the supreme sages. Therefore, their understanding of Buddhism encompassed all worldly suffering, revealing the myriad forms of existence. This was their interpretation of the Dharma, yet it diverged from Muyun's understanding. Indeed, little junior brother, Maitreya continued, I also believe that your grasp of the Dharma is somewhat presumptuous. Can such an understanding truly be realized? The essence of the Dharma not only articulates their path to Buddhahood, but also reflects their own aspirations and grand visions. While their Buddhist world may manifest images of suffering, it also radiates the light of salvation, liberating beings from calamity. They believe this process is the path to enlightenment. Contrarily, Muyun presented a different viewpoint. Brothers, do you recall when our revered masters, the guiding sage and the esteemed elder, witnessed the barrenness of the West yet still vowed to revive the land and rescue its beings? Upon hearing this, the two nodded in agreement, acknowledging the well-known tale. Muyun smiled and continued, My understanding of the Dharma is derived from observing the true intentions of the two sages. Though suffering exists, our Buddha is compassionate. We aspire to save all beings and attain Buddhahood, illuminating the world with our grand aspirations. As the saying goes, the Bodhi tree is not a tree. The bright mirror is not a platform. Originally, there is nothing. Where can dust cling? You, my brothers, harbor suffering in your hearts. Hence your expressions of the Dharma still manifest countless images of pain. Yet my heart and my realm are as clear as a bright mirror. All that I think and see is pure land. With these words, it was as if a thunderclap resonated within their hearts. In a moment of clarity, they perceived a singular truth in Muyun, awakening. Could it really be so? They had thought themselves to be compassionate towards all beings. Yet they were merely clouded by worldly concerns. They felt a profound realization wash over them, a vague yet powerful impulse surge within. As if they were on the brink of breaking the shackles that had bound them for years. 3 centuries ago, when the two sages expounded the Dharma, I beheld their true intentions, revealing a realm filled with celestial Buddhas, numerous bodhisattvas, and countless arhats, monks, and heavenly beings. Within this space, there was harmony, no birth, no death. No aging or suffering, no reincarnation. All beings were at peace and in bliss. Although this was not yet a tangible reality, it undoubtedly reflected the grand aspirations within the hearts of the two sages. As Muyun spoke, a hint of nostalgia glimmered in his eyes. He had witnessed such a world during the teachings of the two sages, which explained why his understanding of the Dharma was so profound. Brothers, if you do not dare to even envision such grand aspirations, how can you speak of saving all beings? How can you attain true enlightenment? Once again, his words struck like thunder, reverberating in their minds. The clarity of Muyun's heart and realm, as clear as a bright mirror, revealed that all he thought and saw was pure land. How enlightening. Little junior brother harbors boundless aspirations, wishing to save all beings and ensure that all in the 3 realms and 6 paths dwell within the pure land. Such an immense vow, though challenging, is the ultimate dream sought by us disciples of the West. Is this truly the essence of little junior brother's Dharma? It is indeed unfathomable. The two marveled in awe, their eyes shimmering with newfound understanding. In that moment, they felt a resounding rumble within their minds, as if the shackles that had confined them for years were finally loosening. Thus, they resolved to make a grand vow. They wished to liberate all beings from suffering across the 3 realms and 6 paths, regardless of the past, present, or future. May all beings attain bliss. With Maitreya's declaration, the world of the Dharma that manifested behind him underwent a monumental transformation. The era of decline, where beings were ensnared by chaos and demons, came to a swift end, illuminated by dazzling golden light, transforming into a pure land. Within the golden light, all past, present, and future beings were embraced, showcasing immense willpower and boundless Buddha's resonance. A resonant sound echoed, and a brilliant divine wheel emerged behind Maitreya's head, a wheel of true intent. Mu gazed in admiration, as this was the manifestation of profound enlightenment and great wisdom. However, the unfolding was not yet complete. The medicine Buddha, mirroring Maitreya's actions, proclaimed, "I too shall make a grand vow. With the luminous light of the Pure Land, may all beings across the 3 realms and 6 paths attain bliss." Another rumble reverberated as the world of the Dharma surrounding the medicine Buddha underwent a magnificent change, transforming into a vast Pure Land. All beings were bathed in the resplendent light of the Pure Land, eternally attaining bliss. Simultaneously, a divine will of true intent emerged behind the medicine Buddha's head. At that moment, as the two attained enlightenment, the mighty Mount Sumeru resonated with thunderous echoes. The Buddha's resonance surged from all directions, manifesting their true intentions. In the void above, their ethereal forms were illuminated, revealing Maitreya seated as a savior Buddha, transcending all past, present, and future, to alleviate the suffering of all beings. The medicine Buddha manifests as a radiant light of crystal clarity, illuminating the realms of existence. This profound and mysterious phenomenon astonishes many disciples from the West, who cannot help but exclaim in wonder, could it be that our 2 esteemed brothers have attained enlightenment? Have they realized the path to Buddhahood? This extraordinary realm is truly beyond comprehension. Aside from the astonishment of the Western disciples, the most surprised are the 2 revered saints, Jiayin and Junti. Deep within the majestic hall, in a realm of peace and purity, the 2 saints slowly open their eyes. As enlightened beings, they can instantly perceive all past and future events. With a mere glance, they witness the wondrous spectacle that has just unfolded. Both are taken aback. Mu has indeed grasped the true essence of our Buddha Dharma. Seated upon a lotus of 12 grades of merit, Jiayin's gaze sparkles with brilliance, his expression shifting as he senses that this scene seems almost dreamlike. Congratulations, esteemed brother. Your achievement is remarkable. This young man harbors grand aspirations that rival our own. In contrast, Junti, while equally astonished, is filled with sheer joy. Jiayin, realizing this, immediately beams with delight and remarks, "Indeed, his ambitions are truly on par with ours. Who would have thought that 3 centuries ago, in his teachings, he could perceive the true essence of our path and behold that dreamlike Buddhist realm, the boundless Pure Land? This young man is indeed a prodigy." Jiayin claps in joy, his voice trembling slightly from overwhelming elation. In a secluded chamber, Mu smiles gently and addresses the 2. "Congratulations, Brother Maitreya. Congratulations, Brother Medicine Buddha. It appears that you have ascended to a higher realm, achieving the true essence of the divine wheel. I believe that attaining Buddhahood is merely a matter of time. With the divine wheel of true essence, the foundation for enlightenment is established." Maitreya and the medicine Buddha feel a deep sense of humility in response to Mu praise. Had it not been for the discourse with our younger brother today, they might not have realized the lingering impurities within their hearts. Regardless, they express their sincere gratitude. "Thank you, dear junior brother." They both bow respectfully to Mu, though they are great golden immortals. The profundity of certain truths often lies merely behind a veil, separated by a thin window. Once pierced, understanding dawns, yet achieving such insight is immensely challenging. "You are too kind, esteemed brothers. I merely drew upon the true essence and noble aspirations within your hearts, borrowing your wisdom," Mu humbly replies, recognizing that his insight stemmed from the 2 saints. Moreover, Maitreya and the medicine Buddha were already on the verge of breakthrough, needing only a final nudge. "You are truly modest, dear junior brother. Regardless, your assistance has been invaluable. Should you ever require anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek us out. We shall certainly offer our utmost support." With that, the 2 saints, having just gained enlightenment, feel the need to return and contemplate further, and they bid farewell to Mu with urgency. However, at the very spot where they had been seated, a dazzling red light suddenly emerges, 2 radiant crimson orbs. Mu, witnessing this, is taken aback, exclaiming, "What a delightful surprise, good fortune comes in pairs." Chapter 8, The True Intent of the Buddha. An entry from the future. Having assisted my 2 senior brothers, it would be only fair for me to collect some interest. Observing the 2 red orbs on the ground, a hint of delight flickered across Mu face. As his fingers brushed against the orbs, the specific information of the entries surged into his mind. 3 generations of true intent, read insight into the true intent of Maitreya Buddha, encapsulating the essence of the 3 generations of Buddhist path. Universal salvation true intent, read insight into the true intent of the medicine Buddha, embodying the essence of universal salvation Buddhist path. Upon hearing the descriptions, Mu expression shifted slightly. 3 generations of true intent, universal salvation true intent. Moreover, they were true intents of the Buddha. What was going on? Were not my senior brothers Maitreya and the medicine Buddha still not Buddhas? How could I be fortunate enough to acquire their Buddhist true intents? This was utterly absurd. Could it be that the entries I could collect were devoid of any temporal limitations? If so, would that not mean I could gather entries from other pivotal figures of the primordial era, be it from the past or the future? At this moment, Mu understanding of the entry system underwent a subtle transformation. If that were the case, as he pondered, a terrifying possibility struck him. Was it conceivable that I could collect entries from the past? For instance, Pengu, or perhaps the great Tao divine demons. No, it was far beyond that. Even the entries of those fallen primordial powerhouses, such as the ancestral dragon, the primordial phoenix, or the first Qilin, could I potentially acquire? If this were indeed true, it would be nothing short of miraculous. Imagine, one day, as a disciple of the Xiamen, I could journey to the Chaos Purple Sky Palace to listen to the teachings of Hong Jundaozu, or perhaps have the chance to meet Hong Jundaozu himself. Would I then be able to obtain the entries of his past as a great Tao Divine Demon? If so, this would be truly extraordinary. Indeed, products of the system are invariably of the highest quality. I had never anticipated that my entry system would not only allow me to collect present entries but even those from the future. It should be unrestricted by any temporal bounds, randomly dropping as it may. With this thought in mind, a wave of ecstatic joy washed over Mu Yun's face. Regardless, it was best to first fuse these two entries. Having resolved this, Mu Yun sat upright and inwardly declared, "Fusion of entries." As soon as his words fell, the familiar prompt resounded once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully fusing the entries. 3 generations of true intent, red, universal salvation true intent, red. With the system's announcement, Mu Yun was instantly immersed in an intoxicating epiphany. He felt as though he had plunged into a state of profound enlightenment. In an instant, he entered a meditative state, and his mind overflowed with an abundance of Buddhist principles, manifesting a magnificent aura of Buddhism around him. In that moment, 3 distinct Buddhist worlds emerged: Mu Yun's own Great Sun Pure Land, Maitreya's 3 generations future world, and the Medicine Buddha's luminous universal salvation world. These 3 worlds interwove and materialized into 3 fundamentally different true intents of Buddhism, bestowing upon Mu Yun an inexplicable sense of sanctity. Simultaneously, Mu Yun gleaned infinite Buddhist wisdom, as chants of sacred verses began to resonate around him, revealing boundless relics of Buddha light. The phenomenon was so profound that it illuminated all realms, as if possessing the ability to liberate countless suffering beings. 3 generations of true intent, transcending past, present, and future. Universal salvation true intent, governing the 3 realms and 6 paths. Great Sun true intent, vast as the cosmos, encompassing all. As Mu Yun's voice echoed, his words resonated like profound mantras, instantly transforming the 3 Buddhist worlds surrounding him. If I am the Great Sun, encompassing all, then I can embrace all Buddhas, encompassing all heavens. Every Buddhist path is a part of me. All Buddhas pay homage to the Tathagata. In that fleeting moment, an audacious thought surged in Mu Yun's mind. My Great Sun Sutra is the supreme scripture that encompasses all. The Great Sun Tathagata embodies the fundamental laws of the universe and the supreme source of the cosmos. It is the origin of all methods and paths. Though there are numerous distinct paths to Buddhahood, they all stem from me. Such a dominating supreme Buddhist doctrine must certainly accommodate the paths of both Maitreya and the Medicine Buddha. In that case, I am the Great Sun. I am the Great Sun Tathagata, encompassing all, the supreme source. Having declared this, Mu Yun immediately began to attempt the fusion of the 3 different true intents of Buddhism, validating their interconnection. This endeavor, once tried, manifested an astonishing spectacle. Beside Mu Yun, countless Buddhist phantoms began to materialize, joined by celestial bodhisattvas, arhats, monks, nuns, bhikkhus, and heavenly beings, gradually revealing themselves. The air was filled with the sound of sacred chants, igniting boundless Buddhist resonance that illuminated the heavens. The terrifying spectacle materialized around Mu Yun, as ethereal golden lotuses of the Buddhist path emerged continuously. Within the entire hall, auspicious scenes appeared, with myriad auspicious beasts, radiant clouds, golden lamps, precious jewels, and bejeweled ornaments cascading like rain, revealing an abundance of auspicious imagery. In that moment, within Mu Yun's heart, a 7-orifice Bodhi heart radiated with boundless relic light, instantly enhancing his comprehension to an unfathomable degree. Buzzing, as the 3 generations of Buddhist worlds merged with Mu Yun's Great Sun Pure Land, he felt an overwhelming sensation of sublimation. Buzzing. Suddenly, the surrounding phenomena erupted with an astounding force, drawing in the vast spiritual energy from the surrounding heavens and earth. In that moment, as Mu Yun's realm ascended, his cultivation began to rise exponentially. Boom. With a resounding blast, Mu Yun's cultivation broke into the mid-stage of the profound immortal realm. Yet, this was only the beginning. Following the integration of the 2nd Buddhist world, Mu Yun's cultivation surged once more. However, this time, he chose to forcibly suppress the momentum. Huff after exhaling a long breath, Mu Yun felt his Buddhist power had thickened severfold. As the saying goes, a towering building must rise from solid ground. Without a robust foundation, it simply cannot stand. Though Mu Yun could distinctly sense his potential to break through another realm, he chose to suppress his cultivation. This decision stemmed from his desire to solidify his own foundation. After all, Mu Yun understood that he was merely a product of acquired skills, and when compared to those naturally endowed with innate abilities, his Buddhist power was undoubtedly inferior. It was akin to others harnessing the power of Buddhism from a vast river, while he drew from a mere brook. He realized that only through continuous breakthroughs could he expand his capacity and refine his Buddhist energy, steadily and surely, to stand on equal footing with those who possessed a significant advantage from birth. Having accomplished this, Mu Yun turned his gaze to his Great Sun Pure Land. He observed that, with the integration of the 3 realms' true essence, his Great Sun Pure Land was no longer a silent Buddhist realm. Within it, concepts of past, present, and future began to emerge. Moreover, amidst the multitude of Buddhas, the ethereal image of Maitreya, the future Buddha, manifested prominently. This presence contained the true essence of Buddha,
capable of controlling the flow of time itself. Of course, at present, Mu Yun's Buddhist power could not sustain such a formidable principle. At most, he could accelerate or decelerate time by several multiples for a limited duration. Yet, even this was exceedingly extraordinary, considering that Mu Yun was merely at the mid-stage of the profound immortal realm. Furthermore, should Mu Yun harness this ability to its fullest extent, he could potentially glimpse all past and future events, even step into the river of time, traversing through the epochs. Additionally, the principle of universal salvation bestowed upon Mu Yun's great Sun Pure Land the concept of the 3 realms and 6 paths, alongside the image of the medicine master lapis lazuli light King Buddha, which also emerged within. Mu Yun could similarly utilize this power, possessing an extraordinary ability to eliminate calamities and overcome difficulties. The lapis lazuli Buddha light harbored a terrifying vitality. Mu Yun sensed that if he could fully unleash this power, he could alleviate all suffering, cure even the most hopeless ailments, and perhaps even revive the deceased from mere bones. Both abilities were immensely potent. However, at present, Mu Yun could only manifest a fraction of their potential. Though he held their true essence, he had yet to cultivate them to perfection. Nonetheless, possessing these 2 true essences of the Buddhas within his great Sun Pure Land would greatly benefit his cultivation of the Great Sun Sutra. Furthermore, with his current progress and cultivation, he had opened the door to the possibility of attaining Buddhahood. A gentle smile graced Mu Yun's face as he sat upright, commencing the consolidation of his cultivation. Meanwhile, deep within the Grand Hall, in that Pure Land, the holy teacher Jane and the holy teacher Junti narrowed their eyes, revealing a hint of astonishment. Good disciple, to comprehend the Great Sun Sutra to such an extent, it seems that granting you this supreme scripture was indeed the right choice. Jane exclaimed with a smile of delight. Master, the Great Sun Sutra is not yet fully perfected. Will passing it to Mu Yun lead him astray in his cultivation due to its incompleteness? At this moment, Junti voiced her concerns. Upon hearing this, Jane furrowed his brow. Indeed, while the Great Sun Sutra was a masterpiece of his, it had not been entirely perfected. Yet, witnessing Mu Yun's capacity to encompass all Buddhas and paths within himself, perhaps he could indeed complete the Great Sun Sutra in due course. Chapter 9. The Short Distance to the Horizon, the 9 Turns of the Golden Body. Upon finishing his words, the Master of Guidance revealed a flicker of eagerness in his eyes. He continued. Although this child possesses the supreme technique of the Great Sun True Scripture, his physical form remains relatively frail. Should he encounter formidable foes, he may find himself in dire straits. After all, he is merely an innate being with a weak foundation. Should danger arise, it could spell trouble. No. I must provide him with some means of self-preservation. Listening to the master's words, the nearby Junti frowned slightly. Provide him with more? She mused. You have already bestowed upon him your own companion spiritual treasure. Now, you wish to grant him further means of survival? Is such favoritism necessary? If others were to discover your clandestine indulgence, how might the other disciples perceive it? However, as Junti observed Mu Yun harmonizing the 3 aspects of Buddhist truth, his talent, despite being an innate being, began to shine through with remarkable brilliance. This left her at a loss for words in opposition. Well, perhaps this is acceptable. With that, both the Master of Guidance and Junti closed their eyes. In an instant, a surge of saintly power distorted the fabric of space and time, casting their essence into the inner hall. At that moment, Mu Yun was preparing to stabilize his cultivation when he suddenly sensed a profound Buddhist aura. Almost immediately, a realm of splendid colors unfolded before his eyes, revealing a pure land. Upon closer inspection, he found the 2 saints standing before him, and the surroundings had transformed dramatically. What? This disciple, Mu Yun, pays his respects to the 2 saints. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Despite his bewilderment, Mu Yun maintained his composure and bowed respectfully. Hearing his words, the Master of Guidance smiled serenely and said, Mu Yun, I have observed your progress in cultivation. You have now grasped the Great Sun true meaning. What are your plans for the future? For a moment, Mu Yun could not help but furrow his brow. To be frank, he had not given it much thought. However, according to the customs of the Western disciples, it was essential to venture into the world to achieve substantial progress. Currently, the Western lands were rife with barrenness. And due to the ongoing calamity of the witch and demon, the entire primordial realm was fraught with peril. Moreover, the Western lands had been plagued by the aftermath of the ancient demon ancestor, Luoho, who had flooded Mount Shumi with the essence of the 3 clans, causing the formidable souls of those clans to roam freely. Thus, for Western disciples, entering the world had become exceedingly difficult, and any misstep could lead to death. Yet, remaining isolated was not an option either. The essence of Western Buddhism is to alleviate suffering. It inherently requires one to engage with the world to help others and accumulate merit. Therefore, entering the world became imperative. After careful contemplation, Mu Yun finally spoke. Respected Master, since I have comprehended the Great Sun true meaning, I must venture into the world to cultivate, alleviate suffering, and gather merit. The Master of Guidance and Junti exchanged glances and shared a bittersweet smile. This predicament was precisely the reason for the stagnation of the Western tradition. Western disciples faced tremendous challenges. If disciples from other sects encountered obstacles in their cultivation, their saintly masters could offer guidance, and they would often find success. If they felt their progress was too slow, they could utilize various spiritual fruits, herbs, or elixirs to enhance their cultivation. Even in the East, where spiritual energy was abundant, seclusion could yield improvements, albeit over time. But in the West, where was the spiritual energy? Where were the spiritual fruits? Where were the elixirs? Where was the compensation? That wretched demon ancestor, Luoho, had wreaked havoc in the West, leaving the disciples bereft of spiritual energy, fruits, and elixirs. In summary, Western disciples were suffering. Could one truly avoid entering the world? Without spiritual energy, one could only turn their focus to accumulating merit. The merit bestowed by the heavenly Tao holds immense power, serving as the spiritual fruits and elixirs for Western disciples. Thus, entering the world became a necessity, albeit fraught with peril. In any case, Western disciples who achieved success in their cultivation were all highly adept in combat. They were well versed in the art of battle. If a Western disciple could share the teachings of Buddhism and guide others, they would gladly do so. If not, they were equally capable of proving their point through physical prowess. Who among the great beings, such as the mighty heavenly dragon or the Prajna Buddhas, is weak? While the world regards us as compassionate, few understand that such compassion is built upon the trials of worldly suffering. Therefore, the Master of Guidance anticipated Mu Yun's inevitable journey into the world for cultivation. He nodded slowly and said, "If that is the case, you will undoubtedly encounter dangers ahead. I have come to impart a marvelous method to help you avoid unnecessary troubles. The world is fraught with hardship. This is all I can do for you." The Master of Guidance's heartfelt concern was evident in his eyes. Upon hearing this, a warmth surged within Mu Yun's heart. The Master, a saint in his own right, extended such care towards him, his sole disciple. This kindness left him feeling indebted. In that moment, Mu Yun's sense of belonging to the West deepened. This is the wondrous method of the West, the short distance to the horizon. By employing this technique, one can instantly traverse vast distances, and with mastery, one can reach the ends of the earth in the blink of an eye. Today, I shall impart this to you. Upon finishing his words, the Master of Guidance raised his hand and cast a series of seals into Mu Yun's brow. Instantly, Mu Yun felt a multitude of laws intertwining within his mind, granting him insight into the profound technique of the short distance to the horizon. Furthermore, although you have mastered the great Sun True Scripture, you have yet to learn a physical cultivation technique. It is said that one must cultivate both body and spirit. Today, I shall teach you a method known as the 9 turns of the golden body. This technique allows one to harness all available forces to strengthen the physical form, ultimately enabling one to overpower all opponents at the same level solely through physical prowess. With that, the Master of Guidance raised his hand once more, casting an array of seals into Mu Yun's mind. In an instant, he comprehended the intricate principles of the 9 turns of the golden body, the short distance to the horizon, the 9 turns of the golden body, such invaluable treasures. Mu Yun briefly examined the contents of both profound methods. In his heart, a wave of uncontainable ecstasy surged forth. The art of survival, of evading peril and pursuing foes, was undoubtedly unparalleled, a supreme divine ability. The 9 transformations golden body was even more formidable, capable of encompassing all powers and augmenting one's corporeal form. When cultivated to perfection, one could wield sheer physical strength to overpower all practitioners of the same realm. It is essential to understand that, generally speaking, beings are often incapable of refining and utilizing the bloodline powers of different races to enhance their own bodies. This frequently leads to rejection by the cultivator's own essence, resulting in various unforeseen detriments. Moreover, forcibly assimilating diverse bloodlines could potentially instigate transformations into beastly or demonic forms. However, the West has developed a unique method of body refinement, employing the merits of the celestial path to purify bloodlines by removing impurities, thus utilizing the essence of pure bloodline power. Because of its association with celestial merits, the cultivated physical form radiates a protective golden light whenever it is in motion. Furthermore, this technique encompasses 9 transformative realms. Hence it is referred to as the 9 transformations golden body. Many subsequent entities, such as the golden body Arhat, have followed this path of cultivation. At this revelation, Mu Yun could not help but feel a surge of joy within. He respectfully proclaimed, "Thank you for your benevolence, Master. I shall strive diligently in my cultivation to attain enlightenment as swiftly as possible." Upon hearing his words, the figures of Jane and Juanti nodded slowly, smiling as they responded, "Excellent." With that, their shadows quietly vanished. Once they disappeared, a radiant orb of golden light materialized in their former location. Initially, Mu Yun believed it to be the Buddhist resonance of the 2 saints, for the golden orb emanated a wondrous aura. However, moments later, the golden orb began to flicker, and Mu Yun suddenly realized what it truly was. No, this is a golden entry. Mu Yun's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld this astonishing spectacle, the golden entry. Remarkably, he had never encountered a golden entry before. What extraordinary content could this golden entry contain? Without hesitation, he reached out to touch the golden orb, and information surged into his mind. Great Sun Tathagata's purification mantra, gold, the supreme divine ability of the great Tao level, created from the lifelong essence of Buddhism by the saints Jane and Juanti. When this technique is employed, it can dispel all calamities and alleviate all sufferings. This was indeed a divine ability of the great Tao level. Moreover, judging by the content of this entry, it appeared to be a future entry. Such a remarkable existence. Perhaps none of the 6 saints of the Xiamen had yet conceived it. It is highly likely that only the Hongjun Daozu possessed such a creation, and Jian and Junti had likely not yet achieved it, as their ascension to sainthood was relatively recent. With this thought in mind, Muyan resolutely merged with the golden entry. As he silently uttered the intention to integrate the entry, the golden orb swiftly fused with his being. Instantly, a vast and profound resonance of Buddhism enveloped his entire form, and countless laws and principles surged into his consciousness. Chapter 10. The terrifying Great Santathagata's Pure World Mantra. Entering the world. As the Great Santathagata's Pure World Mantra intertwined with his essence, Muyan realized the sheer horror of this incantation. Was this not a method to alleviate all suffering and eradicate all calamities? He was momentarily stunned. The more he scrutinized it, the more his scalp tingled with trepidation. For the Great Santathagata's Pure World Mantra was, in fact, a grand salvation technique prepared for the rumored boundless calamity. Moreover, its method of salvation was annihilation. It is crucial to understand that within this world exists myriad sufferings, the most common of which is the cyclical calamity. However, beyond this cyclical calamity lies an even more dreadful catastrophe known as boundless calamity. When this calamity manifests, all things in the universe are destined to perish. Only a sage can transcend this disaster. The rest of sentient beings must start anew. Such a terrifying calamity is truly world-ending in its magnitude. Yet, the Great Santathagata's Pure World Mantra can, before the onset of the boundless calamity, instantaneously annihilate all sentient beings, laws, and the Great Tao. Subsequently, in another fleeting moment, it can restore everything. In simpler terms, the Great Santathagata's Pure World Mantra resembles a terrifying technique that forcibly shuts down and restarts the world. When this mantra is invoked, the beings of heaven and earth will not perceive that they have just experienced a cataclysm, as everything transpires in the blink of an eye. However, following the invocation of this mantra, the boundless calamity will be reset, thus preventing any future occurrences of such a disaster. This supreme technique is indeed terrifying. To save the world, one must first destroy it, and from destruction, creation follows. The Great Santathagata's Pure World Mantra is truly formidable. A glimmer of ecstatic joy flickered in Mu Yun's eyes, and he could not help but tremble in exhilaration. With such a supreme technique at his disposal, he would undoubtedly possess a powerful trump card in the future. This unparalleled technique is not only capable of salvation but also of annihilation. If wielded properly, it is likely that no one beneath the sage level could stand in his way. It was time to prepare and descend into the world. Mu Yun smiled gently. He immediately sat upright, beginning to comprehend the concepts of the distant horizon and 9 turns golden body. Before descending, he needed to at least grasp the fundamentals of these two remarkable techniques. Fortunately, with the assistance of the transformative methods across realms, Mu Yun was able to cultivate at 100-fold speed. Within merely a century, he had mastered the basic principles of these two profound techniques. A century later, beneath Mount Sumeru, Mu Yun turned to gaze upon the endless Buddhist radiance enveloping Mount Sumeru, feeling a sense of contemplation arise within him. As he surveyed the vast expanse of the western lands, he was met with the haunting silhouettes of lost souls and malevolent spirits. A gloomy aura permeated this barren land. Even at the foot of Mount Sumeru, the spirits dared not approach, for the presence of a sage kept them at bay. Now that the cycle of reincarnation had ceased, the souls had nowhere to go and wandered aimlessly between heaven and earth. Very well. Let me, a disciple of the West, personally guide them to their rebirth. Mu Yun smiled serenely. With that, he stepped upon the clouds, heading straight for the western lands. In the void above, Mu Yun searched earnestly. To his pleasant surprise, he discovered that many of these lost souls bore attributes. In other words, by guiding these souls, he could naturally acquire their attributes. However, the majority of these souls were burdened with dark, negative attributes, which left Mu Yun somewhat speechless. Nevertheless, as fate would have it, he soon identified his first target. Above the void, Mu Yun's gaze focused on a valley below. Within that valley resided thousands of lost souls, large and small. Yet, there were no signs of conflict among them. On the contrary, they appeared to be well-trained, moving in and out of the valley in an orderly fashion. At the entrance, a portion of the lost souls stood guard. These souls seemed almost identical to how they were in life, exhibiting formidable ghostly powers. Especially in a dark blood pool at the heart of the valley, a dragon ghost sat cross-legged, its body reduced to remnants of flesh and blood. A blue attribute distinctly floated above it. Dragon bloodline, blue bloodline of the Azure Dragon clan, naturally possesses powerful innate abilities, adept at stirring storms and controlling thunder. Clearly, this was a powerful dragon from the Azure Dragon clan in life. Though not the mightiest among dragons, the 5-clawed Golden Dragon clan, it still possessed terrifying strength. Judging by the aura of the dragon ghost, its power had astonishingly reached the pinnacle of the Golden Immortal realm. All the lost souls in the valley were, without exception, souls of the Dragon clan. The blood of the 2nd-generation Dragon clan should be sufficient for me to cultivate the 9 turns golden body to its first turn. Though these thousands of dragon souls were immensely powerful, it was still worth a try. With that thought, Mu Yun descended from the clouds, arriving at the valley's edge. Upon his arrival, he immediately unleashed a wave of universal Buddhist light. Before long, the ethereal image of the medicine master lapis lazuli King Buddha manifested. The sound of the Buddha's resonance soared, transforming into boundless universal light, igniting myriad rays of light that illuminated the dragon souls. Instantly, black smoke billowed forth. And in a heartbeat, hundreds of souls were transformed by Mu Yun's universal light. At once, a multitude of attributes fell. Resentment of the lost soul, black the painful resentment of a deceased soul, which can lead to mental instability and chaos. Attachment from life, black the lingering attachment of the dragon clan in life, unleashing immense resentment, capable of harming the spirit. A flurry of black attributes scattered in all directions. Simultaneously, white attributes began to drop continuously. 10 years of cultivation, white fusion grants 10 years of cultivation. Vitality, white fusion grants some vitality. Spirit power, white the remaining spirit power of the lost soul, fusion grants a portion of spirit power. Observing the attributes that fell, Muyun was filled with delight. Indeed, though they were merely 10 years of cultivation and a handful of ordinary white attributes. Their sheer quantity was impressive. I shall collect them all. Muyun beamed with joy, promptly gathering all the attributes, including the dark ones. The dark inscriptions. These adverse effect inscriptions, if cast upon an enemy during battle, would bestow upon them a debilitating buff, wouldn't it? How intriguing. A smile crept across Muyun's face as he resolutely gathered those black inscriptions. Soon, upon collecting numerous inscriptions into the System S space, Muyun was astonished to discover that some of the similar inscriptions began to merge continuously. For instance, the inscription denoting 10 years of cultivation gradually transformed into one representing a century of cultivation, as he had acquired an abundance of the 10-year inscriptions. It took but a moment for them to coalesce into a singular green inscription. Century of cultivation, green fusion grants a century of cultivation. Remarkable. Inscriptions can indeed merge with one another? Wonderful. Muyun could not help but feel a surge of anticipation as he observed the inscriptions melding together. Ultimately, through this relentless fusion, the remaining inscriptions elevated into more advanced green inscriptions. Simultaneously, the black inscriptions underwent transformation as well. For instance, the soul's resentment inscription morphed into the far more fearsome extreme resentment. The pre-life obsession became a manifestation of demonic energy, transforming into a madly enamored inscription. It was evident that inscriptions could ascend through fusion, ultimately evolving into more powerful forms. Indeed, this bounty was substantial. Muyun could not suppress a sense of secret delight. However, just as joy blossomed within him, he suddenly sensed the approach of danger. Whoosh! A long cry resonated, swiftly followed by a surge of black mist. Who are you? Dare you harm my subordinate? Muyun evaded the oncoming black mist with a swift motion, only to turn and behold a dragon clan spirit of peak Xianxian standing before him. Accompanying it were hundreds of ethereal dragon spirits, flickering like phantoms. The spirits possessed relatively low power, with the majority barely reaching true immortal status. The most formidable among them was the peak Xianxian spirit. This master has already perished. Why not ascend to paradise early? To linger in this world only adds to your sins. Muyun gazed at the spirit, noticing a glaring red-black inscription upon it. Dragon clan karma, black in the past, the three clans battled for supremacy, leading to the suffering of countless beings, invoking the heavenly order and descending boundless karma. The pitch-black karma seemed to ignite into blazing karmic flames, appearing quite terrifying. However, for Muyun, a disciple of the West, it posed little threat. Enough with the pleasantries. Even in death, we shall strive for dominion over this realm. Die. The dragon clan spirit wasted no time, immediately charging at Muyun. The roar of the dragons behind it echoed ominously in all directions. Witnessing this, Muyun felt a pang of pity and could not help but sigh. Poor souls. Allow me to guide you towards salvation. With that, Muyun focused his thoughts. Universal Buddha light. As he uttered these words, the ethereal form of the medicine master Liuli Guang Wang Buddha manifested before the multitude of spirits. In an instant, the hundreds of spirits, including the peak Xinskin dragon spirit, melted away like snow in the sun. The true essence of Buddhist doctrine is indeed fearsome. Even the peak Xinskin dragon spirit could not withstand my act of salvation. Observing this scene, Muyun was momentarily taken aback. Simultaneously, as he guided the multitude of spirits, a surge of auspicious purple chi, accompanied by waves of golden light, descended from the heavens. It enveloped Muyun as being. This is Heavenly Merit. Chapter 11, The Virtue of the Heavenly Path. Slaying the golden immortal demon dragon. As the resplendent hues of purple and gold descended upon him, Muyun could not help but feel an unparalleled power integrating into his spiritual realm. Instantly, he experienced a profound sense of ease and clarity of thought. Although it was not overwhelming, there was no doubt that this was the virtue of the heavenly path. How marvelous! With this divine merit, why should I seek any ethereal energy? The virtue of the heavenly path possesses manifold wondrous applications, far surpassing ethereal energy and strength. Though the West is barren, it is filled with countless souls awaiting salvation. This, indeed, presents a magnificent opportunity for the disciples of the West. Roar yet. At the moment Muyun received the virtue of the heavenly path, the formidable dragon soul at the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm within the valley also emerged. It unleashed a terrifying dragon roar that instantaneously transformed the surrounding landscape. In an instant, storm clouds gathered, and thunder rolled, accompanied by a malevolent aura of black and red. You insolent wretch! How dare you harm my subjects? From the clouds above descended a colossal azure dragon, stretching thousands of feet in length, its power immense. With every movement, it summoned bolts of lightning, albeit tainted with a hint of wickedness, subtly infused with demonic energy. As Muyun looked up, he could not help but raise an eyebrow. Has it succumbed to darkness? How unexpected! Even in its fall, its ferocity remains unyielding, choosing the path of demonic transformation. At this moment, Muyun noted that the dragon's residual soul, at the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm, had begun to solidify. Its exterior was slowly taking on flesh and blood. Yet this was not a true dragon form, but rather a demonic body forged from demonic essence in the flesh of other beings. While he could have previously chosen to guide the earlier souls with Buddhist teachings, this demon dragon before him required no such courtesy. Exterminating demons is the sacred duty of us disciples of the West. Demon dragon, today you shall meet your end. With that declaration, Muyun prepared to unleash his supreme solar intent, but upon reflection, he broke into a smile and remarked, "Very well. I shall first use you to test my abilities." With that, Muyun immediately began to chant incantations, raising his hand to summon waves of Buddhist power. In an instant, a radiant solar will appeared behind his head. At that moment, Muyun seemed to transform into an earthly Buddha, emanating a myriad of Buddha lights. Within the divine radiance, countless Buddha apparitions emerged, including Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Arhats, and monks, all chanting the supreme Buddhist teachings. Simultaneously, a profound compassion enveloped Muyun. The great Santathagata's purification mantra. With a powerful command, a realm of Buddha manifested. It descended upon the demon dragon as if a pure land had materialized, instantly enveloping the creature. In that fleeting moment, the demon dragon's eyes widened in disbelief. A surge of inexplicable dread rising within. This cannot be. I have solidified my corporeal form. I am no longer a mere soul. How could I fear your Buddhist teachings? No. A beam of sacred light radiated forth, encompassing the demon dragon in a wave of compassion-infused destruction. In that instant, the Buddha light pierced through the ages, illuminating all realms across time, past, present, and future. In mere moments, it utterly obliterated the demon dragon's form. With a single strike. Merely one strike. The demon dragon, at the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm, was instantly annihilated. The great Santathagata's purification mantra is indeed terrifying. However, the expenditure of energy was rather excessive. Muyun could not help but chuckle ruefully, feeling the entirety of his Buddhist power drained in an instant. Along with half of the meager virtue of the heavenly path he had just acquired. It was evident that the great Santathagata's purification mantra draws upon the virtue of the heavenly path as its source of power, supplemented by Buddhist force. Yet, despite the immense cost, the results are astonishing. The golden immortal demon dragon did not even have a chance to retaliate before being eradicated by my hand. This reveals the potency of my ultimate technique. Simultaneously, as the demon dragon fell, several luminous orbs of text descended to the ground, the most radiant being a cerulean orb. Dragon blood, blue bloodline of the Azure Dragon lineage, possessing innate and formidable divine abilities, adept at summoning storms and commanding thunder. The essence of the second-generation dragon blood. Splendid. Without hesitation, Muyun collected it and turned his attention to the other orbs. Dragon karma, black, the immeasurable karma inflicted upon the world due to the three-clan struggle for supremacy, resulting in untold suffering and invoking the order of the heavenly path. Millennia of cultivation, blue fusion will grant a millennium of cultivation. Essence of the soul, blue fusion will result in a significant enhancement of soul power. Affinity with primordial spirits, blue, a divine blessing from the dragon. Phoenix and Qilin clans, endowing the ability to harmonize with all elemental forces. Having vanquished the demon dragon, Muyun once again reaped the bounty of the virtue of the heavenly path, feeling the comforting infusion of divine merit into his being. He looked down at the orbs of light hovering beside him, their allure undeniable. Such treasures, they shall all be mine. Having spoken this, Muyun promptly collected the orbs and then furrowed his brow as he gazed deeper into the valley. He recalled the presence of a blood pool within. Uncertain if it would prove useful, after a moment's contemplation, Muyun hastened towards the valley. Before entering, he deliberately set up several barriers to prevent other souls from intruding into this domain. Soon, upon arriving in the valley, Muyun discovered it was littered with numerous fragmented corpses, the majority belonging to dragons. Clearly, these remains were left by the souls that had once existed. Alas, these dragon corpses had long lost their value. Furthermore, the malevolent aura of this place had rendered them utterly useless. After all, dragon bones and corpses are excellent materials for forging artifacts. Had they been taken back, they could have been fashioned into numerous postnatal spiritual treasures. After a brief moment of regret, Muyun turned his gaze towards the blood pool within the valley. It was evident. Before Muyun's eyes stretched a vast crimson pool spanning hundreds of meters. Suspended above its sanguine surface shimmered an ethereal inscription, Dragon Blood Pool, blue. How peculiar. The overwhelming draconic essence radiating from this pool far surpassed its blue classification. Frowning slightly, Muyun extended his hand to touch the floating text. Instantly, intricate knowledge about the Dragon Blood Pool flooded his consciousness. Dragon Blood Pool, blue, a convergence of numerous dragon bloodlines, now severely tainted. Purification may elevate it to a cyan classification. Comprehension dawned upon Muyun. Indeed, the pool seethed with baleful auras, turbid energies, and most alarmingly, a strand of terrifying demonic chi. These remnants likely originated from the western land's former inhabitants, the demonic followers of the ancient demon lord Rahu, now exploited by lingering dragon spirits. Fortunate indeed, murmured Muyun. For our western sect excels in purifying such defilements. Chanting sacred sutras, he summoned radiant Buddhist light. As the purification commenced, The malignant energies dissipated like morning mist before the sun. The pool contracted dramatically, its essence condensing into a potent, golden-tinged elixir brimming with primordial draconic power. Upon re-examining the inscription, Mu Yun's eyes widened in astonishment. Dragon Blood Pool, Cyan, a crucible of draconic essence, containing a wisp of ancestral dragon bloodline. An ancestral dragon's essence, he exclaimed. Had there been more, this treasure might have attained the legendary red classification. Without hesitation, Mu Yun immersed himself in the transformed pool. Let this mark the beginning of my 9 revolutions golden body cultivation, he declared, assuming meditative posture. Within his meridians, an extraordinary circulatory system activated, voraciously absorbing the enriched blood essence. Simultaneously, golden motes of heavenly virtue refined the draconic energies, their crimson gold radiance continuously merging with his being. The timeless void of the primordial world witnessed decades of uninterrupted cultivation. When the final drop of essence had been assimilated, a blinding golden cocoon enveloped Mu Yun. With crystalline fracturing sounds, the chrysalis shattered to reveal his form now gleaming with sublime golden light. First revolution of the 9 revolutions golden body. His triumphant roar unleashed terrifying draconic might that shook the earth itself. The overwhelming vitality within him resonated with phantom dragon cries. While his cultivation teetered at the threshold of late-stage mystic immortal realm. Resolute in his advancement, Mu Yun commanded, merge inscriptions. Dragon's essence blood. Chapter 12, the transformation of the golden body in the Tao Conference of the Xianmin. The Dragon Clan's bloodline artifacts. There are 2 artifacts in total, identical in nature. When Mu Yun collected them, they merged seamlessly into a singular azure artifact, although it retained its azure hue. The essence of the Dragon Clan's blood flowing within was immensely potent. At this moment, as Mu Yun integrated the Dragon Clan's bloodline artifact, a familiar notification resonated in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for merging the artifact, Dragon Clan bloodline, azure, as the words faded. A surge of terrifying vitality poured into Mu Yun's body. Infinite meritorious deeds. Immediately, Mu Yun activated the heavenly Tao meritorious deeds, fervently cleansing this essence. After all, Mu Yun was not a formidable primordial being. He could not withstand the ferocity of this Dragon Clan's blood. He needed to utilize the unique refining method of the 9 transformations golden body to transmute this essence into pure vitality. Soon, after a lengthy process of refinement, time passed slowly. A decade later, 9 transformations golden body. Second transformation. With a powerful shout, Mu Yun's 9 transformations golden body ascended to the second transformation. His vitality surged significantly, and even his words carried an air of dragon might. Another 10 years swiftly flew by. 9 transformations golden body. Third transformation. The immense Dragon Clan blood propelled Mu Yun's 9 transformations golden body directly into the third transformation. As he slowly opened his eyes, a radiant golden light enveloped his form, and faintly, dragon roars echoed around him. It seemed as if a true dragon surged within his vitality, continuously roaring. So this is the third transformation. Such a formidable physique. With a mere wave of his hand, he unleashed a powerful gale that tore the ground apart for thousands of meters. Simultaneously, his defensive capabilities reached an astonishing level, rendering even the attacks of ordinary postnatal spiritual treasures ineffective against him. Furthermore, Mu Yun's strength had escalated to an astonishing magnitude of countless tons. He felt that if he were to battle a peak Xianstian from the Dragon Clan, a single punch could likely obliterate them. Strong. Indeed, overwhelmingly powerful. Each transformation of the 9 transformations golden body elevates one's physical strength to a terrifying degree. Although he had only reached the third transformation, he already possessed tremendous power. At this moment, Mu Yun couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Yet, the gains from this endeavor extended far beyond mere physical prowess. For he had acquired 3 artifacts of millennia of cultivation. The artifacts pertaining to divine consciousness and vitality were numerous. Should he fuse these artifacts together, his strength would soar to an unfathomable level. The tranquil valley provided the perfect setting to merge all the artifacts. With that thought, Mu Yun declared within his heart, merge the artifacts. As soon as he uttered these words, another notification rang out. Ding. Congratulations, host, for merging the artifact, millennia of cultivation. Blue. Congratulations, host, for merging the artifact, divine consciousness power, azure. As the artifacts continued to merge, Mu Yun's cultivation skyrocketed by 3,000 years. In an instant, the shackles of his cultivation were shattered by the overwhelming force. Boom, boom. Resonating roars filled the air as Mu Yun's aura surged. Effortlessly, he stepped into the late Xianstian realm. Yet, this was not the end. Moments later, with the flawless merging of his cultivation, Mu Yun ascended to the next realm, peak Xianstian. However, 3,000 years of cultivation were not so easily attained. Upon breaking into the peak Xianstian realm, a terrifying force surged, striking at the very limits of his cultivation. Boom. A thunderous sound echoed within Mu Yun's body. Instantly, his cultivation soared into the early golden immortal realm. With a long exhale, Mu Yun felt a wave of refreshment wash over him. Exhilarating. However, the merging of the artifacts also included those related to divine consciousness and vitality. Although each artifact was not particularly strong, their sheer number allowed them to merge into 2 azure artifacts. Through the fusion of these 2 azure artifacts, Mu Yun activated the 9 transformations golden body once more. Buzzing. After approximately 50 years of arduous cultivation, Mu Yun's 9 transformations golden body broke through yet another realm. 9 transformations golden body, 4th transformation. Simultaneously, Mu Yun sensed his divine consciousness power had grown immensely. Faintly, the towering golden body in his spiritual realm showed signs of enhancement. Additionally, due to the fusion of the affinity artifact, Mu Yun could feel a harmonious connection with the elemental forces of earth, fire, wind, and water in the world around him. It seemed that if he so desired, he could directly command the elemental forces of the universe. Naturally, Mu Yun was still quite distant from directly commanding the 4 primordial elemental spirits. The so-called 4 primordial elemental spirits were earth, impure earth, water, infinite Shen ice, fire, great sun golden flame, wind, void wind. These 4 primordial elemental spirits form the very foundation of all things in the universe, encompassing the elemental forces of earth, fire, and water. The reason the Dragon Clan beings possess this affinity artifact is due to their unique origin at the dawn of creation. They emerged from the resonance of the 4 primordial elemental spirits, giving rise to the 3 ancestral spirits, the ancestral dragon, the primordial phoenix, and the beginning Qilin. Each of these 3 clans holds significant control over the elemental forces of earth, fire, and water, thus establishing themselves as sovereigns of the cosmos. Now that Mu Yun commanded this affinity, he naturally possessed the ability to summon the winds and rain. Winkami gently raised his hand. Requiring no incantations or complex rituals, relying solely on his affinity, he summoned gales from the heavens. Around him, fearsome blades of wind manifested, powerful enough to rival any celestial technique. Moreover, as Mu Yun's strength grew, so too would the potency of these winds. Likewise, the powers of earth, fire, and water from the other 3 elemental spirits were also at his disposal. Mu Yun could effortlessly summon the elements. Fire, rise, with a soft incantation. A blaze surged into the sky, twisting into the form of a roaring dragon. The scorching heat was so intense that the ground beneath cracked into intricate fissures. Water, come. At his command, droplets materialized in the air, coalescing into shimmering streams. After a series of trials, Mu Yun felt he had finally grasped a portion of the 4 primordial elemental forces. However, the flames, earth, winds, and waters he could summon remained at the level of true fire, not yet reaching divine flames. Still, it was sufficient for his purposes. His cultivation had broken through, granting him numerous abilities, and his 9 revolutions golden body had reached the 4th revolution. Whether in mystic arts, cultivation base, or physical resilience, he had attained a formidable level. Excellent, truly excellent, Mu Yun murmured with a faint smile. His gaze then turned to the side effects inscribed within his power, particularly the karmic burden of the dragon race. If unleashed in battle, this curse could instantly afflict his foes with debilitating effects. Yet, it had not yet evolved into the dreaded karmic flames. If it ever did, it would be capable of grievously wounding even the mightiest adversaries. A bold idea took root in Mu Yun's mind. Why not seek out the lingering souls of the 3 ancient clans and fuse them into this curse, elevating it to the level of karmic flames? Once achieved, he could incinerate his enemies with the purging fires of karma. A smirk tugged at his lips, an expression tinged with dark amusement. Rising to his feet, he departed the valley, setting off in search of his quarry. Meanwhile, in the western Pure Lands, one day a surge of sacred energy descended upon the tranquil realm, causing both Jane and Jundi to furrow their brows in unison. This aura, it belongs to the second elder brother? The holy power swirled before manifesting as an edict, its characters glowing with authority. My dear junior brothers, it has been too long. Hearing of the West's impoverishment and the uneven quality of your disciples, I have decided to convene a grand Taoist symposium in a century's time, allowing your followers to witness the true essence of our profound gate. Do not disappoint this elder brother's kindness. The condescending tone of the message made Jane and Junni's expressions darken. Such arrogance. Junni snarled, rising with fury. Does Yuan Shi Tianzuan truly believe we are to be trifled with? He nearly tore through space then, and there to confront the sage of Kunlun Mountain, but Jane restrained him with a calm gesture. Patience, brother. This may not be entirely unfavorable. Junti exhaled, his wrath subsiding beneath a mantle of serene Buddhist radiance. True, if our disciples can glean wisdom from the teachings of the other 3 sages, it would indeed be a rare opportunity. Yet they will surely provoke conflicts among our followers, using it as a means to suppress the West, Junti muttered, rubbing his temples. A troublesome affair. Jane merely chuckled. Let them suppress us. What does it matter? If our disciples gain even a sliver of enlightenment, is that not worth the price? His voice was tranquil, utterly unshaken. Chapter 13. Serendipitous encounter in a fortuitous land, the Violet Lexicon. Regardless of the circumstances, this occurrence has proven to be more beneficial than detrimental for us, the disciples of the Western realms. Rest assured, junior brother. The sage of guidance spoke with an air of tranquility. Upon hearing such words from the sage, the dissatisfaction in the heart of the sage of enlightenment was quelled. And he replied, let us hope so. On another front, however, Mu Yun was reaping considerable rewards. Along his journey, he not only guided numerous wandering souls but also successfully merged to create the lexicon of karmic fire. 3 clans karmic fire, black a manifestation of the murderous karma of the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans, which, once tainted, will severely wound any below the Great Luo Golden Immortal, and even the Great Luo Golden Immortal will be greatly affected. Observing the Karmic Fire lexicon within the system space, Muyun nodded in satisfaction. In addition to the Karmic Fire lexicon, the recent days of guiding souls had also garnered him considerable merit, gradually coalescing into a golden lotus of merit. With a wave of his hand, a modest third-grade golden lotus of merit appeared before him. Although it was merely of the third grade, the power of merit contained within was remarkably profound. This represented a significant opportunity. If he were to completely refine it, Muyun's cultivation would undoubtedly advance further. However, he had no intention of refining it for personal cultivation, as this was the merit of the heavenly Tao, applicable in numerous areas. With his lexicon system, he could easily rely on cultivation lexicons to enhance his prowess. Furthermore, due to his recent endeavors, he had amassed a considerable number of cultivation lexicons. Presently, he also possessed a lexicon of millennium-level cultivation. Additionally, he had acquired numerous supernatural lexicons. Besides the cultivation lexicons in the Black Karmic lexicon, Muyun had also obtained several supernatural lexicons from the three clans. Summon Wind and Rain, Green, a divine ability of the Dragon Clan, capable of harnessing the elemental forces of earth, fire, wind, and water to summon storms. Size and Shape Adjustment, Green, a divine ability of the Qilin Clan, allowing for the transformation of size at will. Phoenix Divine Fire, Green, a divine ability of the Phoenix Clan, capable of summoning Phoenix Divine Fire for both offense and self-healing. Windwalking Blue, a divine ability of the Phoenix Clan, utilizing the power of wind to travel swiftly. Fire Escape, Blue, a divine ability of the Phoenix Clan, employing the power of fire to execute escape techniques. Though many of these supernatural lexicons were of relatively low grade and appeared to be quite ordinary, Muyun understood that these abilities were subject to continual fusion and enhancement. For instance, the Phoenix Divine Fire, which he first acquired as a mere white lexicon, had gradually evolved into a green lexicon through the accumulation of similar lexicons. The reason for this transformation lay in the four characters denoting innate supernatural ability. It was well known that the innate supernatural abilities of the three clans were all top tier. How could they be mere white, blue, or even green lexicons? Muyun pondered that these lexicons were likely of low grade because he had obtained them from souls of the three clans that were not powerful enough to be true immortals or profound immortals. He had previously discovered that lexicons dropped from sages were predominantly of exceptional strength. Simply put, the stronger the individual, the more potent the lexicons they dropped. Relying on the ability to fuse similar lexicons, he could continuously enhance these lexicons to their utmost potential. By that time, merging these lexicons would grant him the formidable innate supernatural abilities of the three clans. Notably, the Phoenix Divine Fire was renowned as the pinnacle of the Phoenix Clan as supernatural abilities. To wield this fire not only bestowed the power to scorch the heavens and boil the seas, but also offered the potent life force necessary for rebirth through nirvana. With the lexicon already at the green level, if he exerted further effort to merge them into a red lexicon, it would undoubtedly become a true innate supernatural ability of the three clans. With such thoughts in mind, Muyun felt a sense of anticipation for the future. Filled with hope, he immediately summoned a cloud and set off in search of further opportunities. However, the more he searched today, the more perplexed he became. What was the situation? Why were there such sparsely populated souls in the west? Standing upon the clouds, Muyun gazed down and discovered a verdant expanse nestled among the mountains, with streams of spiritual energy rising and a shroud of celestial mist enveloping the land. Amidst the lush forests, deer frolicked and cranes soared, painting a picture of exquisite beauty. Strangely enough, this place not only had a scarcity of wandering souls but was also rich in spiritual energy. Such a blessed land was exceedingly rare in the west. Although the west was barren, it was not entirely devoid of fertile ground. There were indeed places abundant in spiritual energy. In a moment of curiosity, Muyun descended from the clouds to explore this fortuitous land. Upon arrival, he found himself in a region of rolling hills, dotted with low-lying mounds. Here, Muyun also realized that beneath the surface lay the essence of dragon veins. Remarkably, this was a place where the dragon veins had not been severed. Had it not been for the calamity involving the demon ancestor Luo Hu, this area might have been a birthplace of spiritual treasures. Muyun inhaled the rich spiritual air, feeling an instant sense of elation, his thoughts becoming clearer. To speak frankly, the western lands were not incapable of producing spiritual treasures or roots. Rather, it was the ancient conflict between the Tao and the demons, where the venerable Hongjun Daozu, alongside numerous innate deities, battled the demon ancestor Luo Hu, that resulted in the destruction of nearly 90% of the dragon veins across the western lands. Not only was the spiritual energy dispersed, but many treasures and roots that should have emerged were also buried. Otherwise, what distinction would there be between the East and the West? Both belonged to this primordial land. How could the East be so affluent while the West remained impoverished? Such thoughts stirred a wave of melancholy within Muyun. Just then, he felt a soothing sensation coursing through him, as if an inexplicable clarity had suddenly dawned upon his mind. In an instant, a thought emerged. That place seemed to harbor something extraordinary. Muyun recognized that it was the activation of his rare fortuitous lexicon. His intuition was undoubtedly correct. Deep within the forest, there must be some remarkable boon awaiting discovery. Without hesitation, he resolved to venture deeper into the thicket. Along the journey, he encountered numerous postnatal spiritual plants, spiritual herbs, and spiritual roots. Although they were indeed remarkable, Muyun found himself devoid of the inclination to pay them heed. After all, the occasional stroke of fortune raised the question of its longevity. At this moment, Muyun's foremost objective was to locate the source of his perception. Sure enough, moments later, he arrived beneath a towering waterfall, where the cascading waters formed a spiritual pool, exuding streams of ethereal energy. There, standing majestically, was a row of spiritual bamboos. Among them, a dazzling violet radiance instantly captured Mu Yun's attention. This was a violet attribute. Mu Yun was utterly astonished. It was, in fact, a top-tier violet attribute. Chapter 14. Successful verification of the hypothesis. Acquiring the supreme innate spiritual root. It is essential to understand the levels of attributes, which are classified into 7 categories: white, green, blue, cyan, red, purple, and gold. Apart from the unique gray attributes and the black side effect attributes, the highest level is the golden attribute. Golden attributes are often associated with formidable, Tao-level entities, much like the Great Sun Buddha's purifying mantra that I acquired earlier. Golden attributes are exceedingly rare treasures. The following purple attributes, while slightly inferior to golden ones, are still exceedingly precious. Upon witnessing this, Mu Yun's heart soared with joy, prompting him to hastily approach the row of spiritual bamboos, scrutinizing the purple attribute. To his astonishment, detailed information about the attribute flooded into his mind. Innate bitter bamboo, purple, one of the top 10 supreme innate spiritual roots of the primordial era, possessing the ability to seal human senses and sever emotional ties. With slight refinement, it can transform into a supreme innate spiritual treasure, 6 roots pure bamboo. As Mu Yun examined the contents of the attribute, he was overwhelmed with excitement upon discovering that it was indeed one of the top 10 supreme innate spiritual roots, the innate bitter bamboo. Furthermore, this attribute was a drop attribute. Yes, indeed. This attribute did not reside within any object. It required him to seize it for utilization. Conversely, it was an exceptionally unique drop attribute. According to the system's functions, this represented a very special circumstance where drop attributes appeared in unique areas for collection. Mu Yun contemplated this and realized that he had encountered such a unique situation. Unlike the previous drop attributes, this purple attribute S-light cluster did not need to be seized. Moreover, this purple attribute would not vanish with the passage of time. Otherwise, the drop attributes he previously acquired would have disappeared if not collected in a timely manner. Clearly, this was a drop attribute that could only appear in a special area. Mu Yun carefully observed his surroundings and noticed numerous spiritual bamboos nearby. While these bamboos were of a lower grade, merely postnatal spiritual roots, a closer inspection revealed that they emanated traces of innate energy. Innate energy is a primal force possessed only by innate entities. Yet it surprisingly manifested among these postnatal spiritual bamboos. This strongly indicated that these bamboos were indeed offspring of the innate bitter bamboo S-root system. The reproduction of bamboo species is distinctly different from that of typical spiritual plants. They often proliferate through the division of their root systems. It was evident that these postnatal bamboos had arisen due to the root system of the innate bitter bamboo. However, this raised the question, where was the innate bitter bamboo itself? Mu Yun was momentarily taken aback, filled with confusion. He was not in a hurry to collect the innate bitter bamboo S attribute, but instead utilized his spiritual force for a thorough investigation. After his inquiry, Mu Yun finally comprehended the situation. The innate bitter bamboo had yet to be birthed into the world. Upon careful inspection of the root systems of all the postnatal bamboos, he discovered a unique primordial crystal wall. Within it lay the embryonic form of the supreme innate spiritual root, the innate bitter bamboo. However, it appeared that due to insufficient spiritual energy, this innate bitter bamboo had not yet emerged after all these years. Indeed, Mu Yun had previously speculated that the Western lands, like the Eastern lands, must have nurtured countless spiritual roots and treasures. However, the destruction of the dragon veins in the West had resulted in numerous innate spiritual entities failing to be born. Clearly, the innate bitter bamboo was one of them. Yet, it had not completely failed to develop. Rather, it required several more millennia to come into existence. The thought of waiting several millennia for such a slow gestation was truly disheartening. Could there be a way to expedite this birthing process? After pondering briefly, Mu Yun suddenly conceived a bold idea. Why not collect this attribute and bestow it upon these already manifested postnatal bamboos? If that were possible, could it not hasten the emergence of the innate bitter bamboo? A spark of inspiration ignited within Mu Yun, filling him with exhilaration. If this method proved effective, the entire Western land would transform into a treasure trove of infinite possibilities for him. Those spiritually dormant roots and treasures could be revived as long as the attributes remained. Without hesitation, he resolved to act. He swiftly collected the attribute, storing it within the system as space. Following this, Mu Yun surveyed the surrounding bamboos and proclaimed, "Bestow attribute, innate bitter bamboo." With a wave of his hand, a luminous purple attribute light cluster instantly merged into one of the spiritual bamboos. A resounding hum reverberated as the attribute seamlessly integrated into the bamboo. Mu Yun eagerly watched, anticipating a miracle to unfold. However, as moments passed, he noticed no changes occurring in the bamboo. Anxious thoughts began to creep in. Could it be that my hypothesis was erroneous? Oh no, was this a blunder? A waste of opportunity. Wait, just as Mu Yun feared the endeavor was failing, a sudden burst of mystic light erupted from the bamboo. Boom. A dazzling cascade of profound light soared into the heavens, transforming into auspicious vapors that ascended. An innate energy coalesced, and amidst the myriad of radiance, a remarkable innate bitter bamboo, imbued with tremendous power, was finally birthed. This, I admit there was an element of chance involved. But there is no denying that this time, I struck gold. Mu Yun trembled with excitement, unable to contain his overwhelming joy. The hypothesis had been validated. Collecting and bestowing attributes could indeed bring forth those dormant supreme spiritual entities into existence. The innate bitter bamboo before him stood as a testament to his discovery. I have struck it rich. This time, it is truly a windfall. With this experience, I will undoubtedly acquire a plethora of supreme treasures and spiritual roots in the future. My heart raced with excitement. My hands quivered in anticipation. Without hesitation, Mu Yun prepared to. He promptly collected it. Subsequently, he contemplated searching the surroundings once more, hoping to uncover any other dropped items. However, just as Mu Yun was about to conduct a meticulous investigation, a sound transmission talisman suddenly soared from the distance, enveloped in a faint yet formidable aura, and hovered before him, awaiting his acceptance. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the emanation was indeed that of his master's divine presence. What could be the matter that prompted his master to send a sound transmission talisman? A wave of perplexity washed over Mu Yun. He then summoned his spiritual force to reach out and make contact with the talisman. Chapter 15. Yuan Ti was bewildered. Why did it feel as though someone had intercepted him? As Mu Yun's primordial spirit touched the sound transmission talisman, the voice of the Sage of Guidance resonated directly in his mind. My disciples from the West, hasten back. A century hence, the four teachings will convene a grand assembly of the mystical gate. This presents an extraordinary opportunity. Do not delay in the slightest. Disciples abroad, return swiftly. The message conveyed by the talisman was remarkably straightforward. Mu Yun immediately comprehended the situation. A century later, the assembly of the mystical gate. Good heavens! Did this not imply that our Western disciples would also receive guidance from the three sages of the East? Initially, Mu Yun considered this a tremendous boon. However, he soon astutely sensed that the matter was not so simple. No, the East had repeatedly suppressed the rise of our Western teachings, even forbidding Western disciples from occupying the Eastern paradises, holding us in contempt across various realms. Why would they suddenly extend such a grand opportunity to us? Mu Yun's brows slowly furrowed. I fear that the assembly is a pretext, while the oppression is genuine. This time, our Western faction may be in deep trouble. I must return post-haste. With this thought, Mu Yun swiftly summoned his cloud steed and set off towards Mount Shumi. After years of cultivation, Mu Yun had not only acquired a merit golden lotus but had also gained a significant surge in his Taoist cultivation. His strength had ascended to the early stage of the golden immortal realm, and his 9-transformation golden body had broken into the 4th transformation. With his physical form alone, Mu Yun could contend with even a Tai golden immortal, coupled with various divine abilities, spiritual treasures, and other means. He was likely capable of achieving invincibility at the same level, potentially defeating early-stage Tai golden immortals, and perhaps even battling those at the mid-stage. In summary, this venture into the world had yielded abundant rewards. Even his speed of flight had drastically increased, thanks to the affinity with primordial spirits. Mu Yun could effortlessly harness the elemental forces around him. His speed of flight reached its zenith, allowing him to cover billions of miles in just a few days. Returning beneath Mount Shumi, once again gazing upon the long-missed mountain, Mu Yun could not help but smile. He promptly entered the mountain gates, heading straight for the Grand Hall. Shortly thereafter, within the Grand Hall, beyond the Pure Land, Mu Yun clasped his hands in salute, bowing towards the Pure Land. Disciple Mu Yun pays respects to Master. Pays respects to Uncle Master. In no time, the serene voice of the Sage of Guidance echoed from within the Pure Land. Good disciple, come in. Originally, the two sages, Guidance and Yuan Ti, were engaged in discussions regarding their strategy for the journey to Kunlun Mountain when Mu Yun's sudden arrival piqued their curiosity. However, upon entering the Pure Land and upon closer inspection, they were both taken aback. Early-stage golden immortal? 4th transformation of the golden body? Merit golden lotus? What? The 6-foot golden body had actually been cultivated to a mere 4 inches? Moreover, the aura surrounding him, that was innate chi. Although Guidance and Yuan Ti did not vocalize their thoughts, in an instant, they discerned the myriad changes in Mu Yun. They even sensed that he possessed a supreme innate spiritual root. How could it be that in just a few hundred years, Mu Yun's realm, divine abilities, and merits had reached such heights? What had he been doing during his time away? Had he perhaps raided the lair of some formidable being? Such an astonishing transformation. Disciple Mu Yun pays respects to Master and Uncle Master. Both sages were momentarily stunned. It was only when Mu Yun initiated his respectful greeting that they snapped back to reality. Good disciple. What have you? Guidance looked at Mu Yun, his eyes gleaming with joy, unable to contain his curiosity. Hearing this, Mu Yun nodded and replied, Respected Master, I ventured into the world to cultivate, acquiring some minor fortunes and fortuitous opportunities, successfully breaking through to the golden immortal realm. What? You call this a minor fortune? Who among the virtuous has fortunes like yours? In just a few hundred years, you not only transcended from the mystic immortal realm to the golden immortal, but also advanced in various divine abilities. Moreover, you have gained a strange innate chi. Observing that aura, it is at least of mid-grade or higher. Guidance was momentarily at a loss for words. Clearing his throat awkwardly before continuing, good disciple, indeed your fortune is extraordinary. I am greatly pleased, truly pleased. Guidance expressed his thoughts. What can I say? Your luck is exceedingly fortunate. In truth, Master, aside from my progress in cultivation and breakthroughs in divine abilities, I have also obtained a spiritual root. I asked Master and Uncle Master to discern its significance. Having said this, Muyin produced the innate bitter bamboo. As the bamboo appeared, an inexplicable power emanated, revealing a formidable force capable of sealing one's six senses, causing both Guidance and Zhuan-Ti to momentarily freeze. This innate bitter bamboo, a supreme innate spiritual root? Initially, they believed Mu Yun might have acquired a mid-grade or upper-grade innate spiritual treasure, but they certainly did not anticipate that he would possess a supreme innate spiritual root. Good heavens! This lad's fortune seems exceedingly fortunate. Instantly, both sages were taken aback, especially Zhuan-Ti. Observing the innate bitter bamboo, he felt an unsettling sensation. It was as though the opportunity that rightfully belonged to him had been intercepted. Yet, it seemed it had not been. How curious. Why do I feel this way? Zhuan-Ti's expression turned peculiar as he glanced at Mu Yun, and then at the innate bitter bamboo, sensing that it should have been his opportunity. Of course, Zhuan-Ti's feelings were not misplaced. Had the events unfolded as originally intended, the innate bitter bamboo would indeed have been acquired by Zhuan-Ti, refined by him, and transformed into the supreme innate treasure, the 6 roots of purity bamboo. Now, before Zhuan-Ti, Mu Yun had unveiled what should have been his fortune, leaving him with a feeling akin to facing a bull-headed specter. Disciple is unaware of the specific uses of this spiritual root, but feels that it could be refined into a spiritual treasure. Hence, I have come to respectfully request both sages to assist in refining this spiritual root into a treasure. Upon hearing this, although Zhuan-Ti could not pinpoint any flaws in the request, he felt an inexplicable sense of frustration. However, regardless of the circumstances, it is indeed a source of great joy for the disciples beneath the door to have such an opportunity. Although there lingers an odd sensation within, he managed to suppress his peculiar thoughts and slowly nodded, stating, "This is one of the 10 most exquisite innate spiritual roots, known as the innate bitter bamboo. If refined into a spiritual treasure, it would undoubtedly possess tremendous utility. Thus, I shall assist you in refining this spiritual root," the Saint of Purity declared with a smile. The 2 saints of the West, particularly the Saint of Guidance, excel in mystical arts and doctrines, while the Saint of Purity is even more adept in other areas, such as artifact forging and formations. Notably, the Saint of Purity possesses a little-known grand formation, which wields astonishing power, capable of ensnaring 5 heavenly Tao saints simultaneously. Chapter 16, The Phoenix Divine Fire, Rebirth through Nirvana. This formation is known as the Bodhi Grand Formation. Utilizing the primordial Bodhi tree of the Saint of Primordial Purity as the focal point, it invokes the Supreme Buddha's shadow to chant the sacred sounds. This formation can enlighten countless beings and can also be employed to ensnare them. Should the forces of the 2 saints, Jane and Zhuan-Ti, unite, they could potentially entrap 5 heavenly path saints in an instant. However, it is important to note that this would merely result in their confinement. Nonetheless, the power of this formation is undeniably formidable. It could be said that if it were not for the legendary status of the Excalibur formation, the foremost figure in the realm of array formations would not necessarily be the Master Tongtian. Besides being an exceptional master of formations, the Saint of Primordial Purity is also nearly unparalleled in the art of artifact refinement, comparable to the primordial heavenly venerable. For instance, the 7 treasures mysterious tree in his possession has the capability to refine anything. This treasure is crafted from a portion of the saint's own body, fused with 7 spiritual materials. It is not only a spiritual treasure that symbolizes the saint's path to enlightenment, but also one of his most cherished creations. Thus, after receiving the saint's consent, Mu Yun nodded with satisfaction and respectfully expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Master Uncle." Having said that, Mu Yun stood up, his brow furrowed with curiosity. "By the way, Master Uncle, the upcoming Shinmen conference." Upon hearing this, a flicker of displeasure crossed the eyes of Zhuan-Ti, while Jane maintained an impassive demeanor, calmly stating, "This matter was proposed by your master, the Primordial Venerable, to convene the 4 great saints of the Shinmen for a discussion and verification of doctrines. Our Western realm is barren and rare in true enlightenment. We shall seize this opportunity for validation. You need not worry. Focus on your cultivation and prepare yourself. In a century, I shall personally lead you to Kunlun Mountain's Yushu Palace to attend this conference." Although Jane did not explicitly state anything, from the reaction of Master Zhuan-Ti, it was evident that this situation aligned perfectly with Mu Yun's suspicions. What is the Shinmen conference, if not merely an excuse for the 3 teachings to suppress the West? If that is the case, then I shall take my leave. Mu Yun bowed and turned to depart. As he watched Mu Yun leave, Jane's usually tranquil gaze finally revealed a spark of fervor. The innate bitter bamboo. This young man's fortune is indeed exceptional to have acquired such a treasure. Jiayin clapped in delight, the affection in his eyes unmistakable. Master Zhuanti nodded slowly in agreement, remarking, "Brother, you have indeed taken on a remarkable disciple. Yet, I wonder why I perceive his fortune as unremarkable while he possesses such extraordinary opportunities? Any being of great fortune and blessings is easily discerned by a saint's almost omniscient perception. The selection of disciples within the three teachings typically follows this pattern. Yet, Muyun appears utterly ordinary, with commonplace fortune and lineage, yet he possesses such immense opportunities. This situation is indeed perplexing. One cannot speak in absolutes. Brother, do you recall what Master once said? The Tao is 50, the heavens transform into 49. Removing one leads to variability. Upon hearing this, Zhuanti was immediately shaken. Brother, do you mean to suggest? Indeed, although this is merely a conjecture. We have previously assumed that the removal referred only to the eternal Tao existing between heaven and earth. We never considered that it could pertain to a specific individual or existence. The more Zhuanti pondered Jane's words, the more unnerved he became. If this is indeed the case, then we are truly fortunate to have such a disciple. Yes, this is merely a hypothesis for now. Yet it may very well hold truth. Therefore, we must discreetly nurture this disciple, while you assist him in refining this treasure. I will also exert some saintly influence to ensure that others cannot discern his true nature. Zhuanti nodded gravely in response. Within the confines of Mount Sumeru, in a secluded chamber, Muyun returned to his quarters. Immediately, he set numerous restrictions at the entrance. After that, he settled down with a focused mind. Currently, there remain 200 years of cultivation and 4 strands of primordial spirit energy yet to be integrated. Although he has reached the golden immortal realm, 200 years of cultivation is insufficient for a breakthrough, yet the 4 strands of azure primordial spirit energy could enable his towering golden body to advance further. This upcoming journey to the east undoubtedly harbors unforeseen dangers. Regardless, he must strive to enhance his strength as much as possible. Beyond the golden immortal realm, the required cultivation to break through increases exponentially. It is feared that at least 5,000 to 6,000 years of cultivation will be needed to advance to the supreme golden immortal. However, on his return journey, Muyun also acquired a wave of soul entries. Besides the primordial spirit energy entries that would allow his towering golden body to ascend further, there was one entry that Muyun had kept from before, the Phoenix Divine Fire. With a flourish of his hand, 3 azure entries materialized before him, integrating entries. Subsequently, upon Muyun's utterance, the 3 azure entries began to merge with one another. Ding! Congratulations, host. The fusion of entries with the same name was successful. Acquired entry, Phoenix Divine Fire, red. After a series of resonant booms, the 3 azure entries transformed into a powerful crimson entry. Indeed, witnessing this, Muyun was overwhelmed with ecstatic joy. It seems fortune has favored him. On his way back, he vanquished several Phoenix clan souls, reaping a bounty of entries, and successfully fused 2 azure Phoenix Divine Fire entries. Once an entry reaches azure, it cannot be merged automatically. It requires Muyun's initiative to do so. In truth, Muyun's assumptions were spot on. Once these 3 azure entries evolved into a red entry, the content of the entry underwent a significant transformation. Phoenix Divine Fire, red originating from the daylight golden flame, one of the 4 great primordial spirits. Combined with the supreme divine powers of the Phoenix clan derived from the great Tao, this Phoenix Divine Fire possesses the ability to scorch the heavens and boil the seas. If cultivated to perfection, it may even enable rebirth through fire. Special effect. Each time one undergoes rebirth through fire, they will experience nirvana. If successful, it can greatly enhance one's lineage. A special effect. This. Muyun was astonished to discover a word entry with special effects for the first time. No wonder the Phoenix clan was so formidable in the past. They possessed the ability to undergo rebirth, enhancing their own foundation. Consequently, Muyun could not help but feel an overwhelming joy in his heart. Even his body trembled with excitement. Marvelous. The fusion entry. Phoenix Divine Fire. As Muyun uttered these words, the Phoenix Divine Fire instantly merged into his being. In an instant, it transformed into a blazing spark akin to a celestial star. Igniting within Muyun's chest, boom waves of divine flames spread forth, filling the air with boundless vitality. In that moment, Muyun was engulfed in an excruciatingly painful rebirth. Suddenly, a piercing scream resonated throughout the secluded hall. Chapter 17, The Transformation into Nirvana. The 6-inch golden body. To his astonishment, he directly entered nirvana. The profound principles surged into Muyun's mind in an instant. Within the span of a mere moment, he grasped the entirety of the Phoenix Divine Fire's loss. He swiftly comprehended that to cultivate this divine ability, one must endure a transformation into nirvana. This transformation equated to Muyun experiencing death itself. In that fleeting moment, the boundless flames enveloped Muyun entirely, scorching his skin, flesh, and meridians to a charred blackness. The Phoenix Divine Fire was indeed terrifying. Muyun was acutely aware that, even with his current 4-turn golden body, not even an early-stage Tai golden immortal could harm him. Yet, this Phoenix Divine Fire, merely a spark, had incinerated more than half of his physical form in an instant. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. Suppressing the excruciating pain, Muyun felt no trace of fear. Instead, A wave of ecstasy surged within him. If this were the case, this divine ability must be extraordinarily powerful. This is the supreme divine ability I have been pursuing. At that moment, Mu Yun suddenly realized that the Phoenix Divine Fire was not merely a red attribute. If cultivated to its utmost, it could even ascend to a purple attribute. If this conjecture were true, he would have struck gold. Regardless, he must succeed in nirvana. The true intention of the great sun. Steady the mind. To achieve successful nirvana, it was essential to maintain unwavering focus amidst the torment. If he could endure, it would be a leap to the heavens. If he could not, he would vanish into thin air. Fortunately, Mu Yun was a disciple of the West. Keeping his mind steady and maintaining his original intention was second nature to him. As the true intention of the great sun surged forth, Mu Yun felt his consciousness elevate instantaneously. A pure land of the Buddha realm manifested, illuminating the surroundings and radiating countless rays of light. Sanskrit chants continuously flowed from Mu Yun's lips. In that moment, he discovered that the myriad distractions and impurities within his primordial spirit were being refined by the Phoenix Divine Fire. Witnessing this scene, Mu Yun boldly contemplated, if I were to simultaneously cultivate the 6-inch golden body, wouldn't that be? With this thought, Mu Yun acted decisively, merging attributes. Primordial spirit power. As his voice fell, for azure attributes of primordial spirit power swiftly integrated into Mu Yun's spiritual platform. In an instant, his primordial spirit power surged exponentially. However, amidst this surge, various distractions and impurities, along with desires of greed, anger, and ignorance, began to manifest. There was even a subtle disturbance to Mu Yun's mind. Yet the next moment, the Phoenix Divine Fire blazed furiously. It seemed to feast upon those distractions, greed, anger, and ignorance, sweeping through the primordial spirit and fervently refining it. The golden lotus of merit. A resonant hum reverberated. Mu Yun's primordial spirit, now infused with the Phoenix Divine Fire, was seated atop the golden lotus of merit. The mysterious power of merit transformed into specks of golden light, continuously flowing into the primordial spirit, manifesting as the 6-inch golden body in the spiritual platform. Gradually, the 6-inch golden body began to ascend. From its original 4 inches, it steadily grew to 5 inches. With each increment, Mu Yun experienced immense enhancement. Coupled with the relentless burning of the Phoenix Divine Fire, Mu Yun, enveloped in the state of nirvana, rapidly refined all his primordial spirit power. Simultaneously, under this state of nirvana, his foundation was also subtly elevated. As the saying goes, in the primordial chaos, time is unrecorded. In the blink of an eye, nearly a century had passed. One day, within the side hall, a myriad of radiance converged, and a crackling sound echoed throughout the grand hall. The 6-inch golden body, the realm of 6 inches, the innate chi, the Phoenix Divine Fire, the transformation into nirvana. Marvelous, marvelous. The sound of unrestrained joy resonated throughout the hall. At that moment, Mu Yun astonishingly discovered that a wave of innate chi surged within his being. His foundation had elevated from acquired to innate. Although merely an ordinary innate foundation, it undoubtedly represented a substantial enhancement in his essence. Junior brother. Yet, just as joy overwhelmed Mu Yun's heart, a familiar voice suddenly echoed from outside the door. He focused his gaze and saw his senior brothers, Maitreya and the medicine master, appearing at the entrance. This is bad. Calculating the time, the century had already arrived. The Grand Tao Conference of the Xiamen. This cannot be delayed. Immediately, Mu Yun stepped out, inquiring about the purpose of their visit, and indeed, they summoned him to the Great Heroic Hall. Without hesitation, Mu Yun followed his 2 senior brothers to the Great Heroic Hall. Before long, within the Great Heroic Hall, the 2 saints, Jane and Zhuanqi, emanated boundless Buddhist radiance. Their appearances solemn and dignified as they sat upon the high platform. As numerous disciples gathered, they all bowed before the 2 saints, uttering, "We pay our respects to the 2 saints." After the formalities, Saint Jane smiled gently, nodding slowly. 100 years ago, our brother Yuanshi invited the Western disciples to Kunlun Mountain for the Grand Tao Conference. This gathering is a tremendous opportunity. All of you must approach it with caution to attain true enlightenment. After this admonition, the many disciples felt a surge of excitement, vowing to adhere strictly to their master's edicts. Subsequently, Saint Jane and Saint Zhuanqi led the disciples to open a spatial passage. With a single step, they arrived atop Kunlun Mountain. Before them lay the Kunlun Mountain Range, extending for millions of miles. Among the myriad peaks, celestial clouds intertwined, and the mountains flourished with exquisite orchids and jade flowers, while verdant pines and bamboos thrived. Celestial cranes soared through the mist, and the gentle sounds of deer echoed, creating an atmosphere of auspiciousness. Atop Kunlun Mountain, the jade palaces and golden towers radiated brilliance, illuminating the heavens. It was truly a sight of celestial grandeur. Ding ding ding, 3 resounding chimes echoed across the realms. Numerous disciples from the 3 teachings either rode upon clouds or harnessed spiritual treasures, ascending into the celestial palace in an orderly fashion. In the ethereal realm, the disciples of the West gazed upon the scene with hearts aflame with envy, sighing deeply at the thought, How wondrous it would be if such celestial paradises existed in the West. Alas, the West remains a land of suffering. Mu Yun, safeguard this treasure well. Once you enter the Jade Void Palace, this artifact must not leave your side. Just as Mu Yun was lost in contemplation of the Kunlun Mountains, a whispered secret reached his ears. Suddenly, a beam of golden light descended and entered his being. What is this? It is the pure bamboo of the 6 roots. Should this treasure be activated, it can seal the 6 senses and sever the thoughts of the heart. The voice of the saint of complete enlightenment resounded once more in his ears. Mu Yun promptly bowed with reverence in the direction of the saint, secretly elated. An exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the pure bamboo of the 6 roots. Furthermore, Mu Yun sensed a surge of saintly power emanating from this artifact. It seemed to be ensnared by formidable saintly restrictions. The moment Mu Yun's consciousness delved into it, there was no need for refinement. Instantly, he imprinted a mark of his primordial spirit upon it. This, my esteemed uncle has bestowed upon me a magnificent gift. Before Mu Yun could fully regain his composure from the joy, the 2 saints had already arrived on clouds, accompanied by numerous Western disciples, descending from the celestial heights. Chapter 18. The Gamble of Fortune, the Treasure of the Primordial Beginning. The Jade Void luminous lamp in front of the Sanqing Hall of the Jade Void Palace. A multitude of disciples from the 3 teachings had already gathered. Sister, why are you taking so long? If we delay, we might miss out on a good position. This time, at the Grand Tao Conference of the Xianmen, our 2 revered uncles are expected to bestow celestial laws and divine powers. We cannot afford to be negligent. Amidst the clouds, a graceful figure swept by, adorned in a magnificent feathered gown, her waist cinched with a silken sash of jade white. She possessed an ethereal beauty, her complexion radiant as snow, exuding an aura of celestial elegance and purity. Behind her were 2 other heavenly maidens, also appearing like celestial beings, arriving upon clouds. They were none other than the 3 Xian sisters of the Jiejiao. At this moment, the 3 sisters made their way directly toward the Sanqing Hall. Suddenly, they noticed a resplendent light emanating from the clouds nearby, illuminating the heavens with the brilliance of sacred relics. Following the 2 saints, numerous disciples from the Western realms had also arrived. Hey sister, who is that? Bai Zhao's eyes glimmered with curiosity as she inquired. Have you forgotten? That is a disciple from the West, also one of our Xianmen, she replied. Look, those following the 2 saints are their direct disciples, Mithriya, the medicine master. Oh, who is that person? At that moment, the eldest sister, Yun Xiao, appeared puzzled as she gazed at Mu Yun. Such a youthful disciple, possessing only the cultivation of a golden immortal, yet he was also a direct disciple. Direct disciples were distinctly different from ordinary disciples, and it was obvious at a glance. However, Mu Yun's appearance was unfamiliar to her, and she couldn't recognize him at once. What a handsome young man! Xiong Xiao blushed, seemingly captivated by Mu Yun's extraordinary demeanor, unable to resist stealing glances. In truth, Mu Yun was not exceptionally handsome. It was merely his distinguished aura that made him stand out. Look at you. Lost in admiration again. Hurry up. Oh, sisters, wait for me. The 3 Xian hurriedly took flight, arriving before the Sanqing Hall. Yet, intentionally or not, they paid extra attention to Mu Yun, mentally imprinting his visage. At this moment, before the Sanqing Hall, a magnificent aura surged forth. Instantly, purple mist rolled in from the east, manifesting countless auspicious phenomena. The profound rhythm of the Tao transformed into clouds that enveloped the heavens. Amidst 3 brilliant rays of light, the figures of the 3 pure ones emerged. The leading figure, clad in a robe of yin and yang, possessed a childlike visage with flowing white hair, his expression neutral as he sat casually upon a primordial Tao platform. Behind him, the primordial supreme being exuded an air of arrogance, cloaked in resplendent purple robes, with the essence of jade radiating around him, seemingly harmonizing with heaven and earth. Lastly, there was the Tantian patriarch, garbed in dark robes, emanating a chilling intent, with the 4 swords of slaying immortals hovering above him, exuding an overwhelming sacred might. Upon witnessing the arrival of the 3 saints, the disciples of the 3 teachings bowed in reverence. We pay our respects to our revered masters. The sound echoed far and wide. There's no need for such formalities. The Taishang sage spoke indifferently, then raised his gaze to the sky, as if awaiting something. Soon after, a chorus of Buddhist chants resounded. The light of relics shining upon the heavens, the boundless essence of Buddhism manifesting numerous phenomena, as if unveiling a pure land. The 2 saints, Jane and Zhuanti, have descended. Haha, brothers, it has been a while. I trust you are well. The Jane saint clasped his hands in greeting, a smile gracing his face. The Zhuanti saint remained silent, merely offering a bow. Oh, so it is the 2 junior brothers who have come, Jane remarked. You need not have brought so many disciples along. Besides those few direct disciples, who else can comprehend our Xuanmen's profound teachings? Who can grasp the true essence of our Tao? Before the Taishang sage could speak, the primordial supreme being had already made a mocking retort. Primordial brother, since you invited us here, why resort to sarcasm? The Zhuanti saint, despite his temperament being less patient than Jane's, could not help but glare at Primordial. Just speaking the truth. The West is barren. What outstanding disciples could they possibly have? The Primordial Supreme Being remained as haughty as ever. With his attitude, the disciples of the Chan school could not help but scoff. What the master says is entirely true. The West is indeed a realm of suffering. Even if they bring disciples here, can they truly understand our Xuanmen's teachings? Can they grasp the true essence of the Tao? What a farce. If it were me, I would not even come, lest I bring shame upon myself. Indeed, what my brother says is spot on. The laughter rang out sharply. Even though the disciples from the West were pure-hearted and compassionate, they could not restrain their anger. The Chan school's members were truly blind to their own inadequacies. Mu Yun watched this scene unfold, unable to suppress a cold smile within. All right, junior brother. Let's not say too much. Since Primordial Brother kindly invited us, how could we offend? Jane's face was adorned with a cheerful smile, appearing as if he would not retaliate against insults. Yet, in his eyes, a hint of malice flickered. Though this is a debate, it does not mean that our Western disciples are inferior to yours. Zhuanti could not help but speak indignantly. Upon hearing this, the Primordial Supreme Being's face lit up with delight. Oh, if that is the case, then let your disciples have a competition. Oh no. The moment the words left Zhuanti's mouth, he regretted it. Was he not falling into Primordial's trap? Even Mu Yun could not help but frown. It seemed the pitfall lay hidden here. A competition, but swords and blades show no mercy. If they were to inadvertently harm the Western disciples, they would not accept it. However, what surprised Mu Yun was that Jane, far from expressing any refusal, merely smiled calmly and said, "Brother's suggestion is indeed excellent. A competition would be quite fitting." This statement left even the Primordial Supreme Being momentarily stunned, followed by a suspicious glance at Jane. The situation had become increasingly inscrutable. Nevertheless, since it was the Grand Tao Conference of the Xianmen, they might as well engage in a debate and contest. Otherwise, would it not be a misrepresentation? Debate. With this simple declaration, Jane's cunning nature was laid bare. Was this not the Grand Tao Conference? If they did not engage in debate, it would indeed be inappropriate. After all, this was a statement made by the Primordial Supreme Being himself. He could hardly refute it. Very well. If it is to debate, then let it be. However, since it is a competition, there must be some stakes. As the saying goes, when soldiers come, let the generals block. When water comes, let the earth cover. Although the martial contest had turned into a literary debate, who was the Primordial Supreme Being? He had lived for countless millennia. Nature has swiftly devised a solution. Behold, the Yushu Lioli lamp, an exquisite innate spiritual treasure. Within it resides a golden flame known as the WNL Ngyyn. This flame possesses the ability to probe into all spirits and can be consecrated above one's head, serving both offensive and defensive purposes. Truly remarkable. Let this be the prize for our contest. Should a disciple from the West emerge victorious, I shall bestow this treasure upon him. The fox's tail has been revealed. Mu Yun narrowed his eyes slightly, inwardly acknowledging the clever scheme. The West is inherently impoverished. How audacious of the primordial heavenly Lord to offer such a magnificent, innate spiritual treasure as a wager. If a disciple from the West were to falter, would not the two saints, Jane and Zhuanti, be compelled to relinquish 3 superior innate spiritual treasures? Given the scarcity of spiritual treasures in the West, does this not serve to indirectly weaken them? Such a stratagem is indeed profound. Witnessing the subtle yet fierce competition among the saints, Mu Yun instinctively sensed that this upcoming Xianmen Dao conference would be far from simple. Excellent. Should my senior brother wish to present a treasure, I, as a junior disciple, would be remiss to refuse. However, surprisingly, the Saint of Guidance still bore an expression of serene composure, as if victory were already assured. Chapter 19, Another Prize. Preaching to the disciples of the West. In an instant, even Mu Yun found himself perplexed. The source of his master's inexplicable confidence was beyond his comprehension. This was the Nirvana Lotus, a treasure bestowed by his master, capable of ensnaring others while seated upon it, significantly enhancing the comprehension speed of practitioners. Furthermore, my junior brother, Zhuanti, would also present the Bliss Lotus, utilizing these 2 supreme innate spiritual treasures as a prize. After speaking, the Saint of Guidance directly produced a lotus cushion. This cushion was imbued with sacred resonance. At first glance, it appeared unremarkable, yet it concealed profound mysteries. Although it was not particularly renowned, it was indeed a supreme innate spiritual treasure. Brother, this before Zhuanti could voice his thoughts, the Saint of Guidance took the initiative. Zhuanti hesitated momentarily. No worries, brother knows best. The two exchanged thoughts in secrecy, and after a brief communication, Zhuanti could only sigh inwardly, producing the Bliss Lotus. How intriguing, truly intriguing. Thus, the humble monk could not afford to lose face. This treasure was the Xian Du Heavenly Plow, able to transform into a plow or hoe for combat. Also a supreme innate spiritual treasure. At this moment, the Supreme Saint's eyes widened slightly, and he spoke calmly, producing a treasure. Since my elder brothers have made their moves, our sect naturally cannot lose its grandeur. This is the book of heavenly mechanisms. Within it lie profound mysteries, containing various divine abilities, the true principles of the great Tao, and even the intricacies of our sect's formations. It enhances comprehension and assists in deduction. It is also a supreme innate spiritual treasure. The Master of Heaven then produced a scroll of golden text. With a smile, he declared, at this moment, these 5 supreme innate spiritual treasures each possess unique wonders, coveted by countless beings across the realms. Even the saints themselves possess few. Yet now, they are being wagered as stakes. This gesture, indeed, is rather grand. However, my 3 elder brothers, since you represent 3 teachings against my solitary sect, this is somewhat unfair. Before the Saint of Guidance could finish, the Primordial Lord cast a stern glance, indifferently inquiring, "What? Brother, are you having second thoughts?" "Haha, that's fine, as long as you are unafraid of ridicule." The Saint of Guidance shook his head, stating plainly, "Not at all. How could I possibly have regrets? I merely think that since it is 3 teachings against my one sect, you should add another wager. Should you lose, you will have to expend your own Taoist essence to preach to the disciples of the Western sect." The proposition drew a moment of hesitation from the Supreme Saint. The Master of Heaven frowned, while the Primordial Lord remained unconcerned. For a saint to preach to their disciples requires sacrifice. Saints are the masters of the cosmic order, possessing profound understanding of the true principles of the great Tao. Even casual words can unveil the mysteries of the Tao, inevitably diminishing their own essence. Moreover, preaching requires the transformation of their essence into a golden lotus of Tao, allowing disciples to comprehend in a manner beyond mere words. Otherwise, the Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The true essence of the great Tao cannot be conveyed through simple description. The previous preaching by the 2 saints of the West was indeed so. No problem. It merely adds a touch of flair. I accept your terms, the Primordial Lord declared with an air of arrogance. Without awaiting the decisions of the Supreme and Master of Heaven, the Supreme Saint could not help but furrow his brow, but decided against further comment. In his estimation, the disciples of the 3 teachings would undoubtedly prevail. After all, which of their disciples lacked great fortune and blessings? In terms of strength, the disciples of the 3 teachings were formidable. Losing? That would be exceedingly difficult. "Master, this competition is perilous. Allow me to take the lead," said Milo, the foremost disciple of the Saint of Guidance, stepping forward among the disciples of the West. Though anxious about his chances, having recently grasped the essence of the 3 realms, his strength had significantly increased, and he felt a measure of confidence. Even if he could not best his opponent, he believed he could at least hold his ground. Seeing this, the Saint of Guidance slowly shook his head, then with a gesture, conjured a golden lotus imbued with Buddhist resonance, subtly casting it upon Mu Yun. "Mu Yun, you shall go first. Let my junior brother take the lead." A wave of confusion washed over the closest disciples of the Western sect, uncertain of the Saint of Guidance's intentions. However, when the golden lotus landed upon Mu Yun, he felt his comprehension, perception, and even his thoughts significantly enhanced. Simultaneously, his mindset became tranquil, as if entering a profound state. Even in the face of a storm, he could remain steadfast. "Let me go? What does this mean?" Though perplexed, Mu Yun respectfully clasped his hands and bowed. "I shall obey the Master's wishes." With that, he stepped forward, approaching the disciples of the 3 teachings, greeting them with a warm smile. "Greetings, esteemed brothers. May I inquire which of you would like to engage in discourse with me?" As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face, yet the disciples before him erupted in thunderous laughter upon seeing Mu Yun, a mere early golden immortal, step forth to challenge them. "Ha! Is there truly no one else in the West? They dare send such a small golden immortal to battle? This is utterly laughable. Just watch. Who among you will debate with me? A mere golden immortal?" The laughter was rife with mockery. Only a handful refrained from derision. In that moment, the disciples of the West could not contain their clenched fists, their faces flushed with indignation. These disciples of the 3 teachings were intolerable. How could they speak so dismissively when their junior brother approached them with goodwill? Truly, even the Buddha can become enraged. At this juncture, the conflict between the disciples of the 3 teachings and those of the West reached a boiling point. The Primordial Lord, however, took delight in their discord, gazing at Mu Yun with indifference, eager to discern what made him exceptional. "A mere golden immortal dares to engage in discourse here? What? Are you all afraid?" Mu Yun declared boldly, "Since I am here, it signifies that I possess the requisite qualifications. Our competition relies upon our understanding of the Tao and our own essence. Relying solely on sharp tongues and momentary wit is of no consequence. Your words, akin to self-deprecation, are no different. Indeed, a mere minor celestial being dares to engage in discourse with the great Taoists? What a lamentable state of understanding you possess to have fallen to such depths." Mu Yun's words incited an immediate fury among the numerous disciples of the 3 teachings present. "You, arrogant. Upon reflection, this notion holds some merit. Since we are all competitors on the same stage, our standings are indeed equal. To demean one's opponent is to diminish one's own stature. What difference is there between this and self-reproach? Realizing this, the disciples of the three teachings found themselves in a predicament, rendered speechless. Excellent, excellent. Well said, my dear disciple. The sage of guidance secretly rejoiced, unable to restrain his delight within. Meanwhile, the sage of purity finally exhaled a breath of relief, yet concerns still lingered. Which disciple from the three teachings would step forth first? If Mu Yun were to falter in this discourse, the consequences would be dire. In that moment, the sage of purity could not help but feel a growing anxiety within. Chapter 20. Oh, the compassion of the Buddha, truly, the supreme holy path. How audacious. Like a newborn calf unafraid of the tiger. Third brother, if that is the case, allow your disciples to temper his arrogance first. On that chaotic Tao platform, Yuan Shi Tianzun chuckled. Although he could not discern any of Mu Yun's secrets, he could only perceive his cultivation level. Upon further reflection, it was merely the Western two saints' elaborate ruse, concealing their own energy. Naturally, Yuan Shi Tianzun paid no mind to this, believing that with Mu Yun's strength, there was no need for his disciples to intervene. The fledglings of the third brother would suffice to defeat him. Though Tong Tian seemed to vaguely sense Yuan Shi Tianzun's implication, he, being a person of deep loyalty and righteousness, feigned ignorance. Duo Bao, you shall engage in this discourse. With Tong Tian's words spoken, among the many disciples of the Jie sect, a plump Taoist clad in a robe, with a round and smooth appearance and an air of dignified authority, stepped forward. I humbly obey the master's command. After bowing respectfully to Tong Tian, the Duo Bao Taoist approached Mu Yun. He slightly bowed his head and said, Junior brother, please enlighten me. Upon seeing the solemn-faced Duo Bao take the stage, Mu Yun felt a tinge of peculiarity. Is this the future Tathagata Buddha? Regardless of how he pondered, he could not reconcile this Duo Bao with the future compassionate Tathagata. The current Duo Bao was far more formidable, truly deserving of being the one who dared to challenge the Grandmaster Taishang after the chaos of the 10,000 Immortals array. Nevertheless, even so, Mu Yun could not help but utter that classic line. Brother, we share a fate with the West. Upon hearing this, the disciples of the three teachings, including those from the West, were momentarily stunned. What jest is this? Are we here for discourse, or are you attempting to poach disciples? Duo Bao's expression darkened, revealing a hint of displeasure. A connection with the West? Is my junior brother mocking me? I am the foremost disciple of the Upper Clear Jie sect. How could I possibly have ties with the West? Moreover, in my view, the Buddhist teachings of the West serve no purpose beyond saving lives. They are but a minor path, an external way. Observing Duo Bao's displeasure, it was evident he was somewhat angered. Even before the discourse began, he had already belittled the Western Buddhist teachings. However, as the eldest disciple of the Jie sect, he could hardly tolerate such mockery. Oh, does brother wish to discuss the Western Buddhist teachings with me? Mu Yun seized the opportunity. Duo Bao was momentarily taken aback. Oh no, I've fallen into his trap. This lad appears handsome and refined. How can he be so cunning? In a debate, one must discuss the familiar path to have a greater chance of victory. Now, I am caught in a dilemma, neither advancing nor retreating. Who told me to speak first? What a sharp-eyed and sharp-tongued junior. Very well, I shall ask you. According to your understanding of the Western Buddhist teachings, what constitutes the Great Path? However, even though Duo Bao had inadvertently led the conversation to the Western Buddhist teachings, as the foremost disciple of the Jie sect, he quickly steered the topic from Western Buddhism to the Great Path. This way, the scope of the discussion could be significantly broadened. Duo Bao initially thought he had secured a solid position, yet he was unaware that this was precisely Mu Yun's intention. The natural law is the principle of the evolution of all things in heaven and earth, ineffable and unfathomable. If viewed through the lens of our Western Buddhist teachings, the compassion of the Buddha, willing to forsake the great path for the minor path, this is true compassion. Goodness, Duo Bao was left speechless. Had it not been for the mention of the great path, he might not have felt the sting of the Western teachings' praise. Willing to forsake the great path for the minor path? What? Do all you Western disciples consider yourselves saints? Are you truly willing to abandon the great path for this so-called compassionate minor path? Nonsense. I shall quietly watch you boast. The Western Buddhist teachings are indeed minor paths. Who would have thought this Mu Yun, who seems to possess some merit, is sadly lacking? In such a discourse, he is not far from defeat. In my humble opinion, it would be better for him to concede early to avoid further embarrassment. Surrounding them, a multitude of disciples from the three teachings were expressions of mockery. In contrast, the Western disciples found Mu Yun's words resonated deeply with them. Indeed, our Western Buddhist teachings, have they not also forsaken the great path? Such profound realization and awakening. Can you disciples of the three teachings comprehend or possess such insight? However, Mu Yun was relentless in his rhetoric. He soon overturned his previous statement. But really, what is the great path? What is the minor path? The Tao is the Tao. Is there truly a distinction between the great path and the minor path? From this perspective, how can our Western Buddhist teachings be deemed a minor path? His argument held merit. Yet how could he contradict himself without purpose? Junior brother, did you not state earlier that your Western Buddhist teachings forsake the great path for the minor path, regardless of the circumstances? Your Western Buddhist teachings do not recognize the great path. Is this not an undeniable truth? Duo Bao clung to this argument, determined to refute Mu Yun. But then, Mu Yun smiled and inquired, then let me ask you, in what year did the great Pangu open up heaven and earth, sacrificing himself, yet still willing to transform into the vast wilderness? Is this not a manifestation of great compassion towards all beings? Is it not a form of the Buddhist path? Is it not about saving the world, sacrificing oneself? Upon hearing this, Duo Bao was at a loss. Could it be that this denies the immense merit of the great Pangu? Alternatively, if it is accepted, does that not elevate your Western Buddhist teachings to a status akin to that of the great Pangu? Oh no, this lad is far too cunning. Brother has no more words to say. Then allow me to ask you again. In what year did the leaders of the three clans combat the fierce beasts, resolving the calamities to save all beings from peril? Is this not also a form of the Buddhist path? Did not the leaders of the three clans sacrifice themselves for the sake of the world? If not for this, how could the three clans harness the fortune of heaven and earth to achieve their future supremacy? Furthermore, when our Grand Master Hongjun gathered the celestial powers to battle the demon ancestor Luo, who for the sake of saving the world, suffering countless casualties and nearly falling within the sword array of a mortal execution. This too is a form of the Buddhist path. This is yet another example of sacrificing oneself for the sake of others. Mu Yun's eloquence flowed like a rapid-fire barrage, presenting example after example. From the dawn of creation until the present day, the numerous grand contributions and acts of profound compassion have been recounted one after another. This left Duo Bao in a state of utter astonishment, rendered speechless and unable to formulate a rebuttal. The so-called teachings of the Western Buddhist doctrine, the path of the West, revolve around the salvation and liberation of sentient beings, even to the extent of sacrificing oneself and relinquishing the greater path. What harm is there in that? Such is the essence of great compassion and monumental virtue, which has always been thus. Your teachings extract a thread of hope for the beings of heaven and earth. Is that not also a form of the Buddhist path? The term Buddhist path does not merely refer to a specific doctrine or principle, but encompasses the vast expanse of the 3,000 great paths, embodying all forms of compassion, selflessness, virtue, and enlightenment. In other words, if the cycle of rebirth can lead to the salvation of beings, then my Buddhist path is the path of reincarnation. If the cycle of life and death can save others, then my Buddhist path is the path of life and death. If the lesser path can lead to the salvation of beings, and my Buddhist path is mistakenly seen as a lesser path, what of it? My compassion as a Buddha shall be regarded as the supreme sacred path, standing alongside the three great sacred paths of heaven, earth, and humanity. As the words fell, the entire assembly was engulfed in astonishment. Chapter 21. Win a game. Obtain an exquisite innate spiritual treasure. The round has come. Has he truly managed to turn it around? The crowd was left utterly stunned. The meaning behind Mu Yun's words could not have been simpler. The essence of Buddhism and Taoism is fundamentally about saving the world and helping others, characterized by great compassion, profound enlightenment, and remarkable merit. As long as this aspiration can be achieved, it can be the path to all truths. It does not matter whether it is the great path or the lesser path, nor does it concern crooked or heretical ways. Everything can be part of Buddhism and Taoism. Moreover, he might be overly audacious. How dare he compare Buddhism and Taoism to the three sacred paths of heaven, earth, and humanity? What a joke! Presumptuous! Outrageous! This young child speaks with such unrestrained arrogance. Some disciples of the three teachings immediately voiced their objections. Yet, the majority of those who had a profound understanding of the great path were momentarily speechless. Why? Because what Mu Yun said indeed held truth. The great path is myriad. It is not solely confined to a single direction. If Buddhism and Taoism are truly as he described, then the ancient events of Panga's creation of the world, Hongjuan's expulsion of demons, and Nuwa's mending of the heavens can all validate Buddhism and Taoism. It seems that there might indeed be merit in his reasoning. Sister, this Mu Yun is truly intriguing. Xiong Xiao could not help but exclaim. Her elder sister, Yun Xiao, sighed in agreement. Indeed, I never expected that the Buddhist teachings from the West could possess such profound enlightenment. Today, I have truly learned something. Yun Xiao nodded slowly, clearly recognizing Mu Yun's assertions. Nearby, figures such as Zhao Gongming, the Holy Mother of the Turtle Spirit, and the Holy Mother of the Golden Spirit were also deep in thought, their eyes gleaming with insight. Marvelous. Truly marvelous. Who would have thought it could be viewed this way? If we were to follow the paths we seek, would we not also reach the same destination? As the saying goes, diverse paths lead to the same destination. Many practitioners who had a deep understanding of the great path discerned the underlying truth. It was hard for them to disagree. If we were to discuss other matters, I might indeed lose. But if it comes to Buddhism and Taoism, I know not what I could possibly lose. Mu Yun smiled gently. What he had just articulated was not, in fact, derived from the teachings of the two saints, Jiajin and Zhuanti. At present, the Buddhist teachings in the West are still in a stage of wild growth. Not only is the great vehicle Buddhism yet to be perfected, but even the lesser vehicle Buddhism remains incomplete. What Mu Yun spoke of precisely aligns with the Buddhist theories of the future. In that era, Buddhism and Taoism stood on par with the heavenly, earthly, and human paths, becoming another sacred path to enlightenment beyond the three. It was believed that practicing Buddhism could truly lead one to become a saint. This was due to the fact that in later generations, Jiajin and Zhuanti created another path to sainthood, distinct from achieving enlightenment through physical transformation, world creation, merit accumulation, or the severing of the three corpses. Of course, all of this was a matter for another time. Mu Yun's use of future Buddhist theories to counter this philosophical debate was akin to a dimensional strike, something that the disciples of the three teachings in this era could scarcely comprehend. Every act of great compassion, selfless dedication, tremendous merit, and profound enlightenment can be considered part of our Buddhist path. Our Buddhism is compassionate. How fortunate it is that we have such disciples in the West. The Holy Mother Zhuanti felt a surge of joy within, sensing a clearer path to refining Buddhism. Beside her, the Holy Mother Jiajin clapped in delight, though silent. The adoration in her eyes was almost overwhelming. My dear disciple, truly, you are a remarkable student. Regardless of whether it was Jiajin or Zhuanti, or any of the Western disciples, upon hearing Mu Yun's profound theory, they were all filled with immense joy. Many Western disciples found themselves able to refine their understanding of Buddhism through his insights. In an instant, the disciples of the West not only felt a sense of pride, but also gained significantly from this moment. This scene, however, left the primordial heavenly venerable seething with anger. That rascal, he truly managed to turn it around? How can this be? Despite his displeasure, there was no denying that Mu Yun's statements held no logical flaws. Furthermore, he had specifically mentioned the ancient events of Pangu creating the heavens and the earth, making it even more difficult for the primordial heavenly venerable to refute. Meanwhile, the Supreme Saint furrowed his brow, sensing a hint of threat. This child is no ordinary being. Long ago, the Supreme Saint had recognized that the theories of the Western teachings possessed the potential to open up a supreme path. Thus, he had attempted to transform the teachings of Buddhism into something more controllable, hoping to undermine the West. However, the Holy Mother Jiajin had thwarted this plan by establishing the Buddhist teachings. The Supreme Saint had no choice but to relent. Little did he expect that today, Mu Yun would bring this possibility to light, further aggravating the Supreme Saint's discontent. Should the West rise, it would undoubtedly harm their interests. Among the three saints, only the celestial master of Tontian fell into deep contemplation. The essence of our teachings, which aims to seize a sliver of hope for all beings, can actually be understood by this young disciple? Who would have thought? After all these years, someone has finally grasped the intentions of our teachings. Tontian could not help but reflect. He held this perspective because he was the only one among the three pure ones to inherit the goodness of Pangu. If we consider the three pure ones as the three corpses of Pangu, then the Supreme Saint represents Pangu's original self, wholeheartedly pursuing the Tao, while the primordial heavenly venerable embodies Pangu's evil self, proud and malicious. Tontian, on the other hand, is Pangu's good self, harboring compassion within. Otherwise, how could he take in disciples indiscriminately, striving to seize a glimmer of hope for all beings? At this moment, in Mu Yun's somewhat displeased gaze, an inexplicable spark of appreciation emerged. If only this child were a disciple of our teachings, how wonderful it would be. Tontian could not help but sigh inwardly. Taoist Duobao, do you have any rebuttal? If not, then it is settled that my disciple has won. Mu Yun spoke calmly. Taoist Duobao's expression fluctuated, nearly moving to strike. However, realizing that this discussion was merely a contest of words, he refrained from using force, feeling it would be unfair to bully the younger. Reluctantly, he could only express his discontent. I. After a long pause, he ultimately found himself unable to counter. You insufferable child. Alas, you have won. Although he felt great reluctance, he had to concede. Indeed, he had no words left to say. If he were to refute Mu Yun, would he not be contradicting the very doctrines of his own sect? What could he possibly argue against? He had lost, and it was a decisive defeat. Duobao, with a face full of dejection, bowed to Tontian and, as if lost in thought, murmured, Master, it is the disciple who has failed. In response, Tontian displayed no hint of reproach. Instead, he laughed heartily and said, The fault does not lie with you. You may go. Duobao was taken aback, raising his eyes to see the joyful expression on Tontian's face, which warmed his heart. He had not expected his master to bear no grudge against him. Thank you, master. Duobao expressed his gratitude with a respectful bow before withdrawing. His reverence and admiration for the Lord of Tontian grew even deeper. This is the heavenly secret scroll. Furthermore, our sect will personally impart teachings to you, disciples of the Western region. Mu Yun, accept this. Tontian generously offered the heavenly secret scroll. The jade scroll inscribed with golden characters fell into Mu Yun's hands, emanating an aura of sanctity. Within it lay profound mysteries, and merely holding it seemed to grant an insight into the subtleties of all things. Truly a remarkable treasure. Mu Yun accepted it immediately and expressed, "Thank you, Master Tantian." He held a favorable impression of Tantian, appreciating his straightforward manner. Defeating a drenched, hatched fledgling, one adorned with horns, is hardly a feat. Just at that moment, a sharp voice pierced through the air, causing Mu Yun to involuntarily glance up. Chapter 22. Cultivation is, in essence, an act of defiance against the heavens. Guang Qingzi, with a shattered Tao heart, beheld a middle-aged Taoist clad in a crimson robe, emaciated in form, with frosty beard and long hair, gazing at him with palpable disdain. Mu Yun remained unfazed by this scorn, yet the recently defeated duo Bao Taoist flushed with indignation. "Guang Qingzi, what did you say? Have the audacity to repeat it. Let us see the sharpness of my sword." Duo Bao, the foremost disciple of the Jie sect, was known for his fiery temperament. Even in the presence of Guang Qingzi, the foremost among the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, he showed no signs of deference. He brandished his celestial sword, ready for confrontation. "Impudence. Third brother, discipline your disciple. How dare he draw his sword here?" Before Duo Bao could advance, Yuanshi Tianzuan had already waved his sleeve, unleashing a magnificent aura that threatened to severely injure Duo Bao. Fortunately, a piercing sword intent countered that overwhelming divine power, sparing him from harm. "Second brother, what shall we do about your disciple's reckless words?" Tantian Zhaozhu was equally unyielding. The two saints exchanged glances, each reflecting their competitive spirit. Who would have thought that before we even engaged, they would begin to quarrel amongst themselves? It seems the discord between the Jie and Chan sects is indeed as rumored. The saint of guidance chuckled, his face betraying a hint of delight. The saint of probing beside him also relished the spectacle. These three sect saints were indeed fiercely protective of their own. To think they nearly came to blows over mere words. Has their discord escalated to such a degree? Mu Yun observed this scene, pondering the implications. If such divisions persisted, the separation of the three sects would be inevitable, presenting a golden opportunity for the Western Church. His eyes sparkled with cunning as he contemplated his next moves. Enough. This is sheer nonsense. What will others think of us? At this critical juncture, it was the Taishang Laojun who intervened to mediate. Yuanshi and Tangtian each huffed in discontent, but ultimately relented. "Master, I am willing to engage him in discourse." At this moment, Guang Qingzi stepped forward, exuding confidence, casting a glance at Mu Yun that dripped with disdain. "Very well. Let us enlighten those Western barbarians on what constitutes heavenly will and the great Tao." Guang Qingzi, the first to strike the golden bell in the Jade Void Palace of the Chan sect, was adored by Yuanshi Tianzuan. His renown in the annals of the primordial history was formidable. He had once been the mentor to Emperor Xianyuan, the human sovereign, and had demonstrated remarkable prowess during the investiture of the gods. His cultivation, lineage, and comprehension were all of the highest caliber. Faced with Guang Qingzi, Mu Yun felt a twinge of caution. After all, while the disciples of the Chan sect might not possess the raw strength of the Jie sect, they undeniably held an advantage in the realm of discourse. "Please proceed," Guang Qingzi declared arrogantly, foregoing any form of greeting or acknowledgement, dismissively gesturing to commence. His demeanor mirrored that of Yuanshi Tianzuan, clearly a reflection of his master's character. "Brother, after you," Mu Yun replied, bowing slightly, maintaining a courteous facade. "Then allow me to pose the first question. Pray tell, what is the will of heaven?" Upon hearing these 4 words, the disciples from the West grew increasingly anxious. Oh no, the Chan sect specializes in elucidating heavenly will, and their understanding will surely be profound. This could spell trouble for our junior disciple. The Western disciples were apprehensive, fearing that their junior would struggle to refute Guang Qingzi's assertions. Indeed, it is rather audacious of Guang Qingzi to not allow our junior disciple to lead with a question. Yet, Mu Yun, upon hearing Guang Qingzi's inquiry, merely smiled. "Oh, what does my elder brother believe constitutes the will of heaven?" Guang Qingzi anticipated that Mu Yun would refer to his earlier theories, intertwining Buddhist teachings with heavenly will. He thought to counter with phrases about how heaven is indifferent to all beings. However, he was taken aback when Mu Yun chose an unexpected approach, displaying an eagerness to learn instead. It seems the disciples of the West struggle to grasp heavenly will. The so-called will of heaven is the intention of the celestial realm. We must align ourselves with this will. You, from the West, born into a land of suffering, still aspire to achieve great prosperity and propagate your distorted doctrines of Buddhism. How is that not a failure to understand the heavenly will? Do you possess such qualifications? Such divine mandate? Truly laughable. This was a harsh repudiation. According to Guang Qingzi, those born in the bountiful East were blessed by heavenly decree, while those from the West, marred by hardship, were under heavenly condemnation. Such a perspective seemed reasonable at first glance. However, Mu Yun, having absorbed diverse ideologies in his previous life amidst an era of information overload, was far from oblivious to the flaws in this reasoning. In fact, he was poised to counter Guang Chengzi's arguments with eloquence. Heavenly will cannot be defied. What does that even mean? What is this notion of conforming to heavenly will? Do you presume that attaining immortality is a sign of heavenly mandate? Do you believe that your accomplishments in cultivation are a result of some divine intention? Mu Yun's expression grew solemn as he proclaimed, all of this is nonsense. His words ignited a stir among the audience. However, having witnessed Mu Yun's audacity before, many had developed a degree of immunity to his brashness. True cultivation is akin to rowing against the current. Stagnation equates to regression. The essence of cultivation is to defy the heavens and seize the very fabric of creation. If we were to truly abide by heavenly will, should we not simply wait for our lifespans to dwindle and pass away peacefully? Let it be known, my fate is in my hands, not dictated by heaven. Even in the face of countless deities and immortals, I shall not cease my pursuit of the Tao. With the finality of Mu Yun's declaration, Guang Qingzi felt an unsettling chill run through him, momentarily freezing him in place. His mouth opened and closed repeatedly, as if attempting to articulate something. Yet he could not utter a single coherent word. This is not how the script is written. Neither my master nor my senior disciples imparted teachings in this manner. Is it not so? Is cultivation merely an act of defiance against the heavens? Is it about usurping the very essence of creation? In that moment, Guang Qingzi felt an overwhelming discomfort in his breath, a constricting pain in his chest. It was as though his long-held beliefs had been abruptly shattered. In an instant, his defenses crumbled. You, how dare you speak such nonsense? After a prolonged silence, Guang Qingzi finally managed to force out those two words. Yet, judging by his flustered demeanor, it was evident that his resolve had been irrevocably shattered. Chapter 23. To hear the Tao in the morning and to die in the evening. Is that nonsense? Mu Yun chuckled softly, a hint of mockery flickering in his eyes. You are not heaven. How can you know heaven's will? Yet I am human, and I understand my true heart. Although one cannot defy heaven's will, everything is ultimately determined by human action. If one does not strive, if one does not seek, how can one achieve the Tao? Mu Yun paused, revealing a trace of nostalgia. I once heard that when the great Pangu opened the heavens and the earth, 3,000 divine beasts and demons came to obstruct him. Have you ever considered that with Pangu's power, he must have known that opening the heavens would mean his own demise? Upon uttering these words, the expressions of everyone present, including the three pure ones and the two saints of the West, subtly shifted. Indeed, the great Pangu is the embodiment of the Tao of strength, the son of the Tao born of fate. His realm surpasses that of the saints. Even saints can deduce everything concerning their own past and future. How could Pangu not know? What he means is, the Father God, knowing full well that he would perish upon opening the heavens, still resolutely chose to do so. The eyes of Tongtian teacher sparkled with insight, as he felt a chill at Mu Yun's words. Pangu knew his future, understood he would undoubtedly die, and was aware that 3,000 divine beasts and demons would come to stop him. Yet, even so, what did Pangu choose to do? Dare I ask, Brother Guangcheng, can you answer this question? Guang Qingzi gritted his teeth, beads of sweat forming, stepping back several paces. After several attempts to speak, he finally managed to say through clenched teeth, Pangu, naturally, was determined to open the heavens. Indeed, Mu Yun nodded emphatically. In the end, Pangu insisted on opening the heavens, attracting the 3,000 divine beasts and demons to obstruct him. Although he perished, he fulfilled his wish. He achieved his own Tao. Though the great Pangu died, the primordial world was thus born. Though he died, the Tao he sought ultimately came to fruition. And this is my perspective, my view on heaven's will. While it cannot be defied, for us, and for the great Pangu, our intentions are our own heaven's will. The fate we seek is our destiny. With a singular focus on the Tao, even amidst countless tribulations, we must strive to open the heavens. This is, to hear the Tao in the morning and to die in the evening. Boom, these words resonated like a thunderclap in the minds of those present. To hear the Tao in the morning and to die in the evening. Hiss, what a profound resolve. Our cultivation is indeed a rebellion against heaven. This discourse, though shocking, seems to possess the essence of the Tao. It is hard not to agree. The disciples of the three teachings were largely taken aback. Even the three pure ones had to acknowledge Mu Yun's assertion. After all, to refute Mu Yun would be to refute their own Father God. At this moment, Tongtian felt a stirring within, pondering, is this the heart of the Father God? This child truly surprises me. Unsurprisingly, Guang Qingzi stood dazed for quite some time before finally clenching his fists, gritting his teeth, and declaring, well done, young man. Brother, I apologize. This time, it seems the disciple has won. Mu Yun bowed respectfully to Guang Qingzi, then turned with a knowing smile towards Yuan Shi Tianzun, seemingly awaiting a response. Humph. It is merely a spiritual treasure. It is of no consequence. Take it. Yuan Shi Tianzun spoke indifferently, tossing down the jade void glazed lamp. Mu Yun hurriedly caught it and stored it away. Thank you, Master Yuan Shi. Upon hearing this, the saint of guidance added, Master, do not forget to lecture the disciples of the West. Yuan Shi and Appo's anger flared, and a multitude of ethereal energies erupted from behind him, manifesting fearsome phenomena. It seemed that in the next moment, if he so desired, he could easily use his saintly powers to obliterate all elements and recreate the cosmos. However, despite his irritation, he coldly huffed, "No need for your reminder. I shall not go back on my word." At this point, the Western disciples, who had previously been quite concerned, could no longer contain their joy. "Our junior brother is truly talented. He has managed to refute 2 people in succession. Ha! I told you our junior brother is exceptionally gifted." The Western disciples were all smiles, initially fearing they would be suppressed by the 3 teachings. But now they found themselves in a position of gain, having received 2 supreme innate spiritual treasures for free and the promise of a lecture for their own disciples. What a delightful turn of events. Feeling a sense of vindication, it was truly exhilarating. "Eldest brother, it's your turn now. If this child wins again, where will our 3 teachings' dignity lie?" Yuan Shi was evidently anxious, secretly transmitting to Taishang Shengren. Hearing this, Taishang was at a loss. "I have only 1 disciple. What do you want me to do? If Xiandu cannot match him, then ISNT that. Yet now the arrow is on the bowstring. It must be released." Taishang could only furrow his brow and say, "Xiandu, go debate with this junior brother." "Yes, master." Among the crowd, a striking figure emerged, a white-robed Taoist with celestial features and an extraordinary demeanor. Upon hearing this, he slowly stepped forward, his expression serene, betraying no joy or sorrow. There was an intangible aura of the Tao surrounding him, exuding a sense of otherworldly detachment. Just his presence gave the impression of a transcendent being, an enlightened immortal. "Xiandu." Mu Yun focused his gaze, feeling a surge of caution. Taishang's disciples are notoriously selective. Among all, only Xiandu had been accepted as a disciple. Not only did he possess an exceptional pedigree and remarkable comprehension, but he had also successfully inherited Taishang Shengren's teachings, mastering the path of forgetting emotion, walking the path of indifference and non-action. His eyes sparkled like a myriad of stars, reflecting a detached indifference to all things, embodying the natural order of the universe. He truly was the foremost disciple of humanity. "Junior brother, I bow to you," Xiandu said slowly, performing a respectful bow. "I greet you, senior brother." "Junior brother, please," Xiandu replied, his expression inscrutable, as if he were an impenetrable iron cylinder, revealing no hint of vulnerability. Simultaneously, he conferred the privilege of being the first to speak upon Mu Yun, inadvertently instilling a formidable sense of pressure that left Mu Yun perplexed as to where his vulnerabilities lay. Alas, this Xian is indeed a formidable adversary. I fear he may possess a profound understanding of our Western Buddhist teachings. Observing Xian's impassive demeanor, Mu Yun instantly grasped the situation. Xian is a person of remarkable caliber. There is no alternative. Since you, senior brother Xian, are so extraordinary, it is only natural that I resort to cunning tactics. With a swift shift in thought, Mu Yun devised a strategy to break the stalemate. "Thank you, senior brother." Thus, the junior brother posed a question. "Might I inquire, what is the path of emotionlessness?" The path of emotionlessness? What does this mean? Little did Mu Yun know that the ultimate transcendence of emotion is the very essence of the path of emotionlessness. To inquire about a domain in which one is least proficient from someone who excels in it? Is this not akin to attempting to strike a stone with an egg? The assembled crowd was filled with bewilderment, utterly at a loss as to what scheme Mu Yun was concocting. Chapter 24. Theories of the Future, the Shattered Heart of Tao. Self-inflicted humiliation. The esteemed Master Taishang, having attained the path of non-action and detachment, was well aware of the essence of the path devoid of emotion, as he had a favored disciple in Xuandu. How could he possibly misunderstand the nature of the emotionless way? This time, defeat was inevitable. As Mu Yun posed such a question, the disciples of the 3 teachings could not help but scoff. Xuandu, too, found himself puzzled. Why would his junior brother inquire about such a matter? However, after a brief contemplation, he decided not to overthink it. Since the query touched upon his area of expertise, he graciously accepted the opportunity to respond. The so-called emotionless path entails the annihilation of desires and the severance of love and hate. It is the realm of the indifferent, where practitioners, devoid of feelings and desires, may access the profound mysteries of the Tao. Xuandu, indeed a proud disciple of the Supreme Sage, articulated his thoughts with eloquence. Yet, in Mu Yun's eyes, the notion of a heartless universe was utterly absurd. His senior brother had claimed that the universe was devoid of emotions. However, the universe is not human. It is devoid of love, heart, thought, and contemplation, while you and I are distinctly human. How can we emulate the indifference of the universe and the emotionless Tao? As Mu Yun spoke, Xuandu was momentarily taken aback. He had always heeded his master's teachings and had never considered this perspective. He was a human, one of the 3,000 primordial beings shaped from clay by the goddess Nuwa beneath Mount Buzhou. Born with the 7 emotions and 6 desires, he pondered deeply. However, upon further reflection, Xuandu found a counterargument. What you are referring to, junior brother, pertains to our essence. If we aspire to emulate the Grandmaster Hongjun and align ourselves with the heavenly Tao, then we may transcend our human nature. What we seek is to achieve this path. Thus, presently I am human, but in the future, I shall transcend humanity, from emotional to emotionless. This is the path of cultivation. This is indeed my emotionless path. Upon hearing these words, the surrounding disciples nodded in agreement. Marvelous. It seemed that this time, Xuandu would surely triumph over this youth. From emotional to emotionless is the path of cultivation. His senior brother's profound understanding was evident. At that moment, it appeared that Xuandu had gained the upper hand, successfully deflecting Mu Yun's inquiry. However, it was now Mu Yun's turn to retaliate. Your words are indeed profound. If this is the case, then are you, for the sake of cultivation, willing to relinquish everything? Xuandu nodded without hesitation. If I am to be devoid of feelings, what is there that I cannot forsake? A smile graced Mu Yun's lips, for he had awaited this response. If so, then, dear brother, are you prepared to abandon your parents and children? Of course. As a practitioner, you may not have these ties. Then consider the goddess Nuwa as your holy mother and your master, Taishang, as your father. Are you willing to forsake the holy mother? Would you also be willing to abandon Master Taishang? At this, Xuandu's heart jolted. Was he to become a person devoid of benevolence and righteousness, without parents, unfaithful and unfilial? How should he respond? If he claimed he could forsake them, would that not disregard the teachings of his master, who had guided him for many years? Would it not dismiss the Creator, the Holy Mother, as insignificant? In that moment, Xuandu found himself ensnared in a dilemma. You hesitate, dear brother? Very well, let me pose another question. If everything is to be relinquished, then would you one day be willing to forsake your very life? If, for the sake of attaining the Tao, you were required to abandon the cultivation you have labored over for many years, would you be willing? After all, if you cannot even relinquish your own life, how can you speak of being emotionless? The crowd murmured in disbelief. How could one argue in such a manner? What does it mean to say one cannot even relinquish their life and yet speak of being emotionless? Is it truly necessary to forsake one's life to pursue the emotionless Tao? At that moment, Xuandu's mind was in chaos. He stood there like a statue, grappling with the concepts of relinquishment and attachment, emotion versus detachment. His previously calm demeanor was now tinged with confusion. This question seemed unanswerable for him. Perhaps it would be prudent to step back and consider another inquiry. Pray tell, what is the meaning of non-action? Xuandu, already ensnared by the previous question, found his thoughts tangled further. Upon hearing Mu Yun's new question, a sense of inexplicable caution arose within him. What was his intent? Why was he inquiring about the very principles with which Xuandu was familiar? The essence of non-action is that the Tao operates without action, harmonizing with the natural rhythms of the universe, adhering to the laws of the great Tao. Thus, the practitioner, observing the world, remains unbound and unengaged, embodying non-action and selflessness. Hence, when matters arise in the world, they unfold of their own accord. Yet again, Xuandu's response echoed the textbook definitions, seemingly profound, but failing to grasp the essence of the question. Ah, dear brother, you are mistaken once more. Mistaken again? Xuandu felt bewildered. How could he be wrong again? If the great Tao is indeed without action, then why has it given rise to the myriad forms of the universe? If the great Tao is selfless, how can there exist distinctions among beings? The true essence of non-action should be that it is non-action, yet encompasses all actions. It may appear as if nothing is done, resembling non-action, yet in truth, the great Tao adheres to its own rules and acts in all things. All things in the universe are manifestations of the great Tao's principles, and the process of this manifestation is anything but inactive. The great Tao does not dominate all things simply because it creates them. It appears as if it has done nothing, not controlling all, and that is the true essence of non-action. Boom. With those words, the chaotic thoughts swirling in Xuandu's mind shattered completely. Non-action, yet encompassing all actions. Is it truly so? Have I been misunderstanding all along? Xuandu could not help but let out a bitter laugh, questioning aloud. I have never claimed that you are wrong, dear brother. Your correctness or incorrectness bears no relation to me. The same applies to the so-called emotionless path. Emotionlessness is, in fact, the essence of emotion. Sentient beings exist and reproduce. It may seem devoid of emotion, yet it is full of feeling. Non-action and emotionlessness are, in essence, all-encompassing. Emotionlessness is not devoid of existence. What say you, dear brother? If Mu Yun's prior arguments merely unsettled Xuandu's thoughts, causing cracks in his Tao heart, this final statement was a fatal blow. Upon hearing these words, Xuandu's eyes widened with a glimmer of enlightenment. Yet, just as swiftly, he found himself engulfed in confusion. Am I wrong? Am I truly mistaken? Non-action and emotionlessness are, in truth, all-encompassing. Emotionlessness does not exist. Master, disciple, have I erred? Yet, I cannot discern. I truly cannot discern. As Xuandu reached the conclusion, the calmness that once adorned his countenance was replaced by a fierce intensity. He nearly cried out in anguish, questioning the supreme sage, his eyes brimming with countless uncertainties. Alas, another has succumbed to madness. Mu Yun chuckled softly, embracing himself with both arms, adopting an expression akin to that of a spectator at a performance. It seems my conjectures were indeed correct. The current supreme sage has not yet fully perfected this so-called path of non-attachment and non-action. After all, the timelines diverge. The great teachings of the saints have only recently been established, and the various saints have yet to thoroughly refine their doctrines. Ironically, I have found an opportunity within their gaps. In truth, what I have articulated is merely the legal principles later devised by the supreme sage of future generations. Now it is evident that Xiandu's state is one of shattered resolve. Chapter 25. A Triumphant Victory. The 36 Celestial Techniques. Indeed, one cannot entirely blame Xuandu, nor can one solely fault the supreme sage. The supreme sage conceived the concept of supreme detachment, intending to eradicate all emotions and desires, ultimately achieving the unity of the three corpses. Yet, he did not attain sanctity through this means. At this moment, he recognized the flaw within his own supreme detachment. Subsequently, the supreme sage established teachings, accruing merit, and through years of introspection, he finally comprehended that supreme detachment is not devoid of feelings. Supreme non-action is not without action. At this juncture, even the supreme sage felt a profound shock within his heart. How did this child come to such realizations? To act without action, yet accomplish all. To be devoid of feelings, yet possess them. Is this not the supreme detachment technique that I have labored over for years, striving to perfect? The supreme sage was left in a state of bewilderment. Although he maintained an outward appearance of calm, internally, he was as tumultuous as Xuandu. His Tao heart was thrown into disarray, for he had secretly deduced that Mu Yun's theories perfectly complemented his supreme detachment. Not only that, but with these few profound words, he could wholly refine the supreme detachment technique, rectifying his past regrets. What a predicament! Here he was, a venerable sage, being enlightened by a junior? How absurd! Yet, unbeknownst to him, even if Mu Yun had remained silent today, the supreme sage would eventually arrive at this understanding. The essence of the Tao is often simplicity itself. Some profound truths of the Tao can be realized through a moment of enlightenment or a shift in perspective. However, Mu Yun had the advantage of an open book examination, possessing the reference answers while others struggled through their own insights. How could they not fall short? Grateful for this era of incomplete doctrines, Mu Yun mused silently. He then turned his gaze toward Xuandu. I apologize, senior brother Xuandu, but it appears I have the upper hand. In this contest, you have lost. Xuandu looked at Mu Yun with a hint of despair, his heart a tangled mess. I lost. Master, I. Upon witnessing this, the supreme sage could not help but feel a pang of sympathy, waving his sleeve. A surge of sage energy cascaded over Xuandu's form, swiftly calming his restless and anxious heart. It is of no consequence. In the discourse of the Tao, there are bound to be victories and defeats. Since Xuandu has lost, then this spiritual treasure shall be bestowed upon you. Though the supreme sage felt reluctant, he had no choice but to grant Mu Yun the celestial plow. As the spiritual treasure descended enveloped in a mystic light into Mu Yun's hands, he swiftly stored it within his Dantian space, his face alight with excitement as he reverently declared, "Thank you, esteemed master." Witnessing this scene, the disciples of the three teachings stood in stunned silence. What was happening? Could it be that the principles that this young man spoke of were indeed correct? To act without action, yet accomplish all. To be devoid of feelings, yet possess them? What kind of profound truth of the Tao was this? How could one embody both feelings and detachment, both action and non-action? This young man, surely, he must be employing some trickery. We refuse to accept this. In mere moments, the disciples of the three teachings expressed their dissatisfaction. Yet, upon hearing this, the disciples from the West interjected, "What do you mean you refuse to accept? Did you not see that even the supreme sage acknowledged this matter? How can you claim to understand the nature of non-action and detachment better than the supreme sage?" Maitreya beamed with pride, his voice resounding. His words left the disciples of the three teachings speechless. If even the supreme sage recognized it, what could they possibly argue against? However, upon reflection, their shock deepened, for what Mu Yun spoke was indeed true. Moreover, it had garnered the approval of a sage. Who exactly was Mu Yun? His prowess was remarkable. Sister, he has won all three contests. Xiong Xiao and Bai Xiao exchanged astonished glances, their interest in Mu Yun intensifying. Even Yun Xiao, the most composed of them all, could not suppress the rapid rise and fall of her chest, her breath quickening. Clearly, the West possessed its own prodigious talents. Such extraordinary talent would undoubtedly lead to greatness in the future. Yun Xiao nodded slowly, arriving at this conclusion. Meanwhile, among the disciples of the three teachings, while many were discontent with the outcome, a number began to contemplate, sensing that the West was not as feeble as they had previously believed. The West also had formidable existences. Brother, you knew all along that Mu Yun would win, did you not? The Pure Land sage, brimming with elation, couldn't help but send a private message to the guide sage, inquiring further. However, the guide sage, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, replied, "I did not know. I merely sensed that Mu Yun possesses exceptional insight and extraordinary fortune, seemingly destined for greatness, a savior for our West." To be honest, there was indeed an element of gamble involved, but it appears my gamble was well-founded. This revelation left the Pure Land sage dumbfounded. What? You were gambling? Are you jesting? The stakes were 3 supreme, innate spiritual treasures. Such a high-stakes gamble, and you dared to place your bet on Mu Yun? The Pure Land sage was momentarily at a loss for words. Nevertheless, from the conclusion, they had indeed won their wager. Thankfully, it was Mu Yun who participated in the discourse contest. Otherwise, had it been any other disciple, they would have been utterly clueless. Brothers, although the spiritual treasure has been bestowed, there was an agreement beforehand. Shouldn't the 3 of you impart some teachings to our Western disciples? At this moment, the guide sage unexpectedly brought this matter to light. The smug expression on his face provoked ire among the 3 sages. How infuriating! How could the West have produced such a disciple? Eldest brother, this matter cannot be agreed upon. If they are truly exceptional, shall we allow the West to reap the benefits for nothing? Yuan Shi could not contain his thoughts, his eyes filled with resentment. As his fiery gaze swept over Mu Yun, it seemed as though he wished to devour him whole. No, since it is a gamble, this matter must be fulfilled. Otherwise, would it not tarnish the dignity of the sages? The supreme sage immediately rejected Yuan Shi's proposal. Very well, we shall impart teachings. Then let us discuss the 36 celestial techniques. The 36 divine abilities of the heavenly poles possess mysterious powers beyond comprehension. If these were recounted to the disciples of the West, they would undoubtedly fail to grasp their essence. Upon hearing this, both Taishang and Tong Tian exchanged a glance filled with profound meaning. Indeed, these 36 divine abilities of the heavenly poles are not only the classics of the Xianmen, but also represent the supreme powers belonging to their own teachings of the 3 religions. Even among their disciples, mastering 1 or 2 of these abilities signifies an extraordinarily high level of enlightenment. It is not to be mentioned that what they are currently discussing encompasses all 36 heavenly pole abilities. Should they elaborate entirely, the intricate principles involved would likely elude understanding. Even if some were to comprehend 1 or 2, it would be a rare occurrence to learn more than 1 or 2 abilities. Such prodigious enlightenment is indeed exceedingly scarce. Their 3 teachings do not suffer in this regard. After all, if they were to elucidate other grand principles, it would merely serve to enhance the strength of the Western disciples. It is far more prudent to delve into these arcane and esoteric divine powers. With this thought in mind, Taishang slowly nodded in agreement. Chapter 26. The Sermon on the 36 Celestial Powers. A discussion on the matter the 3 Pure Ones. Having made their decision, understood that the systems of divine powers in the East and West were fundamentally different. The mystical arts of one were not necessarily comprehensible to the other. With this understanding, they addressed the guiding sage. Brother, today, your Western disciples are fortunate. We have agreed to impart the teachings of the 36 celestial powers to your disciples. The extent to which they grasp this formidable power depends solely on their enlightenment. The supreme sage resumed his previous demeanor of indifference, then spoke. Upon hearing his words, the sage of purity's countenance brightened with joy. He transmitted a message to the guiding sage. Marvelous. I have long heard of the 36 celestial powers within the mystical path, akin to the 72 earthly fiend techniques. Both are supreme methods capable of averting calamities and seeking immortality. If our disciples can master them, how splendid it would be. However, the guiding sage furrowed his brow in contemplation. Brother, do not forget that the 36 celestial powers belong to the teachings of the 3 doctrines. Our Western disciples have a different cultivation system, and whether they can comprehend these teachings remains uncertain. The 72 earthly fiend techniques, on the other hand, are not overly esoteric. With diligence and the aid of the golden lotus of Tao, they should be able to grasp a considerable portion. But the 36 celestial powers are a different matter entirely. Their very name indicates a distinction. The term divine power signifies an extraordinary mastery, embodying principles close to the essence of the Tao. Such potent powers, even among the disciples of the 3 doctrines, only a few can master even 1 or 2. How much more difficult will it be for our Western disciples, who follow a different path? He sighed. As for the 72 earthly fiend techniques, they are classified as celestial arts. Though not as formidable as divine powers, they are easier to understand. In several hundred years of teachings, they should be able to comprehend quite a bit. Nonetheless, it is surprising that they would resort to such tactics. I feel an unnamed anger rising within me, yet it is futile to express it. Let us observe the fates of our disciples. If they can grasp even a fragment, it will be their own karmic fortune. The guiding sage sighed again, choosing not to dwell on the matter further. After all, the outcome was already favorable. The West had not only avoided suppression by the 3 doctrines, but had also turned the tables, gaining the opportunity to receive these teachings. To prevent the 2 brothers from learning too much, only their disciples were permitted to attend the sermon. Brothers, you may rest in the side hall until the lecture concludes. The primordial supreme being suddenly announced, evidently concerned that the 36 celestial powers might be learned by the guiding sage and the sage of purity. Hearing this, the guiding sage couldn't help but smirk coldly. How amusing. They treat us as if we are formidable foes. Though he felt discontent, he maintained a cordial demeanor. Very well, let us proceed. He then turned to the assembled disciples and declared, "You shall follow the teachings of the three venerable sages. Your ability to comprehend depends on your own enlightenment." The disciples bowed in reverence. "We shall diligently adhere to the sages' decrees." Subsequently, the supreme, primordial, and heavenly sages seized this opportunity to invite the disciples of the three doctrines into the hall of the three pure ones, allowing them to attend the sermon as well. After all, delivering teachings required considerable Tao energy. If they were to only instruct the Western disciples, it would be a great loss to them. Thus, the disciples of the three doctrines flowed into the hall of the three pure ones. Simultaneously, under the guidance of the foremost disciples Maitreya and Ksitigarbha, the Western disciples also entered the hall. Upon crossing the threshold, the vastness of the hall of the three pure ones became evident. Above, the sun blazed in the heavens, while below, countless stars sparkled. The hall itself was a realm unto itself, with its space immensely substantial, suffused with the resonance of the sages and the ethereal essence of immortality. Standing within, one felt as though they floated in comparison to the vast sky, invoking feelings of insignificance and humility. Truly magnificent. Is this the hall of the three pure ones? It is indeed extraordinary. The techniques of the sages are truly formidable. The guiding sage and the sage of purity shared this sentiment. Deep within the great hall, the Pure Land was also its own vast world. In the primordial universe, a practitioner achieving the great Luo Golden Immortal could create a small 1,000 worlds. A practitioner reaching the quasi-saint level could establish a middle 1,000 worlds. As for the saints, they could open innumerable great 1,000 worlds, even reconstructing the essence of earth, fire, wind, and water, thus recreating the cosmic primordial chaos. "Take your seats," the supreme sage intoned. Floating amidst the cosmic river, instantly, numerous meditation cushions materialized throughout the boundless expanse. The disciples settled down, and Mu Yun took his place among them. He sensed the rich abundance of spiritual energy and the heightened ability to comprehend the principles of the Tao within this space. Clearly, this grand hall had been forged from celestial materials by the primordial supreme being. While the West possessed similar halls, they lacked such profound functionality. In comparison, the West seemed impoverished. Sigh. The Eastern sages truly are wealthier than one another. Just as he was lost in thought, a radiant orb suddenly descended before Mu Yun. Upon closer inspection, it was an azure light sphere. Entry. Mu Yun immediately extended his consciousness to extract its information. Innate spiritual root. Azure, you are destined to acquire an innate spiritual root. This is your heavenly mandate. The simple message filled Mu Yun's heart with elation. He hastily collected the light orb and proceeded to merge with it. In an instant, as the orb integrated into his being, Mu Yun felt an inexplicable connection, as if a unique opportunity awaited him somewhere within the Kunlun Mountains. Such an extraordinary entry. This is akin to a conceptual, divine-level entry. His heart surged with joy as Mu Yun collected his thoughts. If he was not mistaken, this entry must have dropped from the recently arrived disciple of the Duobao. Clearly, as the incarnation of the Duobao mouse, he possessed the ability to sense the location of all spiritual treasures, brimming with countless opportunities. This was an unexpected delight. Mu Yun settled his mind and prepared to meditate. Soon after, the voice of the Supreme Sage resonated once more. Today's teachings will span 500 years, focusing on the 36 celestial powers. Your ability to comprehend depends entirely on your enlightenment. Second brother, third brother, let us commence. The three sages began to speak slowly, and as they did, profound sounds reverberated throughout the realms. Their words, though obscure and difficult to comprehend, directly invoked the essence of the grand Tao within the world. In an instant, boundless resonances of the Tao erupted, intertwining myriad principles of law. The sages spoke with eloquence, their tongues like blooming lotuses, causing ethereal golden lotuses of Tao to manifest all around, casting infinite mysterious light that illuminated numerous disciples. Within these manifestations lay indescribable truths of the Tao, sparking boundless perplexity in the hearts of those who sought understanding. To grasp these profound insights, one's own discernment was paramount. Alas, this time, fortune had not favored him. Relying solely on intuition might not yield enlightenment. Mu Yun was momentarily taken aback, realizing his external aid had faltered. However, just as his heart filled with concern, two azure inscriptions suddenly fell from the ever-floating golden lotuses of Tao. Could it be a glimpse through the barrier? Golden light from the earth. Chapter 27. The celestial powers and their frantic manifestations. However, as Mu Yun scrutinized the details, he discerned subtle variations in the descriptions of the celestial powers. Insight beyond barriers. Blue, one of the 36 celestial powers. It enables one to perceive through barriers. Observing the 10 directions, both above and below, without obstruction. Within and beyond the six realms, all beings, both ethereal and corporeal, are vividly discerned, mastery. Golden radiance of the earth, blue transforms the body into a beam of golden light that traverses the earth when cultivated to its zenith. It can even achieve the ultimate speed of the primordial era, mastery. Both entries concluded with the term mastery. Evidently, assimilating this entry would allow Mu Yun to elevate these two formidable powers to a state of mastery. Yet, achieving mastery merely reached the blue entry level? If perfected, would it not ascend to the red entry level, or even the purple? Contemplating this, Mu Yun realized just how extraordinary these powers were. The mastery level of the entries could attain a blue classification, indeed remarkable. However, upon further reflection, which among the 36 celestial powers did not demand a lifetime of arduous cultivation to grasp even one or two. Even upon mastery, reaching full realization was not guaranteed. Not to mention that insight beyond barriers distinctly resembled the opening of the heavenly eye. As for the golden radiance of the earth, it was an exceedingly formidable existence. It should be noted that this technique was conceived by the primordial ancestor Han Jun, inspired by witnessing the Golden Crow clan's Emperor Jun and Tai performing the Golden Crow's transformation into a rainbow, thus birthing this unparalleled celestial power. Cultivated to its utmost, it could indeed reach the ultimate speed of the primordial era. According to Mu Yun's understanding of this primordial world, its ultimate speed equated to the speed of light. However, this was not the speed of light recognized in his past life, but rather the speed of light within this primordial realm, which could reach an astonishing degree. From one corner of the world to another, it could be traversed in the blink of an eye, far surpassing the speed of light as understood in his former existence. At this moment, Mu Yun perceived the surrounding individuals engrossed in their contemplations. Without hesitation, he assumed a seated position to merge the two celestial powers. As Mu Yun's voice fell, two luminous orbs seamlessly fused into his being. Instantly, myriad laws surged within him, manifesting an extraordinary scene of Buddhist and Taoist phenomena. A pure land of Buddha appeared, where countless Buddhas chanted supreme teachings, radiating a myriad of golden rays that illuminated the heavens. This spectacle exuded immense allure, drawing in all nearby manifestations related to insight beyond barriers and golden radiance of the earth, continuously absorbing them into his form. In an instant, Mu Yun's body radiated with streams of golden light, his eyes seeming to exude profound illumination, as if capable of piercing through the heavens and the earth. His entire being transformed into a beam of golden light, his figure flickering, seemingly capable of traversing vast distances in an instant. At this moment, the numerous disciples of the three teachings, including those from the West, were interrupted from their meditations by this extraordinary manifestation. They turned their gazes, faces shifting in astonishment. What was this? Eyes shining with radiant light, perceiving the celestial realms. Was this insight beyond barriers? No, wait. The golden light enveloping him, traversing effortlessly. This was golden radiance of the earth? No. This was clearly both powers. He comprehended both celestial powers? What jest was this? Had he only begun the teachings for a short while, and already he had gained such insight? The disciples within the three teachings displayed expressions of utter astonishment. Some who recognized such manifestations could not help but express their awe, particularly the 12 immortals, the 4 great disciples of the Jie sect, and the 7 immortals in attendance. They had heard the sages impart teachings multiple times, yet regrettably, they had only managed to grasp one of the many celestial powers, barely scratching the surface. Observing Mu Yun now, it was evident that he exhibited signs of mastery. How infuriating! How could this youth possess such an extraordinary aptitude? He was merely a disciple from the impoverished lands of the West. In an instant, the disciples of the three teachings could not help but grit their teeth, their faces painted with envy, jealousy, and resentment. As for the Western disciples, they expressed admiration for their junior brother, acknowledging his remarkable ability to comprehend 2 supreme celestial powers simultaneously, prompting them to intensify their own efforts. Indeed, they needed to seize this moment for enlightenment. They must not allow such a splendid opportunity to slip away. Having spoken, the Western disciples turned their focus away from Mu Yun, plunging into their own contemplations, seeking to absorb 1 or 2 manifestations of celestial powers. This youth was truly enigmatic. Yet, his origins remained shrouded in mystery. Surely, his background was exceptional. Otherwise, how could the 2 from the West be so cautious and conceal his aura? Taishang observed this scene, unable to restrain his thoughts. Meanwhile, Yuanshi and Tontian were both filled with conflicting emotions, one seething with anger, the other astonished. How could this be? Both insight beyond barriers and golden radiance of the earth were exceedingly difficult to comprehend supreme celestial powers. How could he possibly grasp mastery so swiftly? This youth was indeed infuriating. Yuanshi's eyes widened in disbelief. Having already lost the contest, he was further enraged by Mu Yun's rapid comprehension of these challenging celestial powers. Alas, this youth was truly a dragon among men, possessing such an innate understanding. How unfortunate that he was a disciple from the West. How splendid it would be if he were one of my GS sect disciples. Tong Tian could not help but sigh, a hint of regret glimmering in his eyes. While the surrounding disciples expressed their astonishment and the three sages reacted, Mu Yun, having successfully merged the two celestial powers, had entered the realm of mastery. He remained seated, continuously absorbing the manifestations of celestial powers, diligently digesting their profound laws. Thus, 100 years gradually passed. After a century, Mu Yun opened his eyes once more, his aura finally stabilizing. Insight beyond barriers. Golden radiance of the earth. Mastery. It was finally accomplished. In a surge of excitement, Mu Yun lifted his gaze to survey his surroundings. Beneath the manifestations of celestial powers, several luminous orbs had already descended, flickering as if on the verge of disappearing. Oh no, this cannot be squandered. I must gather them quickly. With that thought, Mu Yun focused his mind, collecting the radiant orbs one after another. However, this time, the orbs were merely of the blue variety. Blossoms in an instant, blue adorned with 1,000 golden flowers atop, cascading jewels shimmer endlessly, radiating an overwhelming brilliance. Manifesting auspicious clouds. Once invoked, it ensures an invincible stance, entry level. The path of size and proportion. Blue. This embodies the principle of transformation in size. Capable of manipulating celestial phenomena and concealing one's presence, entry level. Turning stone to gold. Blue. It possesses the ability to alter the essence of matter, transmuting stones or any object into gold, and changing the attributes of various substances, when cultivated to perfection. One can even transform water into fire and darkness into light, entry level. 9 breaths of Qi. Blue. For distinctly different radiant orbs of text, all merely at the entry level. Nonetheless, Mu Yun did not express disdain. Rather, he diligently collected them. After all, they are supreme divine techniques, not to be overlooked. He carefully stored them away. Having spoken, Mu Yun promptly absorbed these entries into the system space. While contemplating whether to merge them directly, he was astonished to discover that numerous disciples from the three teachings and Western disciples nearby were also beginning to drop entries. Chapter 28. The Radiance of the Earth. Small accomplishment. You will discover a perilous realm hidden within the rifts of space, a remnant of the primordial chaos from the beginning of creation. Once you enter, survival is a mere flicker of hope. The aura of malevolence surrounds you, a consequence of your numerous misdeeds and bloodthirsty acts. Your profound insights into the art of talismans allow you to craft powerful symbols with ease, yet you have yet to reach the pinnacle of mastery. Similarly, your extensive understanding of formations enables you to create formidable arrays, though you remain on the path to ultimate perfection. The return to essence, a celestial technique, harnesses the spiritual energies of heaven and earth to accelerate healing. Great accomplishment. You are destined to acquire a relatively fine celestial abode. A myriad of entries, some black, others blue, continually cascaded around Mu Yun. These were the remnants of the disciples of the three teachings. Notably, the black entries were predominantly attributed to the disciples of the Zhejiao, revealing a propensity for malevolence among them. This was hardly surprising, as Tong Tian, the master of the, accepted disciples from all walks of life, many of whom were fierce and ruthless. Nonetheless, these black entries held considerable utility for Mu Yun. Contemplating this, he summoned his divine consciousness to absorb the myriad entries into his being. Now was the opportune moment to merge these entries. Among the 36 celestial powers, Mu Yun had already obtained 6. As the adage goes, one cannot chew more than one can swallow. Thus, he did not harbor the expectation of mastering all 36 powers at once. To command 6 was already commendable. Of course, Mu Yun yearned to stumble upon 1 or 2 red entries that could elevate his mastery of the 36 celestial powers to great or minor accomplishments. Typically, the mastery of divine powers is categorized as beginner, proficient, small accomplishment, great accomplishment, and perfection. However, currently, he could only attain blue entries, limiting him to proficiency. This inevitably left Mu Yun feeling somewhat disheartened. But do I not possess the transformative method of transcending worlds, which can expedite my insights? If I can master the proficient realm, perhaps I can elevate it to small accomplishment. With this thought, Mu Yun smiled gently. Yet, first, he would merge the entries. Having spoken, he immediately began to integrate the blue entries. As the myriad laws intertwined and fused into Mu Yun's mind, a series of profound principles manifested around him, encompassing talismans, formations, and alchemy. Various methods were continuously assimilated at this moment. Simultaneously, the 4 divine powers, blossoming, great fortune, transmuting stone to gold, and pacifying breath, each stepped into the realm of beginners. After consolidating his gains, 100 years swiftly passed. With a deep breath, Mu Yun activated his transformative method. As he uttered the incantation, his consciousness plunged into the ethereal realms. Due to his comprehension of the true essence of the sun, Mu Yun's ethereal realm had transformed into a pure land of Buddhist sanctity, suffused with celestial chants and hundreds of deities chanting the Dharma. perpetually enhancing his Buddhist cultivation. Both the insights into the barriers of perception and the radiance of the earth reached the proficient realm. To advance further, he could only select one. After some contemplation, Mu Yun ultimately chose the radiance of the earth. The reason was simple. This technique perfectly complemented his method of traversing vast distances. Should he invoke both powers simultaneously, he would undoubtedly achieve speeds that transcended several realms. Moreover, comprehending the radiance of the earth would serve to validate the technique of traversing vast distances. Thus, without hesitation, Mu Yun commenced his understanding. With the invocation of his mantra, he transformed into a beam of golden light, swiftly darting through the pure land. Concurrently, hundreds of his doppelgangers began to engage in their own practices. Gradually, Mu Yun and Appo's speed intensified. During this process, he simultaneously unleashed another mystical power, transcending distances. As he recited another incantation, the golden light he embodied began to compress the fabric of space itself, traversing distances with remarkable swiftness. The art of transcending distances was a spatial technique designed to shorten the gap between realms, while the radiance of the earth allowed him to reach the limits of primordial speed. Together, these powers enabled Mu Yun to attain a velocity rivaling that of any great Luo golden immortal. Indeed, it is possible. Mu Yun's heart swelled with joy. He promptly withdrew his powers and dedicated himself to comprehending the radiance of the earth. As the saying goes, time in the primordial realm is unmeasured. In the blink of an eye, 300 years had elapsed. As the 500 years of teachings came to a close, the indifferent voice of the supreme sage echoed through the void. The gathered disciples of the mysterious realm gradually awoke from their meditative states. Some bore expressions of confusion, scratching their heads, while others felt a surge of enlightenment, invigorated by their insights. Still, there were those who comprehended nothing, having squandered 500 years in vain, filled with regret and resentment over their lack of understanding compared to others. Amidst the collective lamentations, a beam of golden light suddenly captured everyone's attention. A rumbling roar echoed as the golden light surged upwards, soaring 30,000 miles into the sky, only to return to its original position, transforming back into a humanoid figure. In the blink of an eye, it covered an astounding distance of 60,000 miles. This startling spectacle left the onlookers in awe. Who is that? As the figure materialized, Mu Yun's visage appeared before everyone. With his hands clasped together and a beaming smile, he bowed to the three sages, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, esteemed masters, for imparting your wisdom. After his respectful bow, the glimmers of gold surrounding Mu Yun gradually faded. Witnessing this, Yuanshi Tianzuan's expression shifted. Is that the radiance of the earth? A small accomplishment? In the mere span of 500 years of teachings, he managed to grasp such a level? This child, infuriatingly talented. Though displeased, Yuanshi Tianzuan refrained from expressing his anger, letting out a cold snort, his expression fluctuating between light and dark. Meanwhile, the Supreme and Tontian sages also felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, while other disciples barely achieved insights into a single power at the beginner level. This young man had effortlessly mastered at least 2 powers. Moreover, one of them had already attained minor mastery in cultivation. What a preposterous jest. Truly, fortune has favored you undeservedly. At this moment, the other Western disciples also reaped modest gains, particularly those with exceptional comprehension, such as Methreya and Baisajiguru, who managed to grasp one of the divine arts, albeit barely scratching the surface. Nevertheless, it was a commendable achievement. Many thanks to our 3 esteemed masters for imparting the Tao. The assembly of Western disciples promptly bowed in reverence. Only then did the disciples of the other 3 sects regain their composure, joining in the homage. Gratitude to our masters, senior uncles, junior uncles, for bestowing the teachings of the Tao. Though the disciples of the 3 sects also derived considerable enlightenment, the sight brought no joy to the hearts of the 3 pure ones, Taishang, Yuanshi, and Tontian. Instead, a smoldering resentment festered within them. For an unforeseen variable had disrupted their expectations. Nor were the sages alone in their displeasure toward Mu Yun. The multitude of disciples, too, harbored similar grievances. Chapter 29 Methreya. That fellow has a heart of darkness. The Taoist conference has concluded splendidly. There is no alternative. Mu Yun possesses the method of transformation across worlds, enabling him to enhance his comprehension speed 100-fold. Simultaneously, his foundation has undergone a rebirth through the Phoenix divine fire, achieving the innate level. Although 300 years may seem fleeting to others, with Mu Yun's enhanced speed, it equates to a staggering 30,000 years of cultivation for others. Even so, Mu Yun has merely stepped into the next realm and has only achieved minor success in the art of traversing distances. Regarding this outcome, Mu Yun feels it is rather insignificant, progressing slowly. 30,000 years to reach minor success in 2 divine arts. His foundation is indeed lacking. Alright, the teachings today have concluded. You may disperse. The voice of the primordial Tianzan carries a hint of irritation, clearly indicating he wishes to dismiss the assembly. The disciples from the west smile silently. performing a casual bow before the grand door swings open. As they depart, Mu Yun senses numerous malevolent gazes directed toward him. Thanks to his newly acquired insight, he is acutely aware of everything occurring around him, perceiving all with remarkable clarity. Among the onlookers are 2 great Luo and 6 Tai golden immortals. While the others pose no threat, these 2 great Luo and 6 Tai golden immortals are indeed problematic. Mu Yun cannot help but chuckle bitterly. It seems that regardless of the location, maintaining a low profile proves beneficial. Now, he finds himself under scrutiny, and should they encounter one another again, conflict is likely inevitable. Nonetheless, Mu Yun feels no trepidation. After all, his skills in both the earthly golden light and the art of traversing distances have reached minor success. Not to mention, even if a great Luo were to pursue him, they would surely be unable to catch up. My junior disciple has gained considerable insights. Truly, it is a fortune for our Western sect. His senior brother Mithria exclaims, I have comprehended the 7-arrow nail technique, which appears quite formidable. It will undoubtedly prove useful in combat. However, despite the multitude of hostile gazes, there are also many filled with concern. Upon hearing these words, Mu Yun glances sideways, only to find it is none other than his senior brother Mithria. Mithria, the 7-arrow nail? Why would you study such a vicious and malevolent technique? Aren't you the compassionate one who spares even the lives of ants? Mu Yun's lips twitch involuntarily as he chuckles. Congratulations, senior brother. At that moment, a phrase unexpectedly falls from Mithria's grasp. 7-arrow nail, blue a curse technique, resembling arrows, affixed to a straw figure, used in conjunction with the 7-arrow book. It can take a life from afar, rendering the victim defenseless. Even a great Luo cannot escape this calamity. Entry level. What a delightful surprise. Mu Yun discreetly pockets the phrase, wearing a beaming smile as he engages in conversation with the Western disciples. Unbeknownst to them, they have already stepped outside the 3 Pure Ones hall, whereupon the world suddenly opens up. The saints, Jane and Juanti, are seated in the void, awaiting the arrival of the Western disciples. We bow to our revered masters. Jane, perched upon the 12-petaled golden lotus of merit, gazes at the disciples, pleased to see their enlightened expressions. This wave of insights signifies a collective strengthening among our Western disciples. I am exceedingly gratified, Jane proclaims. Now, as the Taoist conference draws to a close, it is time to return. Just as Jane prepares to tear through the spatial passage to lead the disciples away, Mu Yun suddenly bows and speaks. Master, I have a request. Hearing this, Jane and Juanti exchange puzzled glances. What is it? Jane inquires. Since we have emerged, I wish to travel through the realms and explore, enhancing my own cultivation through worldly experiences. The Western disciples do not find this statement unusual. However, Juanti seems to sense something amiss, his expression clouding with concern. Just as he is about to voice an objection, Jane conveys through thought, it is fine. Allow him to go. But, brother, if he ventures into the east, it is of no consequence. I have my plans. Juanti gazes at Jane's eyes, which hold a deeper meaning, and suddenly recalls something, breaking into a smile. You have indeed thought this through. You must have made preparations beforehand. Acknowledging with a slow nod, Jane then turns to Mu Yun, speaking calmly. Very well, proceed with caution. Should you encounter any danger, handle it judiciously. With that, Jane and Juanti lead the other Western disciples away. Mu Yun bows as they depart, then ascends upon a cloud, heading toward the Kunlun Mountains. Humph, that lad is altogether too fortunate. He has obtained 3 exceptional innate spiritual treasures. Such treasures are rarely possessed even by the highest innate beings. At this moment, the long-eared Dingguang immortal, one of the 7 immortals of the, cannot restrain his indignation. Despite being a disciple of a saint, he possesses none of these treasures. The harsh reality of the primordial world, where the strong prey upon the weak, stirs within him a tinge of covetous ambition. Beside him, his ally, the Qi immortal Horse Yuan, concurs. What you say is undeniably true. This child dares to venture alone to the Kunlun Mountains with such treasures. He clearly disregards us. As the saying goes, the one who possesses a gem invites envy. Such treasures deserve to be in the hands of someone as esteemed as yourself. Great Luo. Yuan's flattery pleases Long-Eared, and greed glimmers in his eyes. Since he seeks his own demise, we shall not be held accountable. Yuan, go find Poison Dragon and the Fiery Brothers. We shall act together. Yes, brother. Yuan responds eagerly, scurrying off to gather the disciples of. On the other side, the disciples of are in an uproar. How can one so inept, merely spouting fallacies, defeat our brother? It is truly infuriating. Our brother is a great Luo. How could he possibly be outdone by that child? He must have resorted to trickery. Previously, I observed that before his appearance, the Saint of Guidance bestowed upon him a divine resonance. It is undoubtedly the Saint of Guidance who has orchestrated this behind the scenes. One of the 12 celestial immortals, the dissatisfied Jiu Lushun, remarked to the nearby compassionate navigation and universal virtue. Upon hearing this, the 2 companions began to reflect. Indeed, what my senior brother says is absolutely correct. If it weren't for the Saint of Guidance, how could Brother Guangchengzi have faced defeat? Humph. He even caused our master to lose the spiritual treasure. We cannot let him off the hook. The irate universal virtue felt that Brother Guangchengzi must have succumbed to the saint's machinations, rather than falling to Mu Yun's hand. As the foremost among the 12 celestial immortals and the first to strike the golden bell in the school of enlightenment, Guangchengzi enjoyed the favor of the primordial heavenly sovereign. Although he lost this time, Guangchengzi said little, yet his junior disciples harbored discontent. Simply put, it was a matter of pride. The school of enlightenment, known for its haughtiness, felt humiliated by such an inexplicable defeat. Naturally, it was normal for them to harbor such thoughts. In the opinion of the junior disciples, it would be best to locate that young man and interrogate him thoroughly. The compassionate navigation master nodded in agreement. Indeed, what my junior brother says is spot on. I share the same sentiment. With that, universal virtue and compassionate navigation promptly resolved to seek out Mu Yun, intending to teach him a lesson. Meanwhile, the disciples of the had set their sights on the spiritual treasure possessed by Mu Yun. Although both sides harbored different intentions, there was no doubt that they were both converging upon Mu Yun. Unbeknownst to them, Mu Yun remained completely oblivious to these developments. Chapter 30. The primordial fire jujube tree. In the realm of innate fire, the jujube tree stands tall, its leaves as sharp as the tips of peach leaves, while the willow fronds shelter the heavens above. In this place, the illustrious Lord Ming listens intently to my words. High above the clouds, Mu Yun hums a cheerful tune, reveling in a sense of unbridled freedom. Having acquired divine powers and spiritual treasures, he feels it is the perfect moment to gather the primordial spiritual roots. Everything is progressing toward a promising future. Mu Yun's melodious voice resonates throughout the surroundings, embodying a state of tranquil contentment. Before long, after several months, Mu Yun arrives at a secluded valley nestled within the Kunlun Mountains. Within this valley, a serene ambience prevails, characterized by the gentle sounds of deer and the soft murmurs of a babbling brook, all surrounded by an abundance of spiritual flowers and extraordinary herbs. Permeated by ethereal spiritual energy, truly a celestial haven. Following his intuitive senses, Mu Yun ventures deeper into the valley, noticing a significant rise in temperature. Although it is the autumn harvest season with a refreshing breeze elsewhere, here it feels as sweltering as a midsummer day. Peering through the barriers, Mu Yun activates his techniques, uttering incantations. Instantly, a mysterious light flashes in his eyes. Upon focusing, he spots a cave within the valley, where a radiant, fire-red spiritual tree stands majestically, continuously exuding pure fire elemental spiritual energy. This fire aura is the very cause of the valley's heat. Having located the spiritual root, Mu Yun wastes no time and swiftly flies toward the cave. Before long, he finds himself inside, where the cavern glows in fiery red hues, and at its center lies a block of crimson spiritual soil. Upon this soil stands his objective, the primordial spiritual root. Joy radiates from Mu Yun's face as he examines it closely. Its crown resembles a magnificent canopy, its leaves burn like fire, and 9 bright red fruits dangle like stars adorning its branches. A description then manifests above the spiritual tree. Primordial spiritual root. Green, a common primordial spiritual root. The primordial fire jujube tree is born from the fusion of one of the 4 great chaotic elemental spirits, the golden flame of the great sun. Its fruits resemble jujubes. Consuming one can refine celestial power, strengthen bones and flesh, and enhance cultivation. This detailed explanation enlightens Mu Yun, revealing that the spiritual root before him is indeed the primordial fire jujube tree and is associated with the golden flame of the great sun. It is a rare treasure born from the union of the 4 chaotic elemental spirits. The 4 great chaotic elemental spirits are the foundational elements birthed at the dawn of creation: earth, fire, wind, and water. Among them, the golden flame of the great sun represents fire, and only the mighty heavenly emperors, Dijuan and Donghuang Tai, who emerged during the birth of the sun, wield its power. This divine fire is extraordinary, one of the very foundations of creation. Thus, while the primordial fire jujube tree may seem ordinary, its efficacy may very well rival that of mid-grade primordial spiritual roots. What a treasure! Mu Yun grins widely and promptly employs a technique to collect the primordial fire jujube tree. However, at that moment, a new entry of light appears on the ground. Blue, a top-tier postnatal spiritual soil, born from the influence of the golden flame of the great sun, it accelerates the cultivation of fire elemental spiritual roots and plants. This, too, is a valuable find. Just as Mu Yun intends to collect the spiritual soil, a bold idea strikes his mind. If the entry for this spiritual soil can be harvested, could it be possible? In the desolate West, where ruin abounds, if such a celestial paradise or treasure could be transplanted there, would it not improve the land's landscape? Furthermore, by doing so, he would undoubtedly accrue merits from the heavenly Tao, as he would be aiding in the restoration of the Western lands. Such an act is indeed a grand virtue. The enhanced landscape could also serve his interests and those of the entire West, yielding benefits beyond measure. With this thought in mind, Mu Yun resolutely attempts to collect the entry. He endeavors to seize the entry. Yet, this time, his attempt encounters unexpected resistance. What is this? Suddenly, Mu Yun senses an inherent consciousness of this land attempting to thwart his efforts. After all, this is not a mere dropped entry. To seize it, he must sever the connection between something and the entry. Let me see what is obstructing me. Mu Yun immediately employs his divine powers to investigate the situation. Peering through the barriers, he discovers a blazing orb of light, resembling flames, appearing before him. This orb bears the entry. Is this the Earth Spirit? As the saying goes, the universe is alive. All things may appear as inanimate objects, yet the powerful possess a spirit. This flame-like orb may well be the Earth Spirit of this place, the very spirit of the. Yet, it lacks self-awareness and instinctively seeks to impede him. Very well. I shall first eliminate this Earth Spirit. With that, Mu Yun channels a Buddhist resonance, shattering the Earth Spirit effortlessly. In the wake of its disappearance, a blue entry falls to the ground. Now, I can collect it properly. As Mu Yun gathers the entry, joy floods his heart. It seems my suspicions were correct. The transportation of spiritual veins and paradises from the east to the west is indeed feasible. When that time comes, I shall not only reap abundant rewards, but also improve the western landscape and gain heavenly Tao merits. How splendid! Elated, Mu Yun then looks back at the spiritual soil. Indeed, after he collects the entry, the spiritual soil completely dissipates, transforming into ordinary earth. This act is akin to seizing the very essence of creation itself. If one day the three pure ones are away, might I not be able to pilfer their Kunlun mountains? A bold thought arises in Mu Yun's mind. Stealing from these venerable figures would be quite the delightful endeavor. When the three pure ones venture out for philosophical discussions or are summoned by their master, Hongjun, to the Zixiao Palace, I could stealthily arrive and snatch the entry of their ancestral Kunlun mountains. Upon their return, witnessing the once magnificent Kunlun now reduced to an ordinary mountain, what a spectacle that would be. Do not blame me for my lack of compassion. Who prompted your initial treachery? Mu Yun remarked, for he too harbors a vengeful spirit. During the time spent at the Jade Void Palace, these three elderly figures endeavored with all their might to undermine and suppress the West. Were it not for my presence, armed with the answers to the examination, they might have indeed succeeded in their oppressive designs. This grudge must be avenged. Mu Yun felt a surge of satisfaction within. Just as he intended to depart from this place in search of the next celestial haven, he suddenly sensed an anomaly through his divination of the partition. Is someone following me? Fortunately, he had deliberately employed the divination of the partition to survey the earth spirit of this locale. Before the effects dissipated, Mu Yun's perceptive abilities ascended to a remarkably formidable level. It was precisely during this interval that he detected several powerful auras descending within the valley, one of which possessed a cultivation level that reached. Chapter 31. Fortune does not come in pairs. Calamity does not arrive alone to his astonishment. His cultivation had actually reached the initial stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. A Great Luo Golden Immortal? How could it be? What merit or virtue do I, Mu Yun, possess to provoke a Great Luo Golden Immortal against me? What a joke, Mu Yun mused. If it were merely one or two Tai Golden Immortals, perhaps I might still have a fighting chance. But now, this is a Great Luo Golden Immortal. Not just one, but two Tai Golden Immortals alongside a Great Luo Golden Immortal. Such a magnificent lineup, Mu Yun thought. Have I truly violated the heavenly laws? Furthermore, judging by their demeanor, they seem to be disciples of the Chan sect. After all, they had crossed paths before. Mu Yun could vaguely recall two of them who had once ridiculed him for being a disciple from the West. As for the other Great Luo Golden Immortal, could it be Zhu Yozuan? It is strange. Guang Chengzi lost to me in debate and said nothing, yet he has come seeking me? Although Mu Yun had anticipated this, he merely felt that it would lead to a confrontation in the future. After all, disciples of the Chan sect, despite their arrogance, are genuinely righteous individuals. They would likely disdain underhanded tactics like ambushes. Of course, this does not imply their nobility. Rather, the disciples of the Chan sect have their pride, unless pushed to their limits. Wait, have I indeed pushed them to their limits? Winning 3 supreme innate treasures would surely make anyone anxious. As Mu Yun suddenly recalled his actions, he sighed, realizing it was indeed a moment of reckless bravado. Never mind, the 36 stratagems suggest that retreat is the best strategy. Without hesitation, Mu Yun recited the incantation and activated the spell. Suddenly, he transformed into a beam of golden light and swiftly fled. Brother, this must be the place. Mu Yun's aura seems to have arrived here. Among the three, a middle-aged Taoist clad in a green robe, adorned with a lotus crown and possessing a slender frame, spoke. He was the compassionate navigation true man, one of the 12 celestial immortals, with exceptional cultivation and perception within the Chan sect. His cultivation was at the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal, showcasing remarkable strength. Thanks to Brother Zihong's immortal technique, 10,000 miles tracking. Otherwise it would have been quite difficult to find this lad. Zhu Liuzuan said with a gleeful expression. To be honest, the compassionate navigation true man possessed a multitude of divine methods. It was precisely this breadth of knowledge that delayed his cultivation. Otherwise, he would have reached at least the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal, or even the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Indeed, the techniques and spells you have mastered are of great utility, Puxian chimed in. Once we capture that boy, we shall interrogate him about his cheating during the debate and leave the matter to our master for resolution. Humph. Otherwise, I shall find it difficult to quell my anger. Zhu Liuzuan coldly snorted, preparing to head towards the cave. However, at that very moment, a streak of golden light suddenly darted from within the cave. In the next instant, something unknown whizzed past the three of them. What was that? Could it be a spiritual treasure emerging? How could it be so swift? Zhu Liuzuan and the compassionate navigation true man were momentarily taken aback, failing to realize that it was the golden light of the earthly escape technique. No, that is the earthly escape golden light. That boy has fled. The compassionate navigation true man quickly deduced, his face turning anxious. Hearing this, Zhu Liuzuan immediately panicked. Quick! Pursue him. The three of them promptly unleashed their respective divine techniques. The 5 elements great escape, the earthly escape golden light. The compassionate navigation and Puxian each practiced one of these techniques, albeit they had only mastered the basics and had yet to reach proficiency. Zhu Liuzuan, however, wielded a celestial sword, channeling his celestial essence as a great Luo golden immortal to propel the sword forward at great speed, creating a thunderous sound as it sliced through the air. In an instant, they had traversed a distance of 100,000 miles. Mu Yun initially believed that with the earthly escape golden light, he would manage to escape. To his dismay, the 3 figures behind him were like leeches, rapidly closing the distance. Truly, they were worthy of being called a great Luo golden immortal and Tai golden immortals. Their speed was such that even Mu Yun's small mastery of the earthly escape golden light could barely keep pace. Currently, Mu Yun's earthly escape golden light technique allowed him to traverse approximately 60,000 miles in an instant. Meanwhile, the 3 behind him matched that speed, each reaching a similar distance in the blink of an eye. What was even more astonishing was that they seemed to be holding back. Western brat, halt at once. I have urgent matters to inquire. Just as Mu Yun was lamenting, a furious roar came from behind. Who could it be? Oh, it's brother Zhu Liuzuan. There's no need to see me off. I shall return to the west now. Mu Yun exclaimed, immediately channeling more celestial energy into the earthly escape golden light, propelling his speed to approximately 80,000 miles per instant. See you off? Do you truly believe I am so idle? Zhu Liuzuan retorted. During the competition, you were surely aided by the assistance of the Saint of Guidance, cheating your way to victory against brother Guang Chengzi. You despicable scoundrel. Zhu Liuzuan's insults were rather inept, leading Mu Yun to feel not the slightest bit offended. In fact, it left his ears itching. All of this over that. What is this nonsense about cheating? With the aid of a saint? Mu Yun's mind was filled with confusion. Yet, soon he recalled that during the competition, the Saint of Guidance did indeed descend with a wave of holy aura to calm him. So it was this? Goodness. The disciples of the Chan sect are truly adorably naive. I thought they came for the spiritual treasures. Well, I shall simply avoid them. With this thought in mind, Mu Yun was about to employ his divine technique to shake them off, believing that the Chan sect's intentions were straightforward, merely vexation. However, upon deeper reflection, he realized that if the Saint of Guidance had truly assisted him in secret, then the other 3 pure ones would surely have sensed it. These individuals were simply seeking a reasonable excuse for their defeat. The charm of the Chan sect lies precisely in this. However, their hypocrisy is equally infuriating. Truly. I have searched for miles without finding it, yet it comes effortlessly. Western brat, I shall see where you run. Just then, as Mu Yun pondered, several figures suddenly appeared in the clouds above. Then, the foremost among them immediately descended a beam of white celestial essence upon himself. Suddenly, that formidable celestial essence surged violently in all directions, transforming into powerful auras that instantaneously struck the golden illuminated Mu Yun down from the clouds. With a thunderous roar, Mu Yun plummeted to the ground, his body thrown into disarray. He coughed up a mouthful of reverse blood, exclaiming, grass. He had been ambushed. Golden light flickered around Mu Yun, manifesting the 9-turn golden body. Simultaneously, a vibrant phoenix divine fire enveloped him, continuously swirling around his form, swiftly mending his injuries. Although he had sustained some wounds, they were not excessively grave. Had it not been for my 9-turn golden body reaching the 4th transformation and the protective embrace of the phoenix divine fire, that strike would have claimed my life. Mu Yun reflected with a heavy heart. Upon looking again, his eyes widened in disbelief. What? 2 more great Luo golden immortals appeared. 3 great Luo. It was at this moment that Mu Yun realized the one who had ambushed him was indeed a great Luo golden immortal. Beside him stood another great Luo, including the fearsome Jiu Lu San, that amounted to a total of 3 great Luo golden immortals. Alas, truly, blessings seldom come in pairs, while misfortunes seldom come alone. Mu Yun wore a bitter smile, feeling an overwhelming sense of crisis surge within him. Chapter 32. The Fusion of the Word Entry. The Burial Ground. Long ears. Why do you, disciples of the Changjiao, come to meddle in our affairs? In the void above, Zhu Lusun, upon seeing the individual before him, could not help but unleash his ire. Behind the figure clad in white, with a repugnant visage and a three-lobed mouth with crimson eyes, suddenly emerged a Deluo golden immortal, who, with an expression of indifference, proclaimed, "Why should the affairs of our Changjiao concern you?" Zhu Liusuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Upon seeing the individual, he instinctively took a few steps back, clearly filled with trepidation. "Ling Yaxian, you two have arrived?" The Deluo golden immortal grinned, revealing two elongated yellowed teeth, and continued, "Otherwise, do you believe that your Changjiao could monopolize those three supreme innate spiritual treasures?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Lusun was as furious as a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "Nonsense. I have come to seek justice. That Western brat must have received the aid of a sage to defeat my senior brother Guang Chengzi in the contest. I am here to take him back and present him to our master for judgment." Ling Yaxian, seemingly having seen through Zhu Liusuan's claims from the outset, could not help but scoff derisively. "Oh, you truly are rather amusing. Three supreme innate spiritual treasures, and yet you remain unmoved?" After a brief silence, he mockingly added, "Who would believe that? Long Ears, do you believe it?" Long Ears shook his head, wearing a similarly sardonic expression. "Brother, pay him no heed. The disciples of Changjiao are nothing but hypocrites. Once we eliminate this brat and seize the treasures, we shall have our share." Clearly, Long Ears was emboldened by the presence of Tongtian Jiao Master and had little regard for the Changjiao disciples. "Stop. That brat belongs to us, the Changjiao. What utter nonsense. Whoever seizes it first owns it." As words flew, Ling Yaxian coldly snorted, preparing to strike directly. "This is intolerable." Seeking death. As the declaration fell, the two Deluo golden immortals were poised to engage in battle. An excellent opportunity. Seizing the moment of their internal strife, Mu Yun had already activated his spell, reciting the true incantation, and resolutely shouted, "A step away from the heavens. Golden light of earth escape." As the words echoed, the surrounding space appeared to tremble violently, instantly shortening the distance. Mu Yun transformed into a beam of golden light, darting forth with great speed. In an instant, all present saw a flash of golden light, and Mu Yun's figure vanished from sight. "Oh no, that brat has escaped. Quick, pursue him. What incredible speed is this?" Even if he could utilize the earth escape technique to a minor degree, it should not yield such terrifying velocity. Even a peak Deluo would likely struggle to catch up. The disciples of the Changjiao immediately began their pursuit of Mu Yun, with the Changjiao members trailing behind. Realizing the urgency too late, however, they were all astonished. Mu Yun's current speed was simply outrageous, approaching the astonishing speed of 200,000 miles per instant. Even if a peak Deluo practitioner were to arrive, they might find it difficult to keep pace. Indeed, such swiftness left everyone present in sheer disbelief. This is troublesome. How can three Deluo golden immortals allow him to escape? Although Mu Yun was remarkably swift, the consumption of his celestial energy was equally terrifying. Originally, he could sustain the earth escape for half a month, but now it could last at most 3 days. Once those 3 days elapsed, he would likely be caught. Moreover, it seemed they possessed specialized tracking techniques. Truly vexing. If they were to catch up with him, and his celestial energy was nearly depleted, then not only the three Deluo golden immortals, but even the accompanying Tai golden immortals could deal with him. What should he do? Mu Yun's mind raced. In this critical moment, he suddenly recalled something. Right. The black word entry he had found earlier. Mu Yun's thoughts turned to his system space. Suddenly, the black word entry materialized in his mind. Burial ground. Black, you will discover a perilous place hidden within the rifts of space. Remnants of the primordial chaos from the creation of the world. Once entered, survival is uncertain. This is the place. If I can locate it and lead them there, perhaps I still have a sliver of hope. Although this place is fraught with danger, Mu Yun had no choice but to take the risk. Otherwise, he wouldn't survive until dawn. Fusion of the word entry. Burial ground. In an instant, as the entry fused with Mu Yun's being, a foreboding sensation surged within him. There, to the northwest. Mu Yun immediately sensed that there was a dangerous location he was destined to encounter in that direction. Fortunately, he was not far from it. He could reach it within a day. This is it. Even if I die, I must drag a few down with me. Mu Yun glared fiercely at the relentless pursuers behind him. Their speed was not slow either, especially the three Deluo golden immortals, each capable of rending space and shortening distances. Coupled with their own escape techniques, they were barely able to keep up with him. Deluo golden immortals are indeed formidable. If I find an opportunity, I will definitely eliminate 1 or 2 of them. Now, Mu Yun could not afford to think any further. These disciples of sages all believe themselves to be protected by their mentors, acting arrogantly. If I do not teach them a lesson, they will continue to underestimate me. Before long, A day passed in the blink of an eye. Mu Yun felt his celestial energy dwindling, yet dared not slow his pace. Finally, after a day of flight, he discovered the so-called burial ground. Peering down, he saw a realm filled with chaotic spatial currents. At the foot of a cliff, the entrance to the burial ground lay concealed. Surrounding this entrance was a desolate wasteland, devoid of vegetation, with scant spiritual energy. The air was thick with the wails of lost souls and the roars of ferocious beasts, suffused with malevolent and tainted energy. Any ordinary person encountering this place would undoubtedly flee at first sight. Yet Mu Yun plunged forward without a backward glance. With a wave, as Mu Yun passed through a transparent barrier of spatial crystal, he found himself in a separate and desolate Grand Thousand World. However, this Grand Thousand World was immensely fragmented. All around, there sprawled an endless expanse of thunderous marshlands, fiery domains, and icy plains. The heavens and earth flickered with streaks of pitch-black, destructive divine thunder. The surrounding space was exceedingly unstable. A moment's inattention could lead one to be ensnared by terrifying spatial turbulence, reduced to mere ashes. It appeared that this realm had been crafted by an ancient powerhouse, yet it lay forsaken, and after an indeterminate span of time, the space began to collapse. Mu Yun slowly furrowed his brow and then directly activated the barrier insight. Utilizing the profound ability of the barrier insight to probe all things, he scanned his surroundings, meticulously noting every perilous spot to avert entrapment. Simultaneously, under the scrutiny of the barrier insight, Mu Yun suddenly discovered a rather peculiar location. What is that? Before his eyes stood a weathered, towering ancient tree. Though it had long since shed its leaves, it emanated an aura of inscrutable, profound daoic pressure. Within this giant tree, it seemed there existed another realm altogether. Chapter 33. Where on earth am I? Is this still the primordial chaos? The interior of this colossal tree appears remarkably stable, making it an excellent hiding place. I shall venture in and see. With this thought, Mu Yun hastened towards the giant tree. The surrounding spatial turbulence resembled a pitch-black abyss, opening its gaping maw, continuously devouring this vast expanse of heaven and earth. Through the lens of his perception, Mu Yun cautiously avoided all dangers. In just a moment, he arrived beneath the massive tree. At this moment, Mu Yun looked up and discovered the terrifying scale of this towering giant. From below, he could see that the treetop extended into the starry sky, the lush branches and leaves seemingly adorned with sparkling gems of starlight. Below, the roots sprawled over a staggering radius of several 100 million miles. Ascending further, it was impossible to fathom how many billions of miles it reached. What an immense tree! Previously, from a distance, it lacked a tangible sense of scale, but now, up close, its enormity was beyond comprehension. Beneath this tree, I feel like a mere speck against the vast sky. Moreover, within this tree, there seems to exist some profound and mysterious principles that send chills down one's spine. Mu Yun examined it carefully, feeling a sense of wonder and reverence. Just then, a wave of indescribable comfort washed over him. Was his occasional stroke of good fortune activating again? Mu Yun couldn't help but feel a surge of joy in his heart. At this pivotal moment, the sudden activation of his fortuitous ability must herald some good fortune. As he pondered, Mu Yun took a step forward, intending to scrutinize the details of this giant tree. Suddenly, he felt a void beneath his feet. A rift in the spatial turbulence abruptly appeared. Oh no! With a startled cry, Mu Yun fell into the abyss. And then, there was no more. Damn, where has that fellow vanished to? Can there truly be a hiding place in this desolate region? The disciples of the, including Ling Yaxian and Chang'er, who had arrived shortly after, gazed around at the devastated scene, all harboring a sense of trepidation. After all, such an eerie place is fraught with unknown dangers. Brother, this is the place. That fellow must have fled here. Huh, strange, why has his aura vanished? On another front, C.I. Hang and the others also arrived at this location. Beyond the cliff, Zhu Lusun couldn't help but furrow his brow. Do not panic. Allow me to utilize my divine powers for investigation. Having said that, Zhu Lusun activated his abilities, reciting incantations. Through the barrier, I see. Upon uttering those words, his eyes sparkled with profound light. However, compared to Mu Yun and Appo's perception, his was evidently only at an introductory level. Nevertheless, he still discerned that the cave was indeed a hidden dwelling. Zhu Lusun gazed towards the cave, noticing that it seemed to harbor another realm within. Surrounding it were waves of spatial turbulence, and it was uncertain when the entrance would be consumed by it, disappearing entirely. For a moment, they were all taken aback, hesitant to advance. After all, spatial turbulence is exceedingly perilous. Although the Deluo Jin Xian can traverse through it, they must exercise utmost caution. A moment and Appo's inattention could lead to being torn apart by chaotic winds. If it were not for necessity, they would prefer not to take such a risk. There is a saying, one cannot catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den. Brother Zhu Lusun, our master has said that we are blessed with fortune and protected by luck, and we certainly will not lose our lives in such a place. Perhaps this is the cave of some ancient deity, containing unique opportunities. On the side, Pu Xian boldly remarked. The ancient deities were the powerful beings born during the primordial era, representing the essence of the universe, birthed through the fusion of heavenly principles. Almost each one possesses mastery over one or more innate principles, such as Yang Mei Lao Zu, Yin Yang Lao Zu, and even Hong Jun Dao Zu. Their identities essentially refer to these so-called ancient deities, a term denoting the first powerful beings born of primordial chaos. Among them, Yang Mei and Hong Jun Dao Zu were even the reincarnations of great divine demons, undoubtedly formidable. Thus, when Zhu Lusun heard this, his eyes gleamed with a glint of greed. This is no exaggeration. If we can discover the cave of some ancient deity, it would indeed be a monumental gain. Brothers, let us proceed. We shall enter. After a brief hesitation, Zhu Lusun led the group into the cave. Meanwhile, those from the noticed their actions. What are they doing? Could it be that fellow is inside the cave? Pursue. We must not allow them to take the lead, Ling Yaxian commanded, promptly directing the others from the charge in. On the other side, Mu Yun felt himself spinning violently. His physical form was caught in a whirlpool of spatial turbulence, as if he had been crumpled into a ball and tossed into a washing machine, spinning furiously for 3 days and nights. It made him feel nauseous. Ugh! He expelled a mouthful of sour bile, unable to suppress his curses. Damn it! Why does this peculiar stroke of fortune feel so strange? What in the world is this place? Just as Mu Yun was filled with confusion, he suddenly lifted his gaze to the surroundings and was astonished to find that the space before him was a valley filled with the songs of birds and fragrant blossoms. Enveloped in celestial clouds, the air was thick with an ethereal essence, and all around were verdant mountains and clear waters, resembling a paradise. He lay beside a stream, and to his astonishment, this stream was a natural spiritual spring. A spiritual spring, and these are all various celestial herbs and spiritual plants. What the hell? Where on earth am I? Is this still the primordial chaos? Mu Yun was momentarily dumbfounded. However, it was evident that this was no longer the graveyard he had just encountered. Could it be that this is the interior space of that colossal tree? With a sense of doubt, Mu Yun immediately activated his perception to investigate further. Indeed, he had truly entered this internal space. Moreover, this internal space was originally inaccessible. There were no entrances whatsoever. It was only because this cursed place began to collapse and fragment that the spatial turbulence emerged, inadvertently creating a connection. It seems that this stroke of good fortune was indeed fortuitous. Otherwise, I would have truly met my end. Well then, let me explore this place. Regardless, those individuals will not locate me anytime soon. With this thought in mind, Mu Yun began to search the surroundings. Along the path, he encountered various celestial herbs and spiritual plants, all of which he diligently collected. Before long, what was once a picturesque valley of lush green mountains and waters had become marred by numerous uneven pits and hollows, presenting a rather unsightly scene. However, Mu Yun paid little heed to these details. Although these were merely postnatal spiritual plants and herbs, for Mu Yun, a destitute disciple from the West, they were indeed treasures. After gathering an assortment of celestial herbs and spiritual plants, Mu Yun finally arrived at the heart of the valley. There lay an expanse of cultivated farmland, where only ordinary rice was grown, yet it had long been abandoned and overtaken by weeds. Adjacent to the farmland, atop a small hill, stood a thatched cottage, rather incongruously. How peculiar. Let me take a closer look. Mu Yun hastened towards it, reaching the cottage in a single stride. Chapter 34. The Array of All Realms. The Legacy of the Mysterious Power. The humble thatched cottage appeared unremarkable at first glance, yet within it lay an extraordinary realm. Upon pushing the door open, one would behold the signs of a celestial abode. Beside it, a lotus pond shimmered, its waters cradling a golden lotus. Above, a high platform stood, upon which loomed an ethereal chaos Dao platform. Surrounding this marvel were formidable restrictions and chaotic primordial energy. Despite the passage of countless millennia, the air was thick with decay yet still pulsated with immense power. Mu Yun was acutely aware that, with his current strength, he could not hope to breach the restrictions or the chaotic primordial energy, even if he exerted himself to the utmost. Moreover, the numerous inscriptions upon the restrictions were all marked in shades of crimson and violet. Chaotic primordial energy, purple innate chaotic primordial energy, achieved by cultivating to the realm of the Hunyuan golden immortal, combined with innate vital energy, transformed by chaotic power, the supreme magic of the Hunyuan golden immortal. Fatal to any cultivator below the great Luo golden immortal upon contact. Hunyuan divine restriction, read a powerful restriction set by a Hunyuan golden immortal, closely aligned with the essence of the laws of heaven and earth, extraordinarily formidable. Divine demon power, purple the boundless divine demon power left behind after the fall of the ancient Taoist divine demons. Available for the beings of heaven and earth to borrow, immensely powerful. Each inscription was either red or purple. The restrictions, alongside the chaotic primordial energy and divine demon power, obscured Mu Yun's view of the interior. Alas, visible yet unattainable. Surely, there must be treasures within. Mu Yun couldn't help but sigh, lamenting inwardly. Both the chaotic primordial energy and divine demon power were realms beyond his current reach. Even a great Luo golden immortal would pay a steep price to encounter such chaotic primordial energy. Truly terrifying. Whose abode is this? Why do such formidable restrictions and chaotic primordial energy remain here? How peculiar. That golden lotus. Just as Mu Yun was lost in contemplation, his gaze was suddenly drawn to the golden lotus in the pond below. Taoist golden lotus, red left behind by an ancient deity during their enlightenment of the Tao. It contains the profound truths of the Tao and unparalleled power. Having initially focused on the restrictions, he had overlooked this golden lotus, which turned out to be the Taoist golden lotus. How wondrous. Although he could not obtain mountains of gold and silver, this Taoist golden lotus represented an immense opportunity. There were no restrictions surrounding the pond, allowing him to completely absorb and refine the Taoist golden lotus to enhance his own cultivation. With this thought, Mu Yun resolutely raised his hand, holding the Taoist golden lotus above his head. Uncertain of which ancestor had left this treasure, Mu Yun respectfully bowed towards the ethereal chaos Tao platform, then settled down to begin comprehending the myriad mysteries contained within the Taoist golden lotus. Buzz. Suddenly, a pure land of Buddhahood manifested around Mu Yun. At the same time, he activated his transformative method to accelerate his comprehension. Hundreds of Buddha apparitions materialized behind him, radiating myriad rays of light, enveloped by the essence of the Buddha, creating an ethereal realm of purity. With the Taoist golden lotus suspended above his head, the essence of the Tao began to surge forth from it. Simultaneously, within the Taoist golden lotus, a powerful tide of spiritual energy began to swell. What immense spiritual energy! Even this single Taoist golden lotus left behind by the great power brims with such abundant, heavenly spiritual energy? What is the origin of this great power? Mu Yun's heart raced, and he seized the moment to calmly absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. As Mu Yun meditated, the sound of profound mantras began to resonate from within the Taoist golden lotus. These mantras were neither mundane speech nor any known language, but rather the sounds of the Tao. They were intricate and esoteric, difficult to fathom. Mu Yun could only vaguely grasp fragments of the meanings, interpreting them in light of his own understanding of the Tao. No action, no end, no boundary, no heaven, no earth, no thoughts, no desires, hence everywhere. The essence of the Tao gradually flowed from Mu Yun's lips. As he recited the mantras, the space around him underwent a peculiar transformation. The vast expanse of the cave seemed to fluctuate in size, at times expansive and at others constricted, as if the rules of space were undergoing some marvelous alteration. In the blink of an eye, decades passed. At this moment, Mu Yun suddenly comprehended that the principles harbored within the Taoist golden lotus pertained to the Tao of space, the profound truth of the Tao of space. Furthermore, this profound truth had constructed a wondrous formation. How marvelous! Mu Yun murmured to himself, his insights continuing to deepen. Before his eyes, he witnessed the process of creation, the evolution of all things. Within a single space, the myriad worlds and living beings were ceaselessly unfolding. Moreover, this was not occurring in any specific location, but rather within a great array. The realizations derived from the Taoist golden lotus constituted a supreme formation based on the Tao of space. Time trickled by, and the Taoist golden lotus gradually diminished in size under Mu Yun's persistent refinement. The principles of the Tao were continuously comprehended, and the vast spiritual energy was absorbed by Mu Yun like a whale drinking water. Soon, his cultivation began to loosen. With a resonating hum, the shackles of his cultivation effortlessly shattered. His aura surged, propelling him into the mid-stage of the golden, immortal realm. Yet this was not the end. As Mu Yun continued refining, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years passed. By the 50th year of refinement, Mu Yun's cultivation finally broke through again. He reached the late stage of the golden, immortal realm. Simultaneously, array patterns began to materialize around him. He had come to know the name of this grand array, the array of all realms. In a mere 5 words, Mu Yun slowly uttered its name. Then, a force of the Tao of space seemed to be summoned, beginning to construct a universe around him. Though ephemeral, it is imbued with an infinite tapestry of profound principles. And then, another 50 years passed. With a resounding hum, Mu Yun's cultivation ascended once more, directly breaking through to the pinnacle of the golden, immortal realm. At this moment, the quintessence within his chest surged forth, enveloping him in a sense of completeness. The phantoms surrounding him grew increasingly magnificent, as if from the ground beneath Mu Yun's feet. An entire realm of myriad worlds was being birthed. Within it lay the heavens and the earth, countless spaces beyond enumeration. Crack! The sound of shattering echoed as the golden lotus of Taoist cultivation finally fragmented at that instant. All the spiritual energy and principles contained within were entirely refined by Mu Yun. With a deep exhale of stagnant air, Mu Yun could not help but laugh. Marvelous. Truly marvelous. Breaking through 3 realms and mastering a grand spatial formation. Though I have yet to meet this esteemed predecessor, I am forever in your debt. Allow me to pay my respects. With that, he bowed deeply towards the chaotic Dao platform. Then, Mu Yun cast his gaze beyond the cave, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. It was time to settle accounts with those few individuals. Chapter 35, Close Yet Distant, Mastering the Path of Space. After spending a century in this cave, it seems those few individuals have not departed. After all, the allure of 3 exquisite innate spiritual treasures is undeniably significant. The Path of Space. Mu Yun slowly raised his hand, and the space within seemed to undergo a transformation. It was as if it were a malleable toy, twisting into various shapes within the palm of Mu Yun. However, perhaps due to his insufficient cultivation, his mastery over the Path of Space was still limited. The 10,000 Realms Array? This is not merely an array. It is an immense formation designed to create worlds. Mu Yun could not help but feel a sense of awe. After completely refining the Tao Golden Lotus, he not only gained insights into the Path of Space, but also acquired the profound mysteries of the 10,000 Realms Array. Beyond this world of trees lies a vast 10,000 Realms Array, merely serving as a testing ground for the Grand Formation. To create a world just for the purpose of testing a great array is indeed a feat of extraordinary magnitude. What a terrifying concept a vast world is. The so-called 3,000 minor worlds form a central world, while 3,000 central worlds constitute a grand world. The term 3,000 is merely a conceptual abstraction. In reality, it represents countless realms. It can be said that innumerable minor worlds and central worlds converge to form a grand world. Though this external grand world is fragmented, its boundless expanse is still discernible, akin to a vast universe lingering in a crevice of the primordial world. It is uncertain why that mighty being would undertake such a monumental endeavor to devise such a grand array. Should the chance arise to unravel this primordial divine prohibition, I shall certainly return to this place. With this thought, Mu Yun expressed his gratitude and bowed once more to the chaotic Tao platform before departing from this small world within the thatched cottage. Upon returning to the valley of the outside world, Mu Yun employed the technique of spatial observation. Based on his current understanding of the path of space, he had become adept at recognizing various spatial transformations and conditions. Thus, he quickly located the exit. Simultaneously, having grasped the essence of the path of space, Mu Yun's close yet distant technique reached a state of great perfection. After all, this technique inherently relates to the domain of space. Once the path of space is mastered, cultivation naturally ascends to a high level. With this, close yet distant, as Mu Yun's voice fell, the space around him swiftly transformed. With a single step, it was as though he had shrunk the distance, traversing through 2 spatial barriers in an instant, arriving beneath the great tree. Upon emerging, Mu Yun immediately surveyed his surroundings, employing spatial observation to check whether the disciples of the Chan and Jie sects had departed. To his surprise, they were still waiting for him. After a brief examination, he discovered they were all lying in ambush at the exit, seemingly poised to await his appearance. Had it not been for his proficient spatial observation, he might not have detected their movements. Do they think they can capture me? That depends on whether they possess the capability. With a cold snort, Mu Yun directly invoked close yet distant. This time, he didn't even need to utilize the golden light of Earth, achieving a breathtaking speed of 200,000 miles in the blink of an eye. In a mere moment, Mu Yun traversed billions of miles, reaching the cave entrance. He has arrived. After waiting for over a century, they have finally encountered this young man. Ma Yuan, swiftly take Poison Dragon, Flame, and Aoyi to block his retreat. This time, he must not escape again. The first to sense Mu Yun's arrival was Ling Yxian, who immediately ordered the 3 other disciples of the Jie sect beside him. Upon reflection, Ling Yi turned to Chang'er Dao. Chang'er, you should join as well. His evasion technique is quite troublesome. With your presence, I can rest easier. Hearing this, Chang'er could not help but frown slightly. As fellow attendants of the 7 immortals, the tone of the other party felt somewhat condescending. Yet, the pursuit of spiritual treasures took precedence, and Chang'er merely noted the incident in silence, responding solemnly, very well. With that, he led the other 3 to encircle Mu Yun from behind. Do they think they can surround my retreat? Do they truly believe I haven't noticed? A glimmer of arcane light flickered in Mu Yun's eyes. He had been continuously activating his spatial observation since earlier. Thus, he immediately detected the presence of several individuals behind him. As for the disciples of the Chan sect, they, too, like the Jie sect, were circling around behind him. Almost simultaneously, both Zhu Li Sun and Ling Ya unleashed a terrifying surge of celestial energy, belonging to the great Luo Golden Immortal, transforming into waves of energy. They swept towards Mu Yun. The distinction between the great Luo Golden Immortal and other cultivators lies in their activation of the innate essence within their bodies, combining it with the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth to form celestial energy. Therefore, even a mere wisp of their power far surpasses that of the Tai Golden Immortal. Naturally, the The two of them looked down upon Mu Yun, merely using their celestial energy to assault him. In the next moment, Mu Yun feigned a look of terror, transforming into a beam of golden light, dodging their attacks while pretending to roar in anger. You all have not left yet. As soon as his words fell, Lingya burst into laughter. Leave? You haven't left? How could I? You Western brat, quickly hand over the spiritual treasure. In this way, I might spare your life. Lingya opened his mouth wide in a savage laugh, and from the malevolent aura surrounding him, it was evident he had devoured countless humans in his time. Though he was called an immortal, he was essentially a great demon. His true form was that of a yellow-toothed old elephant. Had it not been for his initiation into the GS sect, acquiring the true methods of the upper clear, would he not have been swept into the calamity? Regarding him, Mu Yun held no intention of showing mercy. Humph, despicable and shameless. I have not offended you, yet you covet the spiritual treasures I possess. If you kill me, do you think the Saint of Guidance would let you go? Though this statement was evidently futile, Mu Yun deliberately aimed to intimidate them. Otherwise, appearing overly calm might provoke their suspicion. Saint. Haha, what a joke. Your master is a saint. Does that mean my master is not one? Enough of your nonsense. Today, you are destined to meet your demise. The celestial being Lingya advanced a step, the celestial essence within him stirring restlessly. Mu Yun, should you choose to accompany me, I can assure you of your safety. At that moment, the self-righteous Zhu Lusun interjected, adopting a facade of moral superiority. Although you relied on the assistance of the Holy Guide and employed despicable means to triumph over my senior brother Guangqingzi, your crimes do not warrant death. Heed my counsel and follow me, lest you lose your life. A fate most unfortunate. Observing Zhu Liusun's hypocritical demeanor, Mu Yun could not suppress a cold chuckle. Zhu Lusun, a disciple of the Chan teaching, generally regarded as virtuous and upright. Yet, he was not the exception. After all, who could forget that he would later betray the Chan teaching and become the Buddha Zhu Lusun of the West? To be candid, Mu Yun would not believe a single word from this man. It was about time. The individuals behind him appeared poised to take action. Though Mu Yun lacked foresight, he could sense a wave of perilous energy steadily closing in on him. Chapter 36. Luring the enemy in. The counterattack begins. It was evident that they were engaging him merely to ensnare him. After all, once he activated his evasion technique, even a Deluo Golden Immortal would be unable to pursue him. It seemed necessary to indulge them in a grand performance. Otherwise, he truly feared they might not take the bait. Mu Yun grinned, a spark of theatricality igniting within him. He immediately donned an expression that mingled hesitation with a hint of urgency, and urgency with a touch of ire. Anyone who beheld his countenance would surely believe Mu Yun was engulfed in torment. As Mu Yun appeared lost in contemplation, behind him, the venerable Puxian promptly unleashed his most formidable attack, the Jade Void Divine Thunder. This Jade Void Divine Thunder was a prized technique of the primordial supreme being, known to be practiced by nearly every one of the 12 immortals, albeit with varying degrees of proficiency and power. For instance, Puxian, despite being a late-stage Tai Golden Immortal, had only mastered the technique to a rudimentary level, even failing to reach minor completion. Consequently, he could only summon 3 bolts of this divine thunder simultaneously. As Puxian made his move, the long-eared companions beside him were filled with indignation. The distance was too great. The timing was not right. This fellow was far too impatient. Though incensed, the long-eared one could only resort to invoking his own celestial magic, aiming to capture Mu Yun directly. Golden Light Curse, he declared, and in an instant, he unleashed dozens of incantations that transformed into a dazzling golden light in the void, akin to a myriad of sharpened blades racing towards Mu Yun. Simultaneously, other disciples of the, such as Ma Yuan and the Compassionate Traveler, converged from all directions, intent on overwhelming him. In response, Mu Yun cooperatively feigned rage, then transformed into a beam of golden light, deftly evading the 3 fearsome bolts of Jade Void Divine Thunder. Boom! A thunderous roar resounded as the 3 bolts of Divine Thunder struck, reducing the mountains below to mere rubble. The sheer power was terrifying. Seeing this, Mu Yun felt a jolt of alarm. He could not afford to be hit even once. However, he could withstand a few strikes from the Golden Light Curse. In the blink of an eye, Mu Yun devised a script for the scene. With a swift motion, he was coincidentally grazed by several streaks of golden light. With a resounding whoosh, his flesh was instantly lacerated by several deep wounds, exposing bone beneath the torn flesh. Instantly, Mu Yun and Appo's complexion turned ashen, gasping for breath as though grievously injured. Haha, Western brat, let us see where you run. The long-eared one, witnessing his successful strike, rushed toward Mu Yun, his eyes glinting with avarice. Surrender. You have no escape. Compassionate Traveler and Puxian closed in as well, followed closely by Ma Yuan, Poison Dragon, and the fiery disciples of the, forming an inescapable net. You despicable scoundrels. Today, even if it costs me my life, I will not grant you the satisfaction. Mu Yun roared, trembling, his expression a mix of determination and defiance. His acting skills warranted an Oscar for Best Actor, without a doubt. Earthly Golden Light. With a furious shout, Mu transformed into a streak of golden light and dashed forth, albeit at a notably reduced speed of merely 80,000 miles per instant. Quick! Pursue. He has been struck by my golden light curse and is gravely injured. He cannot escape far. The long-eared one shouted, as the three Deluo golden immortals unleashed their divine abilities, hastening after Mu Yun. The Tai golden immortals followed in their wake. In no time, after a brief chase, a sly gleam flickered in the corner of Mu Yun and Amp, Oppos, SI. It seemed the ranks were beginning to thin. The disparity in speed between the Deluo golden immortals and the Tai golden immortals was quite apparent. Observing from a vantage point, Mu Yun noticed that several Tai golden immortals could not keep pace with their Deluo counterparts. At that moment, he deliberately slowed his speed. Before long, the three Deluo golden immortals caught up. Where do you think you're going? Humph. It appears your celestial energy has been depleted. You shall meet your end. They taunted. Mu Yun, return with me to face the judgment of Master Primordial Supreme Being. Each spoke differently, yet it was clear they were no benevolent figures. Mu Yun appeared pale and drained, presenting a facade of extreme weakness, while beside him loomed an area of chaotic spatial turbulence, rife with countless fissures that could ensnare the unwary. I have already stated, even in death, I shall not grant you the satisfaction. You covet the treasures upon me. Do you? Come and claim them. Mu Yun bellowed in fury, then turned and plunged into the chaotic spatial turbulence. Oh no. He actually dove in. The long-eared ones lamented. Realizing too late. Inside the chaotic space, a maelstrom of darkness enveloped everything. Stepping within would surely lead to being torn apart by the tumultuous void. Yet, as the saying goes, men die for wealth, and birds perish for food. The three Deluo golden immortals, possessing the ability to traverse chaotic spaces, could not afford to return empty-handed. We must pursue. We cannot return empty-handed. Lingya, with a grim countenance, whispered to the long-eared one, nodding in agreement. They both charged into the chaotic turbulence, disappearing into the black mist. After a moment and Oppos, as hesitation, the fearful Lu Sun followed suit, stepping into the abyss. Within the black fog, a sly smile crept upon Mu Yun's lips, revealing a hint of triumph. Upon closer inspection, he ignited the divine flames of the phoenix upon his being. Any traces of injury or exhaustion vanished completely. Moreover, within this chaotic spatial turbulence, Mu Yun navigated with ease, skillfully evading the treacherous fissures. His eyes sparkled with profound insight, and he soon spotted the three who had entered after him. According to the formation of the myriad realms, there should be a focal point here. Allow me to graciously entertain you, so that you may learn the consequences of opposing me. With that thought, Mu Yun turned to explore his surroundings, and in no time, he discovered a massive stone platform. Here it is. Mu Yun executed the art of traversing vast distances in an instant, arriving upon the stone platform with a single step. The surface of the stone platform was adorned with intricate patterns of spatial pathways, forming an esoteric and enigmatic design. A mere glance evoked an inexplicable sense of profundity. Yet, within Mu Yun and Oppos' perception, he was able to decipher the meanings embedded within. Had it not been for the legacy left by that esteemed predecessor, he might very well have been forced to flee in despair today. Mu Yun sighed with contemplation, then proceeded to channel his divine consciousness, melding it into the intricate array of patterns, boundless, formless, and immeasurable void. As Mu Yun intoned the sacred incantations, he simultaneously executed hundreds of mystical gestures, which descended upon the array platform. Instantly, the area of the grand formation underwent a cataclysmic transformation. Thunderous roars erupted, accompanied by divine thunder, celestial flames, and an overwhelming surge of crimson mist imbued with destructive power that began to permeate the surroundings. Chapter 37. The Reversal of the Celestial Forces. Encirclement of the Great Luo Golden Immortals. What is happening? Why has this spatial turbulence suddenly changed? Within the dark mist, Chang'er, Zhu Lu Sun, and Ling Yixian immediately perceived a monumental shift in the surrounding space. Previously, the chaotic turbulence had only contained strands of black mist and numerous spatial rifts. Yet, without warning, countless heavenly fires, divine thunders, and waves of red fog, imbued with a sense of destruction, emerged. A multitude of transformations began to unfold. Witnessing this scene, the three hastily activated their celestial spells and summoned their respective spiritual treasures. Ling Yixian wielded two shimmering Lingya swords, glinting with cold light and sharp edges. Zhu Lu Sun, in addition to his celestial sword, conjured a bundle of immortal binding ropes. As for Chang'er, he grasped a golden hammer, ready to face the impending threats. However, they remained perpetually on guard, unable to fully anticipate the complexities of the turbulence. In the blink of an eye, a thunderous bolt struck down. After they managed to deflect it, a torrent of heavenly fire surged from below, scorching the trio and leaving them in disarray. The most formidable adversary was undoubtedly the red fog, suffused with a destructive aura. Neither their spells nor their treasures could dispel it, forcing them to flee in panic. Flee? Did I allow you to escape? Humph. With a cold snort, Mian activated the formation and Oppos' core, conjuring a spatial rift directly in the path of the three. With a whoosh, a fierce gust of wind swept through, and one misstep led them directly into the rift. Ah! A sudden scream pierced the air. It turned out to be Chang'er and Amp, Oppos, S long white ears, which had been torn apart by the chaotic winds within the rift, leaving him bloodied and trembling. Next, it was Ling Yusien and Amp, Oppos, S turn to suffer misfortune. The Ling Yus swords, which had accompanied him for many years and were on the verge of being refined into innate treasures, were swept away into the chaotic rift, disappearing into an unknown dimension. This loss caused him great anguish, as the swords were formed from his own ivory. Zhu Lusun fared even worse. The fierce winds tore at his very essence, and the chaotic space left him disoriented. The intense rending forces not only shattered his celestial sword, but also made his immortal binding ropes vanish into some unknown dimension. He could only muster all his celestial energy to barely survive. 3 great Luo golden immortals reduced to such a state? Alas, those who commit unjust acts must meet their demise. Mu Yun smiled faintly, with a flick of his wrist. The 2 Ling Yu swords and the immortal binding ropes appeared in his hands. Though merely postnatal treasures, they were still a bountiful harvest. Chuckling to himself, Mu Yun stored the treasures. Of course, he had considered eliminating the 3, but his celestial power was insufficient to unleash a rift of greater magnitude. Thus, he could only trap them, leaving them severely injured. Yet, a peak golden immortal managing to ensnare 3 great Luo golden immortals and inflict considerable harm was truly extraordinary. A remarkable reversal of fate. Time was of the essence, the others would soon arrive, and he couldn't and Amp, Oppos, T allow them to regroup. With that thought, Mu Yun abandoned the formation platform, leaving the 3 great Luo golden immortals ensnared within. He then employed the distance of 1,000 miles technique to step outside the dark mist. Beyond the black fog, Mu Yun maintained an appearance of feigned weakness as he hastened along the path he had come. Before long, he encountered Ma Yuan, Poison Dragon, and Lai Yin. Truly a stroke of luck. I encountered them without effort. You, wretched Westerner, come and face me. Ma Yuan glared at Mu Yun, producing a black banner that emitted swirling black smoke, suffused with a malevolent aura. The banner of 10,000 souls? Mu Yun and Amp, Oppos, S brow furrowed slightly. He was aware that this banner was a cruel artifact, utilized by the demon clans of the former demon ancestor, Luoho. The method of its refinement was particularly brutal, requiring the suffering and torment of living souls to cultivate resentment and malevolence, thus enhancing the banner as power. I never expected that beneath the lofty teachings of the great saints, there would be such despicable individuals like you. Mu Yun and Amp, Oppos, S eyes betrayed his disdain as he regarded Ma Yuan. Despicable? What does that even mean? I merely consumed thousands of human lives and refined their souls into a treasure. What of it? Ma Yuan replied dismissively, as if human lives were as inconsequential as ants. The law of the jungle prevails. I am stronger, thus superior. They are nothing but livestock. As he spoke, Poison Dragon and Lai Yin behind him sneered in agreement. Brother speaks the truth. The flesh of humans is delectable, especially that of infants under 3 months. It is nourishing. Moreover, it enhances our cultivation, so what is there to complain about? Hearing their words, a wave of revulsion surged within Mu Yun. Though he had reincarnated as a cloud, he still held a keen affection for humanity. Having once been human, he empathized with their suffering. Very well. Today, I shall act on behalf of justice and eradicate you all, Mu Yun declared, then began to chant a sacred incantation. Suddenly, the essence of the sun manifested from his form, enveloping the surroundings in a pure world of tranquility, filled with the harmonious chants of deities and boundless transformative power. I am a Tai golden immortal. You, a mere golden immortal, dare to oppose me? Seeking death, Ma Yuan bellowed, unleashing the banner of 10,000 souls. Suddenly, a cacophony of countless spirits roared. A dark cloud surged ominously forth. Witnessing this scene, Mu Yun activated the profound essence of salvation. Remarkably, streams of transformative light enveloped the encroaching darkness. In a mere instant, the black cloud erupted into a myriad of azure smoke. Within the radiant light of salvation, one soul after another was swiftly redeemed. As they faded away, their faces bore an expression of liberation. One can only imagine the immense suffering they endured amidst the myriad of souls. What a remarkable youth. He can actually withstand my myriad soul banner. Ma Yuan and Amp, Oppos, S eyes widened in disbelief, his heart aching profoundly. Just moments ago, he had unwittingly transformed countless souls himself. This had significantly weakened his own myriad soul banner, even causing the dark aura to diminish in intensity. This inevitably ignited his fury. Senior brother, why waste words on him? Let us join forces. Eliminate this boy, and the spiritual treasure shall belong to us. Indeed, let us proceed. With that, the Poison Dragon and the Blazing Flame surged forth to confront Mu Yun. Thus, a chaotic battle commenced forthwith. Chapter 38, The Might of the Phoenix Divine Fire, slaying the Poison Dragon of them. Although Ma Yuan and his companions are notorious for their malevolence, they are nonetheless Taiji golden immortals, adept in the Supreme Clarity True method, and possess formidable cultivation skills. They are significantly more powerful than the malevolent spirits encountered previously. Despite Mu Yun and Amp, Oppos, S plethora of techniques, he must still exercise caution. Western brat, your Poison Dragon grandfather is here. Come, face your doom. The disciple of the aptly named Poison Dragon was indeed true to his title. His true form was that of a venomous serpent. Upon invoking his magical incantations, he transformed into a dragon-like figure. However, his ambition seemed rather overreaching. It is said that a dragon possesses 2 horns, while this poisonous serpent, lacking in cultivation, bore but a single horn atop its head, audaciously claiming the title of poison dragon, clearly deluded by its aspirations. Nevertheless, his size was indeed terrifying. Upon manifesting, he transformed into a gargantuan serpent stretching over several thousand feet, belching forth clouds of poisonous mist. The toxic fumes shimmered with a rainbow of dark hues, clearly hazardous to anyone who ventured too close. Humph! Poison? Do you think I am afraid? Muyin sneered, raising his hand to weave a spell. Chanting the incantation, Phoenix Divine Fire. Upon uttering this phrase, a wave of divine fire emanated with an aura of majesty, surging forth towards the poison dragon. The winds stirred in concert, as Mu Yun summoned the elemental forces around him. Possessing an affinity with the primordial spirits, he could manipulate the winds even without invoking any celestial techniques. In an instant, the fire was invigorated by the wind, morphing into a towering inferno that roared like a ferocious beast, swallowing the entire serpent in one fell swoop. Roar! The Phoenix Divine Fire, with a temperature rivaling the blazing sun, ignited the poisoned serpent, causing it to shriek in agony. But that was not all. The whirlwind swept up the toxic mist surrounding the serpent, enveloping Ma Yuan and his companion in its grasp. Unprepared, they were caught within the noxious cloud, and upon their bodies, greenish spots emerged as if corroded, inducing them to grimace in pain. What and amp, Oppos, this, you bastard? Aren't and amp, Oppos, to you a disciple of the West? How can you wield such celestial arts? Ma Yuan hastily tried to expel the invading miasma with his celestial power, cursing Mu Yun in frustration. Logically, should not all Western disciples be benevolent, employing spells that appear fearsome but merely serve to guide the souls of the departed? Why then was this Mu Yun conjuring winds and flames with such prowess? Damn it! Is he even a disciple of the West? Is it merely wind and fire? Does he think this celestial being is incapable? 3 mystical true fire. BG Sunlight Wind. The furious Li Yin wasted no time on idle chatter. He directly invoked his celestial methods, unleashing waves of true fire and profound wind from his being, charging toward Mu Yun. At the same moment, he revealed his true form, transforming into a fierce tiger engulfed in flames. Mu Yun recognized this figure. He belonged to the fierce tiger clan, a notable lineage among the myriad races of the world. Born with the ability to wield the 3 mystical true fire and BG Sunlight Wind, a remarkable being among the postnatal spirit races. Yet, under Emperor Jun and Amp, Oppos' campaign against all races, the fierce tiger clan was relegated to the demon race. 3 mystical true fire? BG Sunlight Wind? How dare he present such trivialities? However, Mu Yun felt no trepidation toward the 3 mystical true fire, as the Phoenix Divine Fire was on par with the Great Sun's golden flame, fearless. Though the BG Sunlight Wind posed a challenge, it could simply be evaded. Phoenix Divine Fire. Mu Yun raised his hand, countering fire with fire. The 2 formidable flames collided, and the so-called 3 mystical true fire was swiftly consumed by the Phoenix Divine Fire, which, in turn, surged in power, engulfing Li Yin and causing blisters to erupt across his body. Roar! A series of anguish cries echoed. Behind him, Ma Yuan could no longer remain passive. Utilizing a teleportation technique, he transformed into a shadowy gust, appearing beside Mu Yun. He chanted an incantation, summoning a massive skeletal claw from his head, with claws resembling enormous winter melons, aiming to grasp Mu Yun. Initially intending to execute a series of fatal strikes, he found that Mu Yun was enveloped in golden light, rendering his attempts futile. Moreover, the golden radiance seemed to disperse all evils, causing wisps of black smoke to rise from his skeletal hand. Seeing his grasp fail, Ma Yuan hurled himself downward with great force. With a thunderous crash, Mu Yun was sent reeling, blood spilling from his mouth. Indeed, a Taiji Golden Immortal possesses myriad techniques. Were it not for my 9 turns golden body having reached the 4th turn, I would have surely been disemboweled. Wiping the blood from his lips, Mu Yun and Oppos' eyes glimmered with determination. Facing 3 adversaries at once was undoubtedly challenging. He resolved to focus on the other 2, nearly falling prey to Ma Yuan and Oppos' lethal grasp. After contemplating for a moment, Mu Yun concluded that it would be difficult to eliminate Ma Yuan for the time being, given his late-stage Taiji Golden Immortal cultivation and mastery of the Supreme Clarity True method. However, the other 2 were different. One was at the initial stage of Taiji, the other at the mid-stage. As the saying goes, one should pick the softest fruit first. Thus, he would target the initial stage Poison Dragon first. In an instant, he uttered the incantation, teleporting right before the Poison Dragon. He raised his hand, summoning a spiritual treasure resembling a bamboo, emanating an aura of primordial energy. Indeed, it was the 6 pure bamboos. With a swift motion, he brushed toward the Poison Dragon, and in an instant, radiant light surged forth. What is this? Before the Poison Dragon could react, the 6 pure bamboos swept away its 6 senses. Immediately, the creature stood frozen in the void, unable to move. The most astonishing aspect of the 6 pure bamboos lay in their ability to render an opponent devoid of senses, provided that their cultivation was not vastly superior. Seeing this, Mu Yun wasted no time and delivered a powerful punch to the poison dragon and Appo's crown. Boom. With a resounding crash, the poison dragon and Appo's single horn was shattered. The sound of shattering echoed as fragments scattered. Suddenly, a series of roars erupted from the mouth of the venomous dragon. "You insolent wretch! Do not harm my esteemed junior." Ma Yuan, witnessing this, was consumed by fury. He thought to himself, having unleashed his divine hand technique, how could he possibly be unable to subdue this brat? The earlier strike not only failed to pierce Mu Yun and Appo's flesh, but instead inflicted harm upon himself due to the golden light. It was utterly infuriating. Now, Mu Yun had the audacity to strike at the dragon disciple, shattering its horn with a single punch. What extraordinary strength was this? Was this lad truly a disciple from the West? Ma Yuan was utterly bewildered. If he claimed not to be injured, did that not render him completely humiliated? Humph. As he voiced his thoughts, Mu Yun raised his hand and delivered another devastating punch. With a resounding crash, the dragon and Appo's head exploded, sending red and white matter flying in all directions, shocking Ma Yuan and Lai Yin behind him to the core. "Western brat, you shall pay for this." Ma Yuan roared in rage. Finally, unable to contain himself, he produced a lifelike human head, from which a chilling wind emanated, accompanied by terrifying, echoing growls. Clearly, this fellow was prepared to get serious. Chapter 39, The Threefold Buddha. The radiant sun saves the world. Yet, upon hearing this, Mu Yun merely sneered and remarked coldly, "Ha! 3 against 1, and one still gets slain in return? Is this the so-called prowess of a sage disciple? To kill a man is one thing, but Mu Yun sought not just his life, but his very soul." "Arg! You insolent whelp!" roared Ma Yuan, his fury boiling over. "If I do not flay you 1,000 times and imprison your soul within the banner of 10,000 ghosts, subjecting you to eternal torment, I swear I shall no longer be human." With that, he bit his tongue and spat forth a mouthful of vital essence, simultaneously activating the banner of 10,000 ghosts. The wails of countless spirits surged into the grotesque human skull he wielded, its aura growing increasingly sinister. Such vile sorcery. Mu Yun frowned inwardly. How does a fiend like this even find a place within the Jia sect? Compared to figures like Duo Bao, Ma Yuan was nothing but filth. The so-called outer disciples of the sect were steeped in wickedness. No wonder the Jia sect would one day face annihilation. Just then, 2 figures approached swiftly from the distance, Pu Xian and Si Hong of the Chan sect. "Mu Yun, cease your flight at once," they bellowed, their eyes gleaming with greed as they closed in. Mu Yun's frown deepened. 3 tiny golden immortals were manageable, but now 2 more? Best to retreat, he muttered, without another word. He seized the poisonous dragon spirit and crushed it in his palm. Boom. A cascade of divine inscriptions scattered before him. Dragon bloodline, will you possess the essence of dragon blood, capable of ascending to true draconic form through cultivation. Karmic slaughter, black your murderous nature has bound you to the karma of slaughter. Abyssal venom, blew a lethal toxin from the depths of the North Sea, capable of corroding flesh and soul alike. Shangqing enlightenment, green insights derived from the Shangqing Tao, fusing them grants mastery over its techniques. Shangqing enlightenment, a rare treasure indeed. Mu Yun grinned, swiftly collecting the inscriptions before stowing away the dragon's carcass. Slaying the poisonous dragon had invigorated him, and the celestial merit within his spirit surged, proof that this act had been righteous. Yet Ma Yuan and Lai Yin were incensed. "Wretch, how dare you slay a disciple of our sect?" they howled. Ma Yuan immediately activated the cursed skull in his grasp. Die, at his command. Eerie flames erupted from the skull's orifices, twisting the very fabric of space around it. Such a dreadful technique, Mu Yun mused. Even a 9 revolutions golden body might falter against it. The baleful flames, born of pure malice, were his natural bane. Were he alone? He might have purified them, but now was not the time. Chanting a mantra, Mu Yun formed a seal and vanished in a flash of golden light, golden earth escape. In an instant, he traversed 100,000 miles. Lai Yin, already wounded, could not keep up. But Pu Xian and Si Hong, unharmed, pursued relentlessly, as did Ma Yuan. His cultivation allowing him to barely match Mu Yun's speed. The cursed skull, spewing its infernal flames, closed in alarmingly fast. Troublesome sorcery, Mu Yun muttered. Enough of this. Though he could flee, the thought of these relentless pursuers stirred his wrath. Summoning the Buddha's radiance within him, he roared, the truth of the radiant sun. A divine light, bright as the noonday sun, erupted from his body. The skull, bathed in this purifying glow, began to smolder with black smoke. Ah! Ma Yuan shrieked in agony. So, the skull is bound to him, Mu Yun realized. Many dark arts require the caster to nourish their artifacts with their own essence. Harm to the artifact meant harm to the wielder. Excellent. Let us see how you endure this. With a cold laugh, Mu Yun unleashed the full might of the radiant sun as truth. A sacred Buddha realm manifested around him, within which 3 divine figures emerged, Maitreya, the medicine Buddha, and the great sun Tathagata, the threefold Buddha. The radiant sun saves the world. The 3 Buddha avatars unleashed their divine truths, striking the skull with overwhelming force. In an instant, the cursed artifact disintegrated into ash. Western Cur, I swear vengeance upon you. Ma Yuan's enraged howl echoed as he collapsed. His body riddled with bloody wounds, his aura shattered. Mu Yun smirked. 1 down. Now for the other 2. To his surprise, Ma Yuan had been far easier to deal with than expected, though perhaps that was only natural. After all, the Western Buddhist teachings are particularly restrained towards such malevolent entities. Naturally, these entities also exhibit a reciprocal restraint towards the disciples of the West. However, Mu Yun possesses three distinct truths of the Buddhist path. When combined, they yield unparalleled efficacy. What prowess do the minions of the possess? Junior brother, let us hasten. Capturing this scoundrel would constitute a significant achievement. Puxian observed the pitiful state of Ma Yuan and couldn't help but smile disdainfully. He then addressed his companion, Sihong, saying, indeed, brother. Excitement illuminated their faces, clearly delighted by the absence of several rivals. Nonetheless, they failed to ponder the reason behind the disappearance of the Lushan people. Chapter 40. The Pure World Mantra of the Great Sun Tathagata. In an instant, the two revered deities were left behind. Mu Yun galloped forth, swiftly distancing himself from the two behind him, Puxian and Sihong, who remained visibly vexed. Little did they know that Mu Yun had vacated this perilous forbidden realm and now awaited them just outside the cave. The disciples of the Chan school, inherently virtuous, would only receive a gentle reprimand from the primordial saint, but it was crucial for them to comprehend the might of the West. Mu Yun sat serenely in the void at the cave's entrance, anticipating the arrival of Puxian and Sihong. After a brief wait of less than half a day, the two finally utilized their celestial tracking techniques to catch up just outside the cave, leaving behind the vast world of chaos. The abundant spiritual energy from the outside world instantly invigorated them. Junior brother, where did that rascal run off to? How could he vanish so suddenly? Puxian inquired anxiously. We should be close to catching him. But, senior brother, have you considered a troubling question? Sihong replied, gradually piecing together the situation. What question? Puxian asked, puzzled. Senior brother, have you not noticed that our fellow disciple, Jiao Lushan, seems to have disappeared? Sihong speculated, his intelligence allowing him to swiftly identify the issue. Could that rascal have employed some underhanded trick to ensnare you? Impossible. My senior brother is a great Luo golden immortal. How could he be trapped by a mere golden immortal? That young man from the West, no matter how capable, could not. Puxian's words faltered as laughter echoed through the air. Hiki, you two truly take matters for granted. What of the great Luo golden immortal? Do you not see? Upon hearing this, Puxian and Sihong turned their gazes sharply to find Mu Yun smiling at them from the void above. You dare not flee? How audacious. To underestimate the great Luo golden immortal? Puxian retorted, his confidence unwavering. Yet Mu Yun merely replied, I had no intention of quarreling with you. But your relentless pursuit leaves me no choice. Should I refrain from teaching you a lesson today? I fear that in the future, all will belittle my disciples of the West. I shall demonstrate but one technique today. If you can withstand it, I shall spare your lives. Mu Yun's voice was calm as he spoke, yet Puxian and Sihong scoffed at his words, dismissing them as mere bravado. However, the next moment, their expressions changed dramatically as they witnessed Mu Yun channeling his Buddhist resonance. Suddenly, a great sun will materialize behind his head, transforming him into an earthly Buddha, radiating countless beams of Buddhist light. Amidst this luminescence, myriad Buddha figures emerged, each chanting the supreme Dharma. Simultaneously, an aura of boundless compassion enveloped Mu Yun. The pure world mantra of the great sun Tathagata. With a resounding call, a celestial realm manifested, akin to a pure land descending upon the world. What extraordinary power! Initially, Puxian and Sihong believed Mu Yun's claims to be mere bluster. Yet upon witnessing this supreme ability, they felt an overwhelming sense of insignificance wash over them, as if they were but mere specks beneath the vast sky, utterly unreachable. Retreat. Quickly defend yourselves. Sihong was the first to sense the impending danger, conjuring his treasures and incantations in a desperate attempt to shield himself. Puxian followed suit, albeit a heartbeat too late, only managing to summon his divine artifacts in time. In the next instant, a ray of Buddhist light surged forth, embodying compassion and destruction, engulfing the two. No, this is impossible. The vast radiance consumed them in an instant. As the blinding light receded, it revealed a scene of devastation. Sihong and Puxian lay amidst their scattered treasures, now reduced to mere shards of scrap. Sihong was grievously injured, having lost a limb, while Puxian fared even worse, reduced to a mere shadow of himself, his body marred by countless wounds. Gasping for breath, they coughed up blood. Their expressions twisted in terror as Mu Yun took a single step forward, prompting them to recoil in fear. No. Stay back. Please don't come any closer. In their frantic cries, Mu Yun perceived a near-manic dread reflected in their eyes. Excellent. 2 more have been driven mad. This is the effect I desired. Though invoking the pure world mantra demanded immense energy, Mu Yun had sufficiently restored his strength through the merging of numerous centuries of cultivation. In the future, should Puxian and Sihong encounter him again, they would undoubtedly harbor no thoughts of hostility. Our Buddha is compassionate. You have sown the seeds of your own misfortune, thus, you must reap the consequences. Should you err again, your demise is assured. With that, Mu Yun gracefully departed, leaving Sihong and Puxian in a state of lingering dread. Once certain that Mu Yun had indeed vanished, their fear subsided slightly, yet the memory of that encounter remained etched in their minds. Is this the power of the West? How can it be so terrifying? In that moment, I thought I was doomed. Puxian lamented, gazing in the direction Mu Yun had taken. feeling as though beneath that seemingly harmless smile lay unfathomable terror. Senior brother, when did the West become so formidable? This power surpasses even Master S. Jade Void Divine Thunder. Sihong could not suppress his thoughts, realizing that the West should never be underestimated. The pure world mantra of the great Sun Tathagata. Yet, he had long harbored a complex sentiment towards the West, intermingled with fear, resentment, and even a sense of longing. Above the clouds, Mu Yun retrieved a spiritual fruit and consumed it. He refined the ethereal energy within, and after much effort, he finally restored the celestial power within him. Letting out a sigh of relief. It was indeed a momentary indulgence, accompanied by a bittersweet smile. Unable to resist, Mu Yun glanced back. His own capabilities were still somewhat lacking. The two figures, Sihong and Puxian, were both Tai Golden Immortals. Even if he exerted himself to the utmost, it would be improbable to severely injure them in such a short span of time. However, the great Sun Tathagata's purification mantra was entirely different, demonstrating exceptional efficacy. Moreover, it left an indelible impression on them regarding the West. In the future, should they choose to betray the Chan sect, it would be easier for Mu Yun to utilize them. Of course, sparing their lives served this very purpose. The West was rather desolate. Having a few more allies could only be advantageous. With matters here concluded, Mu Yun naturally prepared to return to the West. However, within that forbidden land, the likes of Zhu Lusun and others had finally broken free from their constraints. Chapter 41. Bold Conjecture, the source of all Qi, the origin of all power. Within the forbidden land, the trio of Zhu Lusun, Chang'er, and Ling Yuxian exerted immense effort to escape. However, they emerged with grievous injuries. After all, within that spatial rift, even a Daluo Jingxian could perish if they were not vigilant. All three were disciples of saints, possessing considerable depth. Although they managed to escape death, they paid a steep price, not to mention the celestial elixirs and spiritual treasures consumed. The injuries they sustained would require at least several thousand years of arduous cultivation to recover from, particularly for Chang'er, whose long years had been left behind. Yet, for a Daluo Jingxian, as long as they possessed celestial essence, healing was possible. However, this humiliation left Chang'er seething with anger. How could a mere golden immortal bring such disgrace upon him? Once he found this boy, he would ensure he experienced a fate worse than death. With a furious roar, Chang'er was determined to capture Mu Yun and subject him to torment. Humph. Now that they had emerged, that boy had likely fled to who knows where. Zhu Lusun, cease your mocking. Enough idle chatter. We must search diligently. We cannot allow him to escape. What is there to fear? There are numerous junior brothers guarding outside. How could he possibly get away? In contrast to Chang'er's urgency, Zhu Lusun remained composed. Two Tai cannot handle a mere golden immortal? Surely you jest. Thus, the three began their search. Unfortunately, after a lengthy search, they not only failed to locate Mu Yun but instead stumbled upon the severely injured Ma Yuan and Lai Yan. Upon seeing them, Chang'er and Ling Yu were taken aback. Ma Yuan, Lai Yan, where is that Western boy? And where has Poison Dragon gone? At this moment, Ling Yu felt a pang of dread and could not help but question the two. With reddened eyes, Lai Yan replied fiercely, reporting to you, brother, that boy has escaped. Poison Dragon was also harmed by him. His dragon horn was shattered, and his primordial spirit was crushed, leaving only a trace of true spirit. As he spoke, Lai Yan raised a hand, revealing a phantom of a single-horned dragon. Brother, I have met a terrible fate. You must avenge me. Though Poison Dragon had perished, a remnant of his true spirit remained, allowing him to speak with a face full of resentment. Seeing this, Chang'er and Ling Yu were utterly stunned. What kind of joke was this? Three Tai could not handle a single golden immortal. And they had not only let him escape but also allowed him to counterattack one of their own? Useless. Three useless fools. Chang'er exclaimed, furious. Beside him, Zhu Lusun mockingly added, haha, this is what disciples of thee are like. Truly, with such lowly roots, how could Tai cultivators fail against a golden immortal? Pathetic. While Chang'er could call them useless since they were peers, Ma Yuan and Lai Yin could not tolerate Zhu Yosuan's derision. Zhu Lusun, what gives you the right to insult me? Zhu Lusun, you have crossed the line. At this moment, Chang'er and Ling Yu shot him cold glares. Zhu Lusun sneered. Aware that with two Daluo present, he could not afford to offend them further and chose to remain silent. Rest assured, the two junior brothers, Sihong and Puxian, will surely have apprehended that boy. How could a disciple of our fail? Zhu Lusun declared confidently. However, the next moment, two figures suddenly appeared in the sky. Upon closer inspection, they were indeed Sihong and Puxian. See? I told you, with the strength of my disciples, they would easily capture him. Look. They must have brought that Western boy back to us. Zhu Lusun laughed. Yet, as the two approached, his expression began to change. What? Brothers, what has happened to you? Sihong and Puxian returned, one missing an arm, the other left with only a single right arm. Their dire conditions exceeded even those of the disciples. Haha. I thought your disciples were formidable. It turns out they are even weaker than us. Ma Yuan and Lai Yin erupted in maniacal laughter, venting their frustration. Brother, we were no match for that Mu Yun. He unleashed an unknown Western divine ability, wounding us severely. Puxian said, his face awash with guilt. Upon hearing this, everyone present fell silent. What do you mean? A Western divine ability? severely wounding Tu Tai with a single strike. This boy. Are you sure it was just one blow? Zhu Lu Sun questioned incredulously. Indeed, it was just one blow. Si Hong replied, his face strained. At that moment, everyone, including Ma Yuan, Zhu Lu Sun, and Chang Er, could not help but gasp in astonishment. One strike, severely wounding Tu Tai, and both were at the late stage of Tai. What manner of technique was this? In the vast primordial world, those capable of challenging realms above their own were exceedingly rare. Let alone crossing 3 realms in a single blow. What strength did this boy possess? This matter, it seemed, was far from simple. Zhu Liusuan's expression grew grim as he gazed toward the west, sensing that a remarkable individual had emerged from there. Meanwhile, Mu Yun, having mastered the art of distance and proximity, swiftly distanced himself from the scene. After taking time to recuperate, he managed to restore his depleted cultivation. After nearly a year of cautious travel, he finally found a secluded spot to begin examining his gains. The insights of the upper clear. Gazing at the numerous insights gained from the poison dragon, the most alluring to Mu Yun was the upper clear insight. The 3 clears, Tai Ching, Yu Qing, and Shaqing were fundamentally distinct from ordinary paths. This was the innate path, signifying the supreme path of primordial inheritance. The 3 figures, Taishang, Yuanshi, and Tongdian, were manifestations of the primordial spirit of the Pangu great god, inheriting these 3 supreme innate paths from birth. There exist 3 distinct types of primordial qi, the qi of Tai Ching, the qi of Yu Qing, and the qi of Shaqing. The teachings of Tai Ching, Yu Qing, and Shaqing revolve around the cultivation of these 3 grand forms of qi. Qi is the very essence that gives rise to the origins of all things. If one were to consider the Tao as the natural laws of heaven and earth, then Qi serves as the force that enacts these laws. Spiritual energy, likewise, is a manifestation of Qi and is the closest existence to it. Thus, by absorbing spiritual energy, one can cultivate into an immortal being. However, even Qi comes in various forms, each representing different sources of power. The 3 pure ones Qi is derived from the primordial spirit of the great deity Pangu, who is the master of the path of strength. If one were to hypothesize, could it be that if the 3 pure ones Qi were to merge into one, it might lead to the discovery of the root source of all Qi? At this moment, Mu Yun could not suppress a daring conjecture in his heart. The root source of all Qi, the origin of all power, such a formidable existence, if brought under one's control, would render all celestial beings and deities as mere insignificant entities before him. Yet, the pressing question remains, how does one seek the answer to this dilemma? Chapter 42. The Buddha is the Tao. Originating from the power of all beings, regret began to seep into Mu Yun's thoughts as he pondered the missed opportunity to eliminate either Cihong or Pu Xian, thereby preserving their true spirit and essence. With newfound clarity, he recognized that he had attained understanding. By merging the relevant concepts, he could grasp the intricacies of condensing the essence of Shaqing. Yet, the challenges posed by the Yu Qing essence of the primordial heavenly venerable and the Tai Ching essence of the supreme Saint Lun large. To seize the Yu Qing essence, he would need to eliminate a disciple of the Chan sect and appropriate their knowledge. As for the Tai Ching essence, confronting Xuan Du would be imperative, but such an endeavor felt akin to inviting disaster upon himself. After all, the human teachings had but a single disciple, whom he had already slain. Seeking vengeance would only lead to his own undoing. The Supreme Saint, in all likelihood, would not hesitate to confront his own master, the Saint of Guidance, in a bid to eradicate him. Of course, he could choose to eliminate his adversaries, but leaving behind their true spirit would be wise. The power of a saint could easily resurrect a few souls. However, contemplating these matters now seemed imprudent. It would be far more advantageous to await the time of the conferred God cataclysm when the celestial mechanisms would be in disarray, allowing the disciples of the 3 teachings to descend into the mortal realm. This would present the perfect opportunity to execute his grand plan of uniting the 3 essences of Tai Ching, Yu Qing, and Shaqing. The allure of the source of myriad essences was undeniable to Mu Yun. He mused on the Western path of Buddhism and Taoism, which, while commendable, paled in comparison to the sweetness of the myriad origins of essences. The Western Buddhist path had indeed carved out an alternative route to sanctity beyond the corporeal. The slaying of the 3 corpses, the merit of righteousness, or the creation of heaven. Yet, the caveat lay in the fact that attaining sanctity through the Buddhist path entailed significant karmic entanglements, referred to in the West as the law of cause and effect. Even if one were to become a saint of the Buddhist path, a Buddha of the West, they would still be ensnared by profound karmic consequences. In the vast cosmos, only the heavenly Tao saint could remain untainted by such entanglements. However, Mu Yun was aware of another theoretical saint, the saint of the great Tao. This concept, though merely a theoretical construct from later narratives, remained to be substantiated through experimentation. Nevertheless, it was prudent to first merge with the concept of Shaqing and discern its true nature. As he uttered the words merge concept, Shaqing insight, the familiar chime of the system resonated in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully merging the concept of Shaqing insight, Qing. Upon merging the concept within himself, Mu Yun was inundated with myriad insights, akin to a fleeting glimpse of a grand tapestry, flooding his consciousness. Suddenly, he felt a profound sense of ease enveloping him, as if he had transformed into a wisp of cloud, drifting through the heavens and the earth. A sense of liberation washed over him, and his mind became crystal clear. revealing the myriad mysteries of the cosmos, all perceived through his own lens. Subsequently, a surge of Shangqing energy coursed through his being. This was the essence of Shangqing magic. As Mu Yun focused, he realized that the Shangqing energy was a manifestation of his own celestial power, imbued with the essence of Shangqing. It embodied a profound sense of freedom, unencumbered by the constraints of existence, as though it could harness the very forces of all living beings. The Shangqing energy was, in essence, a rudimentary form of Shangqing essence, yet it had already acquired the fundamental attributes of the latter. Understanding the true nature of Shangqing essence, Mu Yun could not help but marvel at the insight that the celestial teacher had gleaned from the myriad beings of the world. The source of his Shangqing essence was indeed the vitality of all life. With this revelation, Mu Yun felt an overwhelming admiration for the power of the three essences of Qing. His thoughts turned to the potential fusion of the Shangqing essence with the Western Buddhist path. Could it be transformed into a source of strength for the Western teachings? Currently, the foundation of the Western Buddhist path lay in the power of aspiration and karma, namely, the will to aid all living beings and the karmic repercussions that followed such benevolence. These two forces combined formed the bedrock of Buddhist power. In later times, following the renaissance of Buddhist teachings, aspiration and karma evolved into the faith-driven energy of sentient beings. While this faith was undeniably potent and inexhaustible, it also bore the risk of entangling one in the karmic webs of existence. If one sought to attain Buddhahood, the sacrifices required for the benefit of all beings were staggering. Since his first day stepping into the Western teachings, Mu Yun had contemplated this dilemma. Otherwise, he could have readily offered the theories of Mahayana and Hinayana Buddhism to the two saints, allowing them to refine the Buddhist path. Resolute in his decision, Mu Yun vowed to seize the three essences of Qing. By synthesizing the quintessence of both the Tao and Buddhism, he aimed to forge a more refined path and ultimately become a true saint of the great Tao, even if he fell short of that ambition. Achieving the status of a Hunyuan Daoyuo Golden Immortal would still be a commendable feat. With these thoughts in mind, Mu Yun's desire to capture the three essences intensified. Thus, he commenced the first step of his endeavor, to merge the powers of Shangqing with Buddhism, allowing his source of strength to emanate from all beings. As he spoke these words, Mu Yun raised his hand and summoned his Buddhist power, which was, in essence, celestial energy, merely differing in nomenclature, yet fundamentally the same force. Shangqing condensed the universe, nurturing all beings. All phenomena are but fleeting illusions. These two mantras represented two distinct truths, the path of Shangqing and the Western Buddhist path. Although they appeared vastly different at this moment, an implicit connection began to form. As Mu Yun chanted the mantras, celestial lotuses appeared around him, and the essence of Buddhism transformed into golden lotuses of Dharma, manifesting countless auspicious phenomena. The Shangqing energy, too, soared into the air, ethereal and mist-like, coalescing into a vast expanse of sky, transforming into the cosmos. Buzz. In that fleeting moment, a resounding roar echoed. The pure land of Mu Yun manifested vividly before one's eyes. It was evident that the ethereal energy of the supreme clarity had seamlessly merged with it, transforming into the very essence of the Pure Land's cosmos. In an instant, what was once a Pure Land grounded in Mu Yun himself suddenly underwent a dramatic transformation. It began to absorb the elusive life force of beings existing within the heavens and the earth. Remarkably, it unfolded with such ease. Could it be that the paths of Buddhism and Taoism are inherently designed to complement each other? Witnessing this spectacle, Mu Yun's heart surged with uncontainable joy. No wonder the three pure ones could ascend to the pinnacle of the great teachings within the primordial universe. The unity of their energies grants them boundless magical power. Their source of strength is, indeed, inexhaustible. Though in the West, I have also discovered a nearly limitless source of power, the aspirations of sentient beings. It ultimately comes at a price. Chapter 43, The War of the Lich. The heavens collapse and the earth shatters. Fortune lies in danger. Mu Yun gradually began to comprehend the situation. At this moment, he ceased the operation of the great sun scripture, retracting the ethereal energy of the upper clarity and enveloping himself in a Buddhist aura, ensuring that outsiders would not discover his mastery of the true teachings of the. Simultaneously, Mu Yun fell into deep contemplation. It seemed that whether it be the supreme clarity, upper clarity, or jade clarity, each possessed the capability to trace back to the essence of the heavenly path. Fortunately, they later chose to separate. Otherwise, should the three clarity remain united, it would indeed spell great trouble. After all, this matter is intricately linked to one's character and identity. Being excessively rigid is unwise, as is being overly intelligent or foolish. One must embody a wisdom that appears simple, coupled with a hint of cunning within a foundation of integrity. Furthermore, one's origins cannot be too flawless, after all. How could a being born a natural saint perceive their own imperfections? Only through experiencing setbacks or having less than ideal origins can one truly grow. The first person that came to Mu Yun's mind was his master, Jane, along with the lofty Tao ancestor Hanjun. Both were seasoned old foxes. Regrettably, the three clarity do not progress in unison like my master Jane and my uncle Junti. Otherwise, had they not chosen to separate, there would likely be no one in the primordial world capable of contending with them. In the future, there would be no opportunity for the West to flourish. After expressing his sentiments, Mu Yun secretly rejoiced. The discord among the three clarity presents an opportunity for him. As long as he could one day gather the energies of the three clarity and obtain the source of myriad energies, would he not be endowed with boundless magical power, culminating in the supreme fruit of the Tao? perhaps even becoming the mightiest Buddha of the West. No, even the most formidable being within the entirety of the primordial world. Having contemplated this matter, Mu Yun felt a surge of optimism. However, it was imperative to prioritize the enhancement of his cultivation. After all, dreams are beautiful, but reality is often harsh. Thus, Mu Yun steadied his cultivation level and prepared to return to the west. Not long after, at Kunlun Mountain, in the Jade Void Palace. You say that a great Luo Golden Immortal, along with two Tai Golden Immortals, pursued a mere Golden Immortal and ended up losing? Within the Jade Clear Hall, the primordial heavenly sovereign gazed impassively at the three individuals kneeling before him. Though he revealed no emotions, the overwhelming pressure emanating from him intensified their anxiety. The three knelt trembling, too frightened to utter a word. The many disciples of the Chan teaching surrounding them were equally astonished. How could there be such a disciple in the West? Not only capable of confining a great Luo Golden Immortal, but also injuring two Tai with a single move? What kind of power is this? Of course, the primordial heavenly sovereign remained unaware that Mu Yun had not trapped the three great Luo through his own strength, but rather through the grand array left by a former Hunyuan Golden Immortal. It was the manipulation of this grand array that ensnared the three great Luo. The subsequent defeats of others stemmed from their hubris, arrogance, and insufficient practical experience. Naturally, the assistance of exceptional innate spiritual treasures played a role, allowing them to contend with the multitude. Unbeknownst to the primordial heavenly sovereign, he was filled with fury. He had always protected his own. And how could he tolerate his disciples losing face before outsiders? Jian and Juani's disciples were lax. How dare they injure my disciple? It appears I must pay a visit to his Shumi Mountain. The primordial heavenly sovereign, a man of few words, spoke directly. Ran Ding. Lead the disciples to the west to visit Shumi Mountain. I wish to see what explanations those two from the west can provide. As soon as he finished speaking, Ran Ding, the vice head of the Chan teaching, slowly nodded. The west has indeed gone too far. Previously, their attempts to suppress us were unsuccessful. And now they dare to harm my disciples? This provides the perfect excuse to seek justice from the west. Thinking this, Ran Ding prepared to summon the Chan teaching disciples to head to the west. Yet, at that moment, a resounding roar erupted from outside Kunlun Mountain, shaking the heavens and the earth. Boom! With a tremendous sound, the sky changed color. The vast firmament suddenly tore open a colossal rift. At that moment, the towering Mount Buzhou collapsed. In the heavens and the earth, the overwhelming calamity energy surged forth, unleashing boundless disaster and chaos. The primordial heavenly sovereign was momentarily stunned. Upon calculating with his fingers, he was even more astonished. The war of the witch and the lich is finally upon us. Why must it occur at this precise moment? Humph. Consider yourself fortunate. Originally intending to journey to the west, the primordial heavenly sovereign was now compelled to abandon that thought due to the impending war of the witch and the lich. If he were to leave Kunlun Mountain now, while he and his companions would be unharmed, his disciples would inevitably be caught in this calamity, bringing disaster upon themselves. Thus, the primordial heavenly sovereign immediately commanded, Ran Ding, seal the mountain gates at once. Instruct the disciples to remain indoors. Seeing this, Ran Ding furrowed his brow. Another major event is unfolding. Alas, this allows the West to evade a disaster. Ran Ding couldn't help but frown. Then, raising his eyes to the heavens with his quasi-saintly power, he could naturally perceive the current turmoil in the world. He witnessed the sky shattering, the Milky Way's waters flooding into the mortal realm, and boundless heavenly flames scorching the earth. Countless beings suffered greatly. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of compassion. After all, seeking justice from the West was aimed at suppressing other saintly powers for the sake of interest. Yet now, with the beings of the world suffering, he found it difficult to remain indifferent. I report to the saints, as the calamity unfolds, such immense disaster befalls the beings of the world. I implore the saints to intervene and alleviate their suffering. Ran Ding promptly put forth his suggestion. In response, the primordial heavenly sovereign frowned slightly but reluctantly said, the beings of heaven and earth are free to follow their fates. If we intervene indiscriminately, it may contravene the heavenly mandate. We must simply adhere to the celestial will. Why involve ourselves in this calamity? But, enough. Do not speak further. Ran Ding intended to plead more, yet the primordial heavenly sovereign remained unyielding. With a long sigh, Ran Ding could only relent, turning to instruct the disciples to enter seclusion. Similarly, Taishang and Togdian also took the same course of action. The mountain gates of Kunlun were tightly shut, and various forces and mighty beings refrained from emerging, fearing entanglement in this overwhelming calamity. Above the heavens, as Gong Gong violently struck Mount Buzhou, the two ancestral witches were gravely injured. The waiting demon clan finally prepared to emerge. One could see boundless thunder rolling, casting the skies into darkness. The immense calamity energy surged and intertwined, obscuring the stars above. The order of the world fell into chaos, and the entire primordial realm quaked incessantly. A great calamity is about to descend. Above the tumultuous clouds of calamity, countless celestial beings of the demon race, under the leadership of the formidable figures Di Jun and Tai Yi, command the 10 directions of demon saints and gods, alongside the 36 esteemed generals, sweeping across vast expanses of demonic energy. I, the Emperor, hold the heavenly mandate. I govern the 33 heavens. As the sovereign of the primordial world, you, the Wu tribe, defy the celestial decree and have harmed my son S life. Today, I shall demand retribution for your blood debts. In the heavens above, Jun's eyes blazed crimson, his voice thundering like the rolling storm, resonating through the night skies. Previously, the 10 golden crows wreaked havoc, with the slaying 9 of them. The Wu and demon clans have woven an indelible enmity, resulting in a sea of blood. Now, the demon tribe has orchestrated a conflict between Gonggong and Zhu Rong, inciting chaos upon Mount Buzhou, leading to great disorder in the cosmos and diminishing the combat strength of 2 ancestral witches from the Wu tribe. Seizing this opportunity, the demon clan mobilizes its full force, advancing with intent to dominate Mount Buzhou. Their malevolent aura blankets the heavens like a rolling black cloud, instilling fear and dread. A great war between the Wu and the demons? The final confrontation is imminent. On the western lands, Mu Yun, who was on the brink of returning to Mount Shumi, gazes upon this scene, and myriad thoughts arise in his heart. The calamity of the Wu and demons threatens to engulf the entire primordial world, claiming the lives of powerful beings like Jun and Tai. The 12 ancestral witches are nearly all destined for battle, leaving only Hutu. In light of such a dire calamity, Mu Yun ought to retreat to Mount Shumi for safety. Yet, contrary to this expectation, he harbors a different inclination. This calamity represents a grand opportunity. As the saying goes, one must venture into the tiger's den to seize the tiger cub. The moment of fortune for the West has arrived. At this juncture, a bold notion takes root in Mu Yun's heart. While others strive to evade this impending tribulation, he perceives it as a remarkable opportunity. Chapter 44, The Might of Pangu. The calamity is indeed an opportunity as a traveler from another realm. Mu Yun is acutely aware that the calamity is not a domain for everyone, nor can everyone influence it. In the expanse of heaven and earth, only those destined to face the calamity are fated to perish. Take, for instance, the ancient dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans. Their demise was inevitable, yet did Hong Jun, who intervened, meet the same fate? Certainly not. Similarly, during the Fengshan era, the conflict between the Jie Jiao and Chan Jiao sects raged fiercely. However, it was not the intervention of the destined beings, such as Jane and Junti, that altered their fate. Those they took with them were no longer subject to the calamity. Not only did they evade its consequences, but they also withdrew triumphantly. Of course, this is merely Mu Yun's speculation. The crux of the matter is that he does not intend to meddle in the calamity. His thoughts are simple. Should the calamity unfold, countless beings will inevitably be affected. If the West were to emerge at this moment to alleviate suffering, it would undoubtedly be a monumental act of virtue. Such a grand opportunity lies before him. And although there is a slight chance of being caught in its turmoil, it is certainly worth the risk. Originally, Mu Yun believed that the final battle between the Wu and Yao tribes would occur later, but he did not anticipate its swift eruption. Clearly, certain details diverged from his memories of a past life. Within those recollections, there were indeed events instigated by the Western saints Jian and Jundi, orchestrated to manipulate the fabric of the universe. However, it appears that this is not the work of the 2 Western saints. It is evidently the result of the Wu and Yao clans' internal strife. It is almost time for me to return. In the west, atop Mount Shumi, Jian and Junti had already commanded all disciples to return. They gazed upon the monumental changes in the world, their eyes betraying a trace of lament. The Wu and Yao tribes, since their inception, have been embroiled in a relentless struggle for supremacy over the universe, leading to untold suffering for the beings of the primordial world and inciting boundless calamities. Now, as the final battle ignites, it is feared that countless lives will be lost. Truly, it is a sorrowful sight. Jian sighed, seated upon the 12-petal lotus of virtue, his eyes reflecting a tinge of compassion. Beside him, disciples from the west, including Yushir and Maitreya, could not help but speak. Master, if you pity the multitude, why not extend your hand to assist? Help the beings of this world through their tribulations? Upon hearing this, Junti could not restrain a cold snort. Humph. You who have come to the world later know not the terror of the calamity. Very well, let you witness the scene of the Wu and Yao war, so you may grasp its severity. With that, Junti raised a hand, summoning a magnificent light screen through the divine powers of a saint. On this screen, the scenes of Mount Buzhou unfolded vividly. Within this luminous tapestry, an immeasurable aura of calamity enveloped Mount Buzhou, shrouding it in darkness and rendering the world devoid of light and color. Emperor Jun, Tai, the moon goddess, and countless other mighty beings commanded an overwhelming celestial army, a tide of malevolence adding a somber weight to the atmosphere. Below, numerous powerful figures of the Wu clan, such as Dijiao, Jumong, and Zhulong, manifested their primordial forms, standing as deities of the world, towering in all directions. Their colossal bodies, akin to demonic gods, obscured the skies, with even a single hand capable of rivaling the grandeur of Mount Shumi. Countless Wu soldiers brandished sharp blades and battle axes, unleashing a tempest of ferocity as they faced the Yao army. The 12 ancestral witches stood firm. Merely witnessing their immense figures was enough to chill the hearts of all. Even the great Luo golden immortals felt a prickling dread, their spirits sinking into despair. This, the terror of the formidable beings in the primordial realm. All the disciples from the west gasped in astonishment, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Is this the might of the great powers of the primordial world? This is merely a glimpse from billions of miles away, through the light screen. If they were to step onto the battlefield, how much more terrifying would it be? This is the great calamity. This is the tribulation. At this moment, a profound fear enveloped all present, even as they felt compassion for the plight of the world. They were overshadowed by terror. Each fell silent, but the horrifying scenes continued to unfold. The 12 ancestral witches, their blood surging with formidable power, roared into the heavens, 12 capitals divine array. Rise. As the words fell, the ancestral witches gathered, conjuring boundless divine patterns that coalesced the immense Pangu essence from the cosmos. Lo and behold, a colossal Pangu phantom emerged. Though merely an echo of the mighty Pangu, it bore the oppressive aura of the great deity, dominating the surroundings. Its head held the sun and moon, its feet upon the 8 desolations. The magnificent form exuded a terrifying presence not inferior to that of a saint. In its grasp, a spectral giant axe gleamed with an unfathomable sharpness, as if it possessed the power to carve open the heavens and earth. Countless divine and demonic forces, beyond measure, swirled around it, overwhelming the 9 heavens and 10 earths, shattering the 4 seas and 8 desolations. Even a mere gesture could rend the very fabric of the celestial walls. This is the might of Pangu. Just a phantom instills in us an almost suffocating sense of pressure. Maitreya gazed upon the terrifying image, his countenance paling drastically, to the point where even breathing became a laborious endeavor. The surrounding disciples from the west trembled violently, many of the less powerful kneeling in fear, unable to face such overwhelming horror. Master, the opportunity has arrived. Why not lead the disciples forth? At that moment, a voice descended from the clouds, revealing Mu Yun's arrival. Upon hearing this, Jane furrowed his brow. My dear disciple, what do you mean by this? Knowing the calamity is imminent, Mu Yun had hastened back, activating his abilities to traverse vast distances, only to be met with this dire scene, causing him great anxiety. Master, as the great calamity unfolds, although peril lurks everywhere, it also signifies a tremendous opportunity. Countless beings suffer in the tribulation. If our Western teachings could stabilize the primordial realm and rescue these souls, would it not yield immense merit? Mu Yun urged, despite the chilling horrors unfolding on the battlefield. Yet he believed that those destined for calamity, the Wu and Yao clans, would not be drawn into the tribulation, for this was a matter of fate. This point, derived from the divine calamity, demonstrates that although the West has engaged in worldly matters, it remains unscathed by the tribulations, provided that one is not destined to be affected by them. As long as one merely participates in worldly affairs without directly intervening in the calamity, the impact will undoubtedly be minimal. After all, Mu Yun's intention is solely to save lives, not to meddle in the great tribulations. With countless beings inhabiting the heavens and the earth, even rescuing billions of souls would amount to immeasurable merit. Such a significant opportunity should not be forsaken out of fear of being drawn into the calamity. If we refrain from action, when will the West ever flourish? Moreover, Mu Yun possesses a degree of personal sentiment. Mount Buzhou, the ancestral ground of humanity, is the very place where Nuwa created humankind. It is home to a multitude of humans. Having once been a member of humanity in a previous life, Mu Yun naturally wishes to minimize the suffering of his kin. The 2 sages, Jane and Junti, pondered for a moment and began to sense the validity of Mu Yun's reasoning. After all, their purpose is merely to save lives, not to interfere in the calamity. If they were to hesitate and refrain from action, would they not squander a tremendous opportunity? Yet, do you not see how formidable the calamity is? If the disciples of the West were to leave together and become entangled in the tribulations, they would risk their very lives in vain. Even the grandest opportunities mean little if one does not survive to grasp them. Saint Junti furrowed his brow, unable to suppress his thoughts. As the saying goes, one cannot catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den. Moreover, our Western teachings are fundamentally about alleviating suffering. If we were to stand idly by and witness these events unfold without intervening, would that not tarnish our reputation? In the future, people would merely label the West as timid as mice, questioning our compassion and benevolence. Regardless of whether the West embodies true or false compassion, actions speak louder than intentions. Perfection in intent is unattainable. Ultimately, it hinges on how the West proceeds. Only through decisive action can the West elevate its stature, especially with such significant benefits at stake. The hearts of the assembly began to contemplate deeply. Indeed, the words of our junior brother resonate profoundly, and action would contradict our teachings. The medicine master nodded slowly, expressing his agreement. Although the calamity appears perilous, as long as we tread carefully and refrain from meddling in the battle of the sorcerers and the undead, we should remain unscathed. All things considered, the potential benefits outweigh the risks. I concur with the sentiments of our junior brother. Nearby, Maitreya also spoke with gravity. Subsequently, many disciples of the West began to discuss fervently, each expressing their views. While dissenting voices still lingered, the majority had begun to lean towards agreement. After all, has the West not always navigated these circumstances? The West, though barren and lacking in spiritual essence, has only been able to guide the departed souls to accrue merit and enhance their cultivation. Is guiding the departed not perilous? Which of the souls of the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans is not formidable? They are not truly intervening in the calamity. They are merely seeking to save lives. Why should that be unacceptable? Upon witnessing this, Jian's expression grew complex, yet his internal agreement deepened. Perhaps this decision is not so ill-fated after all, to achieve great deeds and witness the rise of the West. There are times when one must not hesitate. Jian furrowed his brow and gazed at the heavens and the earth. Despite the dangers, the benefits are undeniably tangible. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately made a bold decision. Though this endeavor is fraught with peril, there is no doubt that it is worth the risk. All disciples of the West, heed my command. We shall set forth from the mountain at once. Chapter 45, The Merit of Saving Lives, A Gamble in the West. Upon hearing the words of the guide, Jundi chose not to elaborate further. These two brothers possessed this singular virtue. One made a decision, and the other offered no dissent. Moreover, this expedition would undoubtedly elevate the cultivation of the Western disciples significantly, granting them the opportunity to accumulate merit, an elusive treasure, even if one were to avoid calamity. The myriad of restless spirits and malevolent entities roaming the Western lands were far from easy prey. Thus, even if it meant risking their lives, the sage Jundi felt the potential drawbacks outweighed the benefits. Furthermore, the acquisition of heavenly merit was not merely a matter of gaining virtue. Should one amass sufficient and substantial merit, they could also receive the blessings of fortune. The concept of fortune may seem ethereal, yet only the celestial sages comprehend its paramount significance. Despite the current desolation of the West, fraught with suffering, should they gather enough merit and receive the fortuitous blessings of the heavenly order, the West could soar to unprecedented heights. At this moment, a multitude of disciples followed the guide and Jundi, descending from the mountains into the world. Among the 3,000 Western disciples, many were of modest cultivation. The weakest merely at the earth immortal level, while the most formidable barely reached the great Luo golden immortal tier. As they ventured forth, the guide cautioned, "Brothers, we must offer ample protection. We cannot allow our disciples to suffer misfortune. Though it may deplete some of our own cultivation, it is a worthy sacrifice. Remember, our purpose is to save lives and alleviate suffering. There is no need to involve ourselves in the conflict between the witch and the demons. Take heed." As he spoke, the guide radiated resplendent rays of light, filled with boundless Taoist essence, which floated down upon each disciple's head. Each disciple was to partake in the guide's years of arduous cultivation. Witnessing this, Jundi manifested a shadow of Bodhi beneath a towering sacred tree. As luminous Bodhi light transformed into cascading leaves, descending upon the disciples, creating a protective mark to safeguard them. The two sages, through this singular act, expended 1,000,000 years of their arduous cultivation, highlighting the magnitude of their sacrifice. "Thank you, Master. Thank you, Uncle." The Western disciples expressed their profound gratitude through bows. The guide nodded slowly, leading the crowd, tearing through the void, arriving beside Mount Buzhou. The terrifying battle raged on in the heavens. Emperor Jun and Tai summoned the chaos bell and numerous array flags, initiating the great array of the celestial bodies. This array, with its solar and lunar focal points, manifested as a great sun and a bright moon, connecting the powers of countless gods and demons as leaves, with innumerable stars as branches, overshadowing the sky in a magnificent display. This spectacle instilled a sense of trepidation among the Western disciples, and they were profoundly shaken. Previously, they had only seen a macro view of the myriad beings through the light screen, but now, upon arriving at Mount Buzhou, they could clearly witness countless beings struggling for survival beneath the torrents of the heavenly river and the pervasive celestial flames. "Mother, child, my child, heaven, why must our human race endure such calamity?" The cries echoed amidst the weak waters, where countless humans lamented in despair, their spirits lingering, reliving their final struggles. The ground was strewn with corpses and severed limbs, while atop the towering peaks, numerous humans were consumed by celestial flames. Beyond humanity, the myriad races surrounding Mount Buzhou shared a similar fate. In an instant, the earth was a graveyard, a desolate expanse. The harrowing scenes deepened the resolve of Mu Yun. It seemed they had indeed arrived at the right moment. Mu Yun sighed, reflecting on his past life, witnessing the suffering of countless humans, unable to bear it. Whether it be guiding the departed or saving lives, all were virtuous deeds. "Brothers, act within your means. Do not endanger your own lives," Mithriya called out, and soon began to busy himself. Observing the plight of the wretched beings before them, the Western disciples nodded in agreement, affirming, "What the elder brother says is true. Let us not delay." With that, the Western disciples sprang into action. Meanwhile, the guide and Jundi chanted sacred verses, their resonant sounds resonating across the realms. Within this sacred sound lay the power of salvation, revitalizing countless wounded beings, granting them a second chance at life. Simultaneously, they utilized their sage powers to transport many beings away from danger. In that moment, the beings witnessing their salvation rejoiced upon seeing the Western disciples arrive. "Celestial beings have come to rescue us. We are saved." Their expressions of gratitude filled the air, with each utterance of thanks. The merit of their actions cascaded upon the Western disciples, transforming into boundless radiant golden light. Indeed, it was effective. Mu Yun rejoiced inwardly. The calamity required participants to fulfill their roles. Although the Westerners had come to save lives, they were not destined to face calamity. Thus, even amidst the chaos of battle, no calamity clouds loomed over the Western disciples. It appeared that Mu Yun's predictions were correct. While proximity to the battlefield posed risks, as long as they exercised caution, they should encounter no significant dangers. With a heart full of joy, Mu Yun raised his hand, employing his abilities to rescue one trapped human after another. Interfering with the karma of sentient beings? Aren't they afraid of being entangled in calamity? Within the Three Pure Ones hall, Yuanshi Tianzuan observed this scene, unable to suppress his derisive laughter. In calamity, karma becomes chaotic. Should one inadvertently become tainted by adverse consequences, would it not endanger oneself? However, The Supreme Sage held a different perspective. My brother, your words are misguided. Observe the Western disciples, they bear no signs of calamity. Could it be that they are not destined to face calamity, thus remaining untainted even while immersed in this conflict? At this moment, the Supreme Sage began to sense something amiss. Unable to restrain himself, he spoke up. Meanwhile, the Tongdian Jiao master scrutinized the situation, his expression shifting. He then raised his hand to calculate, astonished to discover what my elder brother says is indeed true. As long as one is not destined to face calamity and keeps their distance from the battlefield, refraining from involvement in the conflict between the witch and the demons, they will indeed remain untouched by calamity. Alas, they have now acquired such an abundance of merit that, once sufficient, they may receive immeasurable fortune bestowed by the heavenly order. Could this not spell disaster for significant matters? Previously, disciples under my command were slain by those from the west, inciting unparalleled wrath within Tongtian. Were it not for the calamity occurring, he, akin to Yuanshi, would have sought to journey directly to the west for an explanation. Yet now, the west has willingly engaged in this calamity, emerging not only unscathed but also garnering such immense merit. This further exacerbates Tongtian's discontent. How could this be possible? Yuanshi, taken aback, immediately invoked the divine powers of a sage to deduce the situation. Within moments, the answer was revealed. Humph. Indeed, Jiane and Junti are exceedingly cunning. They must have been aware of this matter long before. Unable to suppress a cold snort, Yuanshi began to chastise them. In truth, Jiane and Junti were unaware of the situation. Had they not recently emerged, they might still be oblivious. To speak candidly, the individuals from the west were merely gambling on fortune, and fortuitously, their wager paid off. The suffering and tribulations of the world weigh heavily on my heart, yet I find myself powerless, for I bear a far more pressing duty. Should I fail to fulfill it, I can only address the symptoms, not the root cause. As Nuwa gazed upon the distressed beings, her brow furrowed in concern. She sensed the gravity of her mission to mend the heavens. Consequently, Nuwa hastily departed from the Nuwa Palace. Chapter 46, The Saint's Fortune. A chance encounter with the true monarch of pure void and virtue. Surrounding Mount Buzhou, the disciples from the west exerted tremendous efforts to rescue those from myriad races and countless human tribes affected by the battlefield. The human race originated from Mount Buzhou, created by the goddess Nuwa beneath its heights, using the divine waters of the three lights, mingled with the essence of the nine heavens and her own transformative energy. In total, there were 3,008 humans, meticulously crafted by Nuwa, while the remaining 12,960 were postnatal humans, formed by Nuwa's use of the creation whip to scatter the essence of the nine heavens. Thus, the 3,008 humans were all strikingly handsome, while the postnatal humans varied in appearance, with some being less fortunate in looks. Yet, one cannot hold Nuwa to excessive scrutiny, for the act of creation is fraught with challenges. Over the years, the human race has proliferated to an immense number, spreading across the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses. Yet many still resided beside Mount Buzhou, for it was their root. They could hardly have anticipated that one day, the towering pillar of Mount Buzhou would collapse. Alas, what a twist of fate. Having just rescued 1,000,000 humans, Muyan paused to observe the surrounding area of Mount Buzhou, still besieged by heavenly flames, weak waters, and various lethal spells. He could not help but sigh. Time was of the essence. Otherwise, trouble would follow. Just as he was reflecting, Muyun suddenly noticed that the remaining half of Mount Buzhou was trembling perilously, seemingly due to the ferocity of the surrounding battle, which had repeatedly torn the crystalline walls of heaven and earth. Countless spatial rifts had greatly impacted Mount Buzhou, threatening to destroy the last remnant of its body. In response, Muyun turned to the hundreds of Western disciples beside him and urged, "Dear comrades, hurry to the foot of Mount Buzhou with me. This mountain is on the verge of collapse, and the thousands of human lives nearby may be engulfed within." Upon hearing this, the numerous disciples nodded in unison, exclaiming, "Yes, Senior brother." Without delay, the hundreds of Western disciples, including Mu Yun, swiftly made their way through the mountainous terrain surrounding Mount Buzhou, rapidly rescuing one human tribe after another. It was only after the last tribe had been saved that Mu Yun prepared to check for any remaining survivors when suddenly a colossal star descended from the heavens with a thunderous roar. The star carved through the void, ripping apart a massive fissure stretching for millions of miles. The intense spatial turbulence instantly caused the mountain structure to fail. With a resounding crash, Mount Buzhou crumbled once more, unleashing a vast cloud of dust. Not far away, numerous stars continued to fall, indicating that Dijuan and Taiyi had begun to unleash their full might. They had activated the grand array of the celestial stars, summoning countless celestial bodies to crash down, intending to annihilate the witch clan completely. Each of these colossal stars measured hundreds of millions of miles across, crashing to the ground and shattering the surroundings for millions of miles. Countless corpses plummeted from the void, as many from the witch and demon clans were brutally slaughtered amidst this fierce battle. The battlefield resembled a gigantic meat grinder, rendering it impossible to tread upon. Well, the human race has been saved, and it is time to leave this place. The humans and myriad beings around Mount Buzhou had been largely rescued by the West. Miyun evaded several of the terrifying star strikes and utilized the technique of the infinite horizon to escape. With a single step, he traversed hundreds of thousands of miles. The many Western disciples in the battlefield also instantaneously relocated under the saint's guidance, avoiding numerous dangers. Meanwhile, The three pure ones led their disciples away from Kunlun Mountain and arrived at the vast battlefield. The primordial heavenly venerable felt a stirring in his heart. Sensing an opportunity for a great mission, let my disciples venture forth to retrieve it, he proclaimed, intuition guiding him. He then called out, Chengxiu, go to the eastern Thunder Marsh, 40 million miles from the foot of Mount Buzhou, and bring back the severed half of the mountain. It will be of great use to me. Upon hearing this, one of the 12 celestial immortals, a young man with phoenix eyes and willow brows, radiating an aura of celestial elegance and clad in a blue robe, stepped forward. His demeanor exuded an extraordinary charm, and upon closer inspection, he bore a striking resemblance to the primordial heavenly venerable. As the youngest disciple among the 12, Chengxiu was deeply favored by his master, possessing exceptional comprehension and grace in all his actions. Just standing there, he projected an ethereal quality as if descended from the heavens. With utmost respect to my master's decree, Chengxiu replied, before employing a technique of evasion, transforming into a gentle breeze and departing. Within less than an hour, Chengxiu arrived at the eastern Thunder Marsh, 40 million miles from the foot of Mount Buzhou, where chaos reigned. The ground was ablaze with divine fire, and thunder roared, forming a tempestuous marsh. Ordinary individuals could not venture here without great peril. However, Chengxiu summoned a talisman radiating pure energy, which quickly dispelled the thunder within several miles. This place was not always like this. It had been transformed during the Witch and Demon War when one of the 12 ancestors of the Witch clan, the ancestor of thunder, unleashed a divine lightning strike that ravaged the land, resulting in the formation of this marsh, annihilating all life within a radius of millions of miles. It was a grim spectacle indeed. How pitiful for the beings here. Nevertheless, it is paramount to complete my master's task promptly. With a gentle sigh, Chengxiu reflected on his compassionate nature, yet time was pressing. Just as he prepared to search for the severed half of Mount Buzhou, he suddenly noticed a golden light darting through the thunder marsh. Following that, a myriad of Buddhist light enveloped the area, instantly calming the raging thunder. Remarkable! Who might this extraordinary friend be? May I know your esteemed name? Chengxiu exclaimed, astonished at the sight of the Buddhist radiance. Clearly, it was a disciple from the West, and their power was formidable. Yet, he was left wondering which disciple possessed such great prowess to calm the tumultuous thunder marsh with a mere gesture. The Western disciple turned to take a look, only to behold the ethereal figure of Chengxiu, whose aura exuded an otherworldly grace. He could not help but furrow his brow and inquire, a disciple of the Chan teaching? At that moment, Chengxiu also discerned the visage of the person before him, and an involuntary shudder coursed through him as he exclaimed in astonishment, "It is you, Mu Yun." Indeed. The one who had quelled the tumultuous thunder marsh surrounding them was none other than Mu Yun. In a desperate bid to evade the onslaught of the myriad of colossal stars, Mu Yun had employed the technique of 1,000 miles in an instant, distancing himself from the battlefield. However, he had not anticipated that beneath this expanse of thunder lay an abundance of vengeful spirits. Driven by a desire to liberate these tormented souls, Mu Yun had thus dispelled the thunderous tempest. As expected, with the vanishing of the storm, the ground was soon awash with the spectral forms of the deceased, each one a manifestation of their untimely demise. Mother, where are you? I am so frightened. Run away. Do not return. Is there no one to save us? No. I refuse to perish like this. Each wailing spirit lingered in the throes of their final moments, some shrieking in despair, while others fled in confusion. Among them were even children scarcely a few years old. This haunting tableau was enough to wrench the heart of any onlooker. Chapter 47. The Ancient Qi Refiners and the Terrifying Power of Chengxiu. However, with the emergence of numerous souls, a colossal entity beneath the thunder marsh was also revealed, Mount Buzhou. Mu Yun was taken aback, scrutinizing the scene before him, where a palpable pressure emanated from a severed section of the mountain. This mountain was immensely vast, stretching for countless miles and seemingly merging seamlessly with the surrounding land. Had it not been for the lingering Pangu pressure above, Mu Yun would not have recognized this extraordinary object. If memory served him correctly, this half of Mount Buzhou had been acquired by the primordial heavenly venerable and subsequently forged into the heaven-obscuring seal, a postnatal supreme treasure. Its power was immense. Even a mere strike could obliterate a Deluo golden immortal. They say that danger is often accompanied by countless opportunities. When Mu Yun set out, he had contemplated such matters, but he never expected to encounter this severed half of Mount Buzhou. If he were to claim it for himself, would he not be directly seizing the opportunity that rightfully belonged to the saints? Contemplating this, Mu Yun made a resolute decision. He must take possession of this half of Mount Buzhou. Chengxiu, standing nearby, had evidently also noticed the severed Mount Buzhou beneath the thunder marsh. Observing the astonishment in Mu Yun's eyes, he remarked, "Your discerning eye is commendable. You can indeed recognize this treasure. However, I regret to inform you that this treasure is coveted by my master, the primordial heavenly venerable, and cannot be relinquished. I hope you will not entertain any greedy thoughts." Chengxiu, without a doubt, was among the foremost figures among the 12 celestial immortals, both in lineage and virtue. His speech was courteous, yet it carried an air of arrogance, almost as if issuing a command. To him, it seemed that anything the primordial heavenly venerable valued was beyond the grasp of others. This unspoken assertion ignited Mu Yun's discontent. You claim this is a treasure sought after by the primordial master? Do you possess any proof? If not, your words may merely serve as an excuse. If that is the case, why not take action? Mu Yun certainly did not dare to directly offend the primordial heavenly venerable, so he resorted to nonsensical banter. After all, he had no proof, right? Even if this matter reached the ears of the primordial heavenly venerable, he would have plenty of justifications. However, if he allowed someone else to take this treasure, would he not suffer a tremendous loss? Qingshu's eyes widened in disbelief. After all, who had ever dared to show him such disrespect? Among all beings, anyone who heard the name of the primordial heavenly venerable, even the demon Emperor Dijuan, would show deference. Who would dare to present such absurd reasoning to him? I possess no evidence, but if you refuse to leave, do not blame me for being impolite. I will not leave. Mu Yun replied with indifference, then seemed to remember something and added, however, while we may engage in battle, it is prudent to first liberate these souls, lest our conflict result in their annihilation and bring about unnecessary karmic retribution. After all, there are so many souls here. Liberating them would also be an act of merit. If the two truly engaged in combat, it could harm these souls, causing them to suffer eternal damnation. Such an outcome would be excessively cruel. Of course, it remained to be seen how Qingxi would respond. In their teachings, they believed that everything occurred by heavenly decree, leading them to sometimes appear somewhat unfeeling. Under these circumstances, it would be wise for you to expedite the process of liberation. Afterward, we shall settle our contest. Qingshu spoke calmly, then sat in midair, adopting a demeanor of passivity. Mu Yun could not help but squint his eyes in surprise. Are you not concerned that I might employ underhanded tactics? If I were to suddenly launch a sneak attack, would you not? Qingshu interrupted with a cold laugh. You are not a match for me. Hiss, what a masterful display of confidence. Even before engaging in battle, Qingshu exuded such assurance? Fine. Mu Yun chose not to dwell on this, as it would not impede his affairs. Universal salvation. At this moment, Mu Yun recited the sacred words, and an ocean of Buddhist resonance surged forth, transforming into a pure land of the Buddha. Within it appeared the ethereal image of the medicine master luminous King Buddha, who then chanted sacred verses, summoning countless Buddha apparitions. In mere moments, the surrounding souls were liberated and transcended, drifting toward the netherworld. Though reincarnation had yet to occur, those souls who had died unjustly and held no attachment to the world were now entering the netherworld, awaiting the destined cycles of rebirth. With the countless souls in this thunder marsh liberated, Mu Yun felt a sense of relief as he retracted the manifestation of the Pure Land and turned to Qingshu, saying, I am Mu Yun, a disciple of the Western Pure Land's Saint of Salvation, here to seek your guidance, esteemed friend. Upon hearing this, Qingshu's eyes widened slightly, revealing glimpses of profound light. Mu Yun was taken aback by this display, recognizing it as a manifestation of the insightful barrier. Moreover, it seemed Qingshu was well versed in this realm. This individual was indeed formidable. Please, Mu Yun. Qingshu gestured courteously, and the two immediately engaged in combat. Qingshu summoned the insightful barrier, and with a flick of his hand, produced two 8-pointed silver hammers, channeling vast celestial power. In an instant, they transformed into a streak of golden light, descending upon Mu Yun's head with the swiftness of lightning. The postnatal spiritual treasure, coupled with mastery of the realm, revealed Qingshu's true strength. Mu Yun was slightly startled but quickly executed an evasion technique, narrowly avoiding the hammer strike. With a resounding crash, the ground beneath the twin hammers shattered, creating a massive rift that stretched for thousands of miles. The sheer power of those hammers was astonishing. If struck directly, even with his 4-turn 9 transformation golden body, he would undoubtedly suffer significant repercussions. This Qingshu was no mere fayade. Mu Yun's heart raced with alarm. Suddenly, he recalled that apart from the renowned title of the virtuous true monarch of Qingshu, he also bore the title of Qi Refiner. The term Qi Refiner described ancient practitioners. For before the teachings of the Hongjun Daozu, everyone cultivated in a chaotic manner, each with their unique strengths. Among these, the ancient Qi Refiners were the most widely recognized. It was evident that Qingshu's abilities were not solely derived from his teachings. He had likely honed them even before joining the sect. He had already become a Qi refinement master. Similarly, figures like Zhao Gongming and LV were also once Qi refinement masters. This indicates that prior to joining the Chan sect, Qingshu possessed remarkable abilities and was adept at combat. In contrast, individuals such as Xi Hang and Pu Xian, despite their cultivation at the Tai Golden Immortal level, lacked the corresponding battle experience. However, Qingshu was quite different. Although he shared the same late Tai cultivation level as Pu Xian, he exhibited an overwhelming strength that far surpassed Pu Xian. Nevertheless, Mu Yun was not merely a facade. With agile movements, he swiftly maneuvered behind Qingshu, unleashing radiant golden light as he activated the 9 turns golden body. Waves of vital energy surged forth, summoning boundless power as he launched a formidable punch towards Qingshu. The sheer force of his strike tore apart the surrounding crystalline barriers, leaving behind deep fissures. However, just as Mu Yun's punch was about to connect, Qingshu suddenly raised his hand, summoning the Hunyuan banner, and executed a spatial contraction technique, causing him to vanish in an instant. The Hunyuan banner, a rare spatial treasure, although a postnatal artifact, possessed capabilities rivaling those of innate treasures. Not only could it facilitate instantaneous movement, but it also granted invisibility. In that fleeting moment, Mu Yun recalled the origins of this treasure, and a sense of profound vigilance surged within him. Hastily, he activated the barrier insight to uncover the concealed Qingshu. Yet, in the next heartbeat, an immense force struck him. Muyan felt an overwhelming impact from behind, as if something had crashed into him with tremendous might. In an instant, he was propelled away. The force akin to 1,000 tons slamming into his back, sending him hurtling through the air. Boom. Muyan was launched over tens of thousands of miles, crashing through several small mountains. Such strength. He spat out a mouthful of reverse blood, instantly sensing the gravity of the situation. Chapter 48. The side effects of the injury. Though Muyan was severely impacted by the blow, rendering him quite disoriented, he managed to endure it thanks to the surging vitality within him and the radiant golden Buddhist light. However, the golden light of his 9 turns golden body began to crack, indicating that his defenses had been shattered by Qing Su's strike. Fortunately, it was not a fatal blow. Feeling the tumultuous energy and blood surging within his body, as well as the metallic taste of blood in his throat, Muyan realized that Qing Su's earlier statement, that he was not Muyan's match, was indeed not mere bravado. In terms of combat experience, Qing Su might even surpass the likes of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Jiao Lu's son. Oh, you're still alive? The 9 turns golden body from the west is truly remarkable, but I wonder, to what stage have you cultivated? That you could withstand my full force strike? From Qing Su's perspective, he too was astonished. He had believed that Muyan would last at most 3 breaths in his hands. Their earlier exchange had indeed lasted barely that long. Yet, he had not expected that his full-on strike, as a late-stage Tai Golden Immortal, would merely shatter Muyan's protective golden light and cause him to spit up a few mouthfuls of blood. Your breadth of experience is impressive. Recognizing my secret methods from the West, it is a pity, however, that my hard-earned protective golden light has been shattered by you. Muyan gritted his teeth in frustration. The protective golden light was not something easily condensed. It was the culmination of heavenly merit and his own vitality. Having it destroyed would undoubtedly come at a significant cost. Qing Su's attack had been excessively ruthless. Nevertheless, to withstand my full-force strike with peak golden immortal strength, your abilities are already extraordinary, Qing Su remarked earnestly, his gaze losing some arrogance and gaining caution. From now on, I shall no longer hold back. If you can exchange blows with me at this level. And you are one of them. Muyan was taken aback. Is this even human language? Is there anyone more pretentious than you? Furthermore, I am not your equal. You should wait until I reach Tai Golden Immortal before comparing yourself to me. Just wait till I can take you down. At that moment, Muyan acutely realized the vast gulf between each realm, particularly when faced with someone like Qing Su, who possessed immense practical experience. The disparity between their realms was stark and tangible, unlike the Jie Jiao who relied on devouring human flesh to forcefully elevate their cultivation, or the likes of Pu Xian, who had cultivation without practical experience. Their strengths were superficial and could not be compared to a genuine powerhouse like Qing Su. Qing Su was indeed formidable. Before Muyan could react, Qing Su activated his divine powers, reciting incantations and casting numerous spells. Suddenly, the twin hammers in his hands surged in size, transforming into a colossal hammer measuring 40 meters in length. This left Muyan wide-eyed in astonishment. Was this the legendary 40-meter giant hammer? Despite its immense size and weight, Qing Su wielded it as if it were mere toys, effortlessly swinging it about. The stark contrast between the massive hammer and his ethereal demeanor was striking. Reminiscent of Confucius lifting a cauldron or Li Bai shouldering a Gatling gun, the scene was truly dazzling. Without allowing Muyan a moment to gather himself, Qing Su once more employed his previous tactic. He activated the Hunyuan banner, vanishing from sight and becoming invisible. Muyan gritted his teeth, unable to suppress his indignation. How am I supposed to fight? Invisibility, unlimited movement, and a 40-meter giant hammer? This Qing Su is utterly insufferable. Muyan was at a loss. He had never encountered such a situation. Earthly golden light. A mere step away. The two divine abilities converged, and without hesitation, Muyan took flight, transforming into flickering golden light that disappeared from sight. Simultaneously, he activated the spatial insight ability, and through the mystical glow in his eyes, he finally spotted the constantly flickering, searching Qing Su. Humph. Even with your ruthless methods, I doubt you can withstand this. Empowered by the spell, 3 Clans' fiery retribution, Muyan resolved to strike hard. Under Qing Su's relentless pursuit, he could not afford to cast the Great Sun Buddha's purity spell, which required time to prepare. However, invoking the Black Side Effect spell required no preparation time whatsoever. 3 Clans' fiery retribution, black a conflagration formed from the murderous intent of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans. Once touched, one below the Great Luo Golden Immortal will suffer severe damage. Even a Great Luo Golden Immortal will be greatly affected. The information of the spell flashed through Muyan's mind, and in an instant, the spell manifested as a pitch-black flame, engulfing Qing Su's body. With a muffled thud, the flames erupted, igniting upon Qing Su's figure. This is fiery retribution. Qing Su froze momentarily, then revealed himself. As he beheld the scene, a wave of intense pain coursed through him, penetrating deep into his very soul. The 3 Clans' fiery retribution was terrifying beyond measure. Any cultivator who became entangled in it, even a Great Luo Golden Immortal, would suffer grievously. Moreover, this flame would severely affect the cultivator's fortune. The previously composed Qing Su, now entangled in the flames, underwent a dramatic transformation. His expression shifted, and his entire aura waned, even his celestial energy appearing mottled. He plummeted from the clouds, crashing to the ground, repeatedly spitting out reverse blood, clearly caught off guard. He hurriedly sat up, swallowing several pills to barely mend some of his injuries. Yet it was evident that the might of the flames could not be remedied by mere pills. What manner of technique is this? You Westerners can actually wield the power of fiery retribution. Ching Su felt his scalp tingle with disbelief. When had the West gained the ability to manipulate such flames? In a moment of desperation, he produced a talisman, imbued with the might of a sage and radiating the aura of Yushu. Yushu aura. This talisman is truly a treasure. Mu Yun grinned. Where would that Qingshu dare to utilize this talisman? In an instant, he flashed forward, delivering a powerful punch directed at Qingshu. Fortunately, Qingshu was gravely injured and unable to defend himself. Otherwise, Mu Yun would have found it exceedingly difficult to land such a blow. As his fist descended, it brutally smashed into Qingshu's right arm, leaving it mangled and bloodied. The talisman he had been clutching slipped from his grasp and gently floated down, where it was seized by Mu Yun. This is the Yushu talisman bestowed upon me by my master. How dare you take it? Qingshu finally succumbed to his fury, unable to restrain himself from cursing. You shameless scoundrel. If you possess the ability, face me in a fair battle. Resorting to underhanded tactics is no true skill. Mu Yun chuckled softly but countered. If my summoning of the infernal flames to scorch you is deemed a sinister tactic, then what of your employing the primordial banner to render yourself invisible? Is that not also a deceitful maneuver? With that single remark, Qingshu found himself at a loss for words. After all, summoning infernal flames was indeed Mu Yun's own skill, and could not be classified as treacherous. Very well. I had no intention of engaging seriously, yet you have forced my hand. Qingshu coldly snorted. And with a flick of his wrist, he produced a treasure. Instantly, a radiant light erupted, causing the temperature of the surroundings to soar dramatically. Chapter 49. Harvesting the Jade Purity Talisman, a great opportunity. The essence of Jade Purity. The 5 Fire 7 Bird Fan. A single incantation from Qingshu unleashed 5 distinct forms of true fire. Fire of the Void, Fire of Stone, Fire of Wood, Samadhi Fire, and Fire of Humanity. These 5 flames coalesced into a magnificent 5-colored true fire, exuding unparalleled power. Upon its summoning, the temperature of the surrounding environment surged by hundreds of thousands of degrees, scorching the ground into crystalline formations reminiscent of glass. The later heaven spiritual treasure, the 5 Fire 7 Bird Fan. Indeed, the primordial heavenly sovereign was quite generous. This fan was crafted by the primordial heavenly sovereign, amalgamating 5 types of true fire along with feathers from 7 divine birds: the phoenix, the azure swan, the great crane, the peacock, the white crane, the swan, and the owl. Each feather carried a formidable spiritual pressure, compelling Mu Yun to feel a suppression of his inner cultivation. Truly a precious artifact. Though Qingshu was momentarily immobilized, he believed that with the 5 Fire 7 Bird Fan, he could temporarily restrain Mu Yun. If he could gain even a brief moment, he might leverage the celestial elixirs on his person to heal his injuries and mount a counterattack. Furthermore, he summoned 2 additional spiritual treasures, the heart-piercing nail and the thunderbolt spear. These treasures ascended into the air, one transforming into a long rainbow that relentlessly charged toward Mu Yun's heart, while the other morphed into a bolt of lightning, swift as the wind, unleashing thundering strikes upon Mu Yun. The power of these 3 spiritual treasures was immense. Any ordinary cultivator would find themselves constrained and unable to act. Mu Yun couldn't help but marvel at Qingshu's profound celestial power, while typical cultivators would find it taxing to wield even one spiritual treasure simultaneously. Qingshu managed to employ 3 at once. With the cultivation of a Tai Golden Immortal, this feat was extraordinary. Simultaneously wielding 3 later heaven spiritual treasures, all of considerable rank, was a testament to Qingshu's strength. The 5 Fire 7 Bird Fan was indeed a treasure of the later heaven tier, demanding great reserves of celestial energy and spiritual essence from a cultivator. If one spiritual essence was inadequate, one could not accurately control 3 spiritual treasures to execute their attacks. Likewise, insufficient celestial energy would hinder the maximum potential of these treasures. Despite appearing to be merely later heaven treasures, they could not match the innate quality of innate spiritual treasures. A cultivator must reach the level of the Luo Golden Immortal or approach the quasi-saint realm to harness even half the power of an ordinary innate treasure. As for the finest innate treasures, even the mightiest quasi-saint could wield no more than 80 or 90% of their full potential. Only a saint could fully unleash the powers of such treasures. While this may seem exaggerated, it reflects the reality. Innate treasures originate from the primordial chaos at the dawn of creation, embodying the laws of the cosmos. Each of their innate restrictions is imbued with the profound might of these laws. Therefore, the potency of innate treasures is beyond the imagination of ordinary beings, capable of shattering the very fabric of the cosmos with their terrifying might. Higher-grade innate treasures possess the power to obliterate all elements of nature. Thus, Qingshu's Tai Golden Immortal cultivation was ideally suited for wielding later heaven treasures, enabling him to unleash their vast capabilities. However, typically, a Tai could muster the strength to operate only 1 later heaven treasure at a time, exhausting their full capacity. Yet Qingshu could command 3, indicating that his celestial power far surpassed that of his peers in the same realm. Terrifying indeed. Yet, regrettably, the true fire he commanded was ultimately susceptible to Mu Yun's counter. With a smile, Mu Yun whispered to himself, "Isn't this a stroke of fortune?" With that, Mu Yun gestured, invoking the incantation, Phoenix Divine Fire. Instantly, a terrifying divine fire erupted forth, enveloping the surroundings. The five-colored true fire, along with the spiritual pressure of the seven birds, succumbed in that moment. The phoenix divine fire transformed into a blazing phoenix, wings unfurled, soaring majestically above. Like a sovereign of flames, it gazed down upon the five-colored fire, causing it to pale in comparison. In an instant, the essence of the phoenix enveloped the five-colored flames, overpowering the spiritual pressure of the seven birds, forcing it back into the five-fire seven-bird fan, rendering it reluctant to emerge. After all, the phoenix is the paramount of all avian beings. What bird's spiritual pressure could rival that? Unsurprisingly, the five-fire seven-bird fan was rendered nearly ineffective. Simultaneously, the heart-piercing nail and thunderbolt spear, which had been charging toward Mu Yun, were immediately consumed by the phoenix divine fire. In mere moments, their spiritual energy was refined into nothingness. These once promising later heaven treasures were reduced to mere remnants, crashing to the ground with a thud. My precious treasures. Qingshu could no longer maintain his composure, watching his five-fire seven-bird fan fail and witnessing the destruction of his other two treasures. A wave of anguish washed over him. In response, Mu Yun seized the moment, propelling the phoenix divine fire toward Qingshu with unrelenting speed. The impact resonated like a meteor crashing to earth, melting the very ground beneath it and unleashing a cataclysmic explosion that rippled for thousands of miles, bringing forth utter devastation. However, Mu Yun soon realized that Qingshu had not been harmed. Instead, he had managed to escape. Through the veil of perception, Mu Yun discerned that Qingshu had activated the primordial banner and retreated several tens of thousands of miles away, his once ethereal form now charred and disheveled. As he desperately employed his spiritual treasures to flee the scene, it is evident that the flames of karma upon him have inflicted grievous wounds. Cognizant of his inability to contend, he decisively fled, harboring no desire to look back. Unlike certain fools who, even in defeat, feel compelled to utter venomous words only to be seized by others and struck down on the spot. This illustrates that Qingshu is not only adept in strategy but also possesses a composed mindset. When capable, he unleashes all his means. When outmatched, he retreats without uttering a single superfluous word. Very well, let him go. Severely injured to such an extent, his recovery will undoubtedly demand considerable effort. Should he be slain, one might fear the repercussions of his protective nature, which could lead to my own undoing. With a grin, Mu Yun expressed that he had not emerged entirely empty-handed. He produced a talisman, exuding a powerful aura, the Yushu talisman, imbued with the essence of the jade purity. Truly, one might traverse the most arduous paths in vain yet find treasures without effort. Mu Yun felt a surge of joy within. Moreover, in addition to this treasure, another awaited his acquisition, the remnants of Mount Buzhou. Having secured this artifact, it would be prudent to depart swiftly, lest he be discovered, which would spell trouble. With that thought, Mu Yun promptly made his exit. After all, the world was in turmoil, the celestial mechanisms were in disarray, the sages should remain oblivious to his actions. Unbeknownst to him, however, every move he made had already been obscured by the saintly mark atop the pure bamboo of 6 roots. Even if the sages wished to deduce his whereabouts, they would find themselves utterly incapable of doing so. Chapter 50, The Rescue of the Yuchao Tribe. The future monarch of humanity. Regardless of circumstances, the immediate priority was to seize this fragment of the Buzhou mountain, Mu Yun declared. With that, he began to weave a series of incantations, reciting the mantra, big and small, as desired. As soon as the words left his lips, Mu Yun raised his hand and unleashed hundreds of magical seals, which struck the mountainside of Buzhou. Astonishingly, the mountain began to shrink, reducing to a mere few hundred meters in size. The spell of big and small, as desired, is one of the 36 celestial techniques. During his time at Kunlun Mountain, Mu Yun had come across the entry for this spell. Unfortunately, it was merely a blue entry, indicating a rudimentary level of mastery. Should he cultivate it to a small perfection, he could condense this fragment of Buzhou mountain to the size of his palm, maintaining its weight. If it were to fall unimpeded, even a great Luo Golden Immortal would be left bloodied and bruised. A size of a few hundred meters was sufficient. Mu Yun waved his hand and immediately drew the fragment of Buzhou mountain into his Dantian space. Having concluded his business here, it was time to depart. After all, he had intercepted an opportunity from the Chan sect. Naturally, Mu Yun was wary of lingering too long. He promptly activated the barrier vision technique to survey the surrounding lands, seeking those in need of salvation. However, upon gazing out, his heart ached with an indescribable pain. He beheld a scene in a human tribe hundreds of billions of miles away from Buzhou Mountain. Countless heavenly fires and torrents of weak waters rained down, resulting in the slaughter of countless human lives numbering in the hundreds of millions. In April, the grass should be flourishing. Yet, in this season of blooming flowers and melodious birdsong, the realm of humanity appeared as a hellish nightmare. Underneath the rubble of collapsed houses lay the cries of countless human beings. The weak waters had ravaged all human structures, leaving many to struggle and wail. The lamentations echoed, as numerous humans lay gravely injured, teetering on the brink of death. Children clung to the lifeless bodies of their mothers, weeping, while fathers with severed arms propped up fallen rocks, desperately trying to ensure their children survived. Stains of blood, resembling flowers, covered the debris. Countless charred corpses, emitting a foul stench, turned to ashes that danced in the air. Everywhere was filled with the cries and pleas of the suffering. Mother, mother, please wake up. I promise I will be good from now on. I will listen to you. A child, no more than 7 or 8, lay prostrate on his mother's bloody body, shaking her in a desperate attempt to revive her. Children, run. Get to higher ground. Hurry. A father, struggling to hold up falling rocks, urged the children around him to flee. Ultimately, he succumbed to exhaustion and collapsed beneath the stones, blood flowing profusely. Before losing consciousness, he continued to urge the children to escape. Why has this happened? Heaven, what crime have we, the human race, committed? Why must we endure such calamity? A human of Earth immortal realm howled towards the heavens, his face a mask of despair. The demon race had always regarded humans as fodder. They fled to the mountains and hidden valleys to escape the demons, yet still could not evade this disaster. Moreover, this unforeseen calamity had originated from the conflict between the shaman and the demons, deepening their resentment. Alas, the number of cultivators among the human race was alarmingly few. A single falling star could obliterate countless cultivators. Furthermore, among the vast human populace, true powerhouses were exceedingly rare, with most being mere earth immortals or even less. Alas, who among us can save the human race? Who can alleviate our suffering? Amidst the crowd, a leader of the human race, having attained the celestial immortal realm, could not contain his anguish, calling out to the heavens. Just then, a beam of golden light descended from the sky. Following it, a resounding, celestial melody reverberated through the heavens. Compassionate ones, I have witnessed your suffering and thus descended with the universal light of salvation to alleviate your plight. As the words were spoken, boundless Buddha light enveloped the skies, and a pure land of the Buddha realm materialized. Hundreds of Buddhas, countless bodhisattvas, monks, and arhats manifested. Among them the ethereal figure of the medicine master Buddha radiating infinite light of salvation. With a resounding hum, waves of radiant light cascaded down, and in an instant, a vast vitality surged forth, as if a source of life had been unleashed. Wherever the light reached, no matter how severe the injuries, they were miraculously healed. Of course, the souls of the deceased were also embraced in this transcendence, preventing them from being lost between heaven and earth, isolated and desolate. Faced with this sudden turn of events, countless humans felt an exhilarating rush of hope, awakening with fervent cheers. Father, you have awakened at last. Huh? Was I not crushed by the falling stones? How can this be? My child, you have awakened. Without you, how could I survive? Among the human race, those who had not yet fully succumbed to death found themselves restored in an instant. My senior brother's universal truth is indeed powerful. Fortunately, these humans are not formidable cultivators. Otherwise, even with the universal truth, I would not have been able to save so many. Muyun mused. Feeling the depletion of his celestial energy, the strain was palpable. He had just saved billions of human lives. Had it not been for his robust celestial energy, he would have been completely drained. Fortunately, they were merely mortals, and using the universal light to heal did not demand excessive energy. Under Muyun's universal light, the majority of the gravely wounded were saved. At this moment, one after another, human leaders of modest cultivation stepped forward, bowing in reverence towards Muyun. Thank you, immortal master, for saving our race. Your great kindness shall be eternally remembered by us. As each slightly skilled leader began to pay their respects, the surrounding crowd of humans slowly realized that their survival was solely due to the celestial being who had descended from the heavens. Thank you, immortal. Please accept our reverence. Your kindness and grace are beyond repayment. A multitude of humans bowed in a thunderous wave of gratitude. Observing this, Muyun hurriedly raised his hand, invoking the Buddha's resonance to lift them. Please, rise. I am the disciple of the Western Enlightenment Saint, Muyun. Assisting those in distress is the very essence of our teachings. There is no need for gratitude. Upon hearing these words, the leader of the celestial beings from the human race instantly changed countenance, exclaiming in astonishment, so it is a disciple of the Western sage. I am of the Nesting clan. I am deeply grateful for the great kindness and virtue of the celestial being. The Nesting clan? One of the great sages of the human race. The human race is often regarded as lacking in innate talent. The few who manage to cultivate the golden elixir path transmitted by the supreme sage are exceedingly rare. Most of those with innate gifts have already pledged allegiance to various sects and factions. Among the remaining members of the human race, only those of lesser talent, who remain devoted to their kin, persist. The Nesting clan, naturally, is among them. It is unexpected that I have actually saved him. Chapter 51. Enlightenment of the Suffering of the World. Ascending to the Tai Golden Immortal, Muyun experienced a moment of mild astonishment. The legendary figure, Yu Chao, had created habitable dwellings for humanity, playing an indispensable role in its development. His act of saving them was indeed a virtuous deed, bringing a sense of joy to Muyun's heart. Upon learning of Muyun's identity, Yu Chao and his companions exhibited an even more respectful demeanor. As one of the innate human beings, Yu Chao had once journeyed to the sacred site of Shouyang Mountain to receive teachings, acquiring the methods of cultivating the golden elixir path, thereby reaching his current state. Alas, the human race now faced dire calamities, and the teachings were nowhere to be found, leaving them to suffer in anguish. Even their revered mother Nuwa had vanished without a trace. This profound sense of loss and lamentation filled the hearts of many in the human race. Unexpectedly, neither the teachings nor the mother appeared to rescue them. Instead, it was this celestial being from the Western sage's sect who had come to their aid. This stark contrast evoked immense gratitude among the gathered people towards the Western teachings. Great Immortal's kindness is beyond our ability to repay, and it is indeed our fault. Please, allow us a moment to offer you our humble tributes, they beseeched. Hearing their words, Muyan gently shook his head. There is no need for such formalities. You possess the cultivation. It is your duty to restore your home. I saved you not for your gratitude. No, I must take my leave. With that, Muyan turned and departed, leaving the multitude of humans bowing reverently in the direction of his exit. This journey had opened his eyes to many different experiences in the realm of saving lives. High above the clouds, Muyan sat in the void, suddenly feeling a deep resonance. He gazed down at the bustling throng of humanity below, profoundly understanding the essence of their suffering. The Buddha is compassionate. The suffering of all beings compels one to guide humanity. The trials of life are nothing but the cycles of birth, aging, illness, and death, along with love and separation. I aspire to liberate all beings. Reciting sacred verses, the aura of Buddhism around him surged magnificently. The principles he had previously learned now found validation in this moment. Unbeknownst to him, Muyan entered a state of profound realization and meditation. The great sun scripture within him began to operate naturally, and waves of Buddhist resonance erupted around him, filling the air with countless sacred chants. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth continuously converged, circulating within his being. Insights illuminated him, manifesting as a brilliant sun radiating from his essence. Subsequently, profound truths of the Buddhist path surged forth. With a resonant hum, he proclaimed, all beings are interconnected by cause and effect. Good and evil are repaid, and every sentient being has their karmic ties. As these words emerged, the laws of cause and effect surged within him, cleansing his radiant divine spirit and revealing intricate patterns of the great path. Amidst the symphony of sacred sounds, the light of the Buddha intensified, and Muyan's presence swelled with a sense of completeness. A deep understanding of cause and effect dawned upon him, transforming myriad insights into profound truths. With a thunderous roar, Muyan's cultivation broke through its constraints, propelling him into the early stages of the Tai Golden Immortal realm. Exhaling a breath of clarity, Muyan's eyes sparkled with the intertwining of myriad laws. Just after his breakthrough, he sensed the wondrous changes within him. The Tai Golden Immortal path involves cultivating the 5 energies within one's heart, achieving clarity of spirit, and merging essence, energy, and spirit into the innate primordial energy. This is the essential path to the Deluo Golden Immortal realm. In truth, the realms of Golden Immortal, Tai Golden Immortal, and Deluo Golden Immortal should be viewed as a singular journey, all aimed at unifying essence, energy, and spirit into the primordial energy. Those who attain the Deluo Golden Immortal state can harness this primordial energy to reach the innate foundation. However, Muyan had already condensed his primordial energy during his fiery rebirth, transforming into the innate foundation. Should he break through to the Deluo Golden Immortal realm in the future, his foundation would naturally advance further. Of course, the innate foundation Muyan acquired was not as formidable as that of the 3 pure ones, who possessed the powerful legacy of the 3 pure chi. Nevertheless, Muyan had undergone a complete transformation. More importantly, he had grasped aspects of the profound truth of the laws of cause and effect. While he had yet to master these laws, he could deduce and perceive the karmic ties of all beings. Such achievements are truly extraordinary. After all, the laws of cause and effect are one of the 4 supreme laws of legend. The so-called 4 supreme laws encompass the laws of power, fate, cause and effect, and time and space. Anyone who comprehends even a fragment of these laws possesses extraordinary capabilities. The path of cause and effect and the connections of all beings. If one could cultivate this path, it would indeed be remarkable. With a gentle smile, Muyan stabilized his essence and prepared to depart. However, at that moment, he noticed countless threads of cause and effect emanating from the throng of humanity below, connecting to him like myriad silken strands. What is this? In an instant, Muyan was taken aback. Upon further observation, he realized that at the moment of his breakthrough, Yu Chao had led the multitude of humans in crafting a clay statue in his honor. The people bowed reverently before their clay likeness, and the countless threads of cause and effect arose from this act. In a twist of fate, the reverence of humanity had inadvertently woven these connections. Just as Muyan was contemplating this, the myriad strands of cause and effect converged into a glowing orb of purple light. What is this? This is a purple inscription. Muyan had seldom encountered such purple inscriptions, aside from observing them on the saints. Now, a radiant orb of purple inscription floated before him, as if awaiting his acceptance. Marvelous. As the saying goes, good deeds bring good rewards. Today, having saved thousands of humans, this opportunity arises as a manifestation of karmic ties. Muyan immediately extended his divine sense to perceive the intricate details of the inscription. Human race cause purple, born from the reverence of the future human emperor's tribe. It bestows the fortuitous destiny of the future human race, destined to acquire the treasure of humanity, the Kongdong seal. These few simple sentences sent a jolt of astonishment through Muyan's heart. His eyelids twitched violently. The fortuitous destiny of the future human race, destined to acquire the treasure of humanity, the Kongdong seal. The tribe of the Chao clan is actually the future human emperor's tribe. It is well known that although the human race is currently frail, in the future, they are destined to become the sovereigns of all beings in this primordial world. Their fortune is boundless, surpassing that of any saintly sect or great teaching. Yet, here he was, having inadvertently saved the tribe of the future human emperor. Moreover, this astonishing purple inscription. What a tremendous opportunity. Furthermore, the Kongnong seal is renowned as a treasure of humanity. Chapter 52. Hongjun bestows treasures to mend the heavens. Comprehending the divine seals of Pangu, the Kongnong seal, a supreme treasure of humanity, capable of establishing or deposing the human emperor. It is essential to understand that the position of the human emperor is equivalent to that of the heavenly emperor and the saints. Although the human emperor does not possess the eternal indestructibility of the saints, he is endowed with boundless fortune. Under this auspicious influence, even the saints cannot act against the human emperor. Thus, the status of the human emperor is on par with that of the heavenly emperor and the saints. The Kongnong seal, therefore, possesses the extraordinary ability to elevate or depose the human emperor, wielding such unparalleled authority. With no hesitation, Muyun immediately fused with this purple entry of fortune. As the violet aura melded into his being, he felt an overwhelming sense of clarity and refreshment. As if his thoughts had become unbounded. In an intangible manner, a vast fortune bestowed itself upon him, granting Muyun an inexplicable sense of profundity. At this moment, Muyun unhesitatingly summoned his divine powers and beheld clouds of auspiciousness descending upon him, coalescing into the forms of dragons and phoenixes soaring through the sky. A boundless aura of fortune radiated in all directions. Alas, he mused, this fortune merely offers me protection. It does not rightfully belong to me. Nonetheless, deep within, he felt an exhilarating thrill. This fortune of humanity, especially that which existed before the human race ascended to dominance over the heavens, was indeed significant. Although the current fortune of humanity was not overwhelmingly robust, it was clear to see that it was steadily growing stronger. One day, this fortune would undoubtedly cover the entire expanse of the primordial heavens, safeguarding all humanity. Despite only receiving the protection of this fortune, it served as a talisman for his survival against calamity. Henceforth, he could act with greater boldness without trepidation. How marvelous! With this fortune augmenting his existence, he need not fear encountering grave dangers in the future. The endowment of fortune is not merely a trivial matter. It is akin to those who are perpetually unlucky, suffering misfortune from the simplest of actions. Yet now, Muyun was blessed with immense fortune and profound blessings. Under this auspicious influence, even if he were to provoke a saint, there remained a chance for him to avert disaster. Of course, this was merely a passing thought. In Muyun's perspective, with two revered saints as his mentors, he had little to fear even if he offended one. Next, he would seek the Kongnong seal. With the entry of humanity's fate integrated within him, Muyun felt an instinctive guidance toward the location of the Kongnong seal, which lay in the birthplace of humanity. Meanwhile, Goddess Nuwa descended into the primordial realm, witnessing the boundless weak waters engulfing the heavens and the overwhelming heavenly fire raining down upon the world, causing immense suffering to all living beings. In her heart, she too sensed an instinctive calling. To mend the heavens, I must restore this sky. With this profound calling, Nuwa sat serenely in the void, attempting to devise a method to mend the heavens. At that very moment, a rift in space suddenly tore open beyond chaos, and a precious cauldron descended from the void, accompanied by a resonant, overwhelming sacred might that stirred the essence of the heavenly Tao. The voice echoed, "My disciple Nuwa. With the intent to mend the heavens, I bestow upon you the supreme treasure, the Qian Kuan cauldron. Use it to gather the 5-colored divine stones and refine them within the cauldron to restore the heavens." The grand voice resounded across the realms, filling Nuwa with boundless joy. "Thank you, Master, for your guidance." After bowing respectfully, she stowed the Qian Kuan cauldron and began her quest for the 5-colored divine stones to mend the heavens. On another front, sensing the location of the Kongnong seal, Muyun swiftly employed his teleportation technique, racing forth. In no time, he arrived beneath the Buzhou mountain. Currently, the battle between the witches and the demons had reached a fever pitch, with the Great Constellation Formation and the 12 Capitals Divine Formation possessing the power to annihilate the heavens and the earth. The conflict raged from Buzhou mountain into the vast chaotic void, tearing apart the boundless chaos and obliterating countless stars. However, the area at the foot of Buzhou mountain had grown remarkably tranquil. This was indeed the place. Guided by the instinctive sensation, Muyun discerned that the Kongnong seal lay beneath Buzhou mountain. Now that the mountain had completely collapsed, the search for the treasure was no longer a hassle. Nevertheless, to expedite his quest, he activated his divine sight. In an instant, he beheld an ancient and dilapidated primordial formation beneath the collapsed mountain. This was the Pangu divine seal. Though it was severely damaged, it remained formidable and difficult to breach. Muyun furrowed his brow. The Pangu divine seal was likely a remnant of Buzhou mountain, which was formed from the spine of the great Pangu. It was not surprising that such divine seals resided within his bones. However, it also meant that the Kongnong seal was sealed beneath this formidable barrier, making it quite a challenge to retrieve. The Heavenly Secrets tome I acquired earlier contains insights from the Celestial Master regarding formations. If I could harness its wisdom and employ the techniques therein, it would surely reveal a method to breach this divine seal. The Pangu divine seal could be viewed as a type of formation, albeit a natural one, born from the earth and heavens rather than human creation. Thus, utilizing insights from formations could offer a path to breaking it. Moreover, with the understanding gained from the Myriad Realms formation paired with the Heavenly Secrets tome, I shall surely discover a means to penetrate this Pangu divine seal. Of course, Mu Yun was merely seeking a method to breach it, not intending to comprehend it. Whether or not he could directly break through upon discovering the method remained uncertain. Nonetheless, it was essential to make the attempt. Thus, Mu Yun delved deep into the rubble, arriving atop the Pangu Divine Seal, which lay crushed beneath the fallen Buzhou Mountain. Although the seal was indeed damaged, it continuously emanated a formidable aura of Pangu. Despite its diminished state, it was still not easily breached. Historically, Buzhou Mountain had been a place no one could tread except for the descendants of Pangu, likely due to the power of this divine seal. From its inception, Buzhou Mountain had been inaccessible to others, as it harbored the potent pressure of Pangu. Only those of Pangu's bloodline could traverse its sacred grounds, able to tread upon the summit of Buzhou Mountain, within the vast expanse of the primordial world. Only the 12 ancestors of Wu and the 3 pure ones have ventured into its depths. Furthermore, they were bestowed with countless spiritual treasures and fortuitous encounters, acquiring unparalleled relics such as the 3 Lights Divine Water and the 24-petal Primal Creation Azure Lotus. However, in the present day, with the collapse of Buzhou Mountain, the once formidable Pangu Divine Seals that obstructed all beings of the primordial realm have now become severely fragmented. Nonetheless, it still hinders Mu Yun's advance. Without delving into excessive contemplation, Mu Yun summoned the Celestial Mechanics volume. Although he had not refined this treasure, he was nonetheless capable of grasping the profound array principles within. At this moment, he suspended the Celestial Mechanics volume above his head, unfurling the scroll of golden script and jade. Instantly, esoteric truths of array formations cascaded forth. Once revealed, they transformed into golden lotuses, drifting through the air, stirring boundless echoes of the great Tao, a marvel of the extraordinary. He invoked the law of transformation of all worlds. As he wielded this treasure, Mu Yun unhesitatingly activated the law of transformation of all worlds. Immediately, a realm of pure land, a Buddhist kingdom, materialized before him, within which 108 identical avatars of Mu Yun manifested, each embodying the essence of Buddha. Continuously comprehending the profound truths of array formations contained within the Celestial Mechanics volume. In that moment, myriad patterns and countless formations continuously emerged within his Pure Land world. These myriad patterns tirelessly traced the Pangu Divine Seals before him, seeking a means to unravel their mysteries. Chapter 53. With the presence of Yin and Yang, humanity, and the possible birth of a female emperor, the laws of transformation across various realms, akin to an accelerator for cultivation, are indeed remarkable. This hundredfold speed and comprehension has allowed Mu Yun to save an immense amount of time. In merely about a year, he has grasped the method to break through. Of course, this is also thanks to the Pangu Divine Seal, albeit a shattered version, its power diminished to a fraction of its former glory. Hence, he was able to swiftly comprehend the method to dismantle it. However, understanding merely one method of breaking through does not equate to fully comprehending the Pangu Divine Seal, which naturally expedites the process. To shatter the Pangu Divine Seal requires sheer force. The ancient Pangu, the master of the path of strength, mandated that all his seals be broken by power. Now that he possesses a method, the next steps are straightforward. The Great Sun Buddha's purification mantra. Without a moment's hesitation, Mu Yun unleashed his most formidable divine ability, the Great Sun Buddha's purification mantra. In an instant, as Mu Yun activated this mantra, a pure land of Buddhist realms manifested around him. It enveloped the shattered Pangu Divine Seal, emanating rays of Buddha light capable of transcending myriad calamities. The destructive light, though fearsome, was imbued with profound compassion. Boom. Accompanied by a resounding explosion, the already damaged Pangu Divine Seal finally shattered completely, transforming into countless fragments scattered about. Such a precious treasure as the Pangu Divine Seal must not be discarded lightly, if he could glean even a fraction of the principles of strength from it. The benefits would be immeasurable. Observing the fragments, Mu Yun couldn't help but feel a surge of delight, hastily gathering the scattered pieces for future contemplation. Next, it was time for the Kongtong Seal. With a flick of his hand, he summoned a Buddhist resonance, digging 3 feet into the earth to reveal a treasure seal radiating profound light. Within that mysterious glow, the seal exuded waves of human essence, adorned with dragons and phoenixes, surrounded by intricate and esoteric patterns. It was a marvel indeed. With the acquisition of the seal, his endeavors concerning humanity's affairs would surely be fortified. Grasping the Kongtong Seal, Mu Yun examined it closely. The words Kongtong were inscribed upon it, born of innate principles, intertwined with dragons and phoenixes, exuding a subtle aura of supremacy. This seal differed from his previous understanding of the Kongtong Seal. According to his memories, it indeed featured interwoven dragons, yet the 9 phoenixes were absent. However, upon reflection, the harmony of dragons and phoenixes seemed more fitting. They symbolize auspiciousness. Moreover, it is not solely men who may ascend to rulership. There have been exceptions, such as the Empress Wu Zetian. Thus, pondering this, Mu Yun began to grasp the interconnectedness of Yin and Yang, realizing that they complement one another to align with the ultimate truths of the universe. How could there be a predominance of Yang without the presence of Yin? Perhaps there lies an inscrutable conspiracy within. As Mu Yun furrowed his brow, he contemplated the fate of humanity. Heaven, earth, and humanity should inherently govern all things as the supreme sacred paths birthed at the dawn of creation. However, since the heavenly path emerged first and became entwined with the Tao ancestor, it has since wielded authority over the order of the cosmos. It is conceivable that the current heavenly path is not entirely impartial. Nonetheless, such thoughts remain speculative. It is also possible that upon acquiring this seal, the highest sage wished to suppress humanity's emergence, favoring the heavenly path instead, thereby erasing the 9 phoenixes from the Kongkong seal. If the Kongkong seal designated the human sovereign yet bore imperfections, would not the future human sovereign also inherit such flaws? This would render the emergence of humanity exceedingly difficult. Humanity and the human path have been ensnared in a web of intrigue. Furthermore, the ensuing calamities of the Fengshan era have demoted the Zhou Emperor from human sovereign to heavenly sovereign, obliterating humanity's chances for resurgence. Such speculations grow increasingly plausible. Perhaps the position of human sovereign is not exclusively reserved for men. Women too might ascend. The great principles of heaven and earth, yin and yang, are interdependent. Where there is yin, there is yang. Where there is yang, there is yin. This is the essence of the great truths. In this life, I have acquired the Kongtong seal. Perhaps humanity may yet emerge through my hands. With this thought, Muyan felt a chill of foreboding. Nonetheless, this matter remains a mere conjecture. The most pressing concern now is to mend the heavens. Storing the Kongtong seal, Muyan turned his gaze to the heavens. The tumultuous river of the celestial waters continues to surge into the primordial chaos, causing untold suffering for countless beings. Meanwhile, the witch and demon clans have battled from Mount Buzhou to the 33 heavens and beyond, into the vast chaos. The conflict rages on, with no victor in sight. After all, at their level of power, it is not uncommon for battles to endure for centuries. Moreover, within the primordial realms, neither the 12 heavenly god slaughtering formation nor the Zhou heavenly star array can unleash their full potential due to the constraints of the cosmos. Thus, they have been forced into the chaos. Simultaneously, the entire world has been shrouded in darkness due to the witch-demon war, akin to being trapped in an endless hell, devoid of sunlight. This plight pains the myriad beings of the primordial realm. As for the task of mending the heavens, it is likely that the goddess In has already begun seeking the 5-colored divine stones to forge the repairs. My disciples in the West must also have rescued many beings by now. The next step should be to slay the Xian turtle and restore balance to the 4 corners of the universe. Speaking of the Xian turtle, Muyan felt a pang of regret. This ancient being is a formidable entity within the primordial realm, endowed with immense power and a destined fate. Alas, due to this same fate, it is doomed to never take form. Even now, its cultivation has reached the realm of Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Indeed, the Xian turtle, having emerged early, follows the ancient path of Hunyuan. Before Hongjun imparted his teachings, it had already attained the status of Hunyuan Golden Immortal, thus it is not a quasi-saint, but a genuine Hunyuan Golden Immortal. The mixed Yuan Golden Immortal, indeed, surpasses the mixed Yuan great powers of the same realm by a considerable margin. After all, one has cultivated the great Tao, embodying it within oneself, while the other relies upon the powers of spiritual treasures, entrusting the 3 corpses to these artifacts, thus taking a shortcut. Naturally, Muyun himself could not possibly tread that path of expediency. It has long been demonstrated that the path of severing the 3 corpses is nearly impossible to attain sanctity. It is, quite simply, a pitfall. Although no one among the myriad cultivators of the Hongwang realms has openly articulated such a notion, some of the foremost great powers have, to varying extents, begun to suspect. Consider, for instance, the singular saint who achieved the unification of the 3 corpses, the Taishang saint. He must have discerned that the severance of the 3 corpses does not directly lead to the attainment of sainthood. Hence, he was compelled to establish the human sect, achieving sanctity through merit. Nevertheless, even so, Taishang reaped significant benefits. It is true that the unification of the 3 corpses does not facilitate direct ascension to sainthood. Yet he consequently acquired boundless magical power, enabling him to manifest countless incarnations indistinguishable from his own strength. Thus, in the future, the lineage of the human sect appears to abstain from meddling in the grand affairs of the universe, when in reality, every action is the direct endeavor of Taishang's external incarnations. Consequently, one must ponder, is the Hongwang realm truly a domain for all beings, or is it, in fact, the domain of the myriad celestial saints? Chapter 54, Reviving Humanity, Scheming for the North Sea's Mysterious Tortoise. This was an occurrence that Mu Yun was utterly unwilling to witness. Why must the beings of this world be subjected to the decree of fate? In reality, he held significant skepticism towards this so-called predestined fate. Moreover, the path of humanity is, by its very essence, a rebellion against the heavens. The way of all living beings is fundamentally a defiance of the heavenly order. When torrential rains descend, causing floods that engulf life, do living beings simply comply with their fate and allow themselves to drown? No, they resist. They devise their own methods, digging channels, laying riverbeds, and redirecting the waters to the sea. Even when the mythical bird Jingwei perished in the Eastern Sea, did it accept its fate? No. Even in death, it transformed into the Jingwei bird, tirelessly carrying stones to fill the sea. When 2 towering mountains obstruct the path from one's home, do they merely resign themselves to the blockade? The foolish old man of the East, regardless of exhausting his descendants, resolved to move those mountains. If the common people are confronted with a tyrannical ruler, leading to widespread famine and suffering, would they simply sit idly by? Certainly not. One after another, individuals who plead for the people and alter the fate of the masses step forward. What of the 8-nation alliance? What of the minuscule island nation of Japan? Would the vast population of Huaxia bow in submission? Absolutely not. In Mu Yun's view, within the land of Huaxia, amidst the primordial chaos, all beings possess a defiance against the decree of fate. This is the backbone of humanity, which must never be broken. Just as Panga once opened up the heavens and the earth, despite the myriad divine beings and demons that sought to obstruct him, he declared, I shall create the heavens. Who dares to stop me? The rebellious acts of humanity have been inscribed in the souls of all living beings since the time of the great Pangu. Likewise, Mu Yun embodies the spirit. Life in this world is fraught with obstacles and challenges, yet humanity has persevered, carving out their own domain. Compared to the heavenly path, the path of humanity resonates much more with Mu Yun. To revive humanity? How intriguing. It is indeed a fascinating endeavor. Mu Yun could not help but indulge in flights of fancy. If the path of humanity flourishes, it could yield even greater benefits for him. Now armed with the Kongtong seal and bearing the fortune of the human race, should he embark on the journey to revive humanity, it would undoubtedly be a much smoother path than acquiescing to the heavenly decree. Yet, he decided to set aside such musings for the moment. It is imperative to find a way to save that mysterious tortoise from impending disaster. Moreover, how could he miss the opportunity to contribute to the monumental task of restoring the four poles of the universe? Countless thoughts raced through Mu Yun's mind. And soon he discovered a solution. If the mysterious tortoise willingly sacrifices its physical form to restore the four poles, immense merit would surely be bestowed upon it. Although it would lose its physical body, it could evade calamity. Its primordial spirit and true essence could still be preserved. In the West, there exists a method to attain ascendance through the primordial spirit. With this thought, Mu Yun could not help but smile, and without hesitation, he departed from the location, heading towards the North Sea. Meanwhile, shortly after Mu Yun's departure, a spectral figure suddenly appeared beneath Mount Buzhou, clad in a purple Taoist robe, possessing an ethereal presence. With a gaunt appearance, it held a floating dust and a Taoist map, gliding gracefully to this spot. Indeed, the master possesses a divine decree. He has acquired such a supreme treasure. Once I obtain the Kongtong seal, I shall designate an emperor of humanity, thus gaining immense fortune. The visitor was none other than Xian, the sole disciple of the supreme sage. As one of the 3008 human beings, Xian not only boasted exceptional talent, but was also an ideal candidate for acquiring the Kongtong seal. After all, it would be unreasonable for a treasure of humanity to elude the grasp of the human race. As for the supreme sage, as a sage, he would hardly concern himself with trivial matters. Naturally, like the primordial heavenly sovereign, he entrusted the task of obtaining the Kongtong seal to Xian however. Upon arriving beneath Mount Buzhou and sensing the surroundings, Xian slowly furrowed his brow. Something is amiss. There is clearly the aura of human vitality here. How could the Kongtong seal be missing? It's gone. The treasure of humanity has vanished. After a thorough investigation, Xian was immediately bewildered. What just is this? Wasn't this treasure destined for the supreme sage? Moreover, the esteemed master had anticipated the presence of the Panga divine seal here and granted him the innate treasure, the Taiji diagram, to break the Panga divine seal and acquire this treasure. Yet, upon his arrival, that grand Kongtong seal was nowhere to be found. What a disaster! Who has acted in the shadows? Could it be another sage? Impossible. This treasure is clearly fated to connect with my master. How could it be? Have I taken a wrong turn? Xian pondered deeply, but no matter how he thought, he could not fathom the reason behind this situation. On the other hand, Mu Yun, utilizing the golden light of the earth in the distance of a finger, had already sped away. In less than a year, he arrived at the shores of the North Sea. However, upon reaching this location, a flicker of rage appeared in Mu Yun's eyes. Haha, brother. There are so many humans here, in this chaos of heaven and earth. It is the perfect opportunity for us to capture them and refine them into pills to enhance our cultivation. At the edge of the North Sea, on a high terrain, gathered countless billions of humans who had fled here. Despite their arduous journey, they could not escape their tragic fate. At this moment, 3 formidable immortals were unleashing their powers, ruthlessly slaughtering these humans. Who are you? Why are you slaughtering my people? What have we done to provoke you? Among the crowd, there were indeed cultivators. Yet their cultivation was woefully inadequate, merely at the Earth Immortal realm, rendering them no match for the 2 Golden Immortals and the 1 Tai Golden Immortal before them, especially the Tai Golden Immortal, whose strength had reached the pinnacle of that realm. With a face as ghastly as blood, sharp teeth protruding from his lips, 3 fierce eyes gleaming with bloodlust, and with 6 arms, his infamous reputation preceded him. You insignificant ants, to be of any use to me is already a privilege. Why all this nonsense? The 3-headed, 6-armed Tai Golden Immortal coldly rebuked, his eyes reflecting indifference. It was evident that he regarded humanity as nothing more than swine, to be slaughtered at will. At the very least, let us die with clarity. The human cultivator, his face a mask of resentment, had exerted himself so fiercely that his fingertips pierced his palms, leaving behind small, crimson droplets. Very well. Listen closely. I am a disciple of the esteemed saintly sect, a follower of I am Luoxian of Fire Dragon Island. The saint is my master, and the celestial beings of all directions are my brothers. You are not but a herd of swine and dogs, destined to serve my whims. A feast for my palate. Luoxian, a disciple of the saint. Upon hearing these words, the human cultivator felt a tremor in his heart, followed by a bitter smile that spoke of his helplessness. If they were indeed disciples of the saint, what could they possibly use to resist? On what grounds could they oppose? Yet, deep within, he remained unsatisfied. Why must my kind endure such oppression at your hands? To be killed or consumed at your leisure? I refuse to accept this. Heaven above, why must my people suffer such torment? Luo Xian, upon hearing this, could not help but sneer. Ha! What is your defiance matter? Very well, since you possess some spirit to stand against me, I shall flay you alive and take your heart for a drink. With that, Luo Xian prepared to strike. A tiny golden immortal against a mere earth immortal, such a disparity was easily navigated. Just as it seemed that the human cultivator was on the brink of death, a voice, tinged with anger, suddenly rang out. Hold on, fellow. Chapter 55. Amidst the chaos, attempting to devour the human race, one must first inquire if I permit it. HM? Luo Xian turned his gaze. He beheld a Taoist in white robes, radiating an aura of profound tranquility, descending from the clouds. His face betrayed a hint of disdain. Who did I think it was? It turns out to be you, this Western brat. Mu Yun. I advise you to refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern you, lest you suffer physical pain when the time comes. I am not like those worthless beings. Ma Yuan and Poison Dragon. Luo Xian's expression was indifferent, his words laced with a trace of murderous intent. Naturally, the internal strife within them was not as solid as iron. He had little camaraderie with Ma Yuan and had scarcely met the slain Poison Dragon. Moreover, Luo Xian was no ordinary figure. He was a true disciple who had diligently trained under a master. In other words, prior to joining he had already attained a significant level of cultivation. Both in terms of combat prowess and techniques, he was a formidable presence within It was not surprising that he could recognize Mu Yun, given that at the previous conference of the Xiamen, Mu Yun had garnered considerable attention. Who among the vast realms of the three teachings was unaware of him? Luo Xian, my friend. Do you not fear the retribution of heaven for taking lives and consuming the human race? Do you not fear the endless karma that will ensue? Though witnessing the senseless slaughter of innocents ignited Mu Yun's righteous fury, he still maintained the composure befitting a disciple of a sage. Do you concern yourself with my affairs? Indeed. Senior brother Luo Xian speaks with great wisdom. Western brat, I advise you to leave quickly, should you provoke us. It would be a pity to see your years of hard work come to naught. At that moment, the two other golden immortals nearby also wore expressions of disdain. Junior brother Hoya, junior brother Ao Qian, your words ring true. This Western brat is utterly ungrateful, daring to meddle in the affairs of our... Humph. Luo Xian spoke indifferently, his demeanor brimming with contempt. In his eyes, Mu Yun's earlier ability to slay a Tai had merely been due to the incompetence of Poison Dragon. Today, encountering the three of them, how could Mu Yun possibly be a match? Not to mention, he had already attained the pinnacle of Tai cultivation. Just a step away from ascending to the status of a great Luo Golden Immortal. Dealing with a mere early-stage Tai Golden Immortal from the West would be a piece of cake. Remember the teachings of your which advocate for the preservation of life and the cultivation of benevolence among all beings. Yet, here you stand, a band of ruthless ruffians. Truly a disgrace to them. Mu Yun thought to himself, pondering that the Tongdian was no better than these fiends, allowing his disciples to wreak havoc upon the world without offering any guidance. Such behavior was truly detestable. Despite his thoughts, Mu Yun dared not openly criticize the sage, so he could only refute the three nefarious individuals before him. I shall ask you once more, will you leave or not? If you do not depart now, you shall not leave today. Luo Xian's expression darkened, evidently incensed. And if I do not leave, what will you do? Today, I cannot abide your presence. I will not permit your rampant behavior. At that moment, the human spectators were profoundly grateful to Mu Yun. Immortal, I am Zi, representing all the humans of my clan. We thank you for your immense kindness. Zi? The very sage who had created garments for the human race, earning the merit of the heavenly Tao? Upon hearing this individual's background, Mu Yun was taken aback. It was indeed him. With this realization, Mu Yun's resolve to intervene deepened. Allowing such a benefactor to perish would surely dishearten the entire human race. Since he harbored aspirations for the prosperity of humanity, it was wise to start by allying with and supporting such great sages, allowing them to lead the human race towards flourishing. In the future, when humanity became the focal point of the heavenly Tao, he too would reap greater benefits. Of course, there was also a hint of selfish desire from Mu Yun's past life in this decision. Regardless, he was determined to take action. Very well, since you seek death, I shall grant it. In years past, you defeated our eldest senior brother and acquired a supreme innate spiritual treasure, along with the spiritual treasures of two other honored elders. Thus, you possess 3 supreme innate spiritual treasures. I presume you have yet to refine them? Haha, if that is the case, you shall have no means to resist. Youngster. Today, falling into my hands means your demise is nigh. Luo Xian did not bother to conceal the greed in his eyes and unhesitatingly channeled his entire celestial power. Instantly, a terrifying heat surged forth. Simultaneously, the two beside him, Huiyu and Ao Qian, transformed into their true forms, manifesting as a 3-headed fire crow and a massive crimson dragon, respectively. The 3-headed fire crow was formidable but merely several hundred zhang in size, not particularly alarming. However, the crimson dragon was colossal, towering at a staggering 10,000 zhang. It stirred the winds and clouds of the world, exhaling spiritual flames, and charged towards Mu Yun. With a roar, a torrent of spiritual fire erupted, scorching the surrounding space to the point of distortion. Witnessing this spectacle, Mu Yun scoffed. Dare to play with fire before me? You truly know not what you do. Phoenix Divine Fire, he proclaimed, immediately summoning the Supreme Divine Fire. Boom. With a thunderous sound, a phoenix apparition materialized, instantly imposing a terrifying bloodline suppression upon the Fire Crow. This is a Phoenix Clan divine ability? How did you? Before the Fire Crow could utter more, Mu Yun swiftly unleashed the Phoenix Divine Fire, launching it at the Fire Crow and Ao Qian. The divine flames surged forth with the might to incinerate heaven and boil the seas, and with a single strike, the two were instantly reduced to charred remains. Despite being cultivators of the fire element, they could not withstand such terrifying divine flames. The echoes of their anguished screams resonated as they hastily employed escape techniques, fleeing desperately. Yet, even so, they had already been thoroughly scorched by the Phoenix Divine Fire, leaving them battered and weakened, on the brink of losing their ability to fight. At that moment, the human spectators evidently seized the opportunity. Zi immediately called upon his fellow cultivators, shouting, "Clansmen, attack! Teach them to understand that our human race shall not be a target for their humiliation." As the saying goes, when one raises an arm and calls out, multitudes will respond. Though the human cultivators may possess no more than the strength of an earth immortal, and the weakest among them merely at the chi refinement stage, they stand undeterred before the formidable Fire Crow and Ao Qian, whose strength vastly exceeds theirs by several realms. It is evident that they harbor pent-up fury. Their eyes, filled with hatred, seem to yearn to rend the Fire Crow and Ao Qian into 1,000 pieces. Having been grievously wounded by Mu Yun, the Fire Crow and Ao Qian are left with barely a fraction of their power. Confronted by such a multitude of human cultivators, they can only defend themselves while hurling curses. "You ants! How dare you?" Upon witnessing this, Luo Xian intended to strike at the human cultivators. But before he could make a move, he found Mu Yun standing resolutely before him. With a smile, Mu Yun declared, "My friend, your opponent is none other than me." Luo Xian was momentarily taken aback, only to be consumed by a surge of anger. "Very well. Today, I shall make you witness the extent of my power." With that, Luo Xian surged forward, closing the distance. Chapter 56. Luo Xian was infuriated. The brutality was overwhelming. Setting aside the siege of the Fire Ravens and Ao Qian by the human cultivators, Luo Xian had already succumbed to genuine rage. With a swift motion, he produced an ancient seal, the Radiant Heaven Seal. This ancient artifact, with its archaic texture and engraved patterns, expanded upon invocation, transforming into a massive boulder, which he hurled directly at Mu Yun. Upon witnessing this treasure, Mu Yun activated his divine powers, morphing into a streak of golden light, swiftly evading the Radiant Heaven Seal. As it struck the ground, it left behind a billowing cloud of dust. Once the dust settled, a colossal pit was revealed, showcasing the artifact's formidable might. Although the Radiant Heaven Seal was classified as a high-grade postnatal spiritual treasure, if wielded adeptly, its power could rival that of certain postnatal supreme treasures. However, relying solely on this seal would not suffice against me. Observing the numerous cultivators brandishing their own formidable treasures, Mu Yun felt a twinge of envy. Despite possessing many treasures himself, they were all of exceptional quality. Fully refining a top-tier innate treasure would take tens of thousands of years, rendering their utility limited. Hence, the 3 top-tier innate treasures he had acquired were not particularly beneficial, keeping them merely invited covetous gazes. Only his 6 roots of pure bamboo could be summoned at will. Yet even that could not unleash its full potential. Faced with adversaries of significantly higher realms, its effectiveness was diminished. Fortunately, Luo Xian was merely at the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal realm, not far exceeding Mu Yun's current standing, thus he could wield this treasure against him. With this thought, Mu Yun resolutely summoned the 6 roots of pure bamboo, activating the technique within arm's reach. In an instant, he appeared before Luo Xian. With a swift motion, the 6 roots of pure bamboo erased Luo Xian's 6 senses. Though it lasted but a fleeting moment, it was sufficient. Phoenix Divine Fire. Mu Yun unleashed a fierce shout, expelling a torrent of Phoenix Divine Fire directly onto Luo Xian's form. In an instant, it incinerated one of his 3 heads and 2 arms. A chorus of anguished screams erupted from Luo Xian. In his astonishment, he realized that one of his heads and 2 arms had been reduced to ashes. In a moment of desperation, he summoned his spiritual treasure, the Flying Smoke Swords. 2 celestial swords surged forth, shrouded in thick smoke, attempting to obscure Mu Yun's vision. However, such tactics were utterly ineffective against Mu Yun. With a deft hand gesture and the incantation of true words, he summoned profound lights in his eyes. Through the technique of partitioned insight, the dense smoke became inconsequential. Within the swirling smoke, Luo Xian believed he had obscured Mu Yun's sight and hastily summoned another treasure, a fire arrow emanating true flames. There was no need for a bow, merely a thought activated the artifact, sending it hurtling toward Mu Yun with a piercing sound. Humph! Mu Yun raised the 6 roots of pure bamboo, effortlessly deflecting the fire arrow before stepping into the smoke, as if entering a realm devoid of barriers. Is he unperturbed by the smoke? Luo Xian thought, recognizing that this youth possessed quite a few tricks. Witnessing Mu Yun easily counter his assault, Luo Xian knew he could no longer afford to hold back. 3,000 fire ravens, he uttered. opening his gaping maw and unleashing a tempest of 3,000 flying fire ravens that swept through the skies toward Mu Yun. Among these fire ravens lay 2 concealed flying smoke swords, a hidden threat. In response, Mu Yun remained unruffled, bellowing, 3 realms true intent. With that, the Pure Land Buddha Kingdom manifested. An essence resembling the supreme Buddhist truth transcending past, present, and future emerged at that moment. Instantly, a phantom of Maitreya Buddha appeared, and the surrounding flow of time slowed to an extraordinary degree. The 3 realms true intent contained the laws of the time path, allowing control over the passage of time. With Mu Yun's current prowess, he could only slow time's flow by dozens of times, and even then, only for a brief moment. Yet, this was sufficient to decelerate the 3,000 fire ravens significantly. What is this? Lo Xian gasped, his heart shaken. Controlling time? Was he such a feat reserved for those who had reached the great Luo Golden Immortal realm? How could this mere youth, a mere Tai Golden Immortal, achieve such a thing? Absurd. Utterly absurd. Before Lo Xian could react, Mu Yun had already flashed before him. The technique within arm's reach was a manifestation of spatial mastery, allowing him to close the distance in an instant. Lo Xian, taken aback, thought, "This brat is like a specter." Just as this thought crossed his mind, a fist imbued with golden light descended upon his head. Boom. With a thunderous crash, Lo Xian's body plummeted from the clouds, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. He was utterly dazed. Looking again, he found another of his heads had burst open, akin to a smashed watermelon. Ugh. Ah. A mouthful of reverse blood erupted from Lo Xian as he broke out in a cold sweat, staring fixedly at Mu Yun. He was utterly flabbergasted. What kind of joke was this? He was a pinnacle Tai Golden Immortal cultivator. How could he be so thoroughly overpowered by a mere nascent Tai Golden Immortal? The disparity left Lo Xian with a profound sense of disbelief. Was it truly so outrageous? As a dignified pinnacle Tai, had he lost all face? To be so thoroughly dominated? His spiritual treasures were ineffective, his divine powers could not reach him, and even his physical strength. Wait a moment. That punch just now had smashed my head? What kind of nonsense was this? Was he this youth a disciple of the West? Is the West not merely a collection of individuals who preach compassion and seek to guide lost souls? Why then does he exhibit such violence? Mu Yun observed Luo Xian's astonishment, shock, and even the peculiar expressions that began to surface. A suppressed chuckle escaped his lips. Was this a jest? My 9 transformations of the golden body from the West is not a trivial matter. After 9 transformations, even those of the same realm can withstand it solely with their physical form. There is no distinction from the witch tribe at this point. Furthermore, the 9 transformations of the golden body derive their power from both virtue and bloodline. The might of celestial virtue needs no elaboration. What immense strength it commands. If I do not obliterate half of your body outright, it would merely be a display of my restraint. This, of course, is also due to my Phoenix divine fire restraining Luo Xian. Otherwise, Luo Xian's fire-based powers would indeed stand formidable among peers of the same realm. This place is not suitable for lingering. Fire Crow, Ao Qian, fellow disciples, flee swiftly. Luo Xian finally realized that opposing Mu Yun was akin to courting death. Alas. When he turned to look, he beheld a dazzling display of fireworks. Today, even at the cost of my life, I shall eradicate this calamity for our human race. Attack. A certain Earth Immortal among the human race, having exhausted his celestial energy, charged directly at the Fire Crow in a suicidal explosion. He ignited his very essence, embracing the Fire Crow in a self-destructive act. No. Are the humans this ruthless? Luo Xian was stunned, witnessing his disciple transform into a sky full of fireworks. Scattering in all directions, piece by piece it was utterly brutal. Chapter 57. The ancestor of the Huashu people? The human emperor tribe brother Luo Xian. There's no time to explain. We must flee. These ants have gone mad. Absolutely mad. Even though there are many ants, they can still bring down an elephant. Though the many human tribesmen may lack high cultivation, their fearless tenacity has forced a late-stage golden immortal cultivator to flee in terror. Who dares to claim that humanity is weak? Their frailty is but fade, their strength lies within their hearts. Anyone who dares to oppress humanity will face a multitude rising in resistance. If one cannot stand, then 100 will. If 100 cannot, then 1,000. Generations upon generations, an endless tide. Mu Yun observed the awakened fervor in the human tribesmen, his eyes brimming with satisfaction. This is the essence of humanity. When confronted with injustice, they possess the indomitable spirit to rise up. At this moment, Ao Qian found himself unable to contend with Mu Yun. And as he witnessed the throng of humans charging forward, an overwhelming dread washed over him. Even the ordinary tribesmen, devoid of any cultivation, were recklessly rushing at them. Despite being a golden immortal, Ao Qian realized that to eliminate all of them would deplete his entire celestial energy. Not to mention, Mu Yun was still present. Western brat. Today's affair is far from over. Ao Qian shouted as he hastily collected the essence of the slain fire crow. Luo Xian gritted his teeth and executed a concealment spell, hastily retreating alongside Ao Qian, as they finally managed to drive away the malevolent immortal that threatened their kin. The human tribesmen erupted in jubilant cheers. At that moment, the Zi clan approached Mu Yun, bowing in gratitude. Thank you, immortal, for saving our tribe. Had it not been for your presence, we might not have even had the courage to resist. The Zi clan showed their utmost respect, prostrating themselves before Mu Yun. Well done. Mu raised his hand, summoning forth a myriad of Buddhist resonances to lift the people. He then invoked the power of the Dharma, declaring universal salvation. As his voice echoed, a resplendent illusion of the medicine master Yuli Guangwang Buddha appeared, radiating boundless light of salvation that enveloped the human tribesmen. In an instant, those who had not yet succumbed to death felt a surge of vitality. My wounds. Father, your hand is healed. Mother, you have awakened at last. The multitude of tribesmen, witnessing Mu Yun's miraculous abilities that saved countless lives and healed their injuries, felt an overwhelming reverence for him. Thank you, immortal. Thank you for saving our lives. The chorus of gratitude surged like a tidal wave, with countless humans bowing before Mu Yun. There is no need for such formalities. At that moment, Mu Yun, having expended significant celestial energy through the extensive use of the universal salvation light, felt somewhat drained. Although he had merely saved a few mortals, the sheer number had taken its toll. The universal salvation light possesses the formidable ability to save souls and heal the injured. If his cultivation were higher in the future, he might even be able to resurrect the deceased. However, at present, he lacked the necessary prowess to restore lost souls. Originally believing he had grown numb to death after witnessing so many perish, he realized he still harbored compassion. The immortal has saved us, and that is more than enough. Otherwise, we shudder to think how many more would have perished. Alas, it is ultimately our weakness that subjects us to oppression. As the Zi clan and the other tribesmen expressed their indignation, they lamented the age-old truth: the weak must endure suffering. Hearing their words, Mu Yun felt a kindred spirit. Indeed, if that is the case, then I shall impart some celestial techniques to empower you in the face of future adversities. These may very well save your lives. Upon saying this, Mu Yun raised his hand, channeling his thoughts into the minds of the human tribesmen. What is this? The tribesmen, feeling the sudden influx of memories, were filled with indescribable excitement. They were not disciples of sages and thus had little access to profound celestial techniques, only possessing basic spells. Of course, Mu Yun's teachings were more of a psychological comfort, as the tide of humanity had yet to turn. His efforts were but a drop in the bucket. Nevertheless, the human tribesmen expressed immense gratitude towards him. Thank you. Thank you for your generous gifts. We shall forever remember your kindness. The humans bowed in unison, their emotions running high. It was at this moment that Mu Yun sensed something unusual among the human cultivators. A strikingly ancient and majestic woman caught his attention, evoking a peculiar response within him. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to discover that a significant portion of the human fortune was concentrated upon her. Mu Yun could not conceal his surprise. Who is she? Upon hearing his question, the Zi clan observed the woman more closely and, recognizing her, responded. Her name is Huaxiu. At that revelation, Mu Yun was taken aback. Huaxiu, the ancestor of humanity? How could she be referred to as such? To put it plainly, many of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are her direct descendants. Figures like the heavenly sovereign Fuxi, the yellow emperor Xinyuan, and the yin emperor are all her progeny. After Fuxi's reincarnation, he became her child. She is revered by later generations as the ancestor of humanity. If that is the case, the human emperor tribe should indeed belong to them. So how could it be? Clearly, within the Zi clan's tribe lies the future human emperor's lineage. Mu Yun felt a surge of confusion. This was not as it should be. Chapter 58, The Layout of the Human Race, Luo Xian's Conspiracy for Revenge. Upon careful contemplation, Mu Yun unearthed a potential connection. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he inquired, Zi clan, do you have any ancestral ties to the Chao clan? Driven by intrigue, Mu Yun posed the question directly. Upon hearing this, the Zi clan naturally nodded and replied, Respected immortal, we are indeed one of the Chao clan's tribes. It was only due to the previous ruthless slaughter by the demon race that we were forced to scatter and flee. With this revelation, Mu Yun grasped the situation. They were indeed from the same tribe. This posed no significant issue. In the future, it seemed likely they would reunite and establish the Huaxiu kingdom. As history unfolds, Mu Yun never anticipated encountering such pivotal figures of the human race in succession. In light of this, he could not help but applaud, declaring, Huaxiu is quite remarkable. You should allow her to lead the human race. Now that he understood the context, Mu Yun did not mind lending a hand. This could ensure that when Fuxi is born, he could rightfully ascend as the first emperor of the human race. To this, the Zi clan smiled and said, There is no need for your instructions, esteemed immortal. In fact, Huaxiu has already been chosen as our leader. It is merely the current calamity that has delayed this. Presently, the human race remains in a matriarchal society, where naturally, the leaders of the tribes are all female. After all, the revered goddess Inwa is also a woman. Furthermore, the Konghong seal embodies the duality of yin and yang, making it entirely reasonable for the human race to have female leaders. Very well, Mu Yun assented. Now that I have resolved your predicament, I shall take my leave. The Chao clan's tribe resides near Mount Buzhou. You may seek them out. With that, Mu Yun transformed into a radiant arc, speeding towards the northern sea, leaving behind the multitude of humans who bowed in reverence towards his departing figure. One could only wonder whether the seeds of virtue sown today would yield fruitful results in the future. As Mu Yun soared above the clouds, a smile crept upon his lips, his eyes brimming with anticipation for what lay ahead. Meanwhile, in a remote mountain, the wrathful Luo Xian, having barely recovered from his injuries after consuming a celestial elixir, seethed with anger. cursing the Western youth. That wretched boy. He has not only slain my junior brother, but has also harmed my Dao body. This grudge must be settled. We cannot let this child escape. We will find a way to eliminate him. Beside him, Ao Qian was equally troubled, recalling the human race's audacity. He had been grievously wounded by Mu Yun's divine phoenix fire. Were it not for his dragon lineage and profound heritage, he might have met the same fate as the fire crow, falling victim to the human race. Indeed, Luo Xian concurred, his eyes sharp with malice. But I never anticipated that the human race would gain such courage to defy us immortals. He recalled the throngs of humans, boldly advancing towards them. An unsettling sight that sent chills down his spine. After all, even ants, when numerous, can bring down an elephant. The once feeble humans he could easily crush had now found the audacity to resist. What a peculiar turn of events. What could possibly be the cause? Forget the reasons. Brother, once we have fully recovered, we shall slay thousands of these humans to refine human elixirs. With enhanced powers, we can then deal with that Western youth. The so-called human elixirs merely consisted of refining the bloodlines and souls of humans into pills, greatly benefiting the demon race by rapidly enhancing their cultivation. Although Luo Xian had joined the Jia sect, he remained a demon at heart, thriving on the suffering of humans to elevate his own prowess. However, even that may not be entirely secure. I have heard that the boy has offended Senior Lingya and Senior Chang'er. We could pay a visit to our esteemed seniors and invite them to join us in our endeavor. With two great Luo golden immortals, we need not fear that the boy could escape. Humph. Luo Xian remarked coldly, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his gaze. Your words resonate with wisdom. Ao Qian nodded slowly, eager to curry favor. Meanwhile, beneath Mount Buzhou, the goddess Enhua, having gathered 501 pieces of multicolored divine stones after much hardship, was ready to initiate the process of refining these stones to mend the heavens. Gazing upon the suffering earth, her heart ached for the countless wailing souls. Brother, at that moment, she sensed the ongoing battle between the witch and demon clans in the chaos. Her brother Fuxi was still amidst the fray. An ominous feeling washed over her, though she could not articulate its source. Very well. My brother is blessed with profound fortune. He should not face any grave peril. Perhaps I am overthinking this. Furrowing her brow, Enhua dismissed her concerns and summoned the Qian Kuan Ding, beginning the arduous process of refining the multicolored divine stones, which would take considerable time. Deep within the northern sea, Mu Yun, riding on clouds, summoned the barrier insight and, after an extensive search, finally located the whereabouts of the Xian turtle. The Eye of the Northern Sea. I never imagined this ancient being would venture here. The so-called Eye of the Northern Sea is the largest abyss in the primordial world, unfathomably deep and continuously spewing forth endless torrents of water. Occasionally, it erupts, unleashing boundless malevolent energy, causing the Northern Sea to be beset by tumultuous winds and calamities. The pervasive malice here has rendered this place a chaotic realm, where even the sages find it challenging to divine its secrets. With the current calamity in the world, the Eye of the Northern Sea has become increasingly turbulent, shrouded in ominous black clouds, as rolling malevolence envelopes this vast expanse. If not for Mu Yun's affiliation with the Western disciples able to dispel these ominous energies, it is likely that even ordinary celestial beings would fear this place, hesitant to approach it lightly. It appears that the venerable Xian Gui has sensed the impending calamity that awaits him. Otherwise, why would he retreat to this obscure realm where the secrets of heaven remain concealed? Surely he wishes to avoid being pinpointed by the calculations of the sages. Alas, while Xian Gui harbors such hopeful aspirations, reality proves to be exceedingly harsh. Fate is predetermined. Is it truly possible to evade death? Naturally, immortality is unattainable. Yet, within the primordial world, although a being may perish, as long as their primordial spirit endures, there remains a glimmer of hope for revival. However, this is contingent upon the venerable Xian Gui refraining from self-destructive actions. Otherwise, when the sage descends, it is feared that even the primordial spirit may not be spared. Chapter 59, The North Sea's Mysterious Tortoise, The Method of Salvation. Amidst the swirling malevolence, a radiant golden light emerged, akin to the first glimmer of dawn breaking through the darkness of night, illuminating the long dead abyss of the ocean floor. A deep, resonant sound reverberated, echoing like a battle horn. Gradually, a pair of colossal eyes, reminiscent of the sun and moon, slowly opened. Within the pitch-black depths of the sea, the terrifying silhouette of its body began to materialize. Who dares to disturb my tranquil meditation? A voice, rich and sonorous, boomed like rolling thunder. The sound reverberated in Mu Yun's ears, momentarily shaking his very soul. What a formidable tortoise! Truly worthy of being an ancient divine beast. Merely a single utterance was enough to nearly unseat my composure. A flicker of astonishment passed through Mu Yun's eyes as he silently mused. Yet, this was not surprising. After all, this being was a powerful entity of the primordial golden immortal level. While it remained unclear whether it was at the late stage of the primordial golden immortal or at its pinnacle, there was no doubt that the tortoise's strength was among the finest beneath the saints. Listening to the irritation in the tortoise's tone, Mu Yun realized that his unannounced visit had indeed disturbed its peace. Fortunately, this tortoise did not possess a particularly irritable temperament. Had it been another primordial golden immortal, it might have struck him down the moment he approached. Thus, Mu Yun had already activated the divine abilities of distance to heaven and golden light of the earth, fearing he might be killed instantly by this tortoise. I am Mu Yun, a direct disciple of the Western Saint of Reception. I have come today to bestow upon you. Esteemed tortoise, a tremendous opportunity. Without the slightest hesitation, Mu Yun bowed deeply, speaking with reverence. A disciple of the saints? A tremendous opportunity? The tortoise's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a glimmer of intrigue. However, upon closer inspection, it was indeed evident that Mu Yun bore traces of the saint's aura. There was no doubt he was a disciple of the saints. Yet, why would the two saints of the West send such a minor disciple to this place? In the tortoise's understanding, Mu Yun would never dare to approach recklessly unless commanded by his master. I have guarded this place for many years, seldom in contact with the outside world, and I am unaware of the reason why the saints have dispatched you, young one. The tortoise chuckled lightly, displaying skepticism towards the notion of a tremendous opportunity. Wasn't that a mere platitude? If there truly were a grand opportunity, why wouldn't they seize it for themselves rather than offer it to him? Esteemed tortoise, as a being of the primordial golden immortal level, you surely possess the ability to perceive matters concerning your own future. There is no need for me to elaborate. A great calamity will soon befall you. Mu Yun continued. Of course, this is what my master, the Saint of Reception, has foretold. I could never have to do such a thing myself. Upon hearing Mu Yun's words, the tortoise found himself smiling. How splendid. There was no need for him to exert effort to invoke the name of the saint. The tortoise had already assumed he was sent by the saint. Mu Yun felt that sometimes these ancient beings were indeed quite clever yet could also be misled by their own intelligence. Just like now, he had said nothing. Yet the tortoise believed him to be a messenger of the saints. Wasn't that quite fortuitous for him? Calamity approaching. The tortoise suddenly trembled, taken aback. He was already aware of this matter. Not only was he aware, but he also knew that he was destined to be slain. Moreover, it seemed to pertain to the overarching fate of the cosmos, which he could not defy. His foresight into his future was limited. He only knew that he was doomed. And the one who would kill him was a saint. Thus, he had come to this northern sea's eye, a place capable of disrupting the heavenly mechanisms, hoping to evade the saint's perception. Yet, who could have imagined that he would still be found, and that the other party would even know of his fate? Alas, the tortoise couldn't help but sigh in lamentation. What is this predicament? He had existed since the dawn of creation and had devoted countless years to arduous cultivation. Yet, no matter how long he practiced, he would forever remain formless. Without form, he could not attain true fruition. In the vast expanse of primordial existence, all beings must take form to cultivate. If one does not transform into human shape, one cannot achieve the ultimate reward and gain the recognition of the cosmos. After all, the heavens and earth were created by the great Pangu, and the so-called human form is but a reflection of Pangu himself. This is why all beings of the cosmos must undergo transformation to cultivate. Whether it be the likes of Ran Ding, Di Jun, Tai Yi, or even Minghe, Dong Wang Gong, and the three pure ones, they all experience transformation. If one cannot take form, they must endure countless tribulations to survive. The tortoise had long lost count of how many tribulations he had faced and was uncertain if he would survive the next. In any case, he had an ominous premonition that this time might be his final trial. Thus, the tortoise could not help but exclaim, "You have come today. Surely it is because the saints seek to take my life? I have toiled in cultivation for many years, yet I still cannot take form. I have prepared for this day." But, at this point, a flicker of unwillingness shone in his eyes. But why must I remain formless? Why? What is the reason behind this? A roar filled with resentment and fury reverberated through the depths of the ocean, stirring echoes, even without unleashing any power. The sheer force of his emotion sent waves crashing in the boundless northern sea, and fierce winds arose. The heavens and earth were shrouded in rolling black clouds, with thunderous roars echoing ominously. Such was the might of one who had reached his level. Even a single outburst could evoke a cosmic phenomenon. Indeed, he was formidable. Mu Yun could not help but feel a twinge of yearning. One day, he too would attain such heights. However, at this moment, the most pressing matter was still to persuade, oh no, to assist this tortoise. Esteemed elder, I have not come here to claim your life. Rather, I am here to help you overcome this calamity. The previously despondent tortoise, upon hearing these words, was suddenly invigorated. He looked at Mu Yun with an expression of disbelief and asked, "Is this true?" Mu Yun slowly nodded. Nodding with a smile, he said, as a monk, "Oh no, a disciple of the West, I speak no falsehoods. How could the younger generation deceive their elders? This is a message from my revered master, the Saint of the West, who embodies the principle of saving all beings from suffering. Naturally, I cannot stand idly by in the face of your grave predicament. Esteemed Xiangui, thus, my master has devised a method to help you successfully navigate this tribulation, and even offers the possibility of transformation into human form, leading to the attainment of true enlightenment." His words struck Xiangui and Apos, as heart like a barrage of cannon fire, causing him to blink in astonishment. An overwhelming surge of excitement surged within him. Oh no, was this the sensation of hope? Could it truly be? I am profoundly grateful to the Saint of the West. Young friend, please, do share. Regardless of the circumstances, as long as there remains a glimmer of hope, I shall not yield. Xiangui was filled with fervor, and even his address to Mu Yun shifted from junior to dear friend. Chapter 60. Are you happy? You celebrate too soon. Logically speaking, a powerful being like him, who has lived for countless years, should possess a certain grace and composure, keeping his anger concealed. Yet, at this moment, the enigmatic tortoise exhibited a hint of loss of decorum. He hardly resembled a primordial being of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal level. However, one cannot entirely fault him. If it were Mu Yun himself, having cultivated for many years without success and occasionally facing heavenly tribulations, he too would feel despair. In times of such hopelessness, encountering a glimmer of hope could easily lead one to lose composure. After all, this is simply human nature. In the vast expanse of the primordial universe, the so-called human path does not solely refer to the path of humanity. Rather, it encompasses the path of all beings within the heavens and the earth. Thus, it is not surprising to use the term humanity. Mu Yun smiled gently and then clapped his hands, laughing. Senior, this method I propose is akin to a desperate gamble. Should I reveal it, please do not take offense. To ensure safety, Mu Yun felt it prudent to issue a precautionary warning to the tortoise, lest he become completely enraged upon hearing his suggestion and, in a fit of anger, extinguish his life. After all, he was merely a minor Tai Golden Immortal, while the tortoise was a Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Facing him was even more daunting than confronting a sage. Sages present a mere facade to the world. Their true forms and laws are incomprehensible and terrifying. Any being beneath the sage level would face annihilation simply by confronting their overwhelming essence of the Tao. Thus, the visage of the sage seen by the world appears as a figure of unparalleled sanctity. Moreover, sages are aloof and disdainful of smaller beings like Mu Yun, adhering to the cosmic order and refraining from capricious actions. Consequently, Mu Yun did not feel overly pressured in the presence of a sage. However, the same could not be said when faced with these formidable beings below the sage level. These individuals do not abide by the cosmic order or respect the fates of beings. Should they take offense, they could easily end a life on a whim. To extinguish someone like Mu Yun would be as trivial as crushing a larger ant. At this moment, the tortoise was likely tormented by the impending calamity, which made him somewhat impatient. Thus, he nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall heed your words. After all, you are a disciple of a sage. Speak freely. Even if you utter something offensive, I shall not hold it against you. With the tortoise's assurance, Mu Yun straightened his posture and, with a serious demeanor, declared, in that case, I shall speak candidly. Senior, the calamity you are about to face stems from the anger of Gong Gong, who has collided with Mount Buzhou, causing its collapse. Now, the sage Enwa is busy repairing the heavens, and once she completes her task, she will need to find a new support to replace Mount Buzhou and uphold the cosmos. As an ancient tortoise that has existed since the dawn of creation, your limbs are perfect materials for this purpose. With just a few words, Mu Yun had already set the tortoise and Apos' eyelids fluttering, provoking a silent fury within him. What the hell? The pillar of heaven has collapsed. What business is it of mine? Why must my limbs serve as the pillars of heaven? Who has wronged me? The tortoise. Just because of some fated decree, I am expected to die? To hell with this. The tortoise and Apos' heart darkened to the utmost depths. Is this not what they call the human path, a path of defiance against fate? Every being in the cosmos harbors a heart that seeks to defy destiny in the heavens. Senior, I understand that you feel quite aggrieved at this moment. Why must you bear the burden of supporting the heavens? Why must your life be sacrificed to withstand this overwhelming calamity, even if it is fated? I cannot help but ask, why should it be so? Mu Yun was adept at climbing the social ladder, and upon noticing the tortoise and Apos' inner turmoil, he unhesitatingly began to persuade him. Ah, those words are music to my ears. Young friend, though you hail from a barren land in the west, your vision is indeed vast. You are truly a talent with great potential. Sure enough, Mu Yun and Apos' words resonated with the tortoise. He had longed to curse the heavens. Yet who dared to defy them? Only this unexpected visitor from the west could utter such words that aligned with his sentiments. Alas, young friend, your words resonate deeply with me. At that moment, the tortoise looked upon Mu Yun with increasing fondness, feeling an urge to forge a friendship with this young man. Were it not for his own status and the impending calamity, he might have pursued this connection wholeheartedly. After all, while wealth can be easily acquired, finding a kindred spirit is a rare treasure. At this moment, Mu Yun, viewed as a confidant by the tortoise, concealed a sly glint in his eyes, secretly reveling in his good fortune. Almost there. By fostering this friendship with the tortoise, I could eventually lure him into the Western teachings, and he would become a formidable ally for me. A powerful ally of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal level would effortlessly overshadow those so-called Great Luo Golden Immortals. Mu Yun held a grudge, although he had previously trapped those with long ears and confiscated their spiritual treasures, causing them some minor losses. He could not afford to avoid them indefinitely. There must be a way to deal with them. Hence, by nurturing this bond with the tortoise, he could utilize him as a weapon against those Great Luo Golden Immortals. The very thought brought him immense satisfaction. With a satisfied smile, Mu Yun and Apos' gaze toward the tortoise grew increasingly fervent. The tortoise thought, so you, young lad, consider me a confidant, while you view me merely as a tool for your ambitions, Then, senior, you may actively support the heavens. Should you join the Western teachings, you could avoid this calamity, Mu Yun proposed, causing the tortoise to nod in agreement. After all, having a sage as a backing is far better than facing this calamity alone. As the saying goes, it is easier to find shade under a great tree Joining the West would not only resolve this predicament but also be a fortunate opportunity. With that, the tortoise exclaimed, "Splendid! Excellent! Young friend, this is wonderful! Ha!" His eyes sparkled with joy. Observing the tortoise and Apos' jubilant demeanor, Muyun couldn't and Apos' help but smirk. "Are you happy? You are rejoicing far too prematurely. To speak candidly, the method proposed by Mu Yun remains uncertain in its efficacy. Should it fail, I would truly have been misled by this enigmatic tortoise. Nevertheless, given the current atmosphere, one must commit to the charade, mustn't and Apos. T1? With this thought in mind, Mu Yun cleared his throat and proceeded to unveil his audacious strategy. Chapter 61. Crafting the most powerful champion of the West. Senior Xian Gui, let us return to the matter at hand. Regardless of the circumstances, addressing the current calamity is of utmost importance. Upon hearing Mu Yun's words, Xian Gui nodded in agreement. Indeed, what you say is quite right. Mu Yun cleared his throat and, with a serious demeanor, continued. According to my master's teachings, rather than allowing a sage to slay you and seize your physical form to serve as a pillar of heaven, it would be far wiser to offer yourself as a sacrifice, beseeching the heavenly Tao for merit. As the saying goes, the great trends of heaven and earth are immutable. Yet the minutiae may be altered. If you, senior, willingly offer your physical form as a sacrifice for the myriad beings of the primordial world, supporting the celestial dome, you will undoubtedly accrue immense merit. Subsequently, when paired with the supreme techniques of our Western teachings, the 6-zhang golden body, you could fuse your essence with this merit to manifest a 6-zhang golden body. Such a would far surpass your original physical form and strength. While it is true that, in terms of bloodline, this may not compare to your innate body, it possesses the advantage of being forged from the merit of the heavenly Tao, endowed with tremendous fortune and the remarkable ability to withstand countless calamities. The profundity of the 6-zhang golden body lies precisely in this ability to coalesce through merit. The born of the heavenly Tao's merit is inherently formidable. Although your original body is indeed powerful and possesses a vast reservoir of vitality, when it comes to cultivation, the body forged from merit is superior by several degrees. Moreover, the power of merit offers numerous wondrous applications that are undeniably advantageous. Is it truly possible? Xian Gui and Apos' eyes gradually sparkled with brilliance, contemplating the formidable born of merit. He could not help but feel a surge of joy within. Such an exquisite method from the West must be a secret technique not divulged by the sages. Yet, he was simultaneously gripped by a tinge of apprehension. Rest assured, senior, as long as you are willing to join our Western teachings, the two sages will undoubtedly be inclined to impart the method of the 6-zhang golden body. Mu Yun nodded slowly, alleviating the doubts that lingered in Xian Gui and Apos' heart. To join the West. Xian Gui pondered deeply. While it may sound somewhat disadvantageous to align with a barren land, he realized that his years spent in the northern sea had not been as fruitful as those of the disciples from the West. At the very least, the disciples of the West are rooted and nurtured under the protection of the sages. How could they possibly suffer as he had? Persistently seeking the fruits of enlightenment yet failing to gain the recognition of heaven and earth, repeatedly facing calamities, rather than enduring such a desolate existence. It would be far better to place himself under the tutelage of the sages. In doing so, he would gain a reliable foundation, would he not? Furthermore, upon reflection, he recognized that his fate as one destined to support heaven and earth stemmed from his lack of backing despite his formidable strength. Individuals like Jin Yuanzi, Dong Wanggong, Di Jun, and Tai Yi, were they not all innate powerhouses like himself? Why did they not have to endure as he did? It was simply because they either possessed their own factions or maintained good relations with the sages. The dynamics of the primordial world, though appearing intricate, are, in fact, remarkably straightforward. Those like him, lacking support and influence, are hardly regarded as true powerhouses. When asked to uphold the heavens, would they dare to refuse? Even if they did, their demise would simply lead to their physical forms being utilized to support the heavens, allowing that sage, Nuwa, to gain merit and fame, celebrated by the world for her great compassion and ability to relieve suffering. And what of himself? What benefit would he receive? Would anyone even remember him? It would be a death without meaning. This absurd fate is truly intolerable. Well, with the assurance from a young friend, I shall certainly trust you. Very well. In that case, I shall acquiesce to this matter. After a brief contemplation, Xian Gui promptly made his decision. I shall willingly offer my physical form as a sacrifice to support the heavens. After all, one must eventually face death. Why not take control of the decision? Done. Senior, you are indeed a person of great resolve. Then let us set forth. Mu Yun beamed with delight, his heart brimming with exhilaration. This matter was accomplished. With Xian Gui willingly supporting the heavens, he would surely gain immense merit. As the mastermind behind it all, he too would partake in this merit. As for his master, he would certainly convey the news. Surely, the sage of guidance would not refuse the entry of a Hunyuan golden immortal into the Western teachings, would he? Young friend, let us depart. At this moment, Xian Gui finally emerged from the depths of the ocean. Simultaneously, a tremendous surge of chaotic primordial energy enveloped Mu Yun completely. This so-called chaotic primordial energy is the formidable power originating from the depths of chaos, existing since before the creation of heaven and earth. It is a supreme force that only those who have attained a Hunyuan Golden Immortal or Quasi-Saint level can wield. By refining this energy and using it as their own magical power, they can effortlessly unleash the might of the Tao, tear apart chaos, confine time and space, and traverse realms with ease. Such power, if even a mere fraction were to touch cultivators below the Great Luo Golden Immortal level, would result in certain death or injury. Even the Great Luo Golden Immortal would find it exceedingly difficult to withstand such unparalleled power without protective treasures. At this moment, the chaotic primordial energy enveloping Mu Yun came from Xian Gui, who had no intention of harming him. He simply wished to carry Mu Yun along with him. After all, Xian Gui and Appo's form was overwhelmingly vast. With a resounding roar, Xian Gui gradually rose from the depths of the northern sea. At this juncture, Mu Yun finally beheld the entirety of Xian Gui's colossal form, a dauntingly gargantuan entity. It resembled an ancient beast that had lain dormant in the northern sea for eons. Its massive body obscured the sky, and its four limbs stood like four towering pillars, reaching towards the clouds. The countless intricate Tao patterns etched upon its impenetrable shell exuded an undeniable pressure of the Tao. As Xian Gui slowly raised his head, his cranium pierced through the 33 heavens. Young friend, where are we headed? In the realm of heaven and earth, Xian Gui and Appo's voice resonated like rolling thunder, sending ripples through Mu Yun's spirit. Had it not been for the protective chaotic primordial energy, that single utterance might have shattered Mu Yun's corporeal form. What a terrifying being Xian Gui is. Thank goodness I managed to persuade him to join my Western teachings. Otherwise, such a formidable existence could easily snuff out my life with a mere sneeze. So he was suppressing his voice while speaking to me from the ocean depths? Mu Yun felt the terrifying presence of the mysterious tortoise, unable to suppress the black lines forming on his forehead. Yet, the thought of having secured such a formidable ally for the West filled his heart with an undeniable glee. With such a powerful figure by his side in the vast expanse of the primordial world, he would be able to traverse it with unyielding confidence. He chuckled softly to himself. In his elation, Mu Yun did not forget the purpose of his journey. He promptly spoke, "Esteemed elder, we are destined for Mount Buzhou. At present, Niwa is in the process of refining stones to mend the heavens on Mount Buzhou. Accompanying the mysterious tortoise there would allow us to witness her completion of this monumental task. It is a fortuitous convergence of time, place, and circumstance. Moreover, with the tortoise supporting the heavens, the merits we would accrue are bound to be extraordinary. If so, the West could potentially reap a tremendous harvest of virtues. Just the thought of it sends a thrill through me." Chapter 62. The Supreme Elder's Astonishment. Where has my mighty Kongtong seal gone? Mount Buzhou. A resplendent five-colored divine radiance illuminated the heavens. A scorching cauldron, blazing like the sun, emerged upon the scarred earth. Niwa gazed at the shattered sky. The gaping rift had persisted for days. To the sages, such time was but a fleeting moment, yet for the myriad beings of the world, it had become an enduring calamity. Moved by compassion and sensing the will of heaven, Niwa raised her voice in solemn proclamation. Today, I, Niwa, shall gather stones to mend the heavens for the sake of all living beings in the primordial world. May heaven bear witness and bestow its blessings, delivering salvation from suffering." As her words faded, celestial harmonies reverberated across the cosmos. Boundless auspicious radiance descended, accompanied by streams of violet chi stretching endlessly across the firmament. The breath of heavenly Tao's creation descended upon the cauldron, transforming the five-colored divine stones into sacred rocks capable of repairing the shattered sky. Overjoyed, Niwa exclaimed, "I give thanks for heaven's mercy." Without hesitation, she lifted the blazing cauldron and soared toward the celestial breach, pouring forth the molten stones. She sealed the gaping void in an instant. Thus, the mending of the heavens was accomplished. The restored firmament shimmered with five-colored holy light, bathing the earth and soothing its countless wounds. A divine blessing descended, bringing solace to the countless souls who had trembled in fear during the catastrophe. Thanks be to Lady Niwa. Thanks be to Lady Niwa. Thanks be to Lady Niwa. Innumerable beings bowed in reverence. Even the sages and mighty cultivators across the realms could not help but marvel. Niwa, our sister, is truly benevolent. The primordial heavenly venerable, Yuan Shi, clapped his hands in admiration, his usual arrogance softened by genuine praise. This act of yours is a great merit, aligning with heaven's will and fulfilling the hopes of all living beings. Magnificent. The Supreme Elder Taishang nodded in approval. Alas, though I wish to aid the world, it was not my destiny. We are fortunate to have you, sister. Tong Tian, though regretful, acknowledged the truth. As a sage, he knew mending the heavens was paramount, yet it was not his ordained task. How could he overstep his bounds? Upon the 12-grade golden lotus of merit, the sage Jia of the Western Paradise sighed in admiration. Though we saved countless lives, it was but a temporary relief. Only through our sister's intervention was the root of the calamity resolved. His counterpart, Zhuan-Ti, nodded in agreement. Indeed, now we may rest assured. Yet, as Zhuan-Ti observed, though the heavens were repaired, the collapse of the celestial pillar had left the sun, moon, and stars in disarray. The world remained far from its former vitality. Brother, though the sky is mended, the chaos of the celestial bodies persists. I wonder which among our fellow sages shall bear the duty of upholding the heavens? Jian pondered, raising a hand to divine the answer, when suddenly, an immense darkness loomed over Mount Buzhou. A colossal figure emerged between heaven and earth. The sages and mighty beings stared in astonishment. What is that? The mysterious tortoise of the northern sea? Why has this ancient one appeared now? Upon the western Kunlun mountains, the Queen Mother of the West, adorned in celestial robes and a phoenix crown, frowned in bewilderment. Beside her, the valiant and elegant Nine Heaven's mystic maiden pointed in surprise. Your Majesty, look, there is someone upon the tortoise's head. The Queen Mother's eyes widened. A mere golden immortal of the Tai realm, how could such a one be associated with the venerable tortoise? Even they, mighty as they were, addressed the tortoise's elder. As one of the earliest beings born of creation, its status rivaled even that of the heavenly Tao's progenitor, Hongjun. For such an ancient entity to emerge from the northern sea, bearing a mere Tai golden immortal, how could this not astonish them? Master, who is that? Within the ranks of the Chan sect, Guangqingzi stared in shock at the figure atop the tortoise. His expression darkened. Mu Yun? That disciple of the western sect. Why is he with the mysterious tortoise? Even Yuan Shi's gaze flickered with surprise. Tai Shang and Tong Tian, equally bewildered, had yet to learn that their destined treasures had been seized by Mu Yun. But soon, as Mu Yun and the tortoise arrived, two dejected figures descended upon a celestial cloud, Xian Du and Qing Su. They exchanged weary glances, sensing an all-too-familiar presence. Greetings, Master. Xian Du stepped forward, shamefaced. I have failed you, Master. I could not retrieve the Konggong seal. Tai Shang frowned. With your cultivation in the Taiji diagram, how could you fail? The Panga divine barrier was already weakened. It should have been easily breached. He assumed Xian Du had been unable to break the seal, but the truth was far more unexpected. Respectfully. Master, it is not as you believe. The divine seal of Pangu has been breached by an unknown entity who has directly taken the Kongtong seal away. Disciple what? It was taken ahead of time? A flicker of surprise crossed the Supreme One's gaze. He then raised his hand to perform a calculation. However, no matter how he attempted to deduce, he could never uncover the secrets concealed within. Was it obscured by someone? Who could it be? The Supreme One's expression darkened with anger. Yet, being a sage, he would not easily lose his composure. The shadow of fury on his face flickered for but a moment before vanishing entirely. Very well, I understand now. You may leave. With that, the Supreme One withdrew the Taiji diagram and ceased his inquiries. Nevertheless, his mind was awash with countless thoughts. The secrets had been veiled by another, leaving him unable to ascertain the origins of this individual. Who could it possibly be? How could such a significant treasure as the Kongtong seal simply vanish? Chapter 63. The mysterious tortoise sacrifices itself, actively supporting the heavens. On the other side, Yuan Shi Tianzuan expressed sentiments almost identical to those of Qingxiu. You mean to say that Mount Buzhou was seized by that disciple from the west, Mu Yun? And he, merely at the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm, could wrest this item from your grasp? In stark contrast to the impassive demeanor of the supreme sage, Yuan Shi Tianzuan exhibited a trace of displeasure. The moment he felt a flicker of anger, the surrounding heavens trembled as if a cataclysm was imminent, swirling with ominous clouds for millions of miles, thunder rumbling incessantly. It seemed as if the heavens were about to unleash a divine punishment, obliterating all beings in the vicinity. The wrath of a sage is indeed formidable. Master, I am incompetent. I humbly ask for your punishment. Qingxiu, fully aware that explanations would be futile, opted to confess his fault. Alas, to speak the truth, Qingxiu felt quite helpless. How had he succumbed to that young lad? You. As a single word escaped Yuan Shi Tianzuan's lips, an overwhelming and terrifying phenomenon erupted around him. It was as if a world-ending power had manifested, with torrents of dark divine lightning surging forth, engulfing clouds and roaring thunder. The disciples of Chan's sect present were rendered utterly astonished and fearful. Yet, ultimately, Yuan Shi Tianzuan reigned in his fury, and the overwhelming celestial might dissipated in an instant. Step back. Qingxiu, being one of Yuan Shi Tianzuan's most favored disciples, received no further reprimand. The sage merely uttered these cold words before turning away, choosing silence. At this moment, Qingxiu hurriedly nodded in acknowledgement, bowing respectfully. Yes, master. Upon rising, he realized that he was drenched in cold sweat, his legs trembling uncontrollably. The wrath of a sage is truly terrifying. This youth truly deserves punishment. Yuan Shi Tianzuan could not help but feel a surge of anger. His eyes narrowing as they fixated on Mu Yun atop the tortoise's head, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his gaze. However, he quickly masked it. How could a mere disciple from the west, akin to an insignificant ant, dare to offend him? Although silent, Yuan Shi had already sentenced Mu Yun to death in his heart. Mu Yun? How could he? The sage of guidance also took note of Mu Yun in the clouds above, unable to suppress his astonishment. Senior brother, is this your arrangement? Beside him, Zhuan-Ti, puzzled by the unfolding events, could not help but inquire. Turning to Zhuan-Ti, Jia-Yin wore an expression that seemed to convey, do I resemble someone who would orchestrate this? When did I send Mu Yun to summon the North Sea Tortoise? Moreover, what does the arrival of the North Sea Tortoise signify? Its colossal form could nearly uphold the very heavens. Suddenly, Jia-Yin's eyes widened as a thought struck him. Could it be? Is he summoned this tortoise to prop up the heavens? This destiny has fallen upon my disciple. Jia-Yin was taken aback. Although sages can deduce past and future events, matters concerning the grand trends of the universe are often only vaguely understood. They know that someone must support the heavens but lack clarity on the specifics or the identity of the individual involved. Even Jiayin and Zhuan-Ti were only aware that this task lay with them, the sages. Yet, this was perplexing. The calculations I made clearly indicated that a certain sage would undertake this task, yet it has now transformed into. Jiayin grew increasingly bewildered. Observing his startled expression, Zhuan-Ti could not restrain himself from asking, "Senior brother, what troubles you?" "What troubles me? I desire to know as well." Jiayin responded, exasperated. The more he contemplated, the more peculiar his expression became. Could it be that this young man has intercepted the sage's fortune? No, that cannot be. Even if he were, it shouldn't be possible for him to seize the sage's fortune. Mending the heavens is a monumental merit, a great opportunity. Supporting the heavens is also an immense virtue, a significant chance. Such opportunities naturally delight the sages. However, if a mere disciple from the West were to intercept the fortunes of other sages, it would be disastrous. This young man is courting great trouble. Jiayin and Apos' expression grew increasingly troubled as he began to speculate and deduce the potential negative implications. After all, if he truly provoked the other sages, particularly concerning such vast merits, it would be challenging to resolve. Regardless, this young man is my disciple. For both public and private reasons, I must protect him. Fortunately, the 6 roots of purity bamboo bears the mark of my sagehood. If matters escalate beyond control, I shall have no choice but to intervene on his behalf. Jiayin sighed with a bitter smile, yet resolved to ensure Mu Yun's safety. Meanwhile, he conducted his calculations and was astonished to find that the cosmic trends had not shifted. This was indeed strange. Consequently, his expression grew increasingly peculiar. Predecessor, let us remain here. If you vow to the heavens and offer your very essence, leaving behind your primordial spirit, you may yet secure a sliver of hope. Mu Yun slowly addressed the tortoise beside him, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Such immense merit, if it were to fall into my hands, would indeed be a tremendous opportunity. Very well, young friend. You may proceed. The tortoise responded, immediately channeling its chaotic primordial energy to send Mu Yun away. Thereafter, it gazed heavenward, taking a deep breath. The vow to the heavens. This is not an oath to be taken lightly. Such a vow, made in connection with the heavens, is anchored in the practitioner's own cultivation. Once established, it must be fulfilled. Failure to do so would result in divine retribution. This also serves as a channel for beings to communicate with the cosmos. After all, the heavens are not human. They possess no emotions or desires. Rather, they embody an unspoken set of rules and principles. Thus, vowing to the heavens creates a self-imposed constraint. The tortoise prepared itself mentally and finally resolved to act. Its countenance firm, it communicated with the cosmos, heavenly Tao above, I, the mysterious tortoise. Today, witnessing the suffering and tribulations of the beings of heaven and earth, leading to the collapse of the universe, the stars obscured, the sun dimmed, darkness enveloping the land and sky. Thus, on this day, I solemnly vow before heaven and earth. I willingly offer my corporeal form to establish the 4 cardinal points. With my body, I shall reinforce the celestial dome. For the myriad beings of the primordial universe, I shall expand the realms of existence. I beseech the heavens and earth to witness this. Boom. As the words of the Xiangui came to a close, an invisible yet magnificent force manifested throughout the cosmos, transforming into countless auspicious clouds and an endless aura of good fortune. A surge of celestial power coalesced into a cascade of purple energy, descending upon the Xiangui's form. In an instant, it stripped away his colossal physique, which was as grand as the heavens themselves. Subsequently, that immense body became the 4 cardinal points, merging seamlessly with the celestial dome above, thereby reinforcing it even further. Witnessing this spectacle, all the saints were taken aback. Simultaneously, Niwa gazed upon the scene, her expression one of astonishment. What is this? Why does my heart feel so hollow? As if something that rightfully belonged to me has vanished? Chapter 64. The cataclysm concludes. Billions of acres of merit celebrate the clouds. What transpired? How did the situation evolve into this? Niwa had just mended the heavens and was feeling a profound sense of purpose. She intended to journey to the North Sea to slay the Xian turtle and establish the 4 poles. Yet, before she could set forth, the Xian turtle arrived unbidden. Moreover, it voluntarily offered its corporeal form to support the heavens and the earth. What just is this? Such a grand opportunity was mine. Such immense merit was mine. And now it has vanished? This is not how the script was written. Niwa and Apos' expression grew increasingly peculiar. Unable to contain herself, she raised her hand to perform a divination. However, no matter how she attempted to unravel the mysteries, she could not discern the underlying reasons. Do not inquire. The answer lies in the fact that Jane had long been prepared. Initially, Jane had not contemplated much. He merely wished to conceal Mu Yun's true nature from the 3 clear saints. Hence, he left his saintly imprint upon the 6 roots of purity bamboo, rendering Mu Yun undetectable to the saints. In simpler terms, he effectively shielded Mu Yun from the celestial scrutiny. Though on the surface, everything appeared unchanged. Mu Yun had undertaken certain actions of which the saints were entirely unaware. After all, Jane feared that once Mu Yun possessed the three supreme, innate spiritual treasures, he would attract unwanted attention. Little did he expect that this twist of fate would greatly assist Mu Yun. Fortunately, Niwa had not yet realized that the event stemmed from Mu Yun, so despite her confusion and disappointment, she refrained from questioning the two saints of the West. Master, uncle. The disciple has returned. It was at this moment that Mu Yun rejoined Jane and Junti. After a respectful bow, he recounted his exploits in detail. You mean to say you seized the unmoving mountain that rightfully belonged to my senior brother, Yuanshi? Furthermore, you not only defeated Qingxiu, but also made your way to Unmoving Mountain to take the human Dao treasure, the Kongdong seal, which belonged to my senior brother. And as if that were not enough, you even devised a scheme to coax the Xian turtle into voluntary sacrifice under my name? As Jane listened to Mu Yun's account, he felt a chill run down his spine. This lad, how ruthless could he be? That was the opportunity of a saint. You simply took it without a second thought? Is such recklessness truly wise? Jane felt utterly flabbergasted. Had it not been for his previous efforts to obscure the heavenly secrets for Mu Yun, he would have surely faced inquiries from the four saints by now. While he had not offended the Tongtian significantly, Mu Yun had indeed slain several disciples of them. This was a real concern. Regardless, it was undeniable that this fellow had managed to antagonize all four saints. Jane's lips twitched in disbelief, realizing that this young man was far too adept at stirring trouble. Naturally, when Mu Yun spoke of his exploits, he did not reveal that he already knew whose opportunity it belonged to. He merely stated that he fortuitously encountered the half-severed Unmoving Mountain, defeated Qingxiu, and seized the item. Then he fortuitously arrived at the Unmoving Mountain ruins, beheld the Panga Divine Prohibition, and mistakenly assumed there was something valuable. Utilizing his insights from the Heavenly Secrets book to find the method to unravel it, thus obtaining the Kongdong seal. As for the Xian turtle, Mu Yun explained even more naturally. He had gone to aid the human race, fortuitously passing through the North Sea, where he encountered the venerable Xian turtle and engaged in amiable conversation. The venerable Xian turtle had voluntarily disclosed the calamity he was to face, prompting Mu Yun to devise a means to assist him. It was certainly not because he had perused the script in advance. You truly possess remarkable skills. Even the Xian turtle must refer to you as senior before achieving sanctity. Yet you, my disciple, have managed to befriend him as a brother? My dear disciple, whom did you learn this art of persuasion from? Jane remarked, exasperated. Upon hearing this, Mu Yun's eyes widened in astonishment. From whom did I learn? ISNT it from you two? Indeed, you both possess genuine compassion. However, your skills of persuasion are not to be underestimated. During the Fengshan calamity, you began by saying there was a connection between you and the West, and thus led people to the West. And now you question who I learned from? Naturally, a disciple emulates his master. Of course, while Mu Yun harbored such thoughts, he did not voice them publicly. Master, one must navigate matters with finesse to achieve greatness. If my brother, the Xian turtle, can attain such merit, combined with our West's supreme secret, the stature of 6 spans, how might that not allow him to reconstitute his Dharma body through merit? When he joins our West and becomes one of us, it will undoubtedly bring tremendous merit and fortune to our West. What is there to lose? Furthermore, the term persuasion carries a harsh connotation. In my humble opinion, it is merely that the venerable Xian turtle is destined to align with our West. Mu Yun spoke earnestly, causing Jane and Junti to feel an eerie sense of DJVU. Destined to align with our West? Ah, that is indeed a pleasing sentiment. Ah, splendid, splendid. It is truly a fortuitous alignment with our West. Good disciple, you have performed admirably today. Jane clapped in delight, increasingly convinced of his disciple's merit. With such a fine disciple, our West shall surely flourish. Although Mu Yun had nearly offended all other saints this time, it was not a significant concern. Jane had calculated that the grand trend of heaven and earth remained unchanged. This meant that as long as the Xian turtle ultimately upheld the heavens, it would not contravene the heavenly will. As the saying goes, while the overall trend remains constant, minor details can be altered. Jane was well aware of this principle. Now that the Xian turtle could join the Western teachings, it was indeed a monumental blessing. Thus, as you suggested, I shall soon impart the method of the 6-span golden body to the Xian turtle, and additionally, appoint him as our Western protector, a celestial guardian for our Western teachings. Jane's face radiated joy as he meticulously arranged this matter. Beside him, Junti was equally grinning from ear to ear. Master, the 3 clear saints have so heavily suppressed the West. Today, they have indeed suffered some losses. Consider it a small victory. Should they persist in clinging to such trivial matters, we shall ensure Mu Yun's safety. Humph. If they dare to harm our Western disciples, we shall not hesitate to unleash a great slaughter. Junti's approach was not as meticulous as Jane's, but he was fervently protective. Hearing this, Mu Yun felt a warm sensation in his heart. His sense of belonging to the West deepened significantly. Indeed, what my junior brother says is entirely correct. Just as these words were spoken, the matter of supporting the heavens gradually drew to a close, with the physical form of the Xian turtle propping up the 4 poles. It fused into the firmament. In the vast expanse of the primordial universe, light has finally been restored. The celestial bodies once again grace the heavens. The once-dim sun now shines brightly. However, due to the previous imbalance of the cosmos, many stars have clustered together. transforming into a magnificent river of stars that dazzles the eyes with its unparalleled brilliance and resplendence, providing a feast for the senses. Simultaneously, as the great calamity has dissipated, the heavens resonate with a grand rumble echoing through the skies. Following this, an array of celestial blossoms cascades down, golden lotuses erupt from the earth, and an endless shower of pure, sacred rain descends upon the world. The vast virtues of the heavenly path manifest as countless auspicious clouds, vividly materializing before our eyes. All the sages from various realms reveal a glimmer of hopeful anticipation. Divine merit descends from above. Yet, one cannot help but wonder how much of it they will receive for themselves. Chapter 65, The Arrival of Meritorious Deeds and the Distribution of Rewards. It is evident that we are in an exhilarating moment. So much so that even the great beings who usually remain secluded to escape calamities have emerged to witness this grand spectacle. The merits of heaven are undoubtedly led by the Saint Enwa. Unexpectedly, all the celestial saints have come forth to save the sentient beings. While we have chosen to hide away, it is indeed a source of shame. In the western Kunlun, the Queen Mother of the West gazes upon the vast expanse of celebratory clouds of merit, her eyes betraying a mix of envy and regret. Clearly, the path was chosen by them, and when it comes to the distribution of the fruits, they shall have no share. There is no need for the Queen to be disheartened. Although this time she has missed the opportunity, there will undoubtedly be chances in the future. The nine heavens Xian Nu, well deserving of being the future emperor's teacher, exudes grace and composure. She senses that in the future, she too may have the opportunity to receive immense fortune and merit. Thus, despite a tinge of envy, she does not let it show. The clouds of merit, manifestations of the boundless auspices of heaven, are truly awe-inspiring. In the void above the Wuzhuang Temple, the solitary Zhen Yuanzi, the great immortal, cannot help but speak with a sense of solitude. Indeed, this descent of merit not only brings substantial rewards but also an immense fortune. The combination of both has resulted in these auspicious clouds. Brother, the Tongdian inquires of the Taishang saint, his voice tinged with anticipations. How much of this vast expanse of merit can our three teachings claim? Since their emergence, they have accomplished numerous meritorious deeds. The disciples of the three teachings have eradicated malevolent beings fleeing from the battles of the witch and demon, sparing the myriad of creatures from calamity. This indeed constitutes a significant merit. However, it must be noted that among the disciples of there are likely many who have colluded with the fleeing demons, slaughtering humanity and harming the innocent. Most of these are outer disciples, while the core disciples of the have remained steadfast, contributing greatly to the cause. As for the numerous disciples of the Chan teaching under including the 12 upper immortals, their accomplishments are also noteworthy. Although Xuandu has been dispatched to not-so-great mountains, he has done much good along the way and is expected to receive a fair share. Additionally, the trio of Taishang, Yuanshi, and Tongdian, utilizing their saintly powers, have opened a celestial curtain to intercept the chaos of the witch and demon war, saving many lives that would have otherwise perished. As for the West, although the disciples may lack high cultivation, their numbers compensate for it. Thousands of Western disciples possess the ability to guide lost souls, providing peace to many in this realm. The saints Jian and Juanti have rescued numerous human beings around the not-so-great mountains, allowing those who would otherwise face annihilation to escape their fate. Had it not been for this intervention, the core region surrounding the not-so-great mountains would have faced near-total extinction. Only the Mu family and the Zi family, along with a few other smaller tribes, would have survived. After all, these two tribes originated from the same human lineage and had fled far from the not-so-great mountains. Thus, they managed to endure. However, the situation has changed. Originally, the human race was on the brink of near-total annihilation, but now, only about 40% have perished. Though close to half, this figure is a stroke of fortune for humanity. Since their inception, humans have endured countless tribulations, yet they have never faced complete extinction. Instead, these hardships have forged within them an indomitable spirit, one that thrives against adversity. It is reasonable to expect that before long, the primordial realm will once again witness a resurgence of humanity. As the resounding echoes reverberate, the vast expanse of celebratory clouds begins to descend. Initially, approximately 1.5 portions of the merit clouds float down, enveloping the heads of the three teachings, merging into their essence. Instantly, the disciples of the three teachings receive considerable benefits, experiencing profound advancements in their cultivation and insights into profound truths previously elusive. The entire realm of the three teachings is significantly strengthened, and they also receive a vast influx of fortune. This brings satisfaction to Taishang, Yuanshi, and Togdian, who nod in approval, displaying expressions of contentment. Soon after, nearly 30% of the merit clouds descend upon the figure of the goddess Enwa. In an instant, her aura surges, and an unparalleled path of creation manifests around her, intertwining countless principles as if she is birthing an ultimate way. Enwa's essence rises, breaking through to a higher realm, now radiating an even more profound aura. Congratulations, junior sister, on your breakthrough. The three pure ones and the saints Jain and Juanti all exclaim in congratulations. Despite their status as saints, they are not devoid of distinctions in cultivation realms. The cultivation of saints is divided into 12 heavens, and each breakthrough is exceedingly arduous. At present, the three pure ones are merely at the 4th heaven of saintly cultivation, while Enwa, previously at the 3rd heaven, has now ascended to the 4th, greatly enhancing her power. Conversely, Jian and Zhuanti are at only the second heaven, constrained by the harsh conditions of the West. Although they desire to elevate themselves, it remains a formidable challenge, compounded by their frequent engagements in teaching disciples, causing delays in their breakthroughs. Alas, I wonder how much merit our Western faction will receive this time? At the very least, it should not be less than that of the three pure ones. Zhuanti muses, gazing expectantly at the heavens, filled with yearning. As the merit clouds continue to descend, nearly 30% more fall upon the essence of the Xian turtle. In an instant, the Xian turtle's essence radiates with magnificent golden light, and its excitement is palpable. It has succeeded. Indeed, it has succeeded. Young friend Mu Yun, you have indeed not deceived this old man. Haha. The Xian Gui was filled with excitement. However, it was not long before the auspicious fortune and merits he had gained began to show signs of ebbing away. This is troublesome. It is not entirely his fault. After all, although Xian Gui is a venerable powerhouse, he possesses no extraordinary treasures capable of suppressing such fortune and merits. Thus, even with such vast blessings, it remains difficult to maintain control. Witnessing this scene, the Sage of Guidance understood that it was his moment to make an appearance. Instantly, he transformed into a radiant arc and appeared before the Xian Gui, proclaiming, Xian Gui, would you be willing to join my Western teachings as a protector of the Western Celestial Order? If so, our sect can help you stabilize your fortune and merits. Upon hearing these words, Xian Gui felt as if he had grasped a life-saving straw, eagerly nodding in agreement. Just as he was about to respond, a voice suddenly interrupted their conversation. Wait. Chapter 66. Primordial Beginnings. Fury surged within, leaving one's mind in a tumult. Dear friend Xian Gui, having acquired such immense merit, why must you bow to the West? Who is unaware of the West's barrenness, a land of suffering? Even if you were to go, it would hardly be the most prudent choice. Just as the guide prepared to receive Xian Gui into the Western teachings, the figure of the primordial heavenly sovereign materialized nearby. With a hand raised and a smile that conveyed a hint of disdain, he remarked, such words illuminate the crux of the matter. The West is indeed a place of hardship. What benefits could you possibly gain from such a venture? Senior brother, your interference is rather excessive. Kunti could not restrain his anger at this moment. Yet, the guide remained unperturbed, simply chuckling. Xian Gui shares a bond with our Western teachings. It would be wise for you to refrain from meddling, senior brother. Why should I not meddle? At this juncture, the Master Tong Tian also joined the fray, stating, Friend Xian Gui, why not join my intercept teachings? Our sect welcomes all. Regardless of whether it be the supreme arts of the mystical gate or the teachings of the upper clear, all are available for your choosing. What say you? Third brother. You. The expression of primordial shifted slightly. How audacious. Competing for Xian Gui against the Western teachings, was he also vying with his elder brother? Despite his thoughts, Primordial maintained an air of composure, remarking indifferently, very well, if you wish to intervene, I shall not stop you. However, friend Xian Gui, my Chan teachings possess numerous spiritual treasures. Should you choose to join the West, I would bestow upon you 3 superior innate spiritual treasures and assist you in reconstituting your physical form, thereby restoring your cultivation and achieving the path. 3 superior innate spiritual treasures? This was indeed a staggering offer. While it was well known that the primordial heavenly sovereign possessed the most spiritual treasures, such lavishness was unexpected. To offer 3 treasures so readily was indeed astonishing. Witnessing the primordial's generosity, the myriad powerful beings observing could not help but express their admiration. It is essential to note that the current Xian Gui, devoid of a physical form, had suffered a significant loss in his Hunyuan Golden Immortal cultivation due to this absence. After all, Hunyuan Golden Immortal status is intrinsically linked to one's corporeal existence. Although his primordial spirit remained at the Hunyuan Golden Immortal level, his actual power had diminished to that of a great Luo Golden Immortal. The path to recovery was fraught with challenges. Yet, with the primordial willing to offer 3 superior innate spiritual treasures and aid in the reconstitution of his physical form, the terms were undeniably tempting. Even Xian Gui could not help but squint his eyes, feeling a stir of emotion within. It was evident that Xian Gui had claimed a significant portion of the merit within the vast expanse of merit clouds. Should he align himself with any faction, it would directly bestow 2 portions of fortune and merit upon that faction. Thus, any faction would reap tremendous benefits. At present, he had become the most coveted prize among the primordial beings. Regardless of which sage it was, all sought to win him over. The 3 teachings of the mystical gate were eager to attract the esteemed elder Xian Gui, who had indeed struck a fortune. Had this been in the past, such an abundance of interest from the sages would have been unfathomable. Truly, the tides of fortune have turned. The myriad powerful beings could not help but exclaim in awe. Yet, the ultimate decision rested with Xian Gui himself. Even the guide and Cunny felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down their spines. The primordial had offered too much. They simply could not match such generosity. Friend Xian Gui, the conditions I present are unmatched by any other. As he spoke, Primordial's pride swelled, exuding an air of superiority. He was confident that Xian Gui would surely join his Chan teachings. I am honored to receive the attention of esteemed sages today. Yet, I fear I must disappoint you both. I have decided to join the West. Alas, Primordial had rejoiced too soon. In the next moment, Xian Gui categorically rejected both the Master Tong Tian and the Primordial Heavenly Sovereign, clearly stating his intentions. What? The corners of Primordial S' mouth twitched, disbelief flooding his eyes. By what right? In terms of lineage, he was the true disciple of Pangu, a sage ordained by fate. In terms of foundation, the Chan teachings boasted a wealth of spiritual treasures, with its members brimming with fortune. Even in terms of power, Primordial Heavenly Sovereign far surpassed the two from the West. Yet, why did Xian Gui choose the West? Primordial's heart burned with indignation, yet he could not express it openly. Meanwhile, Master Tong Tian furrowed his brow, equally perplexed. Friend Xian Gui, why is this so? Would it not be better to join my intercept teachings or the Chan teachings than to align with the West? Ah, you are unaware, esteemed ones. I owe a great debt of gratitude to the West. Were it not for the guidance of the two venerable sages, I would not have attained such immense merit. This karmic bond must be repaid. Moreover, I have already reached an agreement with the Western disciple Mu Yun. My fate is entwined with the West. Xian Gui was not foolish. The discord between the Chan and intercept teachings was well known among the primordial beings. Their celestial strife would inevitably ensnare the innocent. After all, beneath the sages, all were but ants. Even though Xian Gui was a Hunyuan golden immortal, an elder in his own right, what of it? Should he align with either the intercept or Chan teachings, he would undoubtedly find himself embroiled in their conflicts. Why endure such turmoil? It would be far wiser to join the West. Though it may be lacking in material wealth, it was abundant in merit and fortune. The potential for long-lasting legacy was immense. Why would he not seize such an opportunity? Furthermore, the young friend Mu Yun had shown him great kindness, a bond he was reluctant to sever. Yet, his words stunned all the gathered sages and powerful beings. Mu Yun, the mere Tai golden immortal? What nonsense was this? Master Tong Tian's expression darkened, unable to suppress his frustration. Not to mention, just recently, he had slain his own disciple. Though he had previously regarded Mu Yun with some favor, he now found him thoroughly insufferable. How could this young man, brimming with fortune and merit, win over Xian Gui? The ire within Primordial Heavenly Sovereign was even more palpable. The very heavens around him trembled with a terrifying energy. He inhaled deeply, feeling a buzz in his mind. Humph. Utterly misguided. Yet, due to his status, he ultimately refrained from further comment, merely snorting coldly before sweeping away in silence. However, before his departure, he cast a deliberate glance at Mu Yun. The murderous intent in that gaze sent shivers down Mu Yun's spine, nearly causing him to collapse to the ground. Had it not been for the presence of his master and senior uncle, it is likely that the Yuan Shi Tianzun could have effortlessly extinguished Mu Yun with but a thought. Such a saint is indeed not to be trifled with. Just a single glance evoked an overwhelming sense of terror within me. If he truly wished to take my life, I fear I would have already met my demise countless times over. The identity of a saint imposes too many constraints. Fortunately, Yuan Shi is mindful of his reputation. He did not directly confront me, this mere junior. Otherwise, Mu Yun felt he might have perished several hundred times just moments ago. Hiki, regardless. It is quite satisfying to have left Yuan Shi at a loss for words. You all have sought to suppress us in the West, yet today, I, a humble Tai golden immortal, have outsmarted you. Are you angry? I ask you, are you angry? Hiki. Mu Yun secretly rejoiced, observing Yuan Shi and Appo's furious departure, feeling an exhilarating thrill in this act of defiance. Though my life may have been precarious, it was rather exhilarating. Chapter 67. The West dominates half of the fortune. Subsequently, after the Xian Gui expressed his stance, the Sage of Guidance directly imparted the method of the Xian Gui's golden body. At the same time, utilizing the sacred treasures of the Western teachings, he assisted Xian Gui in suppressing the fortunes and merits, ensuring that it would not be a fruitless endeavor. As for Xian Gui, he naturally followed the Sage of Guidance back into the fold of the Western teachings, transforming into the guise of an old mischievous man, appearing by Mu Yun's side. Young friend Mu Yun, I truly owe you my life this time. Otherwise, I fear I would have met my end. Upon seeing Mu Yun, he enthusiastically grasped his hand, expressing profound gratitude. Hearing this, Mu Yun smiled and replied, Senior, the opportunity you have now is merely a result of your own decisions. I have only played a small role in assisting you, which is hardly worth mentioning. Seeing Mu Yun's humble demeanor, Xian Gui felt a sense of comfort. Very well. Regardless of the circumstances, from now on, we are family. If anyone dares to bully you, simply inform me. Upon hearing this, Mu Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is that truly so, Senior? Indeed, Xian Gui affirmed. Alas, I do have a few enemies, and I have been troubled, not knowing how to resolve the matter. With that, Mu Yun seized the opportunity to inform Xian Gui of the events that had transpired earlier, and they agreed that when they met again, assistance would be forthcoming. However, this is a matter for another time. At that moment, the clouds of merit descended once more. This time, it was finally the turn of the Western teachings. Approximately 1/5 of the merit clouds enveloped the Western teachings, bestowing immense benefits upon numerous disciples. Mu Yun instantly felt a wave of refreshing energy, as if his understanding had dramatically increased, flooding through his entire being. In an instant, the true essence of the Great Sun manifested, and countless Buddhist chants reverberated, conjuring myriad images of Buddhas singing the boundless Dharma. Simultaneously, many disciples of the West experienced similar sensations. In a matter of moments, Mu Yun's cultivation level unexpectedly broke through to the mid-stage of the Tai golden immortal realm. Had he truly broken through so easily? Mu Yun felt astonished. Previously, Such advancements required preparation or process. Yet, under the influence of the merit clouds, the pace of his breakthrough had accelerated dramatically, allowing him to transcend to the next realm almost instantaneously. Indeed, the power of heavenly merit is extraordinary. Such overwhelming merit would incite a collective breakthrough among the disciples of the entire holy teachings, thereby enhancing the strength of all involved. It was no wonder that the primordial and Tongtian sages were so eager to court Xingui. Reflecting on this, Mu Yun felt a sense of clarity. The conflict among the holy teachings does not hinge on sacred mountains or treasures, but rather on fortune and merit. It is little wonder that all sages are exceedingly eager to acquire such fortunes and merits. At the same time, the sages of guidance and Zhuan Ti successfully broke through another level, their powers significantly augmented, thanks to the portion of merit and fortune brought by Xingui. Why are there still so many merit clouds left? There's still 1.5 portions remaining. What is the reason for this? At that moment, various sages and mighty beings discovered something peculiar. Although the merit clouds had been largely distributed, an unexpected 1.5 portions remained. Such a substantial quantity of merit clouds, who would they descend upon? In an instant, many powerful beings and sages were filled with bewilderment. However, just as they were pondering, the merit clouds suddenly descended once more. Accompanied by a resounding roar, the merit clouds directly fell upon the Western teachings, landing right atop Mu Yun's head. In an instant, they merged with his being, enveloping him in a golden glow. At that moment, everyone was thrown into disarray. Why is this happening? What has this disciple of the West done? The goddess Nuwa displayed a look of confusion, sensing an odd connection between Mu Yun and the human race she had created. How could such an abundant portion of merit clouds descend upon a mere disciple of the West? What had he done to deserve such immense merit? The Queen Mother of the West was equally astonished, her beautiful eyes trembling with disbelief, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. The primordial lord's expression fluctuated. Fixated on the scene before him, visibly displeased, the Supreme Saint, too, found himself increasingly confounded. Xingui had acquired 2 portions of merit clouds due to his immense contributions. But what had Mu Yun done to warrant such favor? Of course, both the primordial and the supreme would not question the will of heaven. They merely felt discomfort and confusion. Meanwhile, the Tongdian remained silent, his expression growing more complex. What exactly had this young man accomplished? No one knew what Mu Yun had done, yet such vast merits had undeniably fallen upon him. To question this would be to challenge the very will of heaven. Thus, although doubts lingered, no one dared to voice them. Is it possible that all remaining merit clouds have now belonged to Mu Yun? What fortune is this? The smile on the Sage of Guidance's face could no longer be contained. 1 billion acres of merit clouds. The West claims half. Truly, the heavens smile upon us. Blessed be the West. In an instant, the disciples of the West, including Xingui, Maitreya, and Yao Shi, were all filled with unrestrained joy. The West had struck gold. Though they were unsure of what Mu Yun had truly done, including the Sage of Guidance himself, they remained oblivious. For any secrets regarding Mu Yun were deliberately concealed by him. To deceive the other sages, he too had to remain discreet. Thus, the disciples of the West were expressions of awe and reverence, for the West had endured hardship for so long surely. A moment of joy was not too much to ask for. As the saying goes, some rejoice while others lament. The West's power only continued to grow. The sorrow reflected in Tai Shog's eyes deepens profoundly. As the sole disciple of Hong Jun endowed with boundless magical power and countless incarnations, his might stands as the foremost beneath the venerable Hong Jun Daozu. Thus, he has long been cognizant of the burgeoning potential in the West. Otherwise, he would not have sought to suppress it over the years, nor orchestrated the transformation of Hu into Buddha. Now, as he observes the magnificent clouds of merit and virtue, he finds that half of it has inexplicably gravitated towards the West. His apprehension intensifies markedly. Alas, must he truly devise an alternative strategy? Taishang cannot help but sigh inwardly, though outwardly he maintains an air of calm. With this influx of fortune and virtue, the West's rise seems inexorable. However, what Taishang did not anticipate is that this is merely the beginning. Chapter 68, The Schemes of Mu Yun and the Cycle of the Earth. With the immense wave of merit and auspicious clouds he had received, Mu Yun naturally entered that enigmatic state once more. Following closely, his cultivation soared at an astonishing pace. He ascended to the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. Then, he reached the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal. With the support of a significant portion of the merit and auspicious clouds, Mu Yun's cultivation advanced as if he were aboard a high-speed train. In the blink of an eye, he directly arrived at the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal realm. Moreover, it was not only Mu Yun who experienced this elevation in cultivation. The vast Western sect, encompassing nearly everyone, simultaneously received a cleansing of merit and fortune at that very moment. Numerous disciples of the West gained tremendous enhancements. The entire Western sect not only saw a significant boost in strength but also received a vast endowment of auspicious energy. This outcome could be described as an extraordinary windfall. However, despite Mu Yun achieving the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal, breaking into the realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortal still required profound insights into the path he cultivated. Only through such understanding could he enter the Great Luo Golden Immortal stage. It can be said that the divide between the Tai Golden Immortal and the Great Luo Golden Immortal is a substantial watershed. If one cannot break into the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm, they remain merely a long-lived immortal. In contrast, upon entering the Great Luo Golden Immortal stage, one can attain a lifespan comparable to that of the heavens. Furthermore, the Great Luo Golden Immortal, through the unification of essence, energy, and spirit, condenses the three flowers atop the head, gathering within the body the innate vital energy unique to the practitioner. The strength of this innate vital energy determines the power of the Great Luo Golden Immortal achieved by the practitioner. Indeed, even among the Great Luo Golden Immortals, strengths vary. For instance, the three pure ones, from their inception, inherited the essence of the three purities, Taqing, Yuqing, and Shaqing, resulting in a Great Luo Golden Immortal of unparalleled standing in the vast wilderness. They are not to be compared with ordinary Great Luo beings. Thus, they could ascend to the pinnacle of power in the wilderness, dominating others in the Zishu Palace while firmly occupying the seat of the Tao ancestor. Otherwise, who could overlook the issues surrounding that seat? Yet, others lack the strength to occupy it. Therefore, although Mu Yun has reached this level of cultivation, the path to break into the Great Luo Golden Immortal remains long and arduous. It is not merely the possession of cultivation that facilitates a breakthrough. If that were the case, the wilderness would have long been populated with countless Great Luo Golden Immortals. Congratulations, junior brother. You have successfully reached the pinnacle of the Tai. Junior brother possesses immeasurable merit, managing to bring such vast auspicious clouds to our Western sect. Compared to you, I truly feel inferior. At this moment, just after Mu Yun completed his breakthrough, the figures of Maitreya and the medicine master approached to extend their congratulations. Other disciples of the Western sect also awakened, looking towards Mu Yun with either congratulations or gratitude. After all, if not for Mu Yun acquiring such a significant wave of merit, how could they have swiftly improved their own cultivation? Opportunities for rapid elevation in realms are indeed rare, occurring only once in a million years. Such grand acts of merit are seldom seen in the wilderness. What is there to be proud of? It is merely a stroke of luck. What skill does that amount to? If we too had such opportunities to perform meritorious deeds, would we not also reap auspicious clouds? In the Chang'er observed the jubilant scene of the Western sect and could not help but feel a twinge of jealousy. That young one from the West is truly detestable. The last encounter led us into that chaotic space, resulting in the loss of my companion's spirit treasure. Should I find the chance, he will undoubtedly pay the price. Ling Yuxian glared fiercely at Mu Yun, harboring deep dissatisfaction. A mere golden immortal managed to trap three Great Luo beings in a chaotic space, costing them dearly. Such an incident, even if it were to spread, would likely be met with disbelief. Yet, it indeed transpired. It is no wonder that Chang'er and Ling Yuxian harbor resentment. In truth, Mu Yun had only utilized the grand array of the 10,000 realms left by the Hunyuan Golden Immortal to trap the three. And he himself certainly did not possess the strength to defeat a Great Luo Golden Immortal. In their presence, he could only flee. Moreover, if he encountered those Tai Golden Immortals with extensive combat experience, it would be quite challenging for Mu Yun. For instance, against Qing Su. Had he not possessed the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the 6 roots of purity bamboo, he would have found it exceedingly difficult to contend. After the distribution of the merit and auspicious clouds, the celestial phenomena gradually dissipated. Simultaneously, calamity clouds began to sweep across the heavens. Countless corpses commenced their descent from the firmament. The battle between the Wu and the Yao tribes was finally drawing to a close. This place is no longer safe. Eldest brother, second brother, it is best to let our disciples return. The Tongdian patriarch gazed towards the heavens, observing the aftermath of the protracted conflict that had spread from the Buzhou mountain into the vast chaos. The two tribes were now returning to the wilderness, and the impending calamity was far more terrifying than before. Should they linger here, their disciples might encounter disaster. Indeed, it is time. The Taishang slowly nodded, raising his hand to summon forth a surge of saintly power, directly transporting many disciples of the three teachings back to Kunlun Mountain. Seeing this, the duo of Jane and Juanti also intended to send their disciples home. However, at that moment, Mu Yun spoke up. Master, uncle, I have some matters to attend to and will not return just yet. I hope for your understanding. Upon hearing this, Jian merely furrowed his brow slightly and chose not to press the matter further. Very well, it shall be as you wish. After all, if the disciples of the West wish to cultivate, they must venture into the world. Mu Yun possessed various means and had the 6 roots of purity bamboo left by himself, so it was unlikely he would encounter significant issues. Thus, Jian and Juandi simply sent off their disciples without concerning themselves with Mu Yun any longer. As for Xian Gui, now in his primordial spirit form, he too had to return to the West to enter secluded cultivation, striving to condense his body of merit into the golden body of the 6-foot stature. Consequently, he returned directly. Meanwhile, the remaining 6 saints descended into the boundless chaos, observing the conclusion of the calamity, seemingly awaiting something. Once the calamity of the Lich is concluded, it is anticipated that the Earth Mother will undergo reincarnation, thereby initiating the affairs of the Netherworld. However, it is possible that I may be able to intervene in this matter. Ideally, this would allow the Earth Mother to escape the confines of the Netherworld. Observing the various sages and my fellow disciples departing, Mu Yun began to contemplate his own plans. The Earth Mother's reincarnation is a destiny preordained by the heavens. Yet, precisely because she is bound to reincarnation, she is fated to remain within the Netherworld. Although she possesses a status of immense power akin to that of the heavenly Tao sages while in the netherworld, she is ultimately unable to leave, rendering this her eternal curse. Should this matter be resolved flawlessly, perhaps the future of the Western teachings could see the emergence of another sage to offer their support. Chapter 69. Esteemed Hutu, you surely do not wish for your elder brother to falter. Alas, matters concerning the cycle of reincarnation are beyond my capacity to intervene. This is a grave issue. Hutu will soon sense it, and what can I achieve by intervening further? This is not akin to the period before the War of Witches and Demons. Had it been then, I might have had a chance to intervene. But now, a wave of headache washed over Mu Yun. The calamity of the witches and demons has arrived with alarming swiftness. Though I had my plans, it is now too late to involve myself. What course of action should I take? Mu Yun found himself ensnared in deep contemplation. Boom. At this very moment, amidst the heavens above, the fierce battle between the witches and demons erupted from the chaos. Enormous figures continually descended from the firmament, as an overwhelming aura of malevolence swept across the vast wilderness. Following an intense confrontation, both the witch and demon tribes suffered immense casualties. Corpses littered the ground, and anguished souls wailed. The witch tribe, devoid of primordial spirits, naturally lacked souls. Upon their demise, they dissolved into nothingness. Only the beings of the demon tribe were able to retain their souls. Heaven has forsaken us. Heaven has forsaken us. High above in the clouds, Emperor Jun and Tai roared in fury. Witnessing the tide of battle turn against them, with nearly 99% of the demon tribe perishing, they realized their dire predicament. Although the witch tribe was also in a perilous state, the 12 ancestral witches still possessed the strength to fight. At this moment, Emperor Jiang rallied the numerous ancestral witches, invoking the 12 capital heavenly gods formation, once again manifesting the fearsome visage of Pangu. Emperor Jun's child, prepare to meet your demise. With a thunderous shout, the ancestral witches maneuvered the formation towards the grand constellation array. Boom. A terrifying explosion reverberated through the heavens, marking the climactic finale of this extraordinary battle. In this chaos, both Emperor Jun and Tai met their end. The grand constellation array shattered, and the demon master Kunping, witnessing the downfall, fled with the river map and Lo Shu. As for the other demons, they either perished or were grievously wounded, succumbing to the overwhelming onslaught. The 12 ancestral witches, having forcibly activated the 12 capital heavenly gods formation, exhausted their strength and ultimately collapsed. Only Huda remained, struggling to survive. Brother, sister, you all have perished. Huda gazed upon the desolate landscape, filled with countless corpses and scenes of devastation. In her heart, a flicker of regret ignited. At that precise moment, as Tai fell, a radiant orb enveloped in chaotic primordial energy surged towards the chaos, tearing through boundless space and time, on the verge of vanishing from sight. The Chaos Bell. This treasure must be acquired. The 6 saints, including Taishang, Yuanshi, Tongtian, Yua, and the others, had waited long for one of the 3 innate supreme treasures, the Chaos Bell. With the battle concluded and Tai slain, the bell became unclaimed. Naturally, they could not bear to watch such a treasure disappear into the void. Thus, they tore through time and space in pursuit of its trace. The Chaos Bell, indeed worthy of being one of the 3 innate supreme treasures, was capable of rending time and space as it fled. Mu Yun was taken aback by this scene. Alas, if memory serves, after the war of witches and demons, this treasure vanished completely. Even the saints, despite their efforts, would be unable to locate it. After all, the Chaos Bell is an innate treasure that escapes through the rending of time, making it far more elusive than merely tearing through space. Countless timelines are ensnared in chaos, and even a saint cannot pinpoint the precise timeline. Alas, at this moment, a soft sigh echoed across the land. Huda gazed upon the heavens and earth, suddenly feeling a stirring in her heart. The suffering of the world. My witch tribe, driven by selfish desires, has wrought such hardships. The sin is profound. Therefore, I, Hutua, wish to do something for the beings of this world, to atone for the transgressions of my witch tribe. Having spoken these words, she intended to make a solemn vow to the heavens, to incarnate into the cycle of reincarnation. Just then, a strange voice suddenly rang in her ear. Hold on. Upon hearing this, Huda was momentarily taken aback. Who is it? She turned to see a handsome young man, exuding an aura of compassion and subtly radiating golden light, suddenly appearing behind her. Who are you? Huda could not help but inquire. I am Mu Yun, a direct disciple of the Western Saint of Guidance. I have come today to present a great gift to you, esteemed elder. Indeed, Huda is also an elder to Mu Yun. A disciple of the West? A disciple of a saint? What business does a disciple of the West have in coming to see me? Hutu, consumed by sorrow, felt an odd interruption from Mu Yun. It was as if someone who had been weeping for an eternity suddenly heard a joke that made them laugh. She was caught between sorrow and amusement. Thus, Huda found herself in a state of bewilderment. Fortunately, her disposition was gentle. Had it been another ancestral witch, Mu Yun would have met his end with a single strike. Do you not see that I am grieving? You, insolent boy, what chaos do you bring? Depart from my sight. Thankfully, it was Huda before him. Otherwise, Mu Yun's life would have been forfeit. Ahem. Mu Yun cleared his throat and adopted a serious demeanor, saying, Esteemed Hutu, you must have sensed your own mission and wished to reincarnate. Am I correct? Initially, Huda was somewhat irritated by Mu Yun's disruption. Yet upon hearing his words, she was taken aback. How do you know this? Huda was astonished. What? Can he read minds? How could he be aware of the celestial will she had only just sensed? I am a disciple of the saint, thus. Mu Yun's words trailed off. But Huda comprehended. The saint of guidance sent you? If a saint possesses such knowledge, it is indeed not surprising. The familiar script, the familiar lines. Once again, Mu Yun shifted the blame to his master, the saint of guidance. Of course, even the saint of guidance. One cannot ascertain whether Hutu intends to establish a cycle of reincarnation, for such is the grand design of the universe. Even the sages can only grasp the general essence of it. At most, they may be aware that after the cataclysmic battle between the shaman and the undead, reincarnation emerged, yet remain oblivious to the intricate details therein. Indeed, it was my esteemed master who instructed me to come forth. In the West, we uphold the divine virtue of benevolence, dedicating ourselves to alleviating suffering and guiding all sentient beings. Today, as we face tumultuous upheaval and cataclysmic disasters, I could not bear to witness the plight of the living, which compelled me to journey here. After listening for some time, Huda's expression grew increasingly somber. With an air of indifference, she remarked, "Get to the point." "Very well." I replied. "The matter is thus, esteemed Hutu, would you desire to see your brethren reincarnated and walk the earth once more? Surely, you would not wish for them to vanish entirely from existence, would you?" At this, Huda trembled violently, as if struck by lightning. Chapter 70. I admit there is a gambling element to my words. What does this mean? Youngster, speak swiftly. Can my brothers and sister Xinming be resurrected? The mention of this ignited an overwhelming excitement within Hutu, causing her to tremble with anticipation. If this were indeed feasible, then the witch clan would not truly perish from the world. Indeed, Mu Yun displayed an air of confidence, yet internally, he began to feel a swell of anxiety. What should he do? Panic surged within him. He had perhaps boasted a bit too grandly. It is well known that the witch clan possesses no primordial spirit nor soul. So, what exactly do they have? Mu Yun pondered deeply, concluding that what defines an individual fundamentally lies in their primordial spirit and true essence. Thus, the witch clan must also possess something that determines their existence, something akin to a soul. If such an entity exists, then resurrection could be possible. After all, as long as a cultivator's primordial spirit remains intact, they can be reborn. Surely, the witch clan must possess something, lest they be akin to mere walking corpses. There must be something akin to a soul. However, the troubling part is that Mu Yun had yet to verify this matter. It remained a hypothesis. Very well, young friend. As long as you can assist me with this monumental task, I am willing to pay any price, Huda declared resolutely. Upon hearing this, Mu Yun could not help but scrutinize Huda. Could she truly offer anything? Now, Huda had regained her human form, not resembling her colossal ancestral witch form. In truth, she looked quite splendid, radiant, and enchanting. However, Mu Yun shook his head to dispel any distracting thoughts, focusing on the task at hand. It is quite simple. I merely require you to gather the remains of the ancestral witches, then I shall discern whether this can be achieved. Mu Yun chose his words carefully, not wanting to overstate his certainty. Excellent. Follow me, Hutu exclaimed with excitement, leading Mu Yun to seek out the remains of the ancestral witches. Soon, they discovered the first corpse in a nearby valley. Upon seeing the body, Huda could not suppress her tears. It was a massive form, with the face of a human and the body of a bird, the true form of Xinming, now fallen, leaving behind a cold shell. Mu Yun examined the remains closely and confirmed his hypothesis. Indeed, there was evidence. Surrounding Xuanming's body were scattered entries, most of which were dark, indicating negative effects, while a few were notably unique. Xinming consciousness, read one of the 12 ancestral witches, the consciousness of the ice ancestral witch, Xinming, exists as she possesses no primordial spirit or soul, thus only self-awareness is born. Xuanming's consciousness. His hypothesis was indeed correct. Mu Yun's heart raced with excitement, his chest heaving with exhilaration. I admit I have gambled, but clearly, I have wagered wisely. In this moment, joy illuminated Mu Yun's face as he discreetly collected the entry. Suddenly, a purple glow emerged beneath Xuanming's remains. Pangu's will, purple originating from the legacy of the great Pangu. Possessing this grants insight into Pangu's will. Note, this is a fragmented entry, incomplete and cannot be integrated. A fragmented entry that cannot be integrated? This was a novel situation for Mu Yun. Yet, the mere existence of a purple entry from a fragment was astonishing. He quietly collected this entry, then turned his gaze back to Xuanming's remains. Although Xinming had passed, those entries remained upon her physical form. Pangu bloodline, purple derived from the supreme bloodline of the primordial forces at the dawn of creation. Innate Tao, purple originating from the innate Tao of the power of the primordial forces, the Tao of ice. Pangu's fortune, purple originating from. Each powerful entry stemmed from the legacy of the great Pangu. However, Mu Yun could not claim them, as they resided within Xuanming's body. Only by destroying Xuanming's corporeal form could they be released. The ancestral witches were indeed unique. For cultivators, once their primordial spirit perishes, the entries would fall freely. Yet, for these ancestral witches, no matter, this time's objective was not for those entries. With a sigh of regret, Mu Yun chose to disregard them. Young friend, do you believe Sister Xinming has any hope of resurrection? Hutu inquired urgently. Hearing this, Mu Yun slowly nodded. Senior Hutu, I have employed a Western secret technique to gather Senior Xuanming's consciousness. However, Her physical form is severely damaged, so even with her consciousness, resurrection may not be possible. Moreover, the cycle of life and death is unfamiliar to me. Perhaps you must establish the cycle before we can restore their bodies and integrate their consciousness. Muyun spoke cautiously, expecting Huda to be furious. However, he was mistaken. Huda was in a state of despair, her sorrow at its peak. The glimmer of hope he offered, no matter how faint, was cherished by her. That is well. Let us continue searching. Before Muyun could elaborate further, Huda had already taken Xuanming's remains and set off to find the corpses of the other ancestral witches. Before long, they had gathered all 11 ancestral witch corpses. Simultaneously, Muyun collected 11 purple entries. Pangu's will. Perhaps the complete Pangu's will could only be achieved by uniting the wills of all 12 ancestral witches. Now, it was time for Hudu's portion. Muyun rejoiced inwardly. He had stumbled upon a remarkable opportunity. Yet, the true nature of Pangu's will remained a mystery. What should I do now, young friend? Huda asked, having gathered all the ancestral witch remains, while Muyun had secured their consciousness. It is time for you, Senior Hutu, to embody the cycle of reincarnation and perfect the world. Upon hearing this, Huda felt a stirring within her heart. Indeed, the moment had come. She was interrupted by Muyun during her solemn supplication to the heavens and earth. Now, her heart brimmed with hope. No longer shrouded in the sorrow she had just experienced. If I were to transform into the cycle of reincarnation, would I possess the power to resurrect my brother and sister? Once more, Hutu inquired of Muyun, her conviction wavering, infused with a hint of uncertainty. Indeed, this time, Muyun felt a twinge of reluctance to deceive her. Yet, on the surface, he maintained an air of unwavering confidence. How could Muyun truly know? It was merely a possibility, perhaps. Nevertheless, his earnest demeanor made it seem all too real. Very well. In that case, I can willingly embrace death. Yes. To transform into the cycle of reincarnation is, after all, akin to death, isn't it? Muyun gazed at Hutu, his eyes reflecting a deeper sense of contemplation. Individuals like Hutu embody true compassion and benevolence, transforming into the cycle of reincarnation to benefit the world. May the Buddha's mercy prevail. As Muyun pondered, Hutu began to articulate her solemn vow to the heavens and earth. Chapter 71. Tranquility Muyu, do not forget the matters between us. Today, I, Hutu, beseech the heavens and earth. The calamity of the battle between the witches and the demons has wrought havoc upon the living, leaving countless souls wandering without a place to rest. All this is the fault of my witch-demon kin. Therefore, I, Hutu, am willing to transform myself into the cycle of reincarnation to seek a glimmer of hope for the witch clan, and to strive for the opportunity of reincarnation for all beings in the world. The 6 paths of reincarnation, established. Her words resonated like a celestial decree, echoing through the cosmos, reaching the ears of every living being. At this moment, a supreme and unparalleled power surged within the heavens and earth, embodying life and death, intertwining with the profound mechanism of reincarnation. The vastness of virtue bore the weight of existence, brimming with infinite grandeur. A mist of purple energy coalesced, transforming into a magnificent purple jade platform of reincarnation, gently lifting Hutu and enveloping her within. In mere moments, a grand cycle, imbued with the essence of reincarnation, was birthed amidst the primordial realm. With the establishment of reincarnation, all beings were granted the chance for rebirth. The order of the universe was restored once more. Thus, the celestial decree thundered, showering boundless auspicious signs, manifesting a continuous display of heavenly flowers, golden lotuses, and countless pure sacred rains cascading across the world. Instantaneously, the great powers of the realms were filled with profound emotion, exclaiming, Lady Hutu is truly compassionate. Hutu, dear friend, is willing to transform into the cycle of reincarnation to restore the primordial world. Such a grand aspiration is indeed worthy of reverence. In the Western Kunlun, the Queen Mother of the West witnessed this scene, her beautiful eyes shimmering with extraordinary brilliance, unable to contain her astonishment. To sacrifice oneself to restore the cycle of the primordial world. What enlightenment is this? Hutu, dear friend, is truly admirable. It is lamentable that amidst the calamity of the witch-demon war, there exists such a compassionate being among the witch clan. This is indeed a blessing for the world and all its beings. The immortal Jin Yuan gazed at Hutu, who had transformed into reincarnation, his eyes reflecting a complexity of emotions. If one were to ask why, it was because Jin Yuan felt a similar calling within. Indeed, he too had the potential to transform into reincarnation. As the progenitor of Earth immortals, he naturally possessed such an opportunity. This was a natural mechanism of restoration in the universe, though the grand trend remained unchanged. The details could be altered. Even if Hutu did not establish reincarnation, Jin Yuan would have filled that role. However, with Hutu establishing the cycle now, Jin Yuan had lost that chance. And moreover, he lacked the immense courage to sacrifice himself for reincarnation. What a pity. The chaos spell was lost to the void. Ah, Hutu has indeed transformed into reincarnation? It is truly her. At this moment, amidst the rifts of time and space above the heavens, many saints had just returned to the primordial realm. They first sighed in wonder, then noticed Hutu's transformation into reincarnation. Hutu, dear friend, is compassionate, willing to sacrifice herself for the beings of the primordial world. Niwa, with a kind heart, couldn't help but exclaim, it is unfortunate that my brother Fushi is caught in the calamity of the witch-demon war, facing inevitable demise. Now that reincarnation has manifested, I can only hope for his rebirth. Nuo was already aware that Fushi would perish in this great battle. However, such fate was decreed by the heavens, and she could not intervene, left only to watch her brothers fall while bearing heavy responsibilities herself, tasked with mending the heavens. Do not worry, junior sister. I have already foreseen the future for your brother. Though the bond of brotherhood in this life may conclude in the next, he shall become the first emperor of humanity you create. At this moment, the Taishang saint, beside her, chuckled. Upon hearing this, Nuo's eyes sparkled with new hope. Is it truly so? Then in the future, I shall rely on my elder brother's guidance. As the Taishang, the leader of the human teaching, he naturally held sway over matters concerning humanity. Although Nuo was the holy mother of humanity, she lacked the authority to intervene in human affairs. This is why. In later generations, she would be criticized for creating humanity yet neglecting its affairs. Such unjust blame was not born of indifference but rather of inability. Every being has its destiny, especially for those of the saintly ranks who cannot defy the will of heaven or the fate of the masses. This is the lament of the saints. Rest assured, I have my plans. Taishang gently clapped his hands, a hint of joy illuminating his gaze. Meanwhile, Yuan Shi Tianzun and Tong Tian Jiaozhu exchanged glances, perplexed as to why their elder brother Taishang would concern himself with a weak human race. Nevertheless, they supported his decision without further comment. Moreover, with their wisdom, they subtly sensed the extraordinary potential of humanity. Could it be that in the future, humanity would become the protagonist of this world? The saint of guidance sat upon the 12th grade golden lotus of merit, listening to their conversation, his heart stirring with speculation. In truth, he had guessed correctly, though this matter awaited verification. Suddenly, as the crowd was lost in admiration, boundless auspicious colors surged throughout the heavens and earth. Following this, billions of acres of merit cloud materialized in the world. More merit descended, and this time its scale was unprecedentedly vast. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the great powers across the realms were inevitably shaken. Subsequently, the merit clouds descended directly upon the cycle of reincarnation. From within, a figure gradually emerged. I am Pingxin. Establishing reincarnation and creating the underworld, I am the saint of the earth Tao. With a resonating hum, profound sounds echoed throughout the four corners of the universe. At this moment, nearly all understood. That was Hetu. She had actually attained her primordial spirit. Her transformation into reincarnation did not lead to her demise, rather. Through the infusion of the billions of acres of merit clouds, she successfully acquired her primordial spirit and achieved the status of the Earth Tao Saint. Alas, the underworld had yet to manifest, and henceforth, she could no longer depart from it. Congratulations to Lady Pingxin. Congratulations to Lady Pingxin. Across the realms, numerous powerful beings bowed in reverence. Even the 6 celestial saints of the Xianmen cast approving glances towards her. As a saint, Pingxin was now undoubtedly among their ranks. Appear. However, after Pingxin's birth, she did not engage with the heavenly saints but instead turned to Muyu beneath Buzhou Mountain, calmly stating, Little friend Muyu, I must stabilize the order of the underworld. Having secluded myself for many years, I hope you do not forget our matters. Upon hearing this, Muyu nodded slowly, rest assured. Lady Pingxin, I shall certainly remember. Pingxin nodded in satisfaction, her heart content. With a graceful gesture, he summoned the remains of the 11 ancestral shamans, causing them to vanish into the primordial expanse. Once all had settled, a radiant purple inscription descended from above Pangu's will. An uncontrollable wave of ecstasy surged within Mu Yun, prompting him to tremble as he carefully stowed the inscription away. However, the interaction between the serene goddess and Mu Yun sparked yet another wave of intrigue. What is this? Why is this disciple from the West, Mu Yun, entwined in such a curious rapport with her? How perplexing. This young man seems to be everywhere. In that moment, a sense of bewilderment enveloped the crowd, deepening their curiosity about Mu Yun. Chapter 72, Return. Fusion of 12 purple attributes. What? Pingxin actually has a connection with him? What is the situation? In the chaos, Yuan Shi Tianzun observed this scene and felt increasingly unsettled for reasons unbeknownst to him. Indeed, this young man was irksome. Every time he laid eyes on him, he felt a sense of annoyance. Were it not for his status as a sage, he would not deign to concern himself with such insignificant beings. It is likely that he would have long desired to eliminate Mu Yun. This child is certainly peculiar. How could he still maintain a connection with Pingxin? Is this part of the machinations of the two from the West? Or could it be that he is one of the 3 corpses of Jiayin or Zhuanti? Taishang Sharon could not help but furrow his brow. However, upon further contemplation, he deemed it improbable. If he were truly one of their 3 corpses, the poor Taoist would have sensed it long ago. What on earth is going on? Taishang was engulfed in confusion. Only Tong Tian seemed indifferent to this matter. Meanwhile, Jiayin and Zhuanti appeared to have sensed the doubts of Taishang and Yuan Shi, and they approached Mu Yun without hesitation, saying, Good disciple, it is time to return. Jiayin looked at Mu Yun, his eyes reflecting greater peculiarity. It seems that your reluctance to return was to establish ties with the Wu clan? But how did he manage to accomplish this? The 12 ancestors of the Wu, fearless and unyielding. When their tempers flared, even sages received no courtesy. Yet Mu Yun was merely a minor disciple from the West. How could he forge a bond with Hetu? How strange. Indeed, it is quite bizarre. Could it be that he merely finds Mu Yun charming? While it is true that attraction can be a powerful motivator, the more one contemplates, the more absurd it seems. After all, these are ancient beings who have lived for countless years. Who would still hold such trivialities in mind? Yes, master. However, just as Jian was lost in thought, Mu Yun's voice interrupted his musings. Well then, Jian replied, glancing at Zhuanti. With a mutual understanding, they enveloped Mu Yun and transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from sight. Directly returning to the west, leaving the other powerful beings in a state of confusion. Utterly bewildered as to the nature of the connection between Mu Yun and the Lady Pingxin. In the great sacred hall, as Jian and Zhuanti returned, they turned their attention to Mu Yun and could not help but inquire, "Good disciple, what have you done? What agreement do you have with Lady Pingxin?" Jian found himself at a loss for words. He had obscured the heavenly secrets for Mu Yun, yet even he could not fathom what the young man had accomplished. This was quite awkward. As a dignified sage, to directly inquire about the matter felt incredulous. Indeed, Mu Yun, I too am curious. Zhuanti chimed in, adopting a somewhat gossiping demeanor. Oh, it is nothing much, merely that the disciple believes the 11 ancestors of the Wu have not completely dissipated. Thus, I proposed to Lady Pingxin that she reclaim the physical forms of the ancestors in hopes of a chance for resurrection. Naturally, Mu Yun would not divulge that he was already aware of Hutu's reincarnation. He simply concocted an excuse, claiming he was merely advising her. Perhaps Lady Pingxin, now a true sage, possesses the ability to resurrect the ancestors. Mu Yun stated with utmost seriousness, analyzing the situation with impressive clarity. Master, you see, all living beings possess a primordial spirit and true essence, yet the Wu clan lacks such. If they do not have something akin to a true essence, how could they possess self-awareness? Thus, I provided Lady Pingxin with an analysis, encouraging her to remain vigilant. It appears she has discovered a presence similar to true essence among the ancestors, which is why she expressed gratitude towards me, promising future benefits. Listening to this, Jian and Zhuanti exchanged glances, then turned to Mu Yun. Blow. Keep blowing. Let us see if we believe you. They thought. And what about this true essence? Why not say the ancestors possess primordial spirits? This young man, even in his fabrications, fails to prepare adequately. There must be another underlying reason for these events. However, they had pursued the chaos bell and were unaware of what transpired in the interim until Huda transformed into reincarnation. Senior brother, should we inquire further? Zhuanti suddenly conveyed through a secret communication, quietly discussing with Jian. Forget it, since he is unwilling to elaborate. Pressing further would be futile. Regardless, Mu Yun's actions must have their rationale. Do you not harbor any doubts about him? Zhuanti queried, somewhat speechless. Are you so indulgent towards this disciple? Jian smiled gently, responding through thought. No matter, he has rendered great service to the West, and I trust him. Jian chose not to elaborate further, bestowing upon Mu Yun his absolute faith. After all, Mu Yun had grown under his watchful eye. He believed that the one who proclaimed, "If I do not enter hell, who will?" would not betray the West. Well, since you harbor no suspicions, then neither shall I. I merely fear that you might doubt our good disciple. Should misunderstandings arise between master and disciple, it would be difficult to unite in the future. Zhuanti was well aware of this, which is why he inquired of Jian. What do you take me for? Jian chuckled at Zhuanti's words, though he found them somewhat amusing. Yet, it was not wholly unwarranted. Zhuanti was known for his candor and straightforwardness. Jian, however, was more inclined to be tactful. Zhuanti was merely concerned that Jian might misinterpret Mu Yun. Well, good disciple, in that case, I shall not press further. You may decide this matter for yourself. Very well, the affairs here are concluded, and you should focus on your cultivation to solidify your progress. Depart now. Upon hearing this, Mu Yun felt a warmth in his heart. His hastiness had led to some exaggerations. Clearly, Jian and Zhuanti had seen through him. Yet they chose not to remark upon it. Instead, they entrusted him with the authority to make his own decisions without harboring any doubts. Contemplating this, Mu Yun could not help but feel a surge of gratitude. After all, why would sages engage in superficial pleasantries with him? If they truly suspected him, they could simply question him directly. They could even delve into his soul if necessary. Jian's words indicated a reluctance to doubt him. Such trust was indeed a testament to their belief in him. Disciple, thank you, master. Master, uncle, I shall take my leave now. Mu Yun respectfully bowed. He departed without hesitation. After watching Mu Yun leave, Zhuanti Saint slowly smiled and remarked, Brother, perhaps your conjecture is indeed correct. This child, Mu Yun, is... Before Zhuanti could finish, Jiang interrupted him, saying, Junior brother, we must not speak too freely. Perhaps he is not. Regardless of the truth, we must remain discreet. In the grand design of the universe, there is a path ordained by heaven. Jia gazed into the vast emptiness beyond. Within that unseen celestial order, who could say that there were not those whom he feared? In the side hall, Mu Yun returned to his abode. At once, he sealed the surrounding space and established numerous restrictions. Without hesitation, he declared, merge the entries. Pangu's will. A total of 12 purple entries suddenly appeared before Mu Yun. Even in their incomplete state, these entries radiated a purple hue. If they were to fuse together, what formidable entries might they transform into? At this moment, Mu Yun could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of anticipation. Chapter 73, The Will of Pangu. What does it mean to be opposed by the world? As soon as Mu Yun's words fell, 12 violet inscriptions began to merge, intertwining with one another, radiating an aura of profound light. The violet inscriptions emanated an inexplicable and supreme Tao rhythm, causing Mu Yun to shudder and feel a surge of blood within him. It was as though the forthcoming inscriptions contained immense causality and unfathomable terror. Even a mere glance was enough to instill a primal suppression within Mu Yun, penetrating deep into his bloodline, realm, and soul, evoking an impulse to prostrate in reverence. However, this extraordinary phenomenon lasted only for a brief moment before dissipating with a thunderous roar. Following this, a resplendent golden light ascended amidst the violet aura, unveiling a golden inscription. The world opposes, gold derived from the supreme will of Pangu, signifying the essence of universal opposition. The phrase the world opposes, what could it possibly mean? Why does the specific name of Pangu's will bear such a connotation of betrayal? Mu Yun murmured these four characters, a sense of obscure enlightenment blossoming within him, as if merely uttering these words allowed him to glimpse the secrets of the supreme Tao. Rather than pondering here, it was more prudent to assimilate directly. Fusion of the inscription, the world opposes. With that, the golden light instantly merged into Mu Yun's being. However, upon this fusion, he was abruptly engulfed by a sensation akin to the world spinning around him. In an instant, his consciousness found itself amidst an expansive chaos. What is this? As he surveyed his surroundings, Mu Yun furrowed his brow, filled with uncertainty. An ancient, primordial essence emanated from the pitch-black chaos, suggesting the passage of countless epochs, exuding an air of decay. The surrounding space revealed a dazzling expanse of starry rivers, entangled in a tumultuous flow of chaos. With Mu Yun's current strength, merely stepping into this realm for a moment would result in his body exploding under the overwhelming chaos energy. Yet, astonishingly, this did not occur. He discovered he was unaffected by this realm's influence. Could this be a memory? Or perhaps a mere phantom? But whose memory could it be? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, a series of resounding booms reverberated through the void. Boom, boom, boom. As the colossal sounds approached, a magnificent titan emerged slowly from the darkness. He stood upon the starry river, a jade disc hovering above his head, wielding a colossal axe. With a tremendous chisel at his waist, and behind him, a myriad of profound lights blossomed, revealing an immense green lotus. This lotus pulsed with boundless chaos energy, as if it were one with the chaos itself, embodying profound mysteries. Within it, it seemed as if the 3,000 Tao principles were gestating, interwoven with myriad laws, continuously manifesting infinite elements of fire, wind, and water in the surrounding chaos. Upon witnessing this titan, Mu Yun was suddenly struck by an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Is it the celestial teacher? No, that is not right. Is it the primordial supreme being? Still incorrect. The grand sage? No again. As Mu Yun contemplated several names, he suddenly seemed to recall something, exclaiming, could it be Pangu? Yes, the will he had fused with was that of Pangu, and the deity before him could only be Pangu himself. Moreover, wielding the colossal axe and bearing the chisel, was that not the chaotic treasures of Pangu, the heaven-opening axe and the earth-creating chisel? And the jade disc above his head, was that not the creation jade disc? As for the immense green lotus behind him, suffused with the principles of the 3,000 Tao and boundless chaos energy, what else could it be but the chaos green lotus? Legend has it that the chaos green lotus is the supreme treasure birthed from the Tao, the very mother lotus from which the 3,000 Tao deities and Pangu himself emerged. In other words, it is the ancient lotus of the vast sky. All existence in the primordial world derives from this chaos green lotus. Could this scene be that of Pangu's primordial creation of the world? I never expected to witness this monumental upheaval of the opening of the heavens. At this thought, Mu Yun felt a profound sense of shock. His emotions surged like a turbulent ocean, and even his breath grew heavy. In a world devoid of heaven and earth, I shall create. Just then, Pangu, wielding the colossal axe, surveyed the boundless chaos, his eyes reflecting a hint of dissatisfaction and a complex expression filled with determination, indignation, and an intense yearning. Why did Pangu exhibit such intricate emotions? What could be the reason? Before Mu Yun could ponder further, Pangu raised his hand and brandished the heaven-opening axe, gathering immeasurable power from deities and demons alike, alongside endless chaos energy, and forcefully struck the surrounding chaos. Boom. A violent explosion echoed as the once murky chaos was cleaved apart by the axe. The chaos treasure, the heaven-opening axe, was rent asunder by Pangu's fearsome strike, splitting into 3 strands of profound light that fell into the realms of heaven and earth. Pangu, do you open the heavens? Pangu, you shall perish. Simultaneously, as the heavens and earth were established, colossal figures began to emerge from the surrounding chaos, each embodying a terrifying aura of calamity. Their expressions revealed a reluctance to be drawn into this great tribulation, yet the calamity energy surrounding them left them no choice but to be swept into this cataclysmic upheaval. Mu Yun could perceive that they were being forcibly pulled from countless times and spaces into this grand calamity. In other words, even if they hide within the myriad crevices of time and space, traversing the past and future, they cannot escape this cataclysm. They can only be drawn into the tumult between heaven and earth, succumbing to fate. The great cataclysm has arrived. Such a terrifying calamity is incomparably more dreadful than the tribulations of later ages. Countless universes have perished, and the boundless elemental forces of fire, wind, and water lie in stillness. The chaotic threads of time and space must now begin anew. This is the great cataclysm. Mu Yun is bewildered as to why he comprehends all of this. He grasps that with the onset of this calamity, There has emerged a singular timeline and a unique space within the world. All the realms, spaces, and timelines forged by the divine beings and demons have been obliterated in this very moment. Only the expanse before him remains. Chapter 74. Enlightenment. The essence of the Tao, the opening of heaven, the act of splitting apart the heavens with a single axe did not merely unveil boundless chaos. It also revealed countless chaotic timelines and myriad disordered spaces, unifying all realms and dimensions into one singular principal timeline and principal space. At that moment, not only time and space were affected, but all the fundamental laws of the universe were simultaneously torn asunder, disrupting the previous order and beginning to evolve in an entirely new manner. At this juncture, Muyun became aware of the legendary process of the Tao's 50 manifestations in the celestial transformation of 4 nights. Within the supreme radiance of the heavenly Tao's embryonic form, it began to unfold continuously. The notion of the Tao retreating post-creation did not imply its utter absence. Rather, it signified the dissolution of the former order and laws of the Tao. The Tao itself remains eternal, yet the past manifestations of the Tao began to collapse and disintegrate. In other words, this was a rebirth. Everything, including the Tao of heaven and earth, was undergoing a revival. Muyun was baffled as to why he, a mere peak Tai golden immortal, could perceive all of this. It felt as though he had gained a divine perspective, allowing him to see through the essence of everything, comprehending and understanding all that transpired. Perhaps this was the influence of Pangu's will. More importantly, Muyun realized that whether it was the mighty Pangu or the myriad Tao deities and demons, their utterances were not true language but rather the primordial sounds of the Tao, emanating from the deepest essence of the Tao itself. Such sounds carried the supreme power to manifest laws, influencing the very fabric of the universe. The strength of the 3,000 Tao deities and demons was gradually dissipating. They were once the masters and possessors of the 3,000 Taos, and also the Taos themselves. As Muyun gazed upon these 3,000 Tao beings, his confusion sharpened into clarity. The unfolding of events was imperceptibly leading to the gradual demise of the 3,000 Tao deities and demons. No wonder the divine acts of creation shattered with just a single strike. Even the chaotic treasures could not withstand such a formidable blow. That axe did not merely cleave through endless chaos, it severed the connection between the past and the future, forging a new path from the ancient past into an entirely fresh future. Understanding all of this, Muyun finally comprehended why the 3,000 Tao deities and demons sought to thwart Pangu's celestial endeavor. Clearly, they possessed the ability to create their own realms. Yet they insisted on obstructing Pangu. They believed that Pangu was merely opening the heavens, but in truth, he was annihilating the Tao, slaying the 3,000 Tao deities and obliterating the past orders of the Tao. The act of divine murder and the destruction of the Tao carried an unfathomable significance that sent shivers down one's spine upon reflection. Who can obstruct my creation of the heavens? Pangu, indifferent to all, gazed across the vast expanse, dismissing the existence of all Tao deities and demons, ignoring them entirely. Pangu, even if it means becoming our enemy, you still wish to open the heavens? We come from myriad worlds, bringing with us countless calamities to obliterate you. The entire world may oppose you, yet you remain unafraid. Amidst the words of the 3,000 Tao deities and demons, Muyun perceived the heavens beginning to contract. The severed connection between the past and future seemed to rekindle at this moment. The strength of the 3,000 Tao beings was merging, step by step, devouring this realm. Indeed, the Tao deities and demons were unwilling to face annihilation passively. They possessed the power to consume the entirety of existence. Thus, the source of this conflict became clear. Pangu had become an enemy to the world. Yet, even as the 3,000 Tao deities and demons exerted their formidable might, striving to mend the heavens and earth, Pangu remained utterly undaunted. He slowly walked into the chasm between heaven and earth, raising his hands, and bellowed, "Eternally stabilize the heavens and earth. Eternally stabilize the heavens and earth. Eternally stabilize the heavens and earth." The resonating sounds of the Tao echoed throughout the universe, stirring boundless, magnificent power. As his form began to grow into an immense and towering presence, he stood alone against the 3,000 Tao deities and demons, against the entire world. Yet, did he feel fear? No. Did he tremble? Certainly not. The intangible will of Pangu ignited a blazing fire within Muyun's heart, stirring his spirit and causing him to tremble with intensity. Pangu, if that is the case, do not blame us for our ruthlessness. Today, we, the 3,000 Tao deities and demons, shall unleash an overwhelming calamity to obliterate you. Among the multitude of Tao beings, the Fate Tao deity, embodying the laws of destiny, raised a clarion call. Boundless Tao energies surged forth, and myriad resonances roared in response. Following this, he began to chant incantations, invoking a calamity of overwhelming proportions. We, the Fate Tao deities and demons, shall use our own destinies to extinguish the existence of Pangu. We, the Karma Tao deities and demons, shall employ our own karmic laws to obliterate Pangu's past. We, the Time and Space Tao deities and demons, shall harness our own temporal and spatial laws to extinguish Pangu's divine light. We, above the firmament. The 3,000 Tao deities and demons chanted the sounds of the Tao in unison. The moment those sounds fell, a terrifying force of calamity descended upon Pangu, relentlessly erasing all his existence, past, divine light, and essence, until his aura began to wane, and his form grew increasingly insubstantial. Yet, The power he drew upon to sustain the heavens appeared boundless, as if it flowed endlessly from a realm of formless void. The source of Pangu's strength was the will of the cosmos. At that moment, Muyun suddenly realized that the source of Pangu's power emanated from that void of will. Will is but a thought, a singular idea. How could such a thought possess such formidable strength? It was utterly astonishing. The power of will could be so terrifying. Muyun was increasingly shaken, his very pupils trembling uncontrollably. Yet suddenly, it seemed he grasped the essence of something profound. He gazed around at the vast expanse of heaven and earth, and suddenly erupted into an inexplicable fit of laughter. Ha ha ha, what a fool I am. How could I have forgotten? The great path is born from the void. The void transforms into the great path, and the Tao is one. From one springs two. From two springs three, and from three springs forth all things. Is will merely an illusion? No. If one's will is sufficiently powerful, it can indeed influence the real world. Even a single thought can reshape the cosmos. A single thought can create heaven and earth. Form is not separate from emptiness. Emptiness is not separate from form. Form is precisely emptiness, and emptiness is precisely form. So too are sensation, perception, volition, and consciousness. Boom. In that instant of enlightenment, a pure land of Buddha appeared around him. This time, his pure land resembled the very act of creation, as it began to undergo a profound rebirth.